I'm probably a weirdo for saying this, but this is how I slept back in middle school listening to Lost Episode and gaming creepypastas back in the day. The ultimate bedtime noise, for me anyway. Creepypastas were like my comfort food, still are to this day to be honest. So today, I thought I'd do something a little different here on the channel. Instead of the traditional Iceberg Explained video, I wanted to go through every single creepypasta on this list, created in an iceberg chart here, but I'm actually going to read through all of these creepypastas, which include some of the most well-known and infamous Lost episodes, including some of the all-time classics you'll know of like Dead Bart and Candle Cove, and eventually diving into some real obscure ones which I'm sure you've never heard of before. Some of these are of course really bad, a lot of them are actually, but that's part of its charm, right? Part of the guilty pleasure factor. There's something a little bit addicting about internet horror slop. Don't get me wrong, there are a few gems in here, but well, you know the reputation of creepypasta nowadays, and I can't say they're wrong. There's some troll pastas, some pastas in here, which I love just as much as the quote-unquote good stories. It's all a part of the fun. Also, some of these got taken down and are kind of lost media now, so I can't cover every single creepypasta on here, but all of the ones that are available I will read, yes, including the entirety of Appy. So if you don't get too creeped out by these, this is a perfect video to fall asleep to, or just listen to on your second monitor or while you're doing chores or whatever. Either way, it's going to be a very long one, as we dive into the Lost Episode Creepypasta Collection. Squidward/Red Mist. I just want to start off by saying that if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There isn't one. I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. It wasn't paid, of course, most internships aren't, but it did have a perk beyond education. To adults it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would go crazy over it. Since I worked directly with the editors and animators, I got to view new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had very recently made the Spongebob movie. The entire staff was somewhat sapped of creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season, but the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the Series 4 premiere that set everyone and everything back several months. Me and two other interns were in the editing room, along with the lead animators and sound editors for the final cut of an episode. We received the copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty, and gathered around the screen to watch. Now, given that the final cut isn't final yet, animators often put up a mock title card at the beginning. It's sort of an inside joke for us, with phony, oftentimes lewd titles being used, such as How Sex Doesn't Work instead of Rockabye Bivalve, in which SpongeBob and Patrick adopt a sea scallop. Nothing particularly funny, just work-related chuckles. So when we saw the title card, Squidward, we didn't think it more than a morbid joke. One of the other interns did a small throat laugh at it. The episode started with the happy-go-lucky music playing as normal. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside. Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down, as he has a concert that night and needs to practice. SpongeBob says okay and goes to see Sandy with Patrick. The Bubbles splash screen comes up and we see the ending of Squidward's concert. This is when things begin to seem off. While playing, a few frames repeat themselves, but the sound doesn't. It's supposed to be synced with the animation, so yes, that's not common, but when Squidward stops playing, the sound finishes as if the skip never happened. There is slight murmuring in the crowd before they begin to boo him. Not the normal cartoon booing that's common in the show, mind you, but you could very clearly hear malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd, with SpongeBob in center frame. He too is booing, which is very much unlike him. That isn't the oddest thing though. What's odd is that everyone has hyper-realistic eyes, all very detailed. Clearly not shots of real people's eyes, but something a bit more real than CGI. The pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused, but since we weren't the writers, we didn't question its appeal to children yet. The shot goes to Squidward sitting on the edge of his bed, looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is of a night sky, so it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is that at this point there's no sound, literally no sound, not even the feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off, though their statuses showed them working perfectly. Squidward just sits there in this silence, blinking for about 30 seconds, then starts to sob softly. He puts his hands over his eyes and cries quietly for a full minute more. All the while, a sound in the background is very gradually growing from nothing to barely audible. It sounds like a slight breeze through a forest. The screen slowly begins to zoom in on his face. By slowly, I mean that it's only noticeable if you look at shots 10 seconds apart side by side. His sobbing gets louder and more full of hurt and anger. The screen then twitches a bit as if it twists in on itself for a split second before going back to normal. The wind through the trees sound gets louder and more severe, as if a storm is brewing somewhere. The eerie part is that this sound and Squidward's sobbing sounded real. It was like it wasn't coming from the speakers, but that the speakers themselves were holes that the sound was traveling through from the other side. As good a sound as the studio likes to have, they don't have the equipment to be able to produce audio of that quality. Below the sound of the wind and sobbing, very faintly audible, something sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second, so you had a hard time pinning it. We watched this episode twice, so pardon me if things sound too specific, but I've had time to think about them. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently, and something flashed over it, as if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound frame by frame. What we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. He couldn't have been more than 6. His face was mangled and bloodied, one eye dangling over it, popped. He was naked down to his underwear, his stomach crudely cut open, and his entrails splayed out beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. The most unsettling part was that there was a shadow of the photographer, but no crime tape, evidence tags, or markers, and the angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem they were the person responsible for the child's death. We were, of course, mortified, but pressed on, hoping that this was just a sick joke. The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing, louder than before, half of his body in the frame. There was now what appeared to be blood running down his face from his eyes. The blood was also done in a hyper-realistic style, looking as if you'd get it on your fingers if you touched the screen. The wind sounded now as if it were that of a gale blowing through the forest. There were even snapping sounds, like of branches. The laughing, a deep baritone, lasted for longer intervals and came more frequently. After about 20 seconds, the screen again twisted and showed a single frame photo. The editor was reluctant to go back. We all were, but he knew he had to. This time the photo appeared to be of a little girl, no older than the first child. She was laying on her stomach, her barrettes in a pool of blood next to her. Her left eye was damaged in the same way as the boy, and she was naked except for underpants. Her entrails were piled on top of her above another crude cut along her back. Again, the body was on the street, and the photographer's shadow was visible, very similar in size and shape to the first. I had to choke back vomit, and one intern, the only female in the room, ran out. The show resumed. About 5 seconds after this second photo played, Squidward went silent, all sound cut out, like it did when the first scene started. He put his tentacles down, and his eyes were now done in hyper-realism like the others were at the beginning of the episode. They were bleeding, bloodshot, and pulsating. He just stared at the screen as if watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing, this time not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud. The most fear-inducing thing of all was that this sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at a heavy rate. The wind sound came back, and so did the deep-voiced laughing, this time with a still photo that lasted for a good 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th and backed up. This time the photo was of a boy about the same age, but the scene was different. His entrails were being pulled out from his stomach, wound by a large hand. The right eye popped and dangling, blood trickling down it. The animator proceeded. The next frame was different, but we couldn't tell how. He continued to the next image, and it was the same thing. He then went back to the first and played them quicker, and I lost it. I vomited on the floor. The animation and sound editors gasping at the screen. The 5 frames were not 5 different photos. They were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts. We saw the kid's eyes focus on it. We even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink. The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call in the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within about 15 minutes. He was confused as to why he had been called down, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the next few frames were shown, all screaming and sound again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, his face taking up the full frame for about 3 seconds. The shot quickly panned out. That deep voice said, "Do it," and we saw a shotgun in Squidward's hands. He immediately puts the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter splatters the wall behind him and his bed, and he flies back with force. The last 5 seconds of the episode show his body on the bed on its side, one eye dangling from what's left of his head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then the episode ends. Mr. Hillenberg was obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what the hell was going on. Most people left the room at this point, so there were just a handful of us left to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served to imprint the entirety of it in my mind and cause me horrible nightmares. I'm sorry I stayed. The only theory we could think of was that the file had been edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio to here. The CTO was called in to find out when it had happened. Analysis of the file did show it was mixed with new material. However, the timestamp of the change was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing it. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware as well as glitches, such as if the timestamp was showing us the wrong time, but everything checked out fine. We didn't know what had happened, and to this day, nobody does. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. No child scene was identified, and no clues were gathered from the data involved, nor physical clues from the photos. I never believed in unexplainable phenomena before, but now that I've had something happen to me and can't prove anything about it beyond anecdotal evidence, I think twice about things. Dead Bart. You know how Fox has a weird way of counting Simpsons episodes? They refuse to count a couple of them, making the amount of episodes inconsistent. The reason for this is a lost episode from season 1. Finding details about this missing episode is difficult. No one who was working on the show at the time likes to talk about it. From what has been pieced together, the episode's production number was 7G06, and the title was Dead Bart. The episode labeled 7G06 Moaning Lisa was made later, and given Dead Bart's production code to hide the latter's existence. It was also written entirely by Matt Groening. During production of the first season, Matt started to act strangely. He was very quiet and seemed nervous and morbid. Mentioning this to anyone who was present around Matt at the time resulted in them getting very angry, and forbidding you to ever mention it to Matt himself. I first heard of it at an event where David Silverman was speaking. Someone in the crowd asked about the episode, and Silverman simply left the stage, ending the presentation hours early. In addition to getting angry, asking anyone who was on the show about Dead Bart would cause them to do everything they could to stop you from directly communicating with Matt Groening. At a fan event, I managed to follow him after he spoke to the crowd, and eventually had a chance to talk to him alone as he was leaving the building. He didn't seem upset that I followed him. He probably expected a typical encounter with an obsessive fan. When I mentioned the lost episode though, all color drained from his face, and he started trembling. When I asked him if he could tell me any details, he sounded like he was on the verge of tears. He grabbed a piece of paper, wrote something on it, and handed it to me. He begged me never to mention the episode again. The piece of paper had a website address on it. I would rather not say what it was for reasons you'll see in a second. I entered the address into my browser and came to a site that was completely black, except for a line of yellow text, a link. I clicked on it, and a file started downloading. Once the download was complete, my computer went crazy. It was the worst virus I had ever seen. System restore didn't work. The entire computer had to be rebooted. Before doing this though, I copied the file onto a CD. I tried to open it on my now empty computer. As I suspected, there was an episode of The Simpsons on it. The episode started off like any other, but had very poor quality animation. If you've seen the original animation for Some Enchanted Evening, it was similar but less stable. The first act was fairly normal, but the way the characters acted was a little off. Homer was angrier, Marge seemed depressed, Lisa behaved anxiously, and Bart appeared to have genuine anger and hatred towards his parents. The episode was about the Simpsons going on a plane trip. Near the end of the first act, the plane was taking off. Bart was fooling around as you'd expect. However, as the plane was about 50 feet off the ground, Bart broke a window and was sucked out. At the beginning of the series, Matt had an idea that the animated style of the Simpsons world represented life, and that death made things more realistic, hence why it was used in this episode. The picture of Bart's corpse was barely recognizable. They took full advantage of it not having to move, and made an almost photorealistic drawing of his dead body. Act 1 ended with a shot of Bart's corpse. When Act 2 started, Homer, Marge, and Lisa were sitting at a table, crying. The crying went on and on. It became more pained and realistic. Better acting than you'd think possible. The animation started to decay even more as they cried, and you could hear murmuring in the background. The characters could barely be made out. They were stretching and blurring, looking like deformed shadows with random bright colors thrown onto them. There were faces in the window, flashing in and out so that you were never sure what they looked like. This crying went on for all of Act 2. Act 3 opened with a title card saying 1 year had passed. Homer, Marge, and Lisa were skeletally thin, and still sitting at the table. There was no sign of Maggie or the pets. They decided to visit Bart's grave. Springfield was completely deserted, and as they walked to the cemetery, the houses became more and more decrepit. They all looked abandoned. When they got to the grave, Bart's body was lying in front of his tombstone, looking just like it did at the end of Act 1. The family started crying again. Eventually they stopped and just stared at Bart's body. The camera zoomed in on Homer's face. According to summaries, Homer tells a joke at this part, but it isn't audible in the version I saw, so you can't tell what he's saying. The view zoomed out as the episode came to a close. The tombstones in the background had the names of every Simpsons guest star on them, some that no one had heard of in 1989, some that haven't been on the show yet. All of them had death dates as well. For guests who died since, like Michael Jackson and George Harrison, the dates were when they would die. The credits were completely silent and seemed handwritten. The final image was the Simpson family on their couch, like in the intros, but all drawn in the hyper-realistic, lifeless style of Bart's corpse. A thought occurred to me after seeing the episode for the first time. You could try to use the tombstones to predict the death of living Simpsons guest stars, but there was something odd about most of the ones who haven't died yet. All of their deaths are listed as the same date. Mouse.avi. So do any of you remember those Mickey Mouse cartoons from the 1930s? The ones that were just put on DVD a few years ago? Well, I hear there's one that was unreleased to even the most avid classic Disney fans. According to sources, it's nothing special, just a continuous loop, like the Flintstones, of Mickey walking past 6 buildings that goes on for 2 or 3 minutes before fading out. Unlike the cutesy tunes usually put in though, the song in this cartoon was not a song at all, just constant banging on a piano for 1.5 minutes before switching to white noise for the remainder of the film. It wasn't the jolly old mouse we've come to love either. Mickey wasn't dancing or smiling. He was just kind of walking, like you or me, with a normal, slightly dismal facial expression and his head tilted to the side. Up until a year or 2 ago, everyone believed that after the film cut to black, that was it. When Leonard Maltin was reviewing the cartoon to decide whether it belonged in the complete series, he decided it was just too junk to be on the DVD, but wanted to have a digital copy due to the fact that it was an original creation of Walt. Once he'd created a digitized version on his computer and looked at the file, he noticed something. The cartoon was actually 9 minutes and 4 seconds long. This is what my source emailed to me, in full. He is a personal assistant of one of the higher executives at Disney and an acquaintance of Mr. Maltin himself. Quote, "After it cut to black, it stayed like that until the 6th minute, before going back to Mickey walking. The sound was different this time. It was a murmur. It wasn't even language, more like a gurgled cry. As the noise got louder and more indistinguishable over the next minute, the picture began to get weird. The sidewalk started twisting in directions that seemed impossible based on the physics of Mickey's walking, and the dismal face of the mouse was slowly curling into a smirk. In the 7th minute, the murmur turned into a blood-curdling scream, the kind painful to hear. The picture was getting more obscure too. Colors were appearing that shouldn't have been possible at the time. Mickey's face began to fall apart. His eyes rolled onto the bottom of his chin like 2 marbles in a fishbowl. He now had a curled smile pointing upwards towards the left side of his face. The buildings became rubble floating in midair. Meanwhile, the sidewalk was still navigating in warped directions, a few seeming inconceivable to what we as humans know about direction. Mr. Malton became disturbed and left the room at this point, sending an employee to finish the video and note down everything that happened, up until the last second. Afterwards, he was to immediately store the cartoon's disc in the vault. The distorted screaming in the film lasted until 8 minutes and a few seconds in, before abruptly cutting to the Mickey Mouse face seen at the credits of every Disney video from that time, with what sounded like a broken music box playing in the background. This continued for about 30 seconds. Whatever was in those remaining 30 seconds, I haven't been able to get a sliver of information about. From a security guard working under me who was making the rounds outside of that room, I was told that after the last frame, the employee stumbled out of the room with pale skin, stating that real suffering is not known 7 times before speedily taking the guard's pistol and offing himself on the spot. The only other thing I could get out of Leonard Maltin was the last frame of the film was a piece of Russian text that said something along the lines of, quote, "The sights of hell bring its viewers back in." As far as I know, no one else has seen it, but there were dozens of attempts at getting the file on rapid share by employees inside the studios, all of whom have been promptly terminated from their jobs. Whether it got online or not is up for debate, but if rumors serve me right, it is still out there somewhere under AVI. If you ever find a copy of the film, don't view it. Contact me by phone immediately, regardless of the time. When a Disney death is covered up as well as this, it means this has to be something huge. Get back at me. TR. I've yet to find a copy, but it is still out there. I know it. The Amazing World of Gumball. The Grieving. I've always loved Cartoon Network. When I was growing up, it was my favorite channel to watch. Even today, it still has some good shows, like Adventure Time and Regular Show. One of the newest shows on the network, The Amazing World of Gumball, is a cute and mildly entertaining show. Not really my cup of tea. It's a little immature, but my little brother seems to like it a lot. One day, I was watching Adult Swim when I realized that I'd been up so late that I hadn't even kept track of the time. It was already 4 AM. I don't recall ever watching Adult Swim this late, so I stayed awake to see what would happen when it ended. A little bumper showed up at the bottom of the screen during a commercial break. It said that a special episode of The Amazing World of Gumball was about to come on. I was a little confused about an episode of a very popular new show coming on this early, but I was bored and I decided I would watch it, thinking it might come on later in the day so I could spoil it for my brother. Sort of mean, I know. The flashy and energetic intro theme played. Although it was played a little differently than I recall, the music was a little different and the show's logo wasn't animated. Its colors were done rather sloppily as well, almost like something a little kid would do on a doodle board or a glow board. I ignored it, assuming it was just done for this special episode. The title of the episode was The Grieving, a sort of sad title, but I didn't really pay too much attention. It began with Gumball, the show's 12-year-old protagonist, standing alone facing a corner of his dimly lit classroom. He looked absolutely miserable, a far cry from his cheerful demeanor he usually had. There was no one else in the room, not even his best friend and adopted brother Darwin the goldfish, and the windows in the room clearly showed the night sky outside. I was really starting to get confused. Why would he be at the school at night, and why was he standing in the corner all sad and alone? After about what seemed like a minute of Gumball standing somberly in the corner, the scene suddenly changed. We were in Gumball's house. Once again, the scene is silent and a little disquieting. Richard, Gumball's enormous rabbit father, walks in from the kitchen. He looked even more miserable than Gumball had in the previous scene. Richard isn't wearing his usual attire. He's dressed in a fancy black suit, a little uncharacteristic of him, as he's usually a slob. He sighs and slumps down onto the sofa and starts sobbing intensely, sounding like someone who had just lost something important. I was starting to get a little creeped out. Where was the silly, fun cartoon that I usually look forward to watching with my younger brother? This was something completely different. I was beginning to think that this might have been something the creators did as an experiment or something, a test of the animation or sound perhaps. Though it couldn't have been. Aside from the opening theme, which was still different from the final shows, the episode had been much quieter than it usually was, only subtle sounds and very little music, and the animation was nothing to write home about either. It was done a bit like an amateur Flash on Newgrounds. The character designs were somewhat sloppy and rushed looking, and the real-life backgrounds used for the show looked different. As confused and somewhat frightened as I was, for some reason I kept watching it. Poor Richard was still sobbing on the sofa as the front door opened suddenly, making me jump a bit at such a loud noise. And Gumball's mother, Nicole, a blue cat like him, stepped in. Like Richard, she wasn't wearing her usual outfit for some reason. She was in a black dress and wearing a pretty black hat to match. Nicole sat down on the couch to comfort her husband, although she was looking a bit saddened herself. By this point, Richard's crying had begun to get more pained and miserable sounding. This wasn't the normal cartoon crying on the show. This was realistic and almost depressing crying. I almost felt like sobbing myself. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the sad scene at their home ended, as it shifted back to school. We weren't in Gumball's classroom this time. We were in Principal Brown's office. Nicole and Richard were there in their usual clothes, looking more normal and happy than they had before, but still slightly worried. Principal Brown, however, looked extremely sad. He quietly and somberly informed them that their children, Anais and Darwin, were not present after lunch earlier that day. They hadn't been seen at all the rest of the day. Nicole was instantly furious at him. She began spouting various insults and calls at him that I don't think would have made it on a more mature program like Regular Show. I was laughing at this because it seemed sort of funny for Nicole to flip out in this manner and start swearing like a sailor in a G-rated cartoon. But my outlook soon changed when Principal Brown told her something else after she had finally quieted down. His eyes began to tear up as he informed them that they were eventually found, but they had not been found alive. He went into graphic and nearly nauseating detail, describing how their bodies were found, their parents sitting back in utter shock. I could hardly believe what was happening. How could such a cheery and fun kids show be taking such a dark and twisted turn? I was considering turning the television off, but I was too scared to be left in the dark by now, nearly frozen by fear and disturbed intensely at the terrible things that he was saying. Another flashback. The scene was earlier that day, and the animation in this scene was even worse than earlier. I don't remember it very clearly, but I think he began his recollection by saying that the school had called the police department when they first turned up missing, believing the kids had simply ran off and decided to skip school. They said it was very uncharacteristic of both Darwin and Anais to go skipping school like delinquents. Darwin was a little naive and a bit ditzy, but he was a good kid and wouldn't even have dreamed of doing something like that. And Anais was even less likely to run away. She was a straight-A student despite being only 4, which also troubled the police, seeing as a defenseless 4-year-old girl was missing as well as an older boy. The school had been thoroughly checked, so the police started to search the heavily wooded area outside the school. It took little time for the police to discover the horrifying fate of Anais. In a small clearing outside of the school, Anais's head was found in a small box. You likely would have expected something like that to be shown in the show's cutesy art style, but it was nothing like that at all. Realistic blood covered the box, inside and out, while Anais's head was done in the normal style, but was drenched in blood. There was a note in the box, seemingly written in her blood. It was never stated during the episode what exactly was written on the note, but it apparently led to the rest of her remains and Darwin's heavily mutilated corpse. What I remember most about this scene was how out of place it seemed. All the blood and gore from Darwin and Anais's slaughtered and dismembered remains was done in a very realistic and disturbing way. It looked like the scene had been taken from a crime scene photograph done by a professional, not something from a cartoon. The way the scene was animated was different from most of the show as well. You may know that the characters from this series are done in vastly differing animation styles, from flash animation to CGI, and I think that there's even a character done by someone putting their chin upside down to make a face. This particular scene wasn't like anything I had ever seen on the show before. Every detail on Darwin's face was clearly illustrated. He looked a little like a zombie. His face was very pale and his eyes had been gouged out by someone. Anais fared no better, or what was left of her anyway. Her stomach had been slit open, her intestines were strewn around the trees and bushes in the woods, done once again in a very morbid and realistic style. I was feeling very ill by the time this incredibly disturbing flashback had come to an end, so I quickly ran to the bathroom to vomit. I was feeling better after upchucking, so I had realized that I had good timing and ran to the bathroom during a commercial. It was then I noticed that the show had been running twice as long. It usually ran for 11 minutes, but this episode was running for about 30. By then I was wondering if there was any information on the Grieving on IMDb or something. So while the commercials were still playing, I looked up some information about this episode on Google. Nothing came up. No information remotely similar to the plot or name of the episode existed anywhere. Now, incredibly scared and wondering if anyone else was watching, I quickly dialed my brother Larry and asked him to turn on Cartoon Network and see if he was seeing the same that I was. He was pretty mad that I woke him up at this hour, but he's a nice guy and told me he would see for me. I thanked him and stayed on the line as the show came back from commercial break. The scene had thankfully panned away from the horrific sight of the children mutilated and was back to the principal's office. I asked Larry if he saw some cartoon animals talking or crying, since that was what they were doing on my TV. To my surprise, he said that he saw nothing like that. Instead, it was a rerun of an old Looney Tunes short. In utter shock, I dropped the phone and ran over to the TV to turn it off, and as hard as I pressed the buttons, it would not shut off at all. I tried every single button and none of them did a thing. I tried unplugging the whole thing as well, but nothing worked. The TV stayed on no matter what. Larry had hung up, assuming that I was playing a joke or something, I guess, and I was alone again. My door was locked from the outside somehow, and the door to my bathroom was now locked as well. It seemed that I had no choice but to call the police, since my other family members were gone that night. It was the reason I could stay up so late to watch Adult Swim in the first place. When I hurriedly dialed the number, they didn't pick up. I was very scared and had no choice but to finish the episode. I turned on all the lights in my room and got under the covers, hiding like my little brother does when I make him watch scary movies with me. I had apparently missed a little bit, but Gumball's parents were still talking to Principal Brown, so not that much. Nicole was asking if Gumball was alright, apparently since she hadn't remembered him when Principal Brown told her what happened to Darwin and Anais. He looked slightly confused and shocked for a moment, and explained to her that he thought Gumball was out sick today, and that he had spent the day at home by himself with the stomach bug. Nicole screamed and wailed, while Richard quietly told him in a very out-of-character voice that they thought Gumball had got on the bus this morning, but it didn't seem that way. The police were called once again to search the building and the small forest outside of Elmore Junior High. They had found him in Miss Simeon's classroom, hanging by a noose, with a blood-covered knife behind him and blood covering his clothing. The episode ended with the shot of Gumball's dead body hanging there in the corner fading to black. The credits rolled silently, not like the usual way Cartoon Network annoyingly airs a promo that squishes half the screen. These credits rolled unusually slow, and they weren't that fun to watch either. A little creepy, just plain white text scrolling on a black background. I only recognized Ben Bocquelet's name, as he was the creator of the show. The rest were people I'd never heard of. The copyright notice at the end said, Cartoon Network Studios 2001, which was incredibly odd, seeing as the show was new for 2011. After all that was over, the screen went to static for a split second, during which some incredibly creepy and shocking video clips were shown between static intervals. I can still remember them all very clearly. The first was a picture of a person in a plague doctor outfit. Those always scared me for some reason, and the way the person in the suit was filmed was just as bad. A red light, something that freaks me out incredibly, was shown over the clip. The next was what seemed like a video being played very quickly, over and over, of a kitten's face being squished by a woman wearing high heels, which was strange because a so-called friend of mine sent me a picture yesterday of a cat being stepped on and killed, similar to the kitten in the video. The last one was the one that disturbed me the most, and made me want to both cry and vomit my guts out. It was my little brother, or at least a small child who looked very similar to him, being shot in the face by a person who looked like my father. You could clearly see the child's brains and blood splatter on the wall. I began to sob uncontrollably after that traumatizing clip, so much so that I passed out. When I woke up, my door was unlocked, and my television was turned off. I went to call the police on the home phone in my kitchen and report that I had seen some very disturbing things on TV, and that my doors had been locked. When they arrived, they could find nothing like what I remembered from early this morning. My internet history was even cleared. They were angry at me, and just assumed that I had a bad nightmare, when I was sure that I hadn't. Thankfully, one of the officers felt bad for me and took me out to a small diner so I could recollect my thoughts. At the diner, I remembered that my family was out visiting my aunt, and they were all supposed to be back by noon or so. It was already 11, so the officer and I drove back, only to find a whole squad of police cars and even some government agents at my house. They explained to me that my little brother was missing and that my mother and father were major suspects. I was freaking out and telling them about the disturbing clip of the boy who looked like my brother being shot in the head, but they wouldn't listen. I stayed with my older brother Larry, who wouldn't believe me either, still insisting that all he saw was an old Looney Tunes cartoon, and nothing at all creepy or weird. The cops eventually told me that they would contact Turner Broadcasting and tell them about the incident. A representative of Turner Broadcasting came to my cousin's house to talk to me in private about what I had seen and experienced that night. He was very kind, but it all seemed a little like some sort of affront. After I could tell him all I remembered, he agreed to play back that day's programming from when the incident with the disturbing gumball episode had occurred. To my shock, all that was airing at that time was an old Looney Tunes short. Nothing more, nothing less. I hysterically sobbed and moaned that what I had experienced and seen was completely real, but no one listened. Eventually I discovered that Ben Bockwale had a Twitter account, so I sent a message about the episode, and this was the reply I got. One thing, how in the heck did you find that? I never, ever thought I would think about that old shame again. Don't tell anyone this, Sarah. Yes, that's my name. But the amazing world of Gumball goes back further than you know. I used to have a really boring job as a teen, and I sketched little drawings of the Wattersons and friends. The episode you saw was never meant to be seen by anyone but me and a few friends of mine. It was a very awful thing to do, but we made the episode as a joke. A guy from the old job, who everyone hated, had lost a child to a crazed serial killer, who was apparently still out there somewhere. Anyway, we made it so we could make fun of how he came into work, usually crying like a fool, which is why you saw Mr. and Mrs. Watterson cry so much in the episode. I know, I am deeply sorry for what I did, which is why I tried to bury that stupid thing years ago. Literally, I went into the countryside with my mates and dug a hole and buried it. What I don't get though is how you describe the blood and guts and stuff. We didn't have any scene with Darwin and Anais' bodies being found. All that happens in the episode is that the parents are informed of the kids being found dead and them crying like crazy. We didn't even draw anything in the episode like that at all. We're not that sick. Now, this is my theory. The lunatic who killed the man's child found the tape we buried, watched it, and heavily edited it. Then he hijacked the local TV station near you, somehow, and got the episode to air on your local Cartoon Network station. Now, why your brother couldn't see it, I have no idea. Why it seems like you're the only one who saw it, I have no idea either. Sorry, but I just don't know. Now for the explanation you've been waiting for. The clips at the end, I don't know. I don't. I'm deeply sorry from the bottom of my heart, but I don't know why those clips were aired. I just don't. I'm sorry, I really am. But me and my mates are just the ones who made those scenes with Richard and Nicole crying. That's it. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm so deeply sorry. Best wishes, Ben Bockwale and everyone involved with the Grieving. Gregory's room. My life has always been pretty cheerful. This was made possible by my friends, family, a bright future at my university, and nothing particularly harmful happening to me so far. Everyone I know has nice thoughts of me, as I have of them. All my teachers and I get along well, and despite having no known relatives other than my parents, I don't really care much. I've always thought of my friends as brothers. I had, however, something I hid for years. I, like many other people I know, am a 90s kid. I'm pretty sure even adults during that time liked those years too. It was all about video games, simplicity, and good TV cartoons. Yes, good TV cartoons. The dream of becoming a cartoon tester came to me when I was just 6 years old. My parents accepted it delightedly when I told them. After all, it was just the perfect job for someone my age. One afternoon, they took me to Nickelodeon HQ. I was so excited to see everything they were making before anyone else watched it. My friends would be so jealous. I sat there in a room with a big TV and a DVD player, the first time I actually saw one. There were about 5 other kids that were, like me, expecting to watch cartoons all day. The room felt somewhat like a living room, probably to make us feel more comfortable. It had a carpet, chairs, a table, potted plants, and a nice warm shade of red paint on the walls. A staff member came out of nowhere with a CD, smiling at us. "We're going to make a new series on Nick Jr. If you like it, then we'll send the first season to your parents in no time," he said with a cheery tone. All the kids and me started celebrating as the man inserted the CD into the DVD player. "I'll be back in a while," he said with a bright smile as he left the room. The TV displayed a static screen, which was odd since it was the newest they had been selling that year. Eventually it showed a warm fireplace burning. The camera then panned out to reveal the whole room. There was no music at all, nor did the sequence introduce anything. The room looked warm and soft. A chair faced a window, showing stars and a night sky. A bald head was on the chair. It turned slowly, showing a face with big, creepy eyes, and a surprisingly realistic mouth. Me and all the kids were surprised about this man and his appearance. We waited to see what would happen. A robotic, emotionless voice broke the silence as the man said, "Oh, I didn't see you there." The camera turned around, showing his cruelly made CGI body. He greeted us and said, "Hello, I'm Gregory, and this is my room." The camera zoomed in on his creepy face. "We're going to have so much fun together, just the two of us." He pointed at the window. "We can look at the stars together." He held a book. "We can read a book together." The camera showed us the fireplace as Gregory said, "We could stare into the glorious flames of the fireplace together." The silence was crushing. All the kids looked confused and at each other. We waited again as Gregory stared into the fire. His face suddenly appeared again, and the camera slowly zoomed in. But no matter what we do, it will just be the two of us, and no one else in this room. Just me and you. No parents, no police, no one can hear you. Distorted background music began playing as his face got closer and closer. Not only that, but his voice and the background itself started to get weird as transparent flames took over the place. "Embrace me. I need love. Gregory needs love." The movie ended with his paralyzed face all over the screen. Every kid started crying uncontrollably as the man from some minutes ago came in. He had a very angry look on his face, and his words pierced through my memory. "You. I thought that guy learned his lesson long ago, but," he yelled furiously as he went through the door along with the other kids. The screen went blank as I secretly took the CD. It had clean, simple, plain written text on it that said, "Gregory's room." After a few days, there was some news about parents suing Nickelodeon for showing inappropriate content. They even got as far as labeling the incident as, quote, "a show that was ultimately rejected due to a poor focus group result." My parents were so frightened that they didn't let me near the place again. We live relatively close to Nick HQ. Until then, I kept the CD with me, hoping to understand, one day, the meaning of such a dreadful creation. Candle Cove. Skyshale 033. Does anyone remember this kids show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been 6 or 7. I never found reference to it anywhere, so I think it was on a local station, around 1971 or 1972. I lived in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on at a weird time, like 4 p.m. Mike_Painter65. It seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland and was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove, was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of a cave talking to a little girl. Skyshale 033. Yes, okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from parts of other dolls, real low budget. His head was an old porcelain baby doll, looked like an antique that didn't belong on the body. I don't remember which station this was. I don't think it was WTSF though. Jaren 2005. Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you mean, Skyshale. I think Candle Cove ran for only a couple months in 71, not 72. I was 12 and I watched it a few times with my brother. It was channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch to it after the news. Let me see what I remember. It took place in Candle Cove, and it was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughingstock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was Calliope music constantly playing. Don't remember the girl's name, Janice or Jade or something. I think it was Janice. Skyshale 033. Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the Laughingstock in channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden smiling face, with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea, and it had that awful Ed Wynn voice and laugh. I especially remember how jarring it was when they switched from the wooden/plastic model to the foam puppet version of the head that talked. Mike Painter 65. Haha, I remember now too. Do you remember this part, Skyshale? You have to go inside. Skyshale 033. Mike, I get a chill reading that. Yes, I remember. That's what the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place he had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push in on Laughingstock's face with each pause. You have to go inside. With his two eyes askew and that flopping foam jaw and the fishing line that opened and closed. It just looked so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was a handlebar mustache above really tall, narrow teeth. Kevin_Hart. I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when the show was on. Nightmare fuel. Jaren 2005. That wasn't the villain, the puppet with the mustache. That was the villain's sidekick, Horace Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on top of the mustache. I used to think that he only had one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. I can't believe what they let us watch back then. Kevin_Hart. Jesus H. Christ, the Skin Taker. What kind of a kid's show were we watching? I seriously could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on his strings. Just a dirty skeleton wearing that brown top hat and cape, and his glass eyes were too big for his skull. Christ almighty. SkyShale033. Wasn't his top hat and cloak all sewn up crazily? Was that supposed to be children's skin? Mike Painter65. Yeah, I think so. Remember his mouth didn't open and close? His jaw just slid back and forth. I remember the little girl said, "Why does your mouth move like that?" And the Skin Taker didn't look at the girl, but rather at the camera and said, "To grind your skin." SkyShale033. I'm so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I used to have this awful memory, a bad dream I had where the opening jingle ended. The show faded in from black, and all the characters were there, but the camera was just cutting to each of their faces, and they were just screaming, and the puppets and marionettes were flailing spastically and just screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it. Kevin_Hart. I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember that was an episode. SkyShale033. No, not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, literally just standing in place crying and screaming for the whole show. Kevin_Hart. Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that, but I swear to God I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. Jaren 2005. Oh God, yes, the little girl, Janice. I remember seeing her shake, and the Skin Taker screaming through his gnashing teeth, his jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come off of its wire hinges. I turned it off and it was the last time I watched. I ran to tell my brother and we didn't have the courage to turn it back on. Mike Painter65. I visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was little in the early 70s when I was 8 or 9, and if she remembered a kids show, Candle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that, and I asked why, and she said, "Because I used to think it was so strange that you said, 'I'm gonna go watch Candle Cove now, Mom,' and then you would just tune the TV to static and watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination with your little pirate show." 1999. The year is 1999. That sentence brings me back to my senior kindergarten class when I was 5 years old, where we used to read out the date on the blackboard every single day. The year 1999 exists as a stain in my mind. However, as a memory that will not go away no matter how I try to forget it. 1999 marked the year I lost my first tooth, my first time on a plane, and unfortunately the early loss of my childhood innocence. That one memory that refuses to be wiped. It all started with that new, or old TV. At the time, Pokemon was the latest fad to hit the school. Pokemon cards, games, stickers, and the most popular, the TV show. So of course, every time I came home from school, I would stay glued to the TV until Pokemon came on at 5. The only problem was that my dad watched the news at 5:30, and Pokemon episodes were back to back, which means I had to miss an episode every day, something I whined on and on about. My dad got tired of hearing me complain every day. That must be why he went and bought another TV. My dad put the TV he just bought in my room. Unfortunately, it was just an old, small boob tube with rabbit ears even. It also had only 20 channels available, not including the channel Pokemon was on. I recall I didn't care though. I was just thrilled I had my own TV in my room. After surfing through the channels, I came to the conclusion that only channel 2, TVO Kids, was worth watching, so I watched that for a while. It wasn't for another few months until I discovered channel 21. One day in April, I was flipping through the channels, trying to see if Pokemon was on, and I pressed channel 21 on the remote, hoping there were more channels, and to my delight, there was. My dad was surprised too, but he let me watch it because it seemed to have kids' programs on. The channel was called Caledon Local 21, and later I found out it was indeed broadcasted from the town of Caledon, Ontario, a town very close to my city. The shows I saw on Caledon Local 21 looked poorly made, and I never understood what was going on in them half the time. However, as I grew up, every time I thought of that channel, I realized more and more how messed up the shows were, and I had to ask myself, what the f was I watching? The following is a list of shows and episodes I remember seeing on Caledon Local 21. How I remember such detail even disturbs me, but I guess things like this just stand out in your mind for a while. The channel only ran a few shows, probably because it was only operational between 4 PM and 9 PM. April 1999. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 12. Very sketchy name if you were to look at it nowadays. The show featured a man wearing a bear mascot costume who would get a new visitor into his cellar every day. It was always a kid. The show was filmed with a camcorder, and not a very good one either. The police asked me a lot of questions about this show. This episode started with Mr. Bear sitting at a table playing checkers by himself. He sat there playing for a bit until there was a knock on the door. The camera was then looking up from the stairs at the door, where there was another knock. Mr. Bear climbed the stairs and opened the door to reveal 2 young children. One was a boy about my age, and the other was a girl who looked about 8. Mr. Bear danced in delight and then started talking to the kids. I couldn't hear any of them that well. Mr. Bear then led the kids into the cellar, which was quite dark, only lit by a small oil lamp on the table. I can't really remember that much more, except him singing a song which I couldn't hear too well either, probably because of that large bear mask. The episode ended with them playing hide and seek, with the kids hiding in a closet and Mr. Bear counting. May 1999. Soup and Spoon. I don't think this was even a show. I think it was more of a special movie thing. All I know is I stopped watching Caledon Local 21 for a while because I thought this show was too stupid, especially since Pokemon now came on at 4:30 and 5 o'clock. I don't remember much of this, but it showed a can of soup and a spoon both attached to strings, swinging back and forth, as if someone was holding them and dangling them in front of the camera. Interestingly enough, the show was shot in a basement, which looked just like the one used in Mr. Bear's cellar. Like I said, I can't remember much. The only thing I can remember clearly was the end. The entire thing was only half an hour, and just included stuff I found stupid, such as the spoon chasing the soup around trying to eat him. The ending showed a table and about 7 kids sitting around it, each with a bowl of soup in front of them. They were sitting and looking at the camera, but with confused, almost frightened faces. The cameraman then held the can of soup in front of the kids and said, "Spoons ready?" and then it just stopped. July 1999. It was summer and I hadn't watched Channel 21 for a while, until one day when I slept over at my friend's house and I decided to check it out again. My friend had gotten a TV in his room for his 6th birthday, so we stayed up very late. For us, 9:30 was very late, and watched TV. That's when I remembered Channel 21 and brought it up to my friend. We decided to see if it was on, and to our surprise, it was. They must have changed the broadcasting time. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 23. This episode was entertaining for my friend and me, mainly because it had swearing. However, now when I think of this episode, I realize something was definitely wrong when it was filmed. The episode started with the camera on its side, while it was facing Mr. Bear who was walking upstairs to the cellar door. The camera then blacked out for about a second, before fading back upright and facing Mr. Bear. There was also another kid talking to him, but this kid looked about 11 or 12. He was talking to Mr. Bear for a while, but I couldn't hear well, again with the crappy camcorder, until the kid started raising his voice. The kid was saying how it was late and his sister had to go home. You could also hear more voices in the background. I remember Mr. Bear clearly saying, "Get the f*** out, you're not invited," with a deep voice muffled by the bear mask. I remember my friend and I looking at each other and laughing at the mention of the forbidden F word, but the episode got weirder. The kid began climbing the stairs before turning around and saying how he was going to call the police. Mr. Bear began breaking into a run towards the kid, who started screaming and running as well. The camera then cut out, and that was the end of the episode. The channel then turned to static shortly after. August 1999. I didn't want to watch Channel 21 after that. In August, I grew more curious to see Mr. Bear's Cellar for some reason though. The last episode I saw of Mr. Bear was weird and had swearing, which also made me think the show was meant for teenagers. Nonetheless, I flipped onto Channel 21 when my dad was busy. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 28. Apparently this episode had been playing the entire month of August. It was studied a lot by the police. The entire episode was just Mr. Bear sitting in a chair talking to the audience. "Hello kids, do you want to visit my cellar? If you do, please write me a letter at this address." The screen then switched to a white screen with multicolored letters reading the address, and that was what remained for the episode. This repeated for 5 hours every day until September came. And guess what I actually did? I sent Mr. Bear, or that sick who portrayed him, a letter. I did it out of curiosity mostly. My dad was okay with it because he thought it was a legit kids show, but then again, he never saw any of what was on Channel 21. So I wrote a letter using my best writing possible. I think I just said how I wanted to meet Mr. Bear, so my dad sent the letter to the address Mr. Bear said on the show. It stayed on all day anyway for some reason. It took about a week to get a response, which I was surprised I did. I still have the letter I received on August 15th, 1999. The letter read, "Dear Elliot, thank you ever so much for your letter. I would love to have you in my cellar. We play games, watch movies, and go fire camping in the middle of the woods. Come to my house at," the police cut out this address, "Caledon, Ontario, Canada. I look very forward to having fun with you. Love, Mr. Bear." I cannot believe my dad never found this sketchy, because he actually took me to the house, and that's when the police became involved. Those endless questions, those pictures of terrified kids, the woods. That brings me to why I'm writing this blog. That psycho and his friends did some up shit back then, and now it seems he's trying to get in contact with me again. The entire police thing is coming back. That has brought 1999 back to me, over a decade later. It is happening again. Update, November 14th, 2009. People have been emailing me asking exactly what happened in 1999. I will get to that. Those weird TV shows I was watching apparently were meant to attract kids to Mr. Bear's house. What Mr. Bear did shocked the entire town. My dad actually drove me to Caledon along with the address Mr. Bear left on the letter. The house was actually in the outskirts of the town, in the open farmland. I still remember that house. It looked like an older farmhouse that looked to have been built in the early 1900s. The windows were all boarded up, and the house looked in a state of disrepair. As we walked up to the house, I remember my dad checking the address over and over again, and looking at the house in disbelief. Then the door opened. I expected Mr. Bear to be at the door, but I was surprised to see a police officer emerge from the creaking doorway. The officer began talking to my dad. While I quickly asked if that was Mr. Bear's house, the officer's face cringed slightly, and then he muttered, "Oh God," or something like that. He started talking quietly to my dad so I couldn't hear, although my dad told me to go to the car anyway, and then we just went home. My dad was quiet the whole way home. I felt something strange had happened. My dad never told me what happened for a while. I forgot about it anyway too. Channel 21 no longer came on, and when I asked about it, my dad would not acknowledge its existence. I think it was when I was 13 where I learned the truth. I remember Channel 21 one day and asked my dad about it. I guess he finally decided I should hear the truth. Caledon Local 21 was a local TV channel that ran from October 1997 to August 1999 in the Peel region of Ontario. The entire channel was made from a house in Caledon, the one I visited, and run by a man who was not really known by anyone in the town. The channel was only available to older TVs because the signal was one only picked up by rabbit ears, weaker frequency. The man created all the shows on the channel, all of which were kids shows. He was Mr. Bear, and he was the mysterious cameraman. The reason he created the channel was more disturbing than what was originally thought. As you might have already guessed, he kidnapped kids and held them in his cellar. But while most people think he was a serial child molester, he really wanted to use the kids for another purpose. The day I arrived, the man had fled his house the night before, the day before the police went in for their investigation. I wasn't the only one who was watching. Update, December 2nd, 2009. Sorry for not answering any questions for so long. I haven't accessed my email account for some time. Anyway, let me finally set things straight about what I know. Back in October, I visited the house previously owned by the man who ran Caledon Local 21. 2 women lived there, operating a daycare business. How ironic. Now to answer the questions you guys emailed to me. Who else watched Caledon Local 21? I know other people watched it for sure, including those kids who wound up at Mr. Bear's house. After some Google searches, I found a few people on the NeoSeeker forums who were discussing shows from Caledon Local 21. They talked about the 2 shows I watched, but there's also 2 other shows I had never seen before. A user named I Am Real Life seemed to know all the shows that were broadcasted on Channel 21. Here are the 2 I have never heard of: The Fallen Angel and Life. I Am Real Life described it as a fairly boring show about a guy rambling on and on in front of a camera about how he must please Satan and appease him before it's too late. Paint with the Soul. I Am Real Life and another user called Siggy92 were discussing this show. They described it as Blair Witch-like, as it consisted of the cameraman wandering around a forest at night, doing nothing particularly interesting. I'll go looking for the conversation and see if I can get the link. Where is Mr. Bear, or the guy who wore the costume? If I did know, I would have said earlier. I have no idea where the guy is, or if he's dead or alive. Hopefully dead. When I see my dad's friend next time, I'll ask him about this. Maybe I can get a more definitive answer. What did Mr. Bear do to the children? This is by far the most common question I've been asked. I found this out in October as well via my dad's friend who is a retired Caledon regional officer. Apparently the man playing Mr. Bear took the kids out of the house and into the forest nearby. What he did there, police are not exactly sure how it happened, but 16 charred bodies of children between the ages of 4 to 13 were found in a 15 by 15 foot ditch deep within the forest. My dad's friend did not want to go into exact details, but I'm seeing him next Thursday anyway, so maybe I can extort more information from him then. That's all I have for now. Thanks for keeping an interest in my blog. I will try to gather as much information as I can for my next post. I've actually been getting pretty interested in this myself. It should be my right to know what the hell happened. Update, January 14th, 2010. I'm sorry I haven't posted anything for a while. I kind of lost interest in this blog since I hit a standstill while looking for more information about the identity of the owner of Caledon Local 21. However, a few weeks ago I struck gold. I found some answers surprisingly from the father of a kid I used to babysit. He lives just across from my street, and I used to look after his kids when they were younger. He currently doesn't have a job either. He used to live near the woods outside of Caledon, and witnessed the owner's activities in the woods. His name is Anthony Polo. When he lived in the small bungalow outside the woods, he would often venture in to smoke a joint of marijuana or two before returning to his work as a woods craftsman. Polo described that sometimes he would hear voices of children coming from deeper within the woods, as well as a glowing light off in the distance. Polo told me that these events started in late 1997. Note, this is around the time Caledon Local 21 began airing. He apparently became annoyed by this happening every once in a while, and actually went to investigate. Polo then described what the whole scene looked like when he got there. There was a group of kids, he said about 13 to 17, and ages 5 to 12 gathered around a large fire pit with a burning fire. With them was a single adult. Polo talked to the man, noting his unusual unkempt appearance of a crack addict as well as his constant twitching, and asked what he was doing out in the forest with the children. The man said they were on a camping trip, something they did frequently. Polo, not suspecting anything, Caledon has one of the lowest crime rates in Canada, simply left it at that and told them to be quieter. Polo then paused for a while before telling me that they never became quieter. In fact, sometimes he heard loud chanting from the children in an unknown language. He didn't bother meeting with the man again, as he was moving anyway. I told Polo that the man was probably the owner of Caledon Local 21, but he doubted it, as he heard that the man was moving to Pickering by several other residents near that area. Here is what I know now. The man would take kids into the woods regularly for quote-unquote camping. The fire pit Polo described may be the hole the bodies of the children were found in. The children Polo saw are probably the ones found dead. The man moved to a city called Pickering, a smaller city east of Toronto. I will discuss this with my dad's friend, the ex-cop, and see if this matches anything the police knew about the man. I also want to see if he has any other knowledge of what was aired on Caledon Local 21. Update, February 10th, 2010. Good news guys, I talked to my dad's friend and he disclosed a lot of information for me. First I asked if the police had any information on the man who ran Caledon Local 21. He replied that they have only had the same leads for years and never found a suspect. However, the Peel Regional Police do have some of the tapes found in the house Caledon Local 21 broadcasted from. He took me over so I could watch a few. I guess I haven't said much about him yet. My dad's friend's name is Mitchell Wilson, a pretty nice guy. He seems to understand my thirst for knowledge on what happened during the late 90s in that house. He feels it was wrong that my dad went so long without telling me much. He took me to the Davis Road Police Station. If you don't know, it's the largest station in Caledon, and one of the largest in the Peel region itself. Each of the main stations around Peel have some of the tapes. I was able to watch all of the footage that the Davis Road Station has. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to take any tapes home for obvious reasons. Pain with the Soul Episode 10. Garbage Thrown Away. Pain with the Soul was one of the shows that I Am Real Life and Siggy92 discussed on Neoseeker. I told the police about this, and they informed me that 12 episodes of the show were made and broadcast between December 5th, 1997 and January 8th, 1998. Exactly as I Am Real Life and Siggy92 described, the episode opened with the cameraman wandering around in a forest. It appeared to be during the evening, as it seemed the sun was setting. The cameraman walked along a path until he got to an area where there was a lot of garbage lying in the leaves. The camera looked around at the various wrappers, bottles, bags, and boxes, making sure each item got a few seconds of screen time. The camera then focused on a single area before the man spoke. I recall he spoke in a very timid, quiet voice, and I swear I've heard it somewhere else before, like on another Caledon Local 21 show. I could barely hear what he was saying, but he mainly talked about how humans are garbage, or something that had to do with saving ourselves by cleaning up the garbage, us. It actually sounded really stupid, but still a feeling of dread came over me. I mean, that forest was possibly where those bodies were found, right? Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 25. When the police administrator brought this tape in, I actually said, "Oh shit," and chuckled a bit out loud. Of course I got stares from the staff, but Wilson explained to them about my little experience with Mr. Bear, and how I still kept the letter he sent me. Like the previous episodes, this one included a guy wearing a bear mascot costume. The episode began with Mr. Bear waddling over to his cellar door with a bottle of orange juice in his paws. On the ground were 16 shot glasses as well as a small bottle that contained an unknown liquid. Mr. Bear poured an equal amount of orange juice into each glass before opening the smaller bottle and depositing one drop into the glasses. Mr. Bear then went off camera. There were some minor sounds such as shuffling, and then Mr. Bear emerged from behind the camera's location. Following him were 16 children. Some looked as young as 4, while others looked like they were practically teenagers. As the children entered, the administrator commented that this is the only episode that showed all 16 victims. The kids all looked rather content, except for one who had visible bruises on his face, and unlike the other kids, he had a more fearful expression. He also looked about 11 or 12, which caused me to recognize him. He was the kid who had asked about his sister and subsequently met an unknown fate at the end of episode 23, that one episode I watched during July 1999. When I told the administrator this, he confirmed it was the same kid. He was also featured in episode 24, an episode that only aired once at 3 o'clock in July 1999. The police have still not found the tape. Mr. Bear then broke into song, singing about citrus fruits and how good vitamin C was for you. I could barely hear the lyrics as they were muffled by the bear mask. The kids all drank their juice, the one from episode 23 doing it rather reluctantly, and the episode ended. After viewing the tapes in possession of the Davis Police Road Station, I'm satisfied but only temporarily. I still want to know the full story. The police just keep giving me the same crap about the creator of Caledon Local 21 being a fetishist pedophile, as well as an apparent cultist. I will sign off for now, get into university first, and get information later. Hopefully I will get back to this blog as soon as possible. Update, May 8th, 2010. Last month, I finally got my G2 license. In Ontario, Canada, this allows you to drive in a car by yourself, as well as some passengers after 6 months. I of course took advantage of this and drove into Caledon for a little Sunday drive. Since I haven't updated this blog in a while, I figured I might as well visit the house where the infamous channel of my childhood was located. The house looked different than last when I saw it in October. The place was no longer used as a daycare, and just sat there abandoned. However, it did have a for sale sign showing that someone still owned it, wanting to get rid of it though. The abandoned house drew fuzzy memories from my mind, mainly of that day my dad took me to visit Mr. Bear. A feeling of dread came upon me. What happened to the children while they were living in that house? I walked up to the steps of the front door and peered through the window. Inside, I could see a nearly empty hallway with a few boxes at the end. At the end of the hallway to the right was an open doorway, presumably leading to the kitchen. To the left were 2 doors, both apparently leading to the rooms visible through the windows outside. I wondered where the cellar entrance was located and whether it had been sealed up. I walked around to the back of the house and found my answer. 2 wooden doors lying at an almost flat angle were padlocked shut. This had to lead to the cellar. Not wanting to hang around, so you cannot imagine what was going through my mind at that time, I departed. Behind the house, this empty field continued on until it reached a dense forest that lined the horizon. I wondered if that was the forest where the bodies of the children were found. I thought to myself, it, and proceeded to walk across the field behind the house into the forest. The forest was oddly quiet, save for the few periodic sounds of a woodpecker drilling into a distant tree. I cautiously made my way deeper into the woods, not really caring about the fact I had no idea where I was going. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like there was something I had to find. I came to a thinner part of the woods and a few small houses in the distance. Polo's house crossed my mind, and I wondered if one of these homes had belonged to him. I neared a small clearing in which I could see 3 adequately sized logs gathered around a black, charred area, showing a small fire had been lit there recently. "Hey, get the f*** out of our fort." Those words nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned to my left and saw 2 dark-clothed people running towards me. My initial thought was to run. However, as they came closer, I saw they were really just kids in their early teens, possibly 13 or 14, maybe even 12. As they approached me, they realized my size as well. I'm 6'1", while they could have been no bigger than 5'8", one might have been 5'7". We said, "Get the f*** out," the larger one who was wearing a Slipknot shirt said half-heartedly. I stood my ground and shrugged. The shorter one was wearing a Metallica shirt, swung out a butterfly knife, and held it in my direction. "No, you wouldn't want to," I said in a deep, serious tone, trying to sound as badass as possible. I pulled out my cell phone. The 2 kids withdrew, the one in the Metallica shirt putting the knife away. "Look, dude, we don't like people in our forest, so can you just go?" the one in the Slipknot shirt said, obviously intimidated. I had no business in the forest anyway, so I uttered out a simple, "fine," and turned before I realized I had a great opportunity. "Did either of you hear of a guy who murdered a bunch of kids in these woods about 13 years ago?" I asked the kids. The 2 looked at each other in confusion, before the one wearing the Metallica shirt answered. "Yeah, everyone knows about that guy," he said to me as if I were stupid. The kid in the Slipknot shirt continued. "He still lives around here, in the storm drain. My big brother's friend says he saw him in a bear costume once, wandering around the forest at night." My instincts told me this was probably a lie, and the owner of Caledon Local 21 is probably long gone, only existing as folklore in this smaller, isolated community. However, as a human, the thought of the mysterious unknown sparks interest within. "And where is the storm drain?" I asked, just out of curiosity. I don't actually believe the kid's story. The kid in the Metallica shirt stared at me for a few moments, his eyes seemingly full of annoyance, yet curiosity for me. "You're not from around here, are you? Why did you even come here?" Now, I do admit I was slightly startled by the nature of his question. However, I figured I might as well explain why I was there, just in case people mistook my intentions. I told the 2 kids about my experience with the man and Caledon Local 21, and that I had come to maybe seek out some sort of closure, although even I wasn't exactly sure. The kids seemed familiar with the channel as they smiled and looked at each other when I mentioned it. They also became more understanding and gave me a detailed description on how to get to the storm drain. Shortly after, I decided to just turn around the way I came and head back to the house, leaving the kids at their fort. But now you're probably wondering why I left out such detail about what the kids told me just now. It is because I'm choosing to conclude what I have gathered now. Here is what the kids told me in detail. The storm drain lies ahead of the kids' fort, in the same direction I was heading. The drain ends at a small river where access water is drained out. Near here is a small playground. The kids told me people rarely use it. The man supposedly lives in the large pipe that rainwater drains out of. People have seen him, although always either wearing a bear mask or the mask and a full bear bodysuit. Note, I do not believe this is true and in fact simply a myth made by the residents of Caledon. The story does not seem plausible in any way. Why did no one call the police? Didn't this guy look suspicious? And other questions like this leave the story invalid. I may visit the storm drain, not because I believe the story, but because I want an excuse to visit Caledon again, so this blog doesn't die. With no more tapes to watch, I don't know what to talk about anymore. Thanks for continuing to support me and my blog. I know many are looking forward to more information about what happened in Caledon during the year 1999, and I will do my best to continue my research into the topic. Elliot out. Update, October 7th, 2010. Wow, nearly 5 months since I last updated. I'm guessing everyone pretty much thinks I was dead, right? Thankfully I'm not, but in all seriousness, I really have been busy these last few months, and a blog about something that could have killed me as a kid is a little low on my current priorities list. As of now, I am living in Waterloo, Ontario, attending the University of Waterloo for computer engineering. Yeah, I'm a keener. As you can imagine, engineering is no walk in the park, so obviously I nearly forgot about this blog, but as you can see now, I'm back. I remembered to visit the storm drain the kids from the Caledon forest told me about. It was out in a clearing between the wooded areas nearby a marsh. Unfortunately, I found absolutely nothing, save for a turtle that retreated into its built-in home when it saw me. I snapped some pics of the pipe, which I posted as well. Also, let me tell you, it was not a storm drain like they said it was. What I saw was a simple pipe, possibly to channel the excess water from the marsh. When I returned from Caledon, however, I simply kept putting off uploading everything until I forgot all about my blog. It just didn't seem important to me anymore, please forgive me. It wasn't until only recently that I am now interested in my case again. On September 10th, I received an email from this email address, returnthebee@hotmail.com. Funny, am I right? Well, it does get better. I'm going to copy and paste the exact email this guy sent me. Dear Elliot, my dear boy. You see, this story may or may not be true, but it could happen. There are many slots for airtime. If you have money, you can have a public access TV channel. Some public access channels share airtime like EWTN, religious channel based out of Michigan, that shows Catholic-based programming, but during off hours, have independent shows or just blue screen. Cable networks have empty channels available for rent space, so the scenario of renting a channel on basic TV is not far-fetched at all. However, public access TV is widely reviewed and can be terminated at any time. These are the rules for the United States, not for Canada where this story took place. So if this happened in the US, the would be tracked down and arrested immediately. Yes, this story could happen, but it is very unlikely. 100 fuzzy hugs, Mr. Bear. Now obviously this letter is fake and sounds almost corrupted, but still I would like to thank whoever sent it, though they could use some English lessons. Just reading this letter creeped me out, but because of it, I'm now full of this new interest to continue my blog. I guess it's just funny trying to pursue the mysteries I've always questioned. Now, my roommate knows about all of this. He thought the letter was real and actually seemed more scared than I was for a second. But then I shrugged it off, so he did too. I mean, what are the chances of this being real? How would Mr. Bear know about all this public access TV stuff, and about when I went to Caledon on those occasions? More or less know my email, or me still be interested in his cellar. Ha. I'm going to send a reply to Return the Bee. Wow, just looking at the email address, you can tell someone wanted to freak me out. It didn't really work though. Although to whomever you are, thank you for sparking my interest back into the full matter. Maybe I can find out more about what happened to Mr. Bear. Hopefully, because although I don't buy that email, a part of me still feels anxious. Thank you to all those who are still following me and have become avid fans. You are also why I am choosing to continue this. Thanks guys. Update, November 7th, 2010. Wow, I can't believe this blog hasn't been deleted yet. I haven't posted anything for so long. I have my reasons and I'd rather not discuss them just yet. It has been a rather traumatic year for me. Some of you are right. I shouldn't have gone back trying to relive the mysteries of my childhood, but I couldn't resist. It's been over a year since my last post and a lot has happened. Let's recap where I'm at right now with regards to the whole Mr. Bear incident. Returnthebee@hotmail.com is no longer in use. I tried replying to the email, but I got no reply. I tried again a while back, still no response. I actually moved up to Ottawa, the capital of Canada for those who don't know, for university, so I haven't been back to Caledon or back home in the Peel region for a while. I have my reasons for leaving, as you could guess why. I've had to make a new email account because people keep prank mailing me pretending to be Mr. Bear. Thanks a lot guys, not. Why have I ventured back to this blog? Mitchell Wilson, remember my dad's ex-cop friend, gave me a phone call on October 23rd about a tape that was found in a branch of the Brampton Public Library. Brampton is my hometown in case you haven't picked up on that yet. He claims he isn't allowed to discuss the contents of the tape with me as it is still in evidence, but he asked me to come check it out when I return home. That tape got the gears grinding again, because we all know what was on the last tapes I saw. I can only imagine what can be on it. I'm guessing it must have something to do with Caledon Local 21. I guess I just wanted to say I'm continuing this blog and thank you for everyone who still follows it. I don't know when my next entry will be, but when I see that tape, I'll write about what I find. I don't know what to expect, but the idea of seeing another tape has gotten me interested in this whole mystery all over again. Elliot. Update, January 21st, 2011. It has been a long year for me. University has been giving me the usual sleepless nights, especially since I transferred to Ottawa, which is the place to party. Sarcasm. But now I'm back home with my dad in Brampton, the town I grew up in. I got home on the 18th of December and have been visiting with friends and family, or at least that's what I rather would have done. Now that festive holiday cheer that I usually have at this time of the month is absent. To answer the hundreds of emails and comments I got, yes, I did see the tapes that my dad's friend Mitchell Wilson promised to show me. These tapes, however, act as a curse. I want to know more, yet I want to forget everything. I couldn't help it. I needed to see those tapes. Not only for myself, but for all you guys who are just as intrigued as I am by that ominous man in a bear suit from my past. However, after viewing those tapes, I feel that pit of dread deep inside me once again. That feeling where I know that all those kids in those videos are dead, that I could have been one of those kids, and that humanity is a dark, dark place. If you haven't skipped this paragraph for the juicier details below, thank you for listening to my rambling. On January 1st, I called Mitchell Wilson and asked if there was time where I could come by and view the tapes. Things were pretty slow at the station because of a snowstorm, so he said I could come down anytime that day. The tapes were located at a branch not too far from me, so I braved the slushy roads and terrible Brampton drivers and made my way to the Peel Regional Police Station, located at the Bramelia City Center. I met Wilson at the front desk, where he then led me up to the second floor and into a small office. He instructed me to have a seat and wait while he got the tapes. Before leaving the office, he turned to me and said, "I know you're curious, but are you sure you want to do this?" Of course I did, or at least thought so. Besides, Wilson's friend had pulled a lot of strings to get me in there, and I didn't want to waste the opportunity. This particular station had 2 tapes on hand. I was only able to watch a few minutes of footage, however, because the second tape was apparently too damaged to be played on a VCR. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 30. Mr. Bear never ceases to disturb me, especially after what almost happened when I was younger. This episode took place outside in a forest at dusk, making it slightly hard to see, especially considering the quality of the film, a trademark of anything from Caledon Local 21. The episode started with the camera being held in the paws of Mr. Bear, aiming it at himself. That bear mask. It looked more sinister in the shadows of the trees. The unmistakable muffled voice spoke up. "Hello, children. Today I will be doing a wonderful thing for my friends. I will be delivering them to a faraway land where they will surely be happy." Mr. Bear turned the camera around to show an ATV with an attached trailer. But what stood out the most was the trailer contained 7 motionless children lying side by side. "This here is the first load, but more will be on their way soon." Mr. Bear turned around and pointed the camera at a large burlap tarp spread on the ground. He picked up the tarp, revealing a large hole that must have been at least 12 feet deep and maybe about 15 feet wide. The rest of the episode consisted of Mr. Bear taking each kid and dropping them into the hole. I asked Wilson if they were dead, to which he shook his head and replied, "Not yet." Soon all the kids were in the pit. Some were in awkward positions due to being tossed in, but they remained unconscious. "The vitamin C will surely help these children on the great journey that awaits them," Mr. Bear mentioned as he panned the camera towards multiple bottles of gasoline beside a bush. The camera zoomed into the bottles as Mr. Bear hummed before the episode ended. Wilson revealed to me that these were 7 of the 16 victims found burnt to a crisp. The gasoline is what the man playing Mr. Bear used to light them on fire. A pit full of burning children. Who the f would do that? That feeling of dread found me once again when I realized I could have been one of those kids. Wilson then explained to me that he had previously lied. The other tape confiscated by the Bramelia police branch did indeed work and contained the filming of the actual burning. However, he felt that I wouldn't be able to handle the disturbing and graphic nature of the episode. And you know what? Maybe I can't. I don't even want to see it. I'm satisfied for now. I just need to get some time to get myself together. The thing is, the man who ran Caledon Local 21 is still out there. More to come. Elliot. Once upon a time, there lived a boy named Elliot. Elliot was a clever boy who loved playing with his friends. One day, he watched a lovely television show about a bear and his children friends. The children loved helping each other as good children should, but they also loved the bear. The bear loved the children since the children were so good at helping him and the fallen angel. The children and the bear wanted to play together forever with the help of their angel friend, but the fallen angel needed even more help, so the children had to give the ultimate sacrifice. Because that's what friends do, Elliot. They help each other. Help us, Elliot. Burn with us, Elliot. I want you, Elliot. He wants you, Elliot. Come back to my cellar. Pretty please, with sugar and icing on top. Mr. B. Update, April 5th, 2011. I wanted to update more, I truly did. However, certain circumstances had turned me off the whole Caledon Local 21 thing. I've since then had hundreds of emails about my blog and was even in contact with a magazine about my story. But now's the time to come clean with everyone. Where have I been for an entire year? The story of Pandora's box is true, and I opened it. I opened it when I watched the second tape in the possession of the Bramelia police branch. The other subject I'd like to discuss is the number of joke/fake emails I've been getting from people claiming to be Mr. Bear. Let's start with the second tape, as that's what's traumatized me into stopping my search temporarily. After a few weeks of playing silent, I decided to ask Mitchell Wilson if I could view the infamous second tape he'd talked about. I don't know why. I just felt that viewing the tape would give me some closure. Wilson was obviously reluctant to show me, but I was persistent. He gave me an offer. If I was still interested by the time I turned 20, he would show me the tape. Not being able to do much else, I just played the waiting game. By the time my 20th birthday rolled around, I was definitely still interested in viewing the tape. I gave Wilson a call, during which he admitted that he had hoped that I would forget about asking him again, but I was not taking no for an answer. You really don't need to see it, he kept telling me, but I did need to see it. I had to at this point. Sure enough, he invited me to the Bramley police branch one Monday afternoon. Having watched every Saw film and a video of animal slaughterhouses in my ethics class, I was sure I would be able to handle whatever the tape could throw at me. How naive I was. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 31. When Wilson went to collect the tape from evidence, the officer in charge of the evidence room shook his head at me, his face saying, "What are you doing?" Wilson explained that the tape includes the last known episode of Mr. Bear's Cellar. I rightfully assumed that I would be seeing the fate of the children, and began to feel a sense of dread. The episode opened inside a forest, the usual one from the previous episodes. This fact took me a while to realize because it was night. The trees and the leaves just looked like shapes dancing around in the darkness. A faint glow of light was present on the right side of the screen. There wasn't any apparent audio. It appeared to be a windy night, yet the trees weren't making any noise. Slowly the camera began to pan towards the glow, revealing smoke rising from a hole with the tips of flames peeking over the top. Wilson paused at this point. "Are you sure you want to see this?" he asked me. I insisted on it, even though a voice in my head was telling me not to. The video continued. The cameraman moved towards the hole, showing a pit of fire. This was the hole that I had seen in the previous episode. Only this time it was filled with shapes. I could see shapes moving around, fluttering, flailing, some motionless. I knew perfectly well what they were. The camera began to adjust to the light and burning flesh. Red, black, and a blur of surreal movement and colors. I wish I could forget what I saw, but you can't forget a scene like this. This was not a horror movie, this was reality. Human beings were being killed in a horrifying way, a fate that I could have potentially met. The video suddenly cuts to dawn, the camera now positioned farther away from the hole. The fire was out, however there was still smoke rising up. A figure was up ahead. I recognized it right away. The Mr. Bear suit was laid out on the ground. Empty, it just looked unnerving. The suit was laid out in the shape of a cross. The cameraman did a lap around the suit, treating it like a treasured artifact. Placed at the head of the suit was a sign. In bold red letters, INRI was printed. The cameraman moved back to the end of the suit, zooming into the bear's face. The episode finally ended. I was speechless. It was like a dream. You could find a lot of terrible things on the internet, but I had never seen anything like this. Wilson asked if I was okay, and I replied with a shaky yes. I assured him as we left that I was fine and that the video gave me some closure over the whole incident. He didn't seem too confident in me, but he left it at that. He was right though, I had nightmares for weeks. I gave up, I didn't care about the whole thing anymore. A sick man burned a bunch of kids alive, attracting them with a fake kids show. I could have been one of the victims, yet I'm still here. I suppose I should be grateful, but I feel guilty. Am I still here only by pure luck? 10 months later, I'm back, but now I need to address something else. My email has been flooded with messages. Some people ask for more details, some ask if I can upload the tapes, and some people email me claiming to be Mr. Bear. First, I cannot get the tapes uploaded as they're A, in police possession as evidence, and B, I have no idea how to transfer VHS onto a computer. As for people pretending to be Mr. Bear, you're not fooling me. When you have dozens of people pretending to be the same person, it doesn't work. I've even seen a fake Caledon Local 21 YouTube channel, which is cute but still not real. Even more annoying is the fact that someone hacked my account just to put up some demented poem about me on this blog. I'll leave it in the entry above this one just to show you guys. I've contacted my webmaster about the entry and was told that it was posted on Halloween. Ooh, spooky. Attached to the email, paintwithb@aol.com, which I assume is another joke email. I'm over episode 31 now. The images of what I saw will stick with me for a while, but I want to do one last hurrah. I will get into contact with Mitchell Wilson again and hopefully get set up with the tapes in the possession of the other Peel police branches. I'll try to update you guys as soon as I can. I'm sure this won't take so long again. Thank you to everyone who still reads this. Elliot. Rap Rat. Ever heard of Nightmare? Like a lot of other games in the 90s, it came with a VHS which you timed with your play. The character on the video would give you instructions on what to do while you played the game in real time. Being a scaredy cat, I refused to play it when my mom bought it for us. My brother was disappointed about not being able to play it, but my mom had a solution. She brought out Rap Rat. It was a cheap, dingy little thing catered to kids my age. You went around the board, collected cheese, and the first player to reach the end would win. It seemed simple enough, and since it reminded us of Mousetrap, which we didn't have, there were no objections. We popped the movie into the VHS and set up the board. The first part of the video was just a simple explanation of the rules as well as instructions on how the game worked. Then Rap Rat came onto the TV. He was not what any of us had been expecting. My smaller brother, who was only 3 at the time, immediately left the room crying. The rat did not even resemble a rat. The ears were far too big. It had a mouth lined with 2 teeth, the inside of which looked almost swollen. The most striking part about the thing though was its eyes. They were large, glassy, and fish-like. I asked, then bothered, then begged my mom to turn it off. Rap Rat suddenly shouted loudly, screaming and wailing, saying, "Wait your turn," in a demonic, low-pitched voice that was not at all like his normal, obnoxious nasal voice. In the background, we could hear the narrator saying, "He's Rap Rat, and he's the boss," over and over again in an overly serious tone. The video was indescribable. Images crossed the screen in quick succession, overcut with Rap Rat's expressionless eyes. The images were some things I was afraid of at the time. A person looking over a balcony, a hornet slowly stinging someone's eye, an extreme close-up of a tarantula, a pit full of writhing cobras, and a bloodied syringe filled with green liquid. We immediately turned off the video, and I ran out of the room screaming, slamming the door behind me. It took my mom 20 minutes to convince me that the video was gone, that I would never ever see it again. I had nightmares all week about Rap Rat. That wasn't the last time I saw it though. While my girlfriend and I were preparing to move in together, I was cleaning out the closet of my room and found it again, with the same VHS and the same board game inside. It was almost perfectly intact, save for a thick layer of cobwebs and dust bunnies on top of it. This was strange. Didn't my mother get rid of it? And what was the game doing in my room? I let out a bit of a gasp when I found it, and my girlfriend came into the room, asking what was the matter. Breathing harshly, I said, "Rap Rat." She laughed a bit, asking if it was a joke. I shook my head and explained it wasn't. She didn't believe me. Nobody did. I decided that the only way to prove it was to show her the video. I borrowed my neighbor's VHS and played the video for her. However, the images had changed. I saw a clown, its nose bursting and spraying blood on the screen. I saw a woman alone in a dark room. I saw a man being forced to pick up white-hot metal and hold it in his outstretched hand, turning his hand into a leathery mess. The scratching I heard as the child continued, picking up, getting louder and louder. Then Rap Rat showed up and began twisting and convulsing, its arms thrusting this way and that. The costume wasn't a costume anymore. The felt was real fur. Its face wasn't plastic, but instead a bristle of thorns and teeth. The eyes turned inwards and suddenly popped out again. Rap Rat's huge fish eyes were inside out, staring right at me, watching my every move, my every expression. It grinned widely and gestured at my girlfriend and I with a single outstretched inhuman hand. I could hear the faintest scratching at the front door. The TV went blank and showed static. The scratching got louder. It wasn't scratching anymore, but thumping. The thumping of tiny feet on wood. My girlfriend embraced me in fear, and my senses kicked in. Before anything else happened, I stopped the video, ejected it, and unplugged the VHS. The scratching stopped. When I looked out the living room window, nothing was there. The police showed up soon after, warning us that a neighbor had seen a figure outside our door and had called in concern. My girlfriend and I simply couldn't believe what had happened, and had to tell the police officer that it was. I was furious that a children's game was terrifying me. I went to pick up the tape, but the VHS burned my hand. It felt like I had touched a Bunsen burner on the highest setting. We had to get the oven mitts from the kitchen in order to take it out, and even then it was scorching hot. I brought it outside, tossed it down on the sidewalk, and crushed it in my winter boots. Afterwards, my girlfriend and I had bad dreams every night. We would both wake up in the middle of the night and describe eerily similar images that we saw in our sleep. The scratching would always be there, when the lights were off and the room was pitch black, save for the moonlight coming in through the window. Now though, it would happen every time I went near the front door, and every time we said Rap Rat's name. It sounded as if something very small was dragging something across the ground outside of the door. Pacing, waiting. I would simply wait myself, with the covers pulled to my neck, until I succumbed to exhaustion. At this point, I was determined to sue the company for damages. The first thing I did was call my mother and ask where she got Rap Rat. She had no idea. I found a merchant who sold versions of Rap Rat, and I asked how I could get in touch with the company. He sent me this email. I don't know about the game, but I know it was created by the same people who created Nightmare. The company is called A Couple of Cowboys. Try them. I did a bit more research and discovered that the company became defunct in 1994, only 2 years after they created Rap Rat. I discovered why soon after. In 1992, the year of the game's development, a couple of cowboys commissioned a manufacturing company in Haiti to create the doll portrayed in the game. The company who created the puppet ran a sweatshop, where they forced women and children to produce various components of the puppet, including the felt and plastic of the doll. One day, a young Haitian girl got her arm caught in the industrial sewing machine. The spring loader, unable to handle the weight on the machine, came loose and struck the child's neck, killing her instantly. A few days after the funeral, the mother of the child came to the factory, demanding to see the owner, who denied that he had anything to do with it. In a fit of rage, the mother said that the blood from the innocent would seep into every crevice of the doll, every component with which it was created, and that all who touched it would die. She claimed to have summoned a fear demon and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Apparat will curse you." The owner simply laughed and told his corporate bosses about Apparat. They spread the joke from person to person, and the game was renamed Rap Rat, a loose anagram of Apparat. Each recitation of the name Apparat brought with it greater and greater curse. Only 2 years after Rap Rat was created, the company was shut down and the owners hired by Mattel. There were stories of the workers begging for days off, skipping work for weeks and weeks, and finding the puppet in strange places. There were also stories of grim, violent deaths in which the workers would stab their hands and set themselves on fire, writing "I am fear" on the nearest surface in blood. Nobody knows where the Rap Rat doll went after the original creators disappeared. Some say that the last things the victims saw before going insane were large, sunken, fish-like eyes. Words of warning. Never ever say Apparat out loud. Saying a demon's name out loud is an invitation to them, a calling. If you've already done this, it cannot be undone. 2. Do not try to speak to or contact Apparat. 3. Avoid being awake between 3:30 AM and 4 AM, when Rap Rat is the most likely to try and scare you. The VHS is back. I thought I stomped on it, smashed it to Kingdom Come, but it's back. I found it in my sock drawer yesterday. This time, I was ready. A whole bunch of people have been contacting me, trying to get the tape or some sort of video from the board game. My answer to you is that it's just too dangerous. If I did that, I could very well drive you insane, scare you to death. The video and the game and Rap Rat itself have some sort of strange power. Rap Rat follows me everywhere I go. I see little shadows in the corner of my eye, or hear sounds coming down the hallway when I'm the only one home. If Rap Rat is there, it will let you know, but it will never let you see it. Until it's too late, of course. A lot of people have been watching the normal video from the normal board game. That's the thing. Rap Rat can be normal. It will trick you into thinking it's just a puppet, and then stalk you day and night. Happy Appy. God help me. February 23rd, 2011. Hello, I will be writing on this blog because I am researching a show called Happy Appy. One of the main reasons why I'm researching this show is because I've been fascinated with missing TV shows, episodes, and movies. Like most people who research missing episodes, I'm hell-bent on finding London After Midnight, the 108 missing Doctor Who episodes, and Him, the 1974 film where a man has a sexual obsession with Jesus. Even though I should help the search for any fragment of the missing episodes and films, I'm going to research this one series for now. Another reason I want to research this show is because I had an experience with it around 2001. It was around 8 in the morning. My younger brother, who was 7, was watching a local station during its child TV block. After a dubbed over Blue's Clues, it started to air a show called Happy Apple, and I can barely remember the episode's plot, but it was about the apple who was trying to help a kid named Nathaniel. It felt sort of low budget, but since my brother liked the episode, I didn't mind him watching it. The only thing that made me dubious was the evil smile that the apple did in the middle of the episode. From what I gathered in the first weeks of Noggin's experience, this Happy Appy show began production. Its plot was about a giant clay apple with arms, baby blue eyes, and large dark green lips being held up by a bent, rusty stick. He would go around in a white 1996 Ford Windstar helping children when they got injured. As the show kept going, the episodes started to become more unusual. For one example, Happy Appy would often stare at the viewers of the show with a deranged smile. It's also worth noting that the series slowly got more violent as the series progressed. Happy Appy was one of the shorter shows on Noggin, with every episode being 10 minutes long at the most. They played in duets, making each full episode 20 minutes long, minus commercials. A couple of months after Appy aired its first episode, Nickelodeon canceled the show, and it was never shown again on Noggin or Nick Jr. Even the much more appropriate episodes weren't shown for whatever reason. However, some parents did record the show, but they were VHS copies. Of those said VHS copies, only a few survived through the years. Many of the tapes have been destroyed either due to neglect or disgust, or were simply misplaced and thrown out by accident. However, some copies of the show were reportedly stolen by a shadowy figure. I was one of the lucky people to own a copy of the episodes. Yesterday when I did some winter cleaning, I found an old DVD with HA episodes written on it. I had a feeling that I knew this abbreviation from somewhere. I did some research on what the HA meant. My first choice was the forum about missing episodes and films that I normally go to. When I entered the missing episodes section of the forum, the first thread I saw was one named HA ? What's this? A woman posted the thread who had, like me, found a VHS with the initials HA on it. As I read the thread more, I found out that the initials on the disc stood for Happy Appy. This instantly reminded me of that weird low-budget show I watched with my brother in 2000. In the replies, the users claimed that there are no known DVD copies around. I'm not sure how the disc got there though. I certainly don't remember owning a disc that looked like that. After viewing the thread, I went ahead and put it into the disc drive, hoping that it would work. Thankfully, the disc did work, and it instantly cut to the intros of the episode, no menus or anything. Happy Appy's intro song had the same tune as Mary Had a Little Lamb, and went something like this. Happy Appy, Appy App. Happy App, Happy App. Happy Appy, Appy App. He helps kids all day. Episode 1 and 2 were called Happy's Vacation and Hurt Happy respectively. Happy's Vacation was exactly what you'd expect. Happy Appy goes on a vacation to the beach, heals injured kids, and even talks down to a bully into not hurting a child. Hurt Happy was about Happy's stick getting broken, and the kids teaming up to help Happy Appy by giving him bandages and fruit. Nothing seemed too out of place when I first saw it, but when I saw it a second time, the episodes looked questionably odd. When Happy was driving his van to the beach in Happy's Vacation, a few seconds skipped. At first I ignored it, saying that it could be a scratched DVD, but when I checked the disc, it had no scratches on it whatsoever. Also, during the fruit scene in Hurt Happy, the kids gave him an apple for whatever reason. It could have been a mistake by the producers though. Finally, I noticed some things in Hurt Happy that looked out of place. In Happy's van during the intro of Happy's Vacation, there was what looked like the border of the Hope poster, but it was so out of frame that it could have been something else. At the end of Hurt Happy, there was a news broadcast about a 9.0 earthquake that recently struck Japan. Happy responded, "Oh no, if you want to help the Japanese, call this number," and a 1-800 number appeared. I thought those were just coincidental. Well, I was wrong. Episodes 3 and 4 were stranger. The intro of these episodes were removed, but I found out that the episode 4 name was Nate Needs Help. This struck out to me because this was the very same episode I saw with my brother, but in English. Episodes 3 and 4 were missing a few scenes, and overall more disturbing than the first two. On episode 3, near the 5-minute 10-second mark, is when Happy Appy does his first evil smile for 25 seconds. A scene that could send chills down anyone's spine was the Boo-Boo part in Nate Needs Help. Happy aids Nate, who has a bruise on his knee. He looks to the camera, giving off that same evil smile that I remember from 2000, and says, "What does Nate need for his boo-boo?" For 30 seconds, he stares at the camera motionless, with his soulless baby blue eyes locking onto anyone watching. Finally, he broke the silence by saying, "That's right, a bandage." Why did he need that long to speak? I will never know. Also, the out-of-place objects were getting more noticeable. In Nate Needs Help, the radio plays what sounds like a country cover of Hot and Cold, which was made in 2008 and very out of place for a kids show. February 24th, 2011. I watched episode 5, which had a few differences from the first few episodes. Firstly, it had Happy on a rustless but still bent stick. Secondly, the episode was somewhat disturbing. The theme song played, and the name of the episode is revealed as Monkey Bar Mishap. It started with Happy Appy in his van driving to the playground when he sees a kid crying near some monkey bars. Once he parks the van and goes to the monkey bars, Happy finds out that the kid had fallen off of them, cutting his little finger open. Happy Appy said, "What does Jake need to heal with, kids?" He gave off his evil smile at the screen for a couple of minutes, enough time to read a page of a book, preferably the Bible to him. Like Nate Needs Help, his soulless baby blue eyes watched over anyone in the room like Big Brother. He said, "That's right," and Happy puts a bandage on Jake's finger. After getting hugged by Jake, Happy drives away in his van. It skipped episode 6, which had a better chance of being aired on Wonder Chosen than Nick Jr. In the episode called Never Run with Knives, a kid was running with a knife facing up. The knife was clearly a rubber prop because the blade was flopping around a lot. The kid got cut and held his hand over the wound, crying. As blood began to come out of the kid's wound, Happy parked his van, gave a normal smile and said, "Hey kids, he shouldn't have carried a knife facing up while running." However, he did heal him by putting a bandage over that wound. The kid hugged Happy and he said, "Remember kids, never run with knives facing up, or scissors for that matter. Always walk with knives and scissors facing down." Happy took the kid to his van, drives off, and the credits play. However, after the credits roll, the episode takes a very disturbing turn when Happy comes back in his van, the kid missing, and says, "Hey kids, if you find me in my van, just talk to me and I'll take you away. Haha." Episode 7 began with Happy on the playground, but he wasn't playing with the kids or helping them. He was just staring at them, with that unsettling smile I hate so much. A group of kids are playing with jump ropes when Happy walks over to them. He calmly tells them something, but I could barely hear what he said. From what I heard, I could make out, "Hello, Happy, me, please?" I could see where this was going, as the kids walk with Happy into the bushes of the playground. Loud violent screams are heard for almost a minute and a half, until Happy begins to drag 3 bloody bodies to his van. I couldn't believe it. For the rest of the episode, he does that death smile. Why did they use that look so much? It was almost like he could climb out of your TV, grab you, and murder you slowly and painfully with a rusty knife. But he couldn't. I moved on to episode 8 and 9. This time the episodes were so violent and shoddy that they couldn't have aired on Noggin at all. Episode 8 had Happy take a kid into his van. For half the episode, flesh cutting could be heard, and so could loud screaming, which turned into gurgles. The scene progressed, blood splatters on the windows began to appear. Eventually, Happy emerged from the van, and did a death smile until the end of the show. Like episode 8, episode 9 was gory and violent. But this episode was so coincidental and violent that I couldn't believe Noggin would even allow it, unless it was some sort of hijacking. It starts out with Happy walking around the playground when 2 kids ask him what the cycle of life is so that they could complete their homework. He proceeds to tell the kids about the cycle of life in frogs and plants. The kids say, "Thanks Happy, can you play with us for a bit?" Happy agrees and they start playing on the playground. When this happens, smoke starts to creep behind Happy and the children. It gets to a point where they start coughing because of how dense the smoke is, so they turn around to see what was making the smoke. Happy gasps at the sight in front of him. 2 towers were... No, they didn't. Oh my god. 2 towers were on fire and were burning up. A few people are falling out of windows to escape the fire. There was a lot of screaming, falling debris, and a crashed airplane in one of the towers. Only the tail of the plane was visible, which was nearing the point of collapse. I could hear a faint whining noise at this point, and I think that it was the plane's engine, which was probably still on. 7 seconds later, the tail of the plane finally broke apart, with the largest piece of the tail hitting and killing someone. During this scene, fire trucks could be heard trying to douse out the flames, but it only slowed the flames down. The wailing of ambulances could also be heard, taking away the bodies of the people who jumped from the towers. It showed a weird guy on fire falling out of the tower screaming. Happy and the kids are seen again, but this time they stood still in fear. The smoke kept getting thicker and thicker, slowly obscuring the trees and equipment of the playground. The debris from the towers fell around the kids and Happy, and a person ran up to them and told them to run away from the towers before running off. When the older kid worriedly said, Happy, why are the towers on fire?" It cuts to a higher up floor that was near where the plane crashed, which revealed a kid that was under a huge piece of concrete, crying for help. Some other kids tried to help him by lifting the piece of concrete off him. He was screaming so loud, it was almost heartbreaking. There were bodies and blood everywhere, and the pain and fear on the trapped kid's face was so realistic, I cringed. After the shot with the kid trapped under the concrete, the younger kid turns to the side and says, Happy, why are people running and falling from the towers?" Happy turns to the camera, death smile on his face, and very coldly says 3 words. Those 3 words will haunt me as long as I research this show. "That's natural, children." He took the 2 kids away from the tower, leaving the kids stuck under the concrete screaming for help. When the credits rolled, the audio of the scene kept playing, and at the end, before the video cuts out, something collapsed, making a very loud noise that could scare anyone watching. I jumped out of my seat. Was Happy a Deathbringer in the form of an apple, or was he a master predictor? If that episode somehow predicted 9/11, I have to watch episodes 10 and 11 to see if there was anything else predicted. I might not see any predictions though, and honestly I hope not. Oh, and you want to know what happens when someone calls the Tsunami Aid phone number? Tomorrow I'm going to go and call it. February 25th, 2011. Hey, I called the 1-800 hotline mentioned on episode 3. It was a pre-recording which I will transcribe for you. Hello, my name is Appy. I'm every kid's most helpful and favorite apple. If you want to make a donation, press 1. If you want to know about the earthquake, press 2. When I pressed 2, the hotline said this. An earthquake and tsunami has recently hit Japan, and we need all the help we can get. If you want to make a donation of $1, $2, $5, $10, $20, $50, or $100, you'll be a big help. Anyone who donates gets a Happy Appy badge. So I went ahead and donated $1 to the donation for the fun of it by using an outdated bank account that I never used. It responded. Thank you for helping with the aid for the tsunami. Look in your mailbox in a week from now, because you'll get your Happy Appy badge. I'm wondering what earthquake Happy predicted. Between 1999 and the current day, there were no 9.0 earthquakes in Japan. Since the 2003 Hokkaido earthquake was pretty close to when the episode was released, as well as the magnitude mentioned in the radio broadcast, I guess he was predicting about that. February 27th, 2011. Episode 10 was corrupt, to say the least. It started up, but it had no audio, and the first part was so badly compressed that it was hardly viewable. The next part was just plain static for the rest of the video. Great, a missing episode, I thought. Episode 11, called Happy's Trick, was actually watchable. The intro was just some weird, offbeat carnival music with Happy doing his death smile at the camera. The episode began with him in his van driving on a winding road. As the episode went on, scars started to appear on his body. Eventually, Happy reached the playground, where many children were at play. He jumped out, looking like he was ready to abduct all of them, and said, "Hey kids, who wants to see Happy do a magic trick?" Like brainwashed zombies, the kids cheered and ran into his van. Happy closes the door and drives away from the playground. After a few minutes, the van came back, and the side door opened, revealing a motionless and expressionless Happy covered in blood. I couldn't take it anymore. Happy was making me feel extremely nauseous for some reason, so I skipped to the end of the episode. From what I saw, the rest of the episode was him watching TV and reading the news, with random zoom-ins at the newspaper. Why though? I'm guessing that they're predictions like episode 9, but after that episode, I'm not going to go back and read them. There was a very brief scene where Happy began to stab a kid, but it quickly cuts out to Happy watching a scene on his TV where the inside of a space shuttle catches on fire. Why the hell does this show keep showing scenes very reminiscent of future disasters? Once I got to the end of the episode, Happy was holding a knife, covered with blood. The camera began to pan down to a table, which had a hand with cut marks laying on it. What was probably the most unusual thing about the episode happened after this scene. After a few seconds of the credits play, it very suddenly cut to a black screen with text that said, "If you get these DVDs, I copied the show over to them from whatever master tapes I could find. I wanted to preserve everything so that the last few episodes weren't lost forever." Now you might be wondering one thing. How did Nickelodeon air all of those episodes? I don't know, they just did. That's what. If you want to know more about the show, including its fate, see me, KC. Thankfully I had a good grasp on whom the KC most likely was. Kevin Seward Christensen, a friend of mine. It wouldn't be out of the question. When I first met him, he did mention something about working with Nickelodeon until the end of the millennium. Wanting to learn more about the show's fate, I went over to his house. What happened when I got there was, to put it bluntly, odd. When I got to his house and rang the doorbell, nobody responded. The door wasn't locked, so I decided to come into the house and see what was going on. I heard a middle-aged woman crying upstairs, so I ran across the living room and up the stairs to see what was going on. Kevin's wife was in the bedroom, crying at a framed portrait of them together. I asked what had happened to Kevin, and she replied... She just starts talking even though this guy just ran into their house. She replied with a very odd answer. "Last night, someone or something took him away in his sleep. The police are trying to look for him, but they've come up with nothing, as usual. They've questioned me and searched our house for any evidence, but there's none except for this scrap of paper." She reached in... She reached into her pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. I unfolded it and it revealed itself to be a low-quality photograph of the scarred Happy Appy during the natural scene. While I was at their house, I asked how those episodes had managed to get aired on Noggin. This man had drugged the producers. He was going to... She only managed to say that much before bursting into tears. I could only think that whoever that man was had kidnapped Kevin on the 26th. After comforting her, I left the Christensen household and walked off. Once I started to get near my house, I was startled by the noise of a gunshot nearby. I instantly ran to my house, fearing that whoever kidnapped Kevin and killed his wife... Wait, what? Whoever kidnapped Kevin and killed his wife was trying to chase after me. Before I closed the door, I took one last glimpse at the bushes on the other side of the street. In one of them was a mutilated arm with an unknown figure standing behind it. March 3rd, 2011. Hey, I wanted to know if anyone has any recordings of a Happy Appy episode. If you do, please send me an email containing a video of it. You might wonder why I'm asking this. Well, I found my disc in pieces on my desk. And no, I did not save the videos to my laptop. Oddly, the way it was broken was almost like a claw had slashed the disc into thirds. The paper with Happy Appy on it was nearby, with writing that said, "No more evidence now, huh?" I wonder who was angry enough to destroy my disc. March 4th, 2011. The badge finally came in the mail today. It came in a small box that had, interestingly enough, a timestamp from 2000. I could only guess that Nickelodeon still had some left over from when the show was still popular. When I opened the box and dumped out its contents, the badge came rolling out, with a letter attached to it. The badge was made of plastic, had a silver bronze color, and depicted Happy Appy with a smile. On the back, Happy Appy Helper Badge was imprinted in stereotypical army font. The letter had the following written on it. To my friend, you have helped us help the Japanese. Of course, let me introduce myself. Unarguably, you have heard of me on Noggin. Can't understand what I'm saying? Well, I'll give you the answer. Happy Appy Appy App. Appy App, Appy App, Happy Appy Appy App. He helps kids all day. Now, where do I begin with this gift? Today, I've given you a nice badge, right from the old playground. How do I get these, you ask? Running across the playground, I tripped on a rock. I fell down, but I noticed the ground was uneven. Undoubtedly, something was buried, so I dug the ground and found a crate filled with these badges. Now it's time to be off. Watch Noggin at 8:30 AM CST to see my adventures. Love, Happy Appy. I checked the back for anything interesting. What I found instead were 2 lines of gibberish. I don't even know what they are. March 5th, 2011. Today I got an email from a man who claimed to be a user on WikiLeaks. He had heard about my research on Happy Appy, so he tried to find any documents related to the show. He did find one, which told employees at Nickelodeon to never air certain TV shows or movies. After browsing through a massive description of Crybaby Lane and other shows, I found this block of text in the middle of the document. One show, originally named Happy Appy, was cancelled due to excessive violence and gore. The show depicted a personified apple named Happy Appy that taught kids how to handle certain injuries, and on an episode called Hurt Happy, teamwork. On their last and only 8th episode, only an hour had passed when Noggin began to remove all traces of the show. Children who had watched the show's final aired episode allegedly obtained symptoms of nausea and sleep deprivation. A 2003 report says the episodes seemed to depict explicit imagery of the September 11th terrorist attacks, even though the episode aired in 1999. I'm getting a lot more dubious about this show. June 1st, 2011. First off, yes, I know that Happy Appy might have predicted the recent earthquake and tsunami, so stop sending me emails about it. To put it short, I'm back. Since my job involves me working as a detective in the police department, I had to take a hiatus from this blog so I could get paid. During this period, there were some trials involving the murder of Kevin Christensen. However, they came to an abrupt halt when the arm they found disappeared one day. I bet that Shadow Man stole the arm. Anyway, I was looking up Happy Appy on YouTube today when I found a video that said, Kevin Christensen interview, audio only. So I watched it. Here's the transcript. Are you Kevin Christensen? Yes. So are you the one who worked on Happy Appy's clay model? Yes. How did you get the job for Happy Appy? I had just graduated from an art college in late 1998. I heard about Nickelodeon Studios who were making cartoons, so I sent a resume, and a few weeks later I got the job, and I was happy. Well, until the hit the fan. What happened on the day you made the Happy Appy model? Okay, so basically we had to design a cute looking puppet for the show. We started with a rusty stick that was laying around on the floor of the studio, made an apple out of clay and stuck it on the stick. We added baby blue eyes as well as pupils so he would look cuter and less frightening for children, huge green lips and clay arms. Finally we added a stem and a leaf. We thought it was perfect for the show. Who voiced Happy Appy? I don't remember his name, but I do remember who he was from. It was a show called Fright House Screamers, where 4 teenagers would spend the night at haunted places. What happened to Fright House Screamers? When they were filming the 4th episode, one of the teenagers was found dead in the place they were doing. Besides, the show sucked ass. Was the voice of Happy the teenager who got killed? I'm pretty sure not. Back to Appy. Why aren't there any surviving copies of it? That's a good point. See, Nickelodeon owns the tapes somewhere, but they're not going to release them for a long time. There have been bootlegs, of course, but none show the episodes after episode 11, which is weird. How many episodes of Appy were there going to be? 2 full 26 episode seasons. They only showed 8 or 10 of the first season before Happy was cancelled. However, my friend Jim says there's actually 2 seasons, but he was very drunk when he said that. Besides, I don't trust him at all. Do you know any of the other crew who worked on Appy? I only know Jim. June 6th, 2011. Dear God, I've had some feverish nightmares about Appy ever since I saw those last episodes. The dreams range from Happy doing his death smile for hours to him brutally murdering a kid off camera. Not only that, but I've become paranoid of apples. If I see one in my house, I eat it as quick as I can or throw it away. I've seen the mysterious figure more, whether he's sitting on the side of a hill or standing near some trees. It never seems to leave me alone. However, I can at least describe his appearance. First off, he can't be made of shadow because he has some sort of face with a mouth. However, his mouth is locked to one expression, which happens to be Happy's death smile. I'm going to sound weird for this, but I wonder if he's happy. No, he can't be. There's a fine difference between this figure and Appy, a child-sized apple. Oh well. Here's more about the stalker's body. He looks like he's slightly taller than me. For reference, I'm around 1.87 meters, and looks about mid-weight for his height. If he keeps appearing, I'm going to have to board up my house. I'm not sure what his problem is, but if he doesn't stop, I am going to call the cops next time I see him. June 11th, 2011. Great, just great. How the hell do I put this in short? Right now I'm at the library, which could very well be the only place in Aberdeen that has a free-to-use computer. It's been 5 full days since I last encountered the figure, and that is some sort of problem because he burnt my house down. Oh yeah, he burnt the entire thing down for no reason whatsoever. I did manage to save some things from my house, like my laptop and the Appy badge and letter. Even then, I feel like I've released some sort of curse from watching those episodes of Appy, and the library is my only hope spot. Thanks to that figure, I'm not even going to research more on this show anymore. After I destroy the badge and letter, I'm going to close down this blog. Or better yet, I should kill that for what he did. I don't give a if I break the law and get sent to jail. Whoever the figure is has to pay for what he has done to me. However, I'm not sure if the figure... What? I'm not sure if the figure burned down my house. I didn't see his figure near my house, so it could have just been a chimney fire or electrical fire. So you know what? Forget what I said about closing down the blog and killing the figure. I'm going to treat the fire like it was natural and keep researching the show. Don't expect me to act nicely in the following months though. June 28th, 2011. I finally got somewhere to live in. I bought a mobile home in the nearby trailer park a few days ago. Since I'm not the richest man in the neighborhood, this will definitely do for now until I get enough money to buy a proper house. On Appy, however, one of my friends, Jim Forrester, actually remembered Appy, and is most likely the one mentioned in Kevin's interview. He said that there were more episodes I didn't have on DVD. It turns out the most violent episodes were actually at the end of the season. The entire first season was supposed to have 25 episodes, plus a TV movie. No one mentioned it was because Jim and Nickelodeon had the only known high-quality tapes, until I found the DVD. It's also worth mentioning that the series slowly got more violent as the series progressed. Jim sent me a disc with fragments of Appy episodes. Here are the contents of the disc. The first clip starts out with a close-up of a school bell ringing. It cuts to Appy standing next to a kid sitting at a desk. The kid is trying to answer a math problem, but gives up and says, "I don't know how to do my homework." Soon the teacher says, "Class is dismissed." The kid becomes ashamed that he didn't know how to do his homework, but Appy says, "That's alright, I'll sing you the math song and you will understand." And the kid gasps. Appy sings a song about math. It was distorted in both audio and video, but I could thankfully make out the lyrics. "I'm going to show you how to do your homework. 7 plus 4 is 11, and 9 minus 2 is 7. Math's not a chore because 15 minus 11 equals 4. 6 plus 2 is 8, and you're doing great. Now here's the last 3, you're on a spree. 66 minus 39 is 27, and negative 5 plus 16 is 11. 2 minus 1, and now your homework is done." After that, the kid says, "Wow, thanks Appy." I find it odd that the kids were doing math that was more suitable for older elementary students. The next fragment was one of the violent episodes. Even though the clips look like they were separate and from different episodes, they actually seem to be in order. It started with 3 kids saying that their families were gone. They proceeded to cry so loudly that it was almost painful to see. Appy and the 2 other kids entered the shot and tried to calm them down. Eventually, they managed to calm down the 3 kids, and all 5 of them leave. However, Appy had this weird, perverted, and greedy expression. He tells the kids to come with him, and they follow him into an abandoned office building. 2 minutes later, he leaves the building, dragging several money bags with him. The kids were screaming for help again. It didn't end there. There was one fragment of a somewhat violent episode. Appy was putting a bandage on a kid's arm. Oddly enough, he was wearing a long coat in this episode, and in the far corner of his pocket, a needle with green fluids is visible. Appy gave the kid a shot with the needle, which knocked the kid out. He dragged the kid into his van and a chainsaw was heard. The DVD stopped after that. Oh, you want to know more about the encounter with the figure? First, it turns out he was at the library, so I got out of there. However, about Kleiner though, what I thought was Harold was actually someone that looked like him. Secondly, I gave him a nickname. It's Forensic, which is better than calling him the Figure. I didn't come up with the name though. I found a scrap of paper on my desk that said Forensic. Obviously, since I have to call the figure something, I will call him Forensic from now on. When I saw him 17 days ago, he seemed to have fingers with claws. I don't mean like he had retractable claws in his fingers looked like they were very sharp. I also got a good look at how he ran. He seems to be hunchbacked, which means he would be taller when he would be standing up straight. I say about 6'9", although you could speculate on that since I don't have a picture of him. Yet. July 14th, 2011. Jim Forrester has called me again with another development. Treston Yai, the man who voiced Appy and a star on Fright House Screamers, was killed today. His body had 3 long and deep cut marks on his chest, with one of them slashing open his heart. Even though the police marked it as murder by a bladed weapon, I think Forensic killed Treston. It just seems like a weird coincidence that my CD of the Appy episodes was clawed in the same way that Treston Yai has. Jim, however, said in response that they would have to be very sharp claws, since the markings managed to put a deep cut on one of his ribs. I might need to research Fright House Screamers after I'm done with Appy. It sounds quite interesting. July 15th, 2011. Today, Jim Forrester gave me a DVD with 3 new episodes. According to Jim, the first one is the episode with the green fluids needle, the second being the full version of Appy Goes to School, and the last one being the second part of the Appy TV movie. I would be able to describe the episodes if it wasn't for the extensive cleaning the disc needs. July 17th, 2011. After all this time, I cleaned the disc enough to be watchable. The only problem is that it sometimes freezes when a video gets played. Here are the contents. The first episode started out with the scene with the green fluids needle. After Appy kills the kid, he drives to a crashed plane, where the scene with the money bags happened. It cuts to the playground where Appy was playing with some kids. It went along normal until his skin peeled off, revealing a rotten apple core. It was like an orange peeler was being used on him. The skin landed on a boy's head, covering his face like a blanket. The weird part about this scene was that the kids had no reaction to Appy's skin being peeled, almost like it never even happened. After a minute of seeing the boy with Appy's skin on his head, the episode ends. The second episode was, as Jim said, the full version of Appy Goes to School. It begins with the math scene and song happens, but in a vastly improved quality. After that, Appy goes into a science class where a kid is messing around with a Bunsen burner. Eventually the kid gets his finger burned by accident. Appy informs, never play with a Bunsen burner without adult supervision. If you don't, you might get hurt like Eddie here. After his short monologue, Appy puts an ice pack on Eddie's burn, and he thanks Appy. A few seconds after Appy puts the ice pack over the kid's burn, he hears an argument coming from the hallway. It cuts to a bully mocking a young kid, telling him that his art project is the dumbest thing ever. Because of this, the younger kid starts crying. After some more mocking, the bully runs off laughing. Right as he leaves, Appy comes over and tells the kid to never give up at what he likes doing. The kid instantly cheers up and runs into a classroom, presumably to tell a teacher about the bully. Finally, I saw the second part of the Appy movie. It started out with Appy driving his van on the road leading to the playground. It shows a kid playing with rocks on the side of the road. By accident, he throws a large rock on the road, which lands directly in the path of Appy's van. Appy thinks it's an animal and tries to swerve out of the way, but the van goes off the road and crashes into a grassy ditch. For this scene, footage of a real car crash was used for whatever reason. After this scene, the van starts to catch on fire, and some kids, including the one who threw the giant rock, run over to the burning wreckage. The music for this scene isn't the happy-go-lucky music that plays throughout the show, but sound clips of reversed Revolution 9, with Happy screaming, "Get me out." After a kid says, "There, his hat, his hat," it cuts to Happy's bloody stem, which had a mouth with bloody teeth on it. The stem proceeded to scream, which was just one of the screams that Mike Shank did in American Movie. Another kid says, "His body, his body." Happy's body was badly burnt and scratched up, with blood coming out from the larger, deeper cuts, his left eyeball dangling out of the socket, while all of his upper teeth were either chipped or broken. Where Happy's left arm and stump were, there was pure white bone with blood slowly leaking from the exposed wounds. Happy tried to crawl out of the burning wreck with his right arm, but it was only a minute until he collapsed and died, while screaming to weird sci-fi noises. The next scene just showed the road, lacking any children whatsoever, with the remains of Happy and the van in plain sight. It cuts to a funeral where kids were crying over Happy's dead body, while one kid said, "Why, Happy? Why?" Another tried to wake up Happy by shaking his corpse. After the funeral scene, it showed Happy's body with blood on his broken teeth. The shot fades to a scene taking place 10 years later, where a kid was talking to her mother. The mother replied to the girl, but her speech was in reverse. After reversing it, the speech turned out to be, "Don't worry, my daughter. Happy Appy is coming to take you away. Ha ha." The father comes in and talks about how bad Happy was, but in a sarcastic tone. After the mother asks why he randomly brought Happy up, the father brings out a knife and stabs the mother in the head. The girl screams, runs to the mother's side, and starts crying. The father's skin peels off, like the scene with Happy and the orange peeler, revealing Happy with his injuries from the car crash. Happy proceeds to kill the girl. The last shot before the credits was Happy Appy smiling over the bodies of the mother and kid, as well as the skin of the father. Instead of the theme song playing over the credits, dark carnival music played, with clips of Revolution 9 and Napoleon XIV's "They're Coming to Take Me Away, Ha Ha." A narrator said, "His stomach was in two today. There were two and there is none now. He's there, he's getting next to his sister with all he knows. And finally, he ceased to work in the underworld." Guess what the narrator was talking over? He was talking over Happy Appy with a bloodied scalpel in one hand and an X-Acto knife in the other. It slowly panned down to the disguise Happy was under, like the magic trick episode, and stopped at the hand of the skin, which had cut marks on it. The episode ended. July 23rd, 2011. It's been almost a month since I watched part 2 of the Happy Appy TV movie. It turns out that someone claimed to have the first part, so I asked him to email it to me. It turns out he was right. Here's what happens in the first half. It starts with the carnival theme from the credits of part 1, but with distorted voices. The intro often flashed to white. After when the original intro would play, it went straight to Happy on a medical bed dying from an unknown disease, with children at his side. Happy said in a loud voice, "They're coming to take me away," and it cuts to one of the younger children. He was trying to fake cry over Happy's death, but the single tear that came from the child was in claymation. It played a solemn piano tune after another kid with a high-pitched voice said, "They're coming to take me away." It showed Happy Appy coughing up blood, and a few seconds later, his bed wheeled itself into a surgery room. What followed was an hour of stop-motion surgery. It was so horrifying, but yet so compelling. How did the episode creator create a decent surgery scene with puppets? After that, Happy comes out in a wheelchair, and the children said, "Are you okay, Happy Appy?" Happy said, "Yes, my friends," and gave them a large hug. After that, it faded to a title that said, 3 months later, and started to fade in on the second part of the TV movie, but the video ended as soon as the fade stopped. July 24th, 2011. I got another episode today. One of my blog followers, who has a job in a daycare center in Seattle, mailed me a VHS tape. The tape had a white label that said, written with a blue Sharpie, "Happy Appy is the hospital doctor." He found the tape because a kid brought it with him for whatever reason, and started crying when he saw the contents. The tape began with a few minutes of static, and then played the famous intro, but with new lyrics that didn't match the tune too well. Happy Appy helps those kids. Happy App, Happy App. Happy Appy, Appy Appy. Happy Appy Appy. It went to a POV shot of Happy Appy running through a hospital for 2.5 minutes, with a choir singing Amazing Grace. Since I knew what Amazing Grace was because of choir experience, I was prepared for anything related to death. It cuts to Happy Appy on his metal stick, doing his death smile for a long time. Like the 2 other times, he watched over any living thing near the TV with his uncanny, soulless baby blue eyes. The death smile made his glare worse, giving an immense feeling of threat to anyone watching. After the Amazing Grace choir ended, ambient music started playing. It kept growing louder and louder, and it very slowly zoomed in on Happy. Finally, after 10 minutes of watching a clay apple staring you down with loud ambience, he says, "Hey kids, let's go find some children to help." He runs up to some body bags holding bodies while a nurse is zipping one up. Happy walks up to the nurse and says, "Hello, Mrs. Nurse. Can I help those people?" The nurse says, "Happy, they're dead. They won't come back." Right before the credits, Happy turns to the camera with another death smile and says something that could be more disturbing than the natural scene and the staring scenes, and made me cringe. "Remember kids, you will all die one day, and I won't be there to help you." July 28th, 2011. A week ago, Jim told me that a fire had recently ravaged through the studio that filmed Happy. It wasn't until the 25th that I visited the ruins of the studio to see if I could find anything that could help me investigate Happy. After traveling on the I-5 for 20 or so hours, I reached the studio. It was completely abandoned, but what was very strange was that no one was there to demolish it. After grabbing a flashlight and turning it on, I proceeded to sneak inside. When I got into what remained of the lobby, I saw two rooms that weren't overly burnt or crushed by debris, a sound set and a storage room. The storage room had a lock on it, so I went into the sound set first. It was massive, around the size of half a football field. Despite the sound set being large, the only things that were there were some remains of the green screen stages and a burnt studio camera. For some reason, parts of the remaining cloth on the stages had what looked like bloodstains on it. While I was walking through the sound set, I heard male laughter and the movement of a lanky figure near the back. I got the hell out of the sound set and blocked the door with a burnt desk. After that close encounter, I went over to the storage room and broke the rusted lock off the door. After I had opened the door, the room turned out to just be a vault of props that were used in the show. There was a mostly intact shelf to the right of the room, which held some reels of tape. After stealing them, I found a safe which had been partially melted into the floor. After some force, I managed to rip it off the floorboards and haul it to the car. After going into the storage room a third time, I heard what sounded like wood burning, so I checked the sound set to see what was going on. The entire back wall had been lit ablaze by some vandal. I quickly checked the storage room for any more artifacts, which it didn't have, and ran out of the building before the entirety of it started to burn up. I seriously wonder who the hell had done this. Is forensics so dedicated to kill me that he would set an entire TV studio on fire to do so? Was it even him at all? August 1st, 2011. After dealing with some personal things, I got around to breaking the lock of the safe. The contents were one thing, and that was Happy's puppet doing the death smile. Even though I really don't want to own him, I'll keep the puppet in case it helps me find out more about the show's history. The tapes weren't anything special. They were just Happy's earlier episodes in a higher quality than the DVDs. August 2nd, 2011. On closer examination though, the Happy puppet has a few anomalies. First off, the right hand was quite obviously reattached, which could suggest that someone accidentally ripped Happy's hand while trying to get him to hold something. One of his eyes was a darker blue than the baby blue his eyes normally were, and his leaf was broken off halfway. Finally, there was writing on the back of the puppet's head, but some of it had been smudged. PRPTYOFNIELOENSDIS, owned by. It also turns out that the tapes were, like the Happy puppet, different from what I had thought. For Happy's vacation and Hurt Happy, the scenes with missing frames had those frames back. However, what was more interesting was that the Hope poster that was in Happy's van was missing from those tapes. I guess these tapes were actually in work print quality, and not the finished product. If that's so, it doesn't explain why the tape that held Happy Goes to School had the beginning of The Towers on it. I can only guess that The Towers was originally a normal episode in production, but some asshole edited it and ended up canceling the series. August 4th, 2011. When I was getting the mail at night, I managed to find Forensic looking at me from the garage. This time, however, I finally took a picture of him. Even though it's incredibly blurry, I at least have a photo of what he looks like. The odd thing is that unlike regular times when Forensic has Happy's death smile on his mask, he had a frown on his mask. I wondered why he wore a frowning mask this time, until I smashed and burned the Happy puppet because I think it's powering Forensic. I could be wrong though, which is probably true. I kept the tapes though, as they are good enough to keep. August 15th, 2011. I apologize for not updating this blog lately. I really haven't had much to say, but recently I've been creeped out. I thought I had destroyed the Happy puppet 3 days ago, but when I went into the kitchen to make a snack, I saw it lying on the counter, without any damage done to it. Also, I've had many nightmares about Happy or Forensic. The most vivid one based off of The Towers occurred to me tonight. I saw a completed Freedom Tower being hit. almost ironically by a large airliner. Onlookers were either running, crying, or praying to God. I remember that I was one of the onlookers, unable to move an inch. Right next to me was a ripe apple tree, which oddly hadn't been knocked over by debris. On the pavement, there was an apple that presumably had broken off the tree. I picked it up and almost got to take a bite out of it. However, I noticed that Forensic was watching me from a nearby bush. As I bit the apple, it suddenly grew a mouth and began screaming loudly. Horrified, I threw the apple to the pavement, which injured him more. As soon as the apple hit the ground, Forensic disappeared from the bush. As the scream from the apple grew louder, the fires on the Freedom Tower kept flaming on until the thing collapsed, sending a cloud of debris towards the onlookers. Right before I was hit, I jumped out of bed, screaming in horror. I don't know why, but it seems like Forensic and Happy are the only things that I can really think about anymore. Thanks to them, I think I'm going insane. First off, I can't see fruits without thinking about Happy in any way. Thankfully though, I don't think about Happy when I see a vegetable, unless I find an episode involving a vegetable clay puppet. Secondly, I fear tall and skinny, and especially both people, a lot more than I used to. Mainly because Forensic and how he's very tall and skinny. And when I see a playground, I imagine Happy in that one dark, plant-filled abandoned corner of the playground, doing a death smile and looking like he's ready to murder every child. I regret researching this show. I've learned more about Fright House Screamers, but it's not as related to Happy as I thought it would be. August 16th, 2011. Today I went to look for Happy on the TV. Even though it sounds idiotic to look for a show on the channel that it's banned from, it's worth a shot. I woke myself up when Nick Jr. started and watched the shows for Happy. It all went well, playing Dora the Explorer and Yo Gabba Gabba when a bumper aired. A woman's voice said, "And now we have something special to show you. Please welcome, for the first time in a decade, Happy." I was excited for that I would most likely get to see a new episode. Unfortunately, it was the school episode again. Even though I was disappointed, I was still elated from seeing an episode of Happy air. At that point, I had a major question. Why did the episode air? Did a new employee mistakenly air the episode without knowing the history of Happy? Or did someone else deliberately air them? If someone did air it deliberately, why? And was it Retro Day at Nick Jr. and they allowed a showing of Happy just this one time? Or did someone know about my research blog and to help they aired an episode? Second post. Hey, I've got two things to tell you. First, I will try to make at least one post every day, all the way until when I quit researching Happy. Second, I'm keeping track of the episodes. Here are my guesses for the episode list. Anything with parentheses describes the episode better. 1. Happy's Vacation. 2. Hurt Happy. 3. Monkey Bar Mishap. 4. Happy Goes to School, the one with the math song. 5. Nate Needs Help. 6. Never Run with Knives. 7. Happy Fixes Kids. 8. Happy Fixes Kids Part 2. 9. Happy Fixes Kids Part 3. 10. The Towers. 11. Happy the Doctor, the one with the green fluid needle, the crash plane, and Happy's skin peeling off. 12. 13. Happy's Trick. 14. The Happy Movie Parts 1 and 2. I know there are only 15 episodes mentioned here, but I haven't discovered the other 9 yet when I published this post. August 18th, 2011. I was on YouTube when I came across a Happy video. It was named The Happy Dance and was a promo that aired on Noggin. In it showed Happy moving around like he was breakdancing. The music was slightly distorted, but it had someone making and failing at beatbox noises. Accompanying it was some lyrics on how to do the Happy Dance. Do the Happy Dance. Jump to the left, jump to the left, jump to the left. Now jump to the right, jump to the right, jump to the right. Now get down and scoot to your left, scoot to your left. Now scoot to your right, scoot to your right. Do the Happy Dance. After that it said, watch Happy every Monday at 8 AM, and it ended. I know it isn't a new episode, but it's a cute thing I saw. August 23rd, 2011. As I was looking over some posts today, I noticed a draft in the folder. Normally I wouldn't have drafts in there, unless I had to finish a post on another day, so this stuck out as odd to me. I opened it and found out that Forensic had somehow gotten into my blog. I'm guessing he used a keylogger, but anything's possible. Here are the contents. Hello there, my good friends. Are you feeling well today? Good, because Jerisim is not here today. Instead, you will be getting a post from his favorite friend, Forensic F. Forensic. So life's pretty good from where I'm standing. I've killed a lot of people now. This year I've killed Kevin Christensen and Treston Ye. Amazing, isn't it? Well, just you wait. Once I'm done with Jim Forrester, I'll kill Jerisim, and it ain't going to be pretty. What will I choose to kill him? Will it be the good old knife to the head? Or maybe I'll pick a slow, painful torture. I might not mentally scar him, but it is in the question. Oh, the possibilities are endless. But now there's a big question I will answer. What will I do with Jerisim's body? will I, and it ends there. Why did he leave off mid-sentence? Did his internet break down? Was he noticing that I was starting to wake up? Or maybe he got booted off somehow? I don't really know. All I know is that Forensic tried to post on my blog, and I'm not happy. However, there was a sound clip left on the blog post. It was a 3-minute clip of static, with some voices talking here and there. I'll try to decode it later. August 24th, 2011. Today, the same person who uploaded the Kevin Christensen interview on YouTube added a new interview. This time it was Jim Forrester being interviewed. He worked on some scripts for Appy, including Nate Needs Help. So were you one of the scriptwriters for Appy? Unfortunately, yes. Do you know what happened to Appy? Well, we actually managed to pull off a third of the first season just fine, without any complaints whatsoever. We were all ready to begin the other thirds when we were cancelled. Why was the show cancelled? An accident happened. Wait, an accident happened? What kind of accident would cause the show's cancellation? During a break we did to get the employees some resting time, we made a joke episode for fun. The episode in question had 2 smoldering towers which were on fire. You know, looking at it now, it reminds me way too much of 9/11. The episode was aired because someone managed to sneak a tape and broadcast it on Noggin, and poof, the show was cancelled. Good riddance. Do you know who broadcasted it? No. The only person I think that would broadcast it is, I forgot. It's been 10 years, you know? I can understand, Jim. Anyway, there's one last question. Who was the director of the show? I don't know who the director is as well, but I can tell you one thing. He's most likely dead. August 27th, 2011. Today I found the torrent of another episode of Appy called Mean Miranda / Happy's Van Breaks. Mean Miranda's plot was about boys no older or younger than 6 to 8 being bullied by a teenage girl named Miranda. Happy gives the kids bandages and advice to help them. He keeps getting progressively angrier as the episode goes on, starting from being slightly irritated to being extremely pissed off. At the end, Happy coldly says, "Bully one more kid and you will get a surprise, Miranda." She almost mockingly kicks a boy in the leg, and Happy gets in his van and drives it at her. Right before the van hits Miranda, the episode cuts into the credits, with promos for Franklin and Blue's Clues. Happy's van breaks starts with the intro and immediately goes into the episode. Happy is putting a bandage on a kid's bruise when he notices that his van's engine is billowing smoke. He runs to it and notices a part of the van's engine is broken. Happy steals a mechanic's toolbox and gets to work on the engine. When Happy works on the engine, a kid kicks a soccer ball and accidentally bounces it off Happy's head. Angered, he gets a wrench, runs off screen and beats the kid to death with it. He goes back and repairs the engine, replaces the coolant and changes the oil. While helping more kids around the playground, the mechanic, in response to his toolbox being stolen, breaks Happy's engine. Happy gets pissed and chases the mechanic in a POV shot. Eventually, Happy grabs the mechanic and stabs the back of his head with a screwdriver several times before the episode cuts out. Oddly, the chase scene didn't have Happy's hands in it, but someone's arms painted red. August 28th, 2011. Remember when I got those tapes from the now demolished studios? Well, I bought a small projector so that I could play the tapes to find out more about them, and like what I saw when I closely examined the tapes, there were more changes than I thought they had. Here's a list of what I could find. Happy's Vacation has stock beach music playing in the background of the beach scenes, while my former copy did not. I guess my old copies were the work print? Also, Happy sounds slightly different. Hurt Happy has the apple in the healing scene replaced with a tomato. I think this proves my theory that the apple thing was a mistake done by the producers. Happy Goes to School has an entire scene removed with a song in it, taking place between the math and science scenes. It involves Happy going to a social studies class and finding a kid struggling with his homework about the American Revolution. Happy tells the kid to watch what the teacher is going to put on, which is the segment of Schoolhouse Rock about the American Revolution. The Boo-Boo scene in Nate Needs Help is a lot shorter, and overall less weird. And guess who I saw today? It was Forensic, as usual. Unlike most times, I got a good look at part of his face. Well, to put it shortly, he might be human. Might be. September 2nd, 2011. I found while searching torrents for Appy an intact version of the Appy movie's bonus features. Visually, it wasn't good. It was just a simple menu with a white background. There was one bonus feature, creating a Appy episode. I downloaded and watched it. It was around 30 minutes long and, like the title says, showed the making of a new episode which wasn't released, called Happy Meets the Roo Bears, where Happy is in a crossover with Aphex Twin. According to a worker, the episode would have been somewhere in season 2. Here's what happens according to the clips shown. Happy is in a playground when he sees a watered down Roo Bear running around. Happy asks who he is and the Roo Bear does not respond. Richard drives in his long limo from Window Liquor. Happy and Aru Bear heal a kid who accidentally hit his head on the swings. To be honest, I don't think Aphex Twin in a kids show isn't as weird as, say, Jack Black in Sesame Street. It's just me, though. September 3rd, 2011. Okay, there are two things I want to talk about on this blog post. First off, I've heard a rumor that there's an actual episode of Season 2 intact, but it's a very incomplete fan restoration, around 15% complete. I'm just going to say this now, but why would this show have fans? I can understand liking the more appropriate episodes, but anyways, the rumor states that it was the very first episode of Season 2 called Camp Ah. In it starts with the intro, as always, but with some differences. First off, Happy didn't dance in the intro, but starred the new main characters, sort of like the CSI intro. As for the main characters, they are Happy himself, a man in a ski mask called Napoleon, and a little boy named Danny. I have a weird feeling that Napoleon could actually be forensic in a different outfit. After that, it cuts to a scene where Happy Appy is in his van, but there are two girls in the passenger seats. The girls are only clay apple heads on sticks with no arms or stems. After driving for a while, the van parks in the camp. Happy gets a washcloth and he and the girls sit on it. For a while, they just sit on the cloth, staring at the sky. After a few seconds, another apple appears, looking like a stereotypical beach jock. Happy says, "Move it, ladies," although the quality makes it sound like, "Movie it, leddies." The second thing is that Happy Appy does not have an IMDb page. The page some people are mistaking it for is actually a TV show called The Happy Apple. I could understand why people would think it would be related to Happy Appy, Happy Apple being the rarely used full title of Happy Appy. When I mean rarely used, I mean rarely used. It was used only once in a TV Guide preview. But about Happy Apple, it's from the 1980s. How can you confuse a TV show from the 80s about an insurance company with a noggin TV show from the 1990s that has imagery of 9/11? And don't even get me started on Appaloosa horses. Just don't. September 4th, 2011. I finished decoding the sound clip, and, well, when I began to decode it, I just heard static and some odd noises here and there. I tried reversing it, changing the pitch, slowing the speed down, and adding volume with some successful results. At first it was just the sound of Happy Appy laughing. It wasn't a regular laugh, however, but one that sounded like he was injured. Soon after that, Happy started screaming and you could hear someone else laughing. Like Happy, it sounded like the person that had begun to laugh was also injured. I guess as a child struggling against a murderous Happy Appy, but it could be near anybody. September 5th, 2011. After 16 pages of a Google search, I found someone who said that they were a member of the staff who made Happy Appy. I was excited, so I got their address so I could meet them in person. It took a long time because the directions they gave me required me to go through a lonely dirt road, and I thought I would get my shoes dirty. Hey, can't be too cautious, can I? Well, anyways, I was at an angle where I could see the person who was standing near his house. I was right about to yell out to them, but I got a closer look and freaked out. It was Forensic, standing near the house right behind the corner of a building I was about to pass. If I had passed it, Forensic would have caught me off guard and stabbed me to death. I don't know why Forensic has set this up, but he's definitely out there to get me. He was still looking at the way that I was supposed to have come through and quickly checking his watch, so he didn't see me yet. He was a human. He was wearing this weird mask that looked like a happy baby, and the mouth would often move, giving the impression that he was literally a baby face. His arms were bone skinny, and it looked like he needed to put on 20 pounds to be considered barely underweight. He started getting more and more nervous and thinking that I wasn't going to show up. What was also of note was that near the house there was a van that was very similar to the one that Happy rode. I ran off and went back to my house to tell you about this near-death experience, since it'll probably happen more and more often. September 6, 2011. Since I was freaked out by Forensic and it is nearing 9/11, I rewatched the Towers episode again. When I played it, I heard that faint whining noise in the background of the famous scene, and I instantly recognized it as a much quieter version of the decoded sound I was talking about 2 days ago. I don't know why that was playing in there, but it was. I still can't imagine what could match that audio clip. September 7th, 2011. I finally figured out what that sound clip is. While I was getting my groceries, it came to me that the voice that wasn't Happy sounded a lot like Forensic. Quickly I came up with the idea that the sound clip was Forensic fighting with Happy Appy. I don't know why he would fight Happy, an inanimate clay puppet, unless he had some sort of mental condition. While I was on my way home, I saw a police car with its lights on and sirens blaring, so I followed it. When the police car stopped, I saw the cops leave the car quickly and run after a thin figure, which had dropped a gun and something red. It was none other than the Happy Appy puppet with some dirt on it. I could have sworn that Happy's mouth was moving, but I was so freaked out I wasn't sure if his mouth was moving or not. Suddenly it came to me that this figurine was the one that I owned. Forensic must have broken into my house. Before the police came back, I got into my car and went home. Thankfully it was unscathed, but one of the front windows was opened. Once I got in, I shut the window and looked for the Happy Appy puppet, which I had put in the living room. However, it was nowhere to be found. After I write this blog post and go to bed, I'm buying a nice knife as soon as I can. September 9th, 2011. I'm not sure how, but maybe the audio of Forensic and Happy was planned to be in a future episode of Happy Appy, and got mixed up while they were putting the sound and music in. Was Forensic around while Happy Appy was being made and put himself in one of the episodes because he was in the staff? Or did he get so much infamy during the time that the producers decided he was perfect material to mock? I still can't put this all together. There's some good news about Forensic though. To quote from today's newspaper, a crazed maniac was arrested last night after a robbery at a firearms store, a home break-in, use of firearms without a permit, linkage to various murders, and evading arrest. Some days I ask myself why I chose to get involved with Happy Appy. September 10th, 2011. Well, tomorrow is going to be the 10th year since 9/11. Oh joy. In all seriousness, I have too many thoughts in my head right now. Will I be visited by Forensic again, or will I be murdered in my sleep? Will my house burn down again, or will I have a normal day for once? I'm not going to make a post on September 11th, but on September 12th. September 11th, 2011. I know I'm not supposed to make a post on September 11th, but I really had to get this post out. Last night a certain someone went on my computer today. Luckily, the only things that Forensic did was add 3 photos, a notepad file, and a distorted sound clip. The images and notepad file were made today during 2:20 to 2:30 a.m., while the sound clip was created on July 14th of this year. All the images were made using paint, had the file name image1 to image3, and all were badly drawn. Considering that Forensic wears a gas mask and has long skinny fingers not fit to use my mouse, I knew they wouldn't be in good quality. The first image was Happy Appy smiling on a dark red background, with a knife in one hand, and words that says, "That's natural, children." I found out that this one was actually a GIF and not a PNG. I stared at it, and for one frame, Happy had blood on his teeth and knife. The second image is the only one that does not show something. It is in fact a portion of the song, "They're Coming to Take Me Away, ha ha." I seriously want to know what the connection is between Napoleon the 14th and Happy Appy / Forensic. Is it that they're both disturbing to listen to, or is there something else I don't understand? The last image is more notable than the rest. It was Forensic standing behind a black background which has "I'll find you" in red. The reason that this image is the most notable is that it shows Forensic's long pale neck, gray clothes, and his unusual gas mask. It's actually more high quality than the other photo I took of him, even though the picture is quite bland. However, it doesn't show his filters, which is odd. The notepad file contained another gibberish string. Why do I keep seeing these gibberish strings? Are they a secret code of some sort that Forensic wants me to crack? Oh yes, about the sound clip. It starts with a bunch of ambience that sounds like it would belong to a factory. There was metal banging, steam blowing, all that stuff. It might be possible that it's just some kind of distortion. In the background, I heard a person walking, kicking over an empty tin can. After this, I heard a voice that sounded like someone beginning to say, "Stop," before it goes to static for the rest of the clip. My best guess of what this sound clip could be is Forensic killing someone. But looking at the date the file was made, which was on the 12th of July, could this sound file be related to Treston Ye? I somewhat doubt it, to be honest. September 12th, 2011. Today was one of the worst days I have ever had, but at the same time it was also one of the best. It all started when I was coming home after getting late night groceries on September 11th when I noticed Forensic was crossing the road to my house. Knowing that he would try to burn down my house again or steal something, I sped up and had the car ram him at full force. I heard a couple bones breaking and I knew I must have injured or possibly killed him. So I grabbed a flashlight and got out of my car, and to my surprise I couldn't find Forensic, although he made a trail of blood which pointed to where he went, so I followed the blood. The trail led me to a nearby forest a couple of miles out of town. I had doubts about this. Forensic had run off into the woods and is probably ready to attack me if I go too deep into it. I put these thoughts aside since I knew I had to kill Forensic in one way or another, so I got my knife from the car and went into the forest. The blood stopped at a dirt trail, and a few meters from it was a sign. The letters were faded, but I shined a light on the sign, and it read, John Wilkinson Summer Camp. The John Wilkinson Summer Camp opened in 1996. The owner of the summer camp was, unsurprisingly, John Wilkinson, a 35-year-old man who had a mild case of schizophrenia. For years, it was a very popular summer camp. Kids kept coming to it, with some coming all the way from Maine and the United Kingdom. Unfortunately, in 2004, John Wilkinson's worsening schizophrenia reached a peak, and around 2 in the night, John got an axe, went into the log cabins, and killed 6 children before disappearing into the woods. The summer camp closed down, and the case remains cold to this day. I went up the dirt road to the summer camp, which was in an overgrown grove. Over the years, the summer camp deteriorated, leaving various moss and fungus growing on the rotting wood of the old cabins. I went into A first. Just for reference, the cabin series are A, 16 to 18-year-olds, B, 13 to 15-year-olds, C, 10 to 12-year-olds, and D, 7 to 9-year-olds. It just looked like a regular cabin, minus the fact that blood was on the walls, beds were undone, some of the wood was rotting, and there was an axe stuck on the wall. Obviously, since an axe is a better weapon than a knife, I took it. I went to B and axed the door down. It was the same as A, minus the axe. C was the same. Finally, I axed down D's door. As I walked in, I noticed the sound of a generator running. Knowing that this room was different from the rest, I turned the lights on. I wish I hadn't, because as soon as the old light flickered on, I was horrified at what I had seen. On the walls on the back of the cabin were the mutilated bodies of Kevin Christensen, Treston Yai, and Miranda, held up by meat hooks. I was completely paralyzed in fear for a minute. My breathing became more rapid, my heartbeat sped up, and I started sweating. Behind me I heard an all too familiar slithering voice with what sounded like an East Coast accent. "Do you like my trophies?" I jumped at the sudden voice and sharply turned around. It was none other than Forensic, with a dull, rusty butcher knife. He was wearing a black butcher's robe, heavy winter clothing, and of course his trademark gas mask. "Come on, Jerasim, go on and take a closer look at my trophies. You know you wanna, out of your sick, morbid, but somehow natural curiosity." When he said that, I was both horrified and intrigued. Even though I had a paralyzing fear, I walked up slowly to the body of Kevin Christensen. His body had 3 slice marks on his chest. Half of the skin on his face was gone, and various nails were rammed into his body in such graphic ways that I can't mention. His jaw was positioned to make it look like he was laughing or something. I had to stop Forensic from killing any more people in this horrible way. There was a half-broken mirror next to Kevin's body. I picked it up with my shaking hand and saw Forensic sitting down in a chair, preparing to sharpen the rusty knife with a large grinding wheel. "So," Forensic said cheerfully, "you found me at last. Congratulations, Jerasim. You deserve an award. Do you want to know what it is, "What the hell did you do with them?" I yelled. Even though it wasn't what Forensic was expecting, it seemed like the only thing I could say to him. "Well, since he asked, I, Forensic F. Forensic, will tell you what he did," Forensic said as he got up to stretch his arms. "But first, I'll tell you the reward. It's a knife to the throat," he laughed, which turned from a somewhat girly giggle to a psychotic laughter. After catching his breath, he said, "To put a long story short, they were people who had annoyed me to a certain extent. First off, Kevin Christensen deserved his natural fate because he kept calling me slow and retarded. I personally got offended by that. So when y'all were still searching those 10 episodes, I managed to find and kill him. I watched you enter the house with that photo of Appy in the bushes. After that, he sat down again and kept sharpening that knife. I could barely say, what about Treston and Miranda? Don't mention Treston Yai. He was a foolish little kid who was the voice of Appy. I don't know why they got a teenager to voice Appy, even though I should have done it. It feels natural, wouldn't you say? Also, he was much ruder than Christensen, but not as bad as Miranda. So who told you about Treston's death? Was it Jim Forrester? Is it? I was shocked, but I slowly nodded my head. Forensic put the now sharpened knife to one side and began to sharpen another dull knife. Suddenly, he talked in a rather deadpan voice. I know he'd tell you about his death. I mean, you do report the deaths of the employees of Appy, right? I suddenly nodded my head again. He sighed and said, well, I guess that's okay with me. Tell the world that employees of a once famous Nickelodeon show are dying. Forensic slouched over and sighed again. He perked up and said worriedly, oh, I got distracted. Finally, there's Miranda. Well, you see, Appy didn't kill her with his van and mean Miranda. She got killed off for a while since she was very rude and kept insulting me, prompting me to hit her every time she made fun of me, and quite frankly, she deserved it in the end. The sudden tone shift made me jump a little. It didn't help that he laughed like an absolute maniac. I got distracted again. After the episode, Appy and I killed her, as a natural, beautiful team. Now that I've told you their fates, go ahead, get closer to the bodies. Closer. Closer. The tone of Forensic's voice at the last closer made me jump a bit. Hearing him, a very deadpan serial killer, scream at me like that was shocking. The problem was that I was still paralyzed, so I couldn't move that great. Come on, Jerasim, stop around. You don't want to end up like they did, right? Just go and get closer to the bodies. Now, goddammit. And again, I jumped. This time Forensic jumped out of the chair and started forcibly pushing me towards Treston's body. I heard him begin to growl in fury. Treston was disfigured as Kevin was. He had the same slice marks but in the abdomen area. His facial skin was almost gone, but was sloppier than Kevin's mutilation. He was also laughing, but it was like more forced. Like Forensic dug his hands into his jaw and forced it open. I had one more thing to say to Forensic before I planned to kill him. About that sound file you left on my computer, the one that sounded like it was in a factory. What was that? Oh, it was me killing Treston. Don't ask why, but I love to record people's death cries as I killed him. It's so natural to me, if you will. He muttered something that I could barely hear, but it was basically along the lines of, I need to stop saying natural. He replied with, now that you've seen Kevin's and Treston's bodies, how about you see Miranda's? It's the best in my opinion, since she deserved her fate the most. And again, I jumped. I moved to her body just so that I wouldn't be screamed at by Forensic again and possibly piss him off so much that he would murder me. Unlike the others, Miranda was barely recognizable. Pieces of her flesh and organs had bite marks in them, and her limbs were dismembered. Again, she was laughing, but this time I couldn't tell at first. I still had the broken mirror and noticed Forensic was slowly holding up the second knife he sharpened in his left hand to backstab me. Forensic said, well, now that you've got all your questions answered, it's time for you to go. No, I screamed, before taking out the axe and striking his left arm. He laughed in half agony, half enjoyment while I chopped it off. After chopping off his arm, I ran out of the house, leaving the axe with him. Outside, I found a can of gasoline. I dumped the gasoline all over the house. When I was finished, Forensic woke up. Realizing what I was doing, he grabbed the axe I had and a bag full of weapons and ran off into the woods. I got a match and burned the cabin down. For a moment, it felt very satisfying to destroy Forensic's hideout, in the same way he destroyed my former house. September 13th, 2011. The local policemen are, for the most part, assholes. Even though I work for them, when I tried to tell the officers about Forensic, most of them dismissed the story, saying it never happened. One of the officers, Robert Newport, did believe my story, albeit reluctantly. At least somebody at work believes me. However, due to some money issues, I'm going to take a month-long break from Appy. I expect to return in October. See you later. October 19th, 2011. Hey guys, I'm back. I should let you all know that any rumors regarding my break are false. I didn't see Forensic during the break, which made my life easier. Also, I'll try to find all episodes of Appy. I promise. Jerisim. October 21st, 2011. Today I was going through a flea market when I realized that I could find a Appy episode in the VHS section. After looking through some obscure VHS movies, I found a VHS with a rushed label. Appy Goes to the Circus. Since I buy almost anything Appy related, I bought the tape. After driving home, I got my VHS player and put the tape in, which had some pretty bad deterioration since the episode was recorded. Some parts of the episode taped over with an episode of Blue's Clues, and what wasn't taped over had very low quality audio and video. The title is the plot in a nutshell. Appy goes to a traveling circus and helps kids who get hurt. The episode starts out with Appy buying a ticket to see the Banana Brothers traveling circus. After buying popcorn and a drink, he goes into a seat and the show begins. Unfortunately, half of the scene was replaced with either the Blue's Clues episode or static, and the show scene was pretty bad anyway. I mean, the show was already low budget as is, but the show scene was by far the laziest thing on the show's run. The bulky strings were visible during stunts, the models were very rushed, and the camera was unfocused. Someone's head was even visible in the scene. After the 3-minute long scene, it goes to intermission. Appy throws his trash away when he hears a kid crying. He walks to where he thought the cry came from and discovers a kid who hit his head on the bleachers. Appy heals him using bandages and an ice pack, and the kid thanks him. Then Appy realizes that the trapeze act, the Flying Apples, has a missing member. Appy sees this as an opportunity to make him more popular with everyone, especially the children. He gets dressed as Aaron Apple, the other four were Abraham, Adam, Andrew, and Auburn, and talks to the rest of the act about how late he was. The second half of the show begins, and the first act was, unsurprisingly, the Flying Apples. Unlike the rest of the circus scenes, the trapeze act was actually decently made. It was like the entire budget of the episode was spent on making the Flying Apples part look good. After that, most of the god-awful circus scenes played, although the clown scene was somewhat funny, and the circus show ends, where the Banana Brothers thank kids for visiting the circus. Later, the Flying Apples meet the Banana Brothers, and they tell the Flying Apples how well they did in the trapeze act. After that, Appy is seen walking out, when he sees a kid getting bullied by a bandaged girl. Appy gets closer, and guess who was bullying the kid? Miranda. Miranda tells Appy that she has a knife on her. The video cuts out, yet the audio keeps playing. This was probably a good thing for me since Miranda began to scream while Happy began to chop her up with a knife, laughing. October 23rd, 2011. Today I'm going to try to answer a massive question about Appy. Why does Appy murder kids? Well, I might have had an answer to the question for once. You see, after I went to the employee's house where Forensic was at, I had two ideas. Did Forensic kill the employee, or is Forensic the employee? I think the most likely answer is the latter. Another question arises. Who exactly is Forensic? Well, I can say a few things about this question. It's not Kevin Christensen, Tristan Yai, or possibly Jim Forrester. Also, I can't really confirm Forensic's identity. You might be saying that the decapitated arm has Forensic's blood in it, and his fingerprints. Well, it's not that. You see, I didn't keep the arm. I made the foolish mistake of leaving it at the summer camp. Even if I did keep it, Forensic keeps coming back, meaning there could be a lot of people posing as him. So what did the last paragraph have to do with the question? Well, Forensic might have edited the episodes to show those horrifying scenes. It makes sense if Forensic was an employee since he would have access to the props and the tapes. Because of this, more questions arise. Why did Forensic go crazy? Why are there not a lot of survivors of Appy? How did the studio burn down? Did Forensic do it? Here are my guesses to the answers to the questions, and they will change if I get more evidence. This sounds weird, but maybe he's John Wilkinson. This makes sense, actually. John Wilkinson had schizophrenia, and as you probably know, killed children at his summer camp. The only problem is that he was chubby, whilst Forensic is very skinny. However, things can change. Maybe Forensic killed them. This seems plausible, because I can say that 4 people related to Appy died, other than the countless amounts of children. I think Forensic might have burned the studio down, for reasons I don't know about. October 24th, 2011. Today, Jim Forrester, who is surprisingly still alive, told me the names of more people who worked on Appy, which puts me a bit closer to whom Forensic could be. First, there's Tristan Drews, the man who created the last designs of the Appy puppet. After hearing about the strings of death associated with people who worked on Appy, Tristan went into hiding. He's still alive, but goes under a different identity. Secondly, there's John Tresty, the man who created the music for Appy. He was a musician who specialized in keyboards, synthesizers, and song production. After releasing his debut album, Hidalgo, which to this day is hard to find, he was called to work on Appy's title theme. Although some parts of the story of the creation of the theme are missing, John basically got 5 kindergarten students and had them sing the Appy lyrics. After that, he made the backing synthesizer track, combined the two, and previewed the result to Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon approved the theme song, and John kept his job, due to Hidalgo being a failure to sell. He's also still alive. Finally, there's John Wilkinson. Yes, I'm not lying. John Wilkinson actually worked on Appy. He wrote 3 episodes for the TV series. I swear, I really think Forensic isn't John Wilkinson, but because he's schizophrenic, killed people, and worked on Appy, this does not help. October 25th, 2011. Today I was sent in the mail a DVD called Appy's Bonus Features. However, when I tried to play the disc, it didn't work at all. The entire video was static, and the audio consisted of 5 swooshes and a weird voice. I tried to decode the weird noise, and after a half an hour of playing with various audio tools, the weird noise turned out to be a kid talking to the listener. Don't trust Appy. He has friends that will murder you. Never come with him into his van. October 26th, 2011. Somebody sent me a video of the first part of the true Appy movie. Apparently the movie I owned was either a fake or a really long episode. The movie started up with a different opening. The song playing was the opening song of 2001: A Space Odyssey. The logo said, Noggin presents the Appy movie. The first scene of the movie had Appy in his long coat putting a bandage on a cut that was on a girl's arm. Today I'm scared, Lily, said Appy. Lily asked why, but Appy just said, he is coming and no one can stop him. I wondered who exactly the person Appy mentioned was. Was it Forensic? 7 other kids came running over, and in the background, policemen were running to the playground where Appy and the kids were. For a couple of minutes, multiple policemen were yelling at Appy. Finally, the sheriff came out of the car and said, "Stop in the name of the law. I know you've murdered Miranda, Tuck, and Gina." Appy grabs another needle with green fluids from his long coat and stabs the sheriff in the eye with it, while laughing like a maniac. In response, the cops took out their sidearms and shot Appy to death. His bullet-riddled body fell to the ground, while the kids began to walk over and cry over him. The police left, knowing that they finally dealt with Appy, and the episode just got outright bizarre. Appy was suddenly revived and stood up. The kids ran away screaming. Appy took out another knife and started to chase Lily in a POV shot. After 30 seconds, Appy grabbed her and broke her neck. The snap that resulted was enough for me to stop the video for a while, but I resumed, and the camera cut to the rest of the kids running from Appy. Happy got in his van and drove after a little boy. As soon as I saw the boy, I recognized him as Danny from the Camp Aw intro. Given his significance there, could Danny be the one who Happy was talking about earlier? Anyway, one of the girls yelled, "Danny, no!" Danny picked up a lit cigarette that fell from the sheriff's mouth, gets into the van and burns Happy's face, leaving a black burn on his cheek. Happy screams and Danny runs off. It cuts to Happy chasing Danny in his van. Danny opens the door again, climbs into the passenger seat and tries to distract Happy. Eventually Happy crashes the van into a tree, and Danny gets thrown out of the van. Happy climbs out of the van and picks up a sharp stick on the ground. It cuts to Danny waking up and picking up Happy's dropped knife. After that, it faded to black. I sent a message to the man who made the torrent and asked if he had part 2. He said yes, and that it would be done on the 27th. I guess I'll just have to wait. October 27th, 2011. I just finished watching the Happy Appy movie, and it was weird. However, I did find something that will interest you. It starts with Danny running to a junkyard. He hid in a car and it cuts to a girl in the playground, playing with a tin can. Happy Appy slowly crept up to her. The girl screams and he stabbed the girl with a stick. He runs off to get in his van. After driving for a while, he reaches the junkyard. Happy gets out of his car and looks around, yelling for Danny. Danny jumps into the car. Happy swears and Danny runs him over. He jumps out of the car and the van pushes Happy into a car crusher, and it crushes Happy and the van. A horrifying crushed car cube comes out with Happy's skin, blood, and organs all over the fragments of the van. A woman comes out of the cockpit, and Danny says, "Thank you, June." She says, "Thank you for telling me and Dad about Happy's rage. I couldn't take this anymore. I wanted the movie to end now. I was wrong. Oh, was I wrong." Another Happy peeks behind an old car and boastfully says, "Did you really think I was going to die like that to a kid? Well, if you thought so, you're wrong." The credits start. Because of a video error, I could only make out these names in the credits. Director, Tristan Yap. Producers, Keith Blue and Joanne Broop. Happy Appy, Tristan Ye. Danny Ray Bolia. After all of this time, I have found the identity of the director of Happy Appy and/or Forensic. I'll need to research more about him. October 31st, 2011. Have a safe and happy Halloween, everyone. Knowing Forensic, I know I probably won't. Anyways, today I got a package in the mail. Taped to it was an envelope with a letter inside. The letter read like this: To Mr. Yakovlev. During a recent investigation of Kevin Christensen's home, I found a damaged journal that seems to be related to the show your blog is talking about. I hope it will help you find out more information about Happy Appy. Sincerely, Officer Robert Newport. I opened the package and inside was a 70-page notebook. However, most of the pages had been torn out. Here are the entries in chronological order. February 9th, 1999. I finally got a job at Nickelodeon yesterday. So far, I've been put on a possible Nickelodeon project that is still in pre-production as I write this entry. I will write more soon. February 25th, 1999. I've been put out of the project to work on Rugrats. The plot of the planned show, which was called Attack of the Killer Apples, was a rip-off of the movie Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. The problem was that almost no one liked the idea, including me. March 1st, 1999. Guess what? I've heard that the Apple show is going to see the light of day. The man who's going to help produce the show, Keith Blue, did some claymation commercials for Noggin. Since they are some of the most popular commercials on Noggin, the creator asked that he should work on the show. March 11th, 1999. I overheard a rumor that we're filming at the old stage where Double Dare was being filmed. March 23rd, 1999. I want to leave this project now. You see, today I was eating lunch when I saw some sick dragging in Happy's voice actor, Tristan, who was in his late teens and had a pretty deep voice. We started filming tests like Happy in his van and practicing lines. The guy who dragged Tristan in shouted action. A weird country song started playing on the radio in the van. I shouted to the guy who shouted action and dragged Tristan, "What the f did you do to Tristan?" He jumped over the coffee table and rest of the page and every other page except the last is torn off. January 2nd, 2011. Today I remembered two things about Happy Appy today. The show's original air dates and some facts. The air dates were Nick Jr./Noggin, April 26, 1999 to June 3rd, 1999. Pre-TV UK channel, May 16th, 1999 to March 31st, 2000. Brazil, I don't know where in Brazil, November 30th, 1999 to February 1st, 2000. The facts are, Happy had a scrap DVD release. The director was tall and mid-weight. He went by the name Fred. So it turns out that Tristan Yap isn't the director. I'm still wondering about who the director is though. November 1st, 2011. I finally did it. I killed Forensic and found a shocking discovery. Well, I think I have. You see, I was driving home at midnight when I saw Forensic running away from Jim's house. Knowing that he might have just grazed, injured, or even killed Jim, I parked my car on the sidewalk and ran into Jim's house with my knife. I looked all around the house, except for the basement, but I couldn't find Jim or forensic. During this, I took a Winchester shotgun from his living room, just so that I could better arm myself. After checking all around the house, I went into his basement. I saw what looked like Jim's bleeding body sitting on the floor of the basement. I ran to him thinking that he was dead. However, he wasn't. He said, "Oh Jesus, Jerisim, don't scare me like that." I said, "Sorry, Jim. Did you know that Jim interrupted me with, "Yeah, I know what's going on. Forensic or whoever the hell is broken into my house. That's why I stained my best clothes with ketchup." I heard Forensic open the door and I loaded the Winchester. After telling Jim that I'd be back soon, I ran up the stairs, cornered Forensic, and shot him in the chest. For a second, I thought I'd finally killed him. However, someone looking just like him jumped behind me and tried to stab me in the back of my head with a knife. I shot him in the chest like the other Forensic. I thought I killed them both, but the second Forensic tried to make a run for it. However, his injuries made him collapse before he could run out of the house. I went into the cellar and called the police, before I noticed that the first Forensic was missing. When I went back to the cellar to see Jim again, I found a USB lying on a bookshelf, and I took it. When I told Jim about the USB drive and where it came from, he said, "That's odd, I certainly don't remember owning a USB drive like that. I seriously wonder what's in it." After a long wait, the police finally arrived. Thankfully, Newport believed me when I told him about what happened. I'm just going to say this, but I'm honestly starting to feel like he believes me. I got home and put the USB drive in my computer. It only had one file called Instructions, which was just a minute-long video of one of Forensics saying, "In your pillow will be," over and over. "In your pillow will be what?" I opened my pillow and inside I found a random switchblade, my wallet, which was missing a $20 bill I had put in there, and a DVD saying Happy Appy Complete Series, with a label saying Season 1 was on it as well as Season 2. At first all I could say was, "What the hell is this?" I could understand Season 1 clear as day, but who made Season 2? Could someone have made more episodes that toned down the violence? Or did someone make even darker episodes? Better yet, who made these? Jim, Kevin, or maybe it's Forensic? It has to be Forensic. But now I don't even know. I'm only watching the episodes just because they're happy appy. Second post. Today I talked to Jim about the DVD. His response was, "Well, it's very odd. I mean, who in their right mind would make 2 more seasons of that show?" He added that he wanted to see the new season as well. So tomorrow we're going to go through and see the missing episodes of Season 1 as well as Season 2. Also, another interview was uploaded by the same man. This time it was an interview with Treston Yai. Treston Yai? Yeah, that's me. How old were you when Fright House Screamers was around? 15. What happened when you did Happy's voice on the first day? When I recorded my lines on the first 2 minisodes called Happy Vacation and Hurt Happy, I did notice some odd things with the script for those episodes. In Hurt Happy, he ate an apple, which was weird considering he was, well, an apple. What was the worst thing that happened to you when you were on the show? I don't like to discuss with people about it, but here it goes. I was once dragged in the studio by a tall man holding a rope, which he had tied around my feet. After an argument, we filmed the episodes. That's just horrifying to say the least. Do you know who dragged you in? I actually don't remember. The only thing I know about the man was that he was taller than most of us. November 2nd, 2011. This will be the first of 3 posts detailing Jim and I watching the contents of the DVD. Even though we are watching the disc, I still can't get over the fact that there's another season of Happy Appy. I really can't. As soon as the DVD loaded, we saw it had a freeware DVD burner menu. Obviously Forensic or whoever made the disc did it as cheap as possible. I went to the episode menu and looked through the episodes of Season 1, in case there were any that I missed. The 2 distorted episodes for Season 1 were actually watchable, and were named Happy at the Fruit Olympics / Nate Needs Help, Happy in Space / Mean Miranda. I pressed next and found the entire episode list for Season 2. Happy meets the Roo Bears / Camp Aw, Happy in the Oranges / Happy's Van Breaks, Lighter / Happy in Blackberry, Napoleon the Big Help / Nuxic, Rose of Blood and Bones / Can of Kill, Jar of Hate / Happy's Rising, Happy kills Benny / Miranda lives, Miranda dies, there's no second episode for some reason, Napoleon a Bigger Help / Meaner, Happy Appy's Christmas / Happy's House, Napoleon the Biggest Help / Danny's Love, Happy Fest / Happy Rots in Hell, and Epilogue. Judging from the names, we could only guess that Forensic made these, but who is he? I played Happy at the Fruit Olympics since that was one of 2 episodes of Season 1 that I didn't watch. It began with Happy Appy saying, "Hey kids, the Fruit Olympics begin today," and watches TV. It zooms into the television set and shows a recreation of the Olympic torch relay, but with fruit. After the torch holder, an apple, lights the Olympic flame, the games begin. It's a cheesy compilation of sports played in the Olympics, but with fruit. It reminded me of the circus episode's Act 1 scene, but visually a lot better. Happy turns to the camera and says, "Hey kids, the 2000 Olympics begin in a year. You should go see it." And the episode ends. When it ended, Jim told me that he actually remembered to help film this episode, and he even did a few of the puppets with Kevin Christensen and Tristan Drews. Happy in Space was next, and it was horrific. It starts out with Happy Appy sneaking on the space shuttle and turns to the camera and says, "Hey kids, your old pal Happy Appy is going into space today," and waits. The shuttle docks at a lookalike of the International Space Station. After all the astronauts leave, Happy sneaks out of the shuttle and starts floating. He says, "Did you know that in outer space there is no gravity, meaning you float in midair?" He puts on a spacesuit and goes out of the ISS. An astronaut is working on a broken part of the station. Happy says, "In space, no one can hear you talk, or scream for that matter," and stabs the astronaut. We see him float off into space for around a minute. After this, Happy goes back in and finds out that the shuttle is about to leave. Happy jumps in the space shuttle. The space shuttle begins to enter the atmosphere. Happy turns to the camera and says, "Hey kids, watch this magic trick," and sets a man on fire. The shuttle starts to catch on fire, which is exactly like the scene in Happy's trick. We see Happy Appy give a death smile as the shuttle is engulfed in flames. Happy jumps out before he gets burned and lands in snow. He says, "Hey kids, one day you will see something like this on TV." Behind him, the shuttle was breaking up into small pieces. The credits rolled. I played Happy Meets the Roo Bears / Camp Aw. It starts with the intro, which is now an acoustic version. It begins with Happy Appy walking in the playground with his injuries. He sees the green Roo Bear running around, and Happy says, "Hey Mr. Teddy," and the Roo Bear doesn't respond. Happy says, "Mr. Teddy, let's go find some kids to heal," and the Roo Bear nods his head. They hear crying from the swings. Happy and the Roo Bear walk over to a kid who hit his head on part of the swing, the part that you sit on. Happy gets out some bandages and heals the kid. They hear a car ram into another. Happy turns around and sees a long limousine crashing into a van, which wasn't Happy's. A man exits the car and it turns out to be Aphex Twin himself. He starts doing the dance with the umbrella, but it was just stock footage from window liquor hastily put together. Happy and the Roo Bear walk up to him, and Happy says, "Hey, who are you?" And Aphex says, "My name is Richard." And Happy says, "Let's go find some children to heal." And Aphex says, "Sure." The rest of the episode is just them healing children who injured themselves on various parts of the playground. When we first saw this episode, it was so tame for a Halloween special that I thought it was a Season 1 episode mislabeled as a Season 2 one. Also, I told Jim, why was the episode Happy and the Roo Bears if only the green one is present? He said that they would have all been there, but they didn't get enough money to get the others. We saw Camp Aw. It starts with the intro, which was that CSI-like intro featuring the main characters. Happy, Napoleon, who could be forensic, and Danny from the TV movie. Why was the acoustic version used once? It starts with Happy driving his van, saying, "Who's ready for a camping trip?" with two girls in the passenger seats cheering. After driving for a while, Happy parks in the camp, sets the washcloth, and sits on it next to the girls. After staring at the sky for a few seconds, the beach jock apple appears. Happy says, "Move it, ladies," and it's much clearer this time. Suddenly, some sort of quality shift happens. Happy's voice was different, the girls looked different, and so did the bully. It was almost like another person picked up where Nick left off and did a horrible job at it. Anyway, the beach jock apple said, "Don't go on the beach," and Happy says, "Why?" The beach jock apple says, "Because I said so," and pushes Happy out of the way. Happy decides to go up the trail to the beach. What he finds are a bunch of children playing on it, and one is poking around at something out of view with a stick. It turns to the object, which is Miranda's body. Happy screams, "Stop doing that," and brings out a knife. The next shot showed the girls still sitting on the washcloth when they hear children screaming. One of the girls says, "What happened?" and the other one says, "Let's go find out." The two girls go to the beach, but what they find are a bunch of children's bodies in one horrifying pile. On the top of the pile was a blood-stained Happy Appy with a knife. He turns around with a death smile and says, "Hey girls, I have a present for you. Come over here." And they both walk over, and it cuts to the place with the washcloth, now with both girls screaming. The episode ends with Happy Appy dragging some children back into his van and driving off, with this narration. And that, my friends, is how Camp Aw got its name, from Happy Appy himself. Interestingly, there was whispering during the credits of the episode. They were very brief. December 14th. We had no idea what that date meant. Was it supposed to be related to a season of the show? I played the episode Happy in the Oranges. It starts with the same old intro of Happy Appy dancing, and it cuts to Happy killing the beach jock apple. The episode must have taken place after Camp Aw. We see Appy walking around the playground with children at play. Appy sees something to the right. He sees two puppets that were oranges sitting on a bench. Appy walks to the bench and says, "Hey, who are you?" And the oranges say, "We're the oranges." And Appy says, "Well, I'm Appy." And the oranges screamed and ran off. Appy shouts, "Every time," and goes into his van. He goes to the orange's house in the middle of the night. The first orange is watching TV, while the second one is reading a book. The second orange says, "Hey, Oscar." He replies with, "What, Octavius?" And Octavius Orange says, "Do you know that no words rhyme with orange?" Oscar Orange says, "Oh, really?" Octavius Orange finishes with, "Yeah, you know what? I'm going to bed. Running from Appy sure tired me out." And Oscar Orange nods and continues to watch TV. Appy jumps into the roof of their house with an orange peeler in his right hand. He whispers, "Hey kids, let's go skin some oranges." And Appy climbs down the ladder to where Octavius Orange is and peels his skin. After that, he puts Octavius Orange in a vise and starts turning the crank, making Octavius get squeezed. After that, Oscar Orange knocks on the door and Appy jumps into the ceiling. When Oscar Orange opens the door and turns on the light, he sees Octavius Orange's body and screams. Appy comes down from the ceiling and peels and vices him in the same way as Oscar Orange, and the episode ends. Lighter's premise was about Appy finding a Zippo lighter lying around on the playground. It starts with the regular old intro, but with the acoustic version. Why the acoustic version this time? It cuts to Appy walking around the playground. I have a question. If Appy kills a lot of children, why don't the children notice him instantly, or the parents? Appy stops and picks up the lighter. He says, "Today we're going to learn about fire." We know what was most likely going to happen. Appy burns down houses and sets children on fire. Appy walks over to a living room. He exclaims, "Fire can badly hurt people, and in some cases kill them, like this worm." He set the worm on fire and you could see its body turn into ashes. Appy said, "Magnifying glasses can also set small insects on fire," before walking over to a kid. The kid didn't recognize him and Appy turned on the lighter and set the kid on fire. The kid tried to stop, drop, and roll, but it was too late. Appy said, "Let's go find a house to burn," and Appy walks over to a house on a boardwalk and burns it down. The fire spreads and the entire boardwalk catches on fire. The rest of the episode after that was Appy watching the place burn to the ground. At the end, he says in his cheerful voice, "That was fun. You know, you should do that to make me proud." Jim said in a smug tone, "Sure, let's totally follow in Apple's words and burn down." I played Appy in the Blackberry, which was 2 minutes short of a normal episode of Appy. It starts out with a giant angry Blackberry puppet saying, "Hey, my name's Derry Berry, and I hate Appy." Derry runs toward Appy, who is putting medical tapes and cotton on a kid's bloody gash near his wrist. Appy turns around holding scissors, and Derry accidentally runs into them. Appy says, "Remember kids, always look where you're going or you will get a boo-boo." Derry pulls himself off the scissors and tries to eat Appy. Appy pushes him off and stabs Derry in the eye with a scalpel. Derry screams and Appy pulls out the scalpel, ripping Derry's eyeball out in the process. Appy grabs a rusty saw and slowly hacks him in two. The rest of the episode shows Derry's body after Appy cuts it in half. I played Napoleon, the big help. It began with Appy trying to kill June. Just to clarify this, June is Danny's mother. He is struggling to kill her with the same saw he used to kill Barry Derry with, while June is trying to stab him in the face with a knife. Appy says, Master, please come help me." And Forensic, in all of his glory, walks in slowly and says, "Yes, Appy?" Appy says, "This woman is trying to kill me." Forensic says, "Let me help," and Forensic stabs June in the back, weakening her. The rest of the episode was basically a snuff film, recorded on a low-quality home camera. What Forensic did on the camera to June was absolutely horrifying, so I'll be quick on what Forensic did to her. First, he cut off her arms with a scimitar knife slowly and painfully. After that, he proceeds to cut off her legs with the same cleaver and starts skinning her. After minutes of skinning, she dies, and Forensic cheerfully says, "Oh no." He opens her guts out and starts eating them. After 20 hard-to-watch minutes, he finally stops, thank God. After that horrifying scene, Danny from the TV movie comes in crying and sets Appy on fire. Forensic threatens to kill Danny. He runs off screen, and Forensic walks out with the scimitar knife. Finally, the Appy model melts, ending the episode. Jim's reaction was, and I quote, "What the hell was that?" I had the same reaction, but in a quieter voice. We had a lot of questions about the episode. Why was Forensic in it? Did Forensic make the episode, or did one of his friends? For that matter, did Forensic really make the episodes? I don't know, and we really don't want to know. I played Nuxic, which was actually called Appy Goes Bonkers. It starts out with a girl forming Happy into his normal shape, but drops a garrote wire next to Happy. Happy grabs the wire and off screen cuts her throat open with it. After that he says, "Hey kids, I'm going to kill Danny." The rest of the episode is Happy Appy going around using disguises to try to kill Danny. They include the spacesuit from Happy in Space, the costume from Happy Appy Goes to the Circus, and Octavius Orange and Derryberry's skin. Somehow Danny finds out that Happy is trying to kill him. After the 5th attempt, Happy, like the title says, goes bonkers. He rants to the camera about how he never has his way. After 15 minutes of ranting, he stares at the camera motionlessly, and the episode ends. I said to Jim that we should watch the next third tomorrow, and so I left. The thing is though, as I left, I swear I saw Forensic walking up the street, but it was so dark that it could have been someone else. November 3rd, 2011. Welcome to the second part of the Happy Appy episode watching posts. In Rows of Blood and Bones, we see Happy Appy painting a picture with red paint. The picture is of a rose in a playground. It was innocent enough until we see Happy Appy run out of red paint. He says, "Damn it, oh whoops. Hey kids, let's go find some red paint and white sticks." We see Happy go out to his van and lure in 2 kids. We see him mutilate them off screen. It cuts to Happy painting the same picture, but now we see him with more red paint and white sticks as the stalk of the rose. After a minute, he finishes the painting. He shows the end result and says, "My masterpiece is complete. I call it The Rows of Blood and Bones. Hey kids, you too can make a painting using body parts and blood. If you make one, send it to me and I will give you a prize." The video ends before the address was shown. In Can of Kill, we see Happy cleaning out some large tin cans and working on mechanics in his van. After a few minutes, Happy notices the camera and says, "Hey kids, I'm working on my can contraption," and goes back to working on the can. It cuts to a tin can in the middle of the playground that has the note that says, "Open me" on it. Happy comes from the left and says, "Whenever someone opens the Can of Kill, a spray bottle pops out and sprays the kid with poison. This is my best invention ever, and it should get me a Nobel Prize." Well, mostly for peace. While he is talking his mouth off, a kid named Quincy opens the can and gets hit with some sort of poisonous gas and gets knocked out. Happy notices Quincy's body and says, "Hey, it works. You too can make a Can of Kill. All you need to do is send $5 to this address and you can wipe out anyone that hates you," and an address was listed. Before the credits played, Happy drags Quincy's body into his van. I played Jar of Hate. Happy is sitting in his van when he says, "Hello kids, do you want to see my jar of hate?" A kid walks up to him and says, "Happy, hate is a strong word." In response, Happy says, "Shoo, Jacob," and pushes him away. Happy proceeds to write Jacob's name on a blank scrap of paper and places it in a jar of names. Happy says, "My jar of hate has the names of people I will kill. Let's see who's going to be the lucky ones." He empties the jar and picks out 3 names. Happy says, "The people I will kill are Jacob, Miranda, and Danny." He sneaks behind Jacob with the cleaver from Big Help, jumps behind him, and the credits roll, while you can hear Jacob being killed in the background and Forensic screaming, "Stand still." I played Happy's Rising. It started with Happy healing a kid using a bandage, but he says, "Hey kids, wanna come have fun with me and Benny?" Everyone, including Benny, comes running into Happy Appy's van. However, to trick Happy Appy, Benny leaves quickly and silently. It shows Happy with a hand grenade and he says, "Wanna see a cool trick?" Of course, the children shout yes. Happy throws a smoke bomb, drops the grenade, and gets out of the van. We see a child scream as the van explodes into 1,000 pieces. The scene is very realistic, with body parts everywhere. Happy polishes a toe, puts it in a jar, and puts the jar in a mysterious brown bag which has been in the background since the Blackberry episode for whatever reason. Benny runs over to Danny, who is playing with a girl. Benny says, "Happy tried to kill me," and Danny says, "Well, at least you're safe with me here," and the episode ends. I played Happy Kills Benny. It starts out with Benny playing at the playground, but he notices Happy and his new van, which was all black this time around. He says to his parents that he wants to go home because someone is staring at him funny. His parents look at the area that Happy was, but he's not there. They said, "No one's there though," and Benny calms down. Benny sees Happy again, and Benny runs towards his parents. He says that Happy is stalking him, and the parents see Happy, but he's helping a kid. Later, Benny finds a $20 bill. He picks it up, but Happy stabs him. Happy drags the body to his van, and it cuts to the credits, with a brutal murder being played. Miranda Lives starts playing. It starts out with a piano version of the theme song sung by 3 of the 5 original kindergartners. They were presumably in 1st or 2nd grade when the episode premiered. The intro showed clips from Happy and the Oranges, Happy Kills Benny, Camp Awe, and 2 other episodes I hadn't seen yet. It began with Miranda's body on the beach. We see another kid poke it with a stick, but Miranda mysteriously awakens, screaming loudly. She says, Happy Appy is going to pay for what he has done, and run towards the playground. We see Happy Appy working on another portrait of a rose, with several more nearby. Miranda throws open the van's sliding doors and screams, Happy Appy, I'm going to kill you right now. And Happy says, fine, do it. Kill me. Just try. You'll just end up feeling the wrath of Napoleon. The episode ends. Miranda Dies began. Miranda gets a knife and stabs Happy's arm, pinning him to the wall. Happy screams in pain and Miranda says, I finally have you in my grasp. Now I will do what I've wanted to for so long. Happy smugly says, what's that? Miranda says, kill you. Suddenly a shadowy figure looms over Miranda. It was none other than, guess who? Forensic. He coldly says, the only murder that will happen today is yours. Miranda screams and tries to stab Forensic, but he slams her down on the table Happy uses to cut up kids. At this point, it's quite clear that whoever worked on this episode used an obvious stunt double for Miranda, as her skin and hair were darker. Forensic pulls out the scimitar knife and begins cutting her open. She screams in horror, and as soon as she screams, he's irritated. To stop her screaming, Forensic gets a random piece of wood on the floor and shoves it in her mouth, silencing her. Forensic opens her up and starts cutting organs out, eating parts of them in the process. By this point, Jim turned the TV off and decided to take a break. We really had to. A few hours later, we came back to the video and we were greeted by more sickening scenes, which I will describe briefly. To put it in a nutshell, there's cannibalism, necrophilia, limb dismemberment, and skinning. Yeah. After that, Forensic turns to the camera, smiling, holding a chunk of Miranda's brain. The episode ends. That's it. Jim and I can't do any more episodes. From here, they're just going to get more sickening. I can't do it, and yet I feel some strange wish to watch the rest. Alright, we'll watch the rest tomorrow, but after that, I'm destroying the DVD. November 4th, 2011. Welcome to the last post of the Happy Appy Season 2 series. I started Napoleon, A Bigger Help, which is just great. The last thing we saw yesterday was a snuff film, and the first thing I see today is possibly another. Oh well. It starts out with Happy saying, hey kids, last week was fun. Killing Miranda with my best pal. Hey, come over here. And Forensic walks into view, saying, yes, Happy? Happy says, you know, we've killed women, but we haven't done any children yet. Forensic gasps like a girl and says, oh, you're right, Happy. Let's kill someone. Oh god, I can't take it anymore. They find a child skipping some pebbles at a lake. Happy's van comes into view, and the kid flings a pebble at it, leaving a mark on the driver's side window. Happy gets mad at the kid, so he shoves him in a burlap sack and goes into the van. Inside, Forensic murders the kid while Happy sits in view. What happened was so absolutely horrifying that I can't say what happened in detail. I'll just say that by the end, the kid only had half of his skin, his skeleton, and chunks of organs left. And like the Miranda scene, you know why I didn't post what happened. And before you say I should know Forensic's identity by now, I should mention that during his snuff films, he wears a ski mask instead of his gas mask. In fact, it's the same ski mask Napoleon wears in the CSI-style Happy Appy intro. Meaner played. It picks right off after Happy goes bonkers, where Happy is in his van polishing his cleaver and cleaning the body parts of children. The corpse of the girl he sliced with the garrote wakes up, and both the girl and Happy scream. Happy injects the girl with some of the green liquids he used on the kid in Happy the Doctor, and proceeds to mutilate her off screen. After Happy is done, he is heard chopping the girl's head off with the cleaver. Happy leaves his van with the knife and says, that was fun. Hey, killing is a fun thing to do. You should do it at home if your mommy and daddy will allow you to. If they don't, which will probably happen, do it anyways because I, Happy Appy, say so. And the credits roll. In Happy Appy's Christmas, we see Happy Appy drive to a playground in his van, which is decked out in Christmas lights and decorations. After a minute of waiting, Happy, dressed in a Santa outfit, leaves the van through the side door and shouts, Merry Christmas, children. His voice grabs the attention of nearly every kid on the playground, and they rush over to him asking for presents. Happy panics for a moment and then slowly gives every child a small present. One of the kids opens his present and it's a juice box. Eventually every present gets opened and they all turn out to be juice boxes. We see all the children drink them, except for Danny, who is hiding behind the monkey bars. All of a sudden we see all the children collapse. When I first saw this, I thought he had done a Jim Jones and put poison in the juice boxes. Happy says, looks like my knockout drink worked, and drags the kids into his van from Danny's point of view. We see Happy Appy drive off while Danny runs after him. Eventually Happy shouts, Merry Christmas, causing Danny to stomp on the ground and scream, I hate you, Happy. The episode suddenly ends after that. Happy's house played. We see a nice looking house with Appy standing in front of it. Happy says, "Hey kids, who wants to see my house?" and walks inside. We get a tour of Happy's house. For the first half it seemed like a normal house. Suddenly Happy says, "Now for the main highlight of the tour. Are you ready to see my basement?" He goes outside and opens the cellar door. We see a dark room. Happy flicks on the light switch and we see the basement, full of body parts. On the walls were dry splatters of blood and skin stretched to look like bear rugs. On the various tables were jars of body parts. There was one table covered in a cloth with a humanoid figure under it. Happy says, "Hey kids, do you like my workshop?" and goes to the table. He says, "Well kids, here's my magnum opus under this cloth." He unravels the cloth and what's under it is a statue of a human, made of human parts. It's unfinished to say the least. Happy is yet to add the organs and the rest of the skin. Happy says, "Hey kids, you should make a statue like me," and then the credits roll. Jim mocked Happy's ideas as he did when we watched Lighter. Napoleon the Biggest Help played. Great, another snuff film, I thought, and seeing the list of episodes, hopefully the last. In this episode, Happy is seen putting organs into his statue. He puts a stomach, heart, and ribs in, but finds out he has no intestines. Happy screams for forensic, and he comes over. Happy says, "Napoleon, could you please find me some intestines, preferably adult ones?" Forensic nods and goes out. We see Forensic go into Danny's house, where he and his father are crying over the death of June. Danny notices Forensic and screams. Danny's dad rushes over and Danny runs away. Forensic slashes the dad's throat and drags him out the door. Forensic says, "You're very lucky I haven't killed you yet, Danny," and takes Danny's dad to Happy's house. Forensic cuts open Danny's dad's stomach and mutilates him to no end. Happy cheers Forensic on, while Forensic throws Appy body parts like a bear throwing chunks of flesh to her cubs. After probably one of the less brutal snuff scenes when compared to Miranda and the kid, we see Happy cheerfully place the intestines in the statue and the episode ends. Jim couldn't take this anymore. If we see another snuff film, I'm so going to destroy the disc. We played Danny's Love. We see Danny kissing the girl from a few episodes back, and Danny says, "I love you, Jenny." Happy notices Jenny from the bushes and says, "Hey kids, who wants to see a relationship end?" Jenny goes near the road. She notices that a limo is there, which looks like the one Aphex Road, and Happy meets the Roo Bears. Excited for whatever reason, she knocks on the window. A man in shades, who looks a lot like John Wilkinson, rolls down the window. She says, "Hey mister, you have a nice car." He smiles and says, "Thanks." Suddenly, Happy opens the door and grabs Jenny. We see the limo drive off. Danny sees the limo drive away with Jenny, and Danny screams and cries for the last 5 minutes of the episode. Finally, Happy Fest / Happy Rots in Hell were up. In Happy Fest, we see Happy discuss plans in the camera. He says, "Hey kids, I have an idea that will change the world. I will make everyone happy," and brings out a knife. I knew what he was going to do. He was going to carve smiles into people's mouths. He got out of his van and said, "Hey kids, who wants a smile even when they're sad?" And all the children, which there were around 5, come running into Happy's van. Happy locks the doors, does a death smile, holds up a knife, and we see the outside of the van where children are screaming and Happy is laughing. After that, Happy opens up the van door and climbs out. In the background, you could see a kid's body whose mouth was stretched like Kuchisake Onna, but in a smile. Happy says, "If you make everyone smile, the entire world will be a better place." Then the credits roll. Finally, Happy Rots in Hell was up. I couldn't believe it. It was the end, well, minus the epilogue, and we couldn't feel any better. This is actually our favorite episode. Just guess why. In Happy Rots in Hell, Happy drives to an old house where Danny is hiding. We see Danny holding a knife, while another girl is with him holding keys. Danny says, "I hope Happy doesn't come here, Abigail." We see Happy knock down the door with brute force. Abby says, "I'm going to go downstairs and open the door to the basement." Danny says, "Okay, Abby, but if Happy hears you or sees you, call for me." Abby walks downstairs, trying to not make a noise, gets the keys, and tries to unlock the door. The jangling of keys alerts Happy. He creepily says, "I hear you," before running over to try to kill Abby. She unlocks the door and gets in the room right before Happy could reach her. She locks the door and Happy shouts, "Don't think you can hide forever, Abby," before running. A revving of a chainsaw is heard, and Happy is seen trying to chainsaw down the door. Danny shouts, "Get me instead," and Happy says, "Oh goody, you're much more important than her." It cuts to a POV shot of Appy trying to slice Danny with a chainsaw. Danny runs into the stairwell room. Abby locks the door again, and the two run down the hall as Happy tries to cut down the door. Abby finds out that there's a door to the basement, so she tries to unlock it. When Happy breaks through the door, he runs towards them, but Abigail unlocks and opens the door and slams it in Happy's face. We see the basement, which is a bunch of pipes and a random chest. Danny opens the chest and finds a knife and a revolver with 6 bullets. Danny tells Abby to get out using some stairs to the side. She does, and Happy breaks through the door. He charges at Danny with the chainsaw, making Danny jump out of the way. Danny fires the revolver once, but misses hitting Happy. The chainsaw gets stuck in the wall, and Happy pulls it out, forcing him back and having to dodge 2 more bullets. Danny fires the rest of the bullets, and one hits Happy. He screams and pushes Danny down. Happy grabs the chainsaw and shouts, "Now I will have my revenge." Danny rolls out just as Happy forces the chainsaw into the ground. He pulls it out and notices that Danny is going after the chest. He charges at him, but Danny grabs the knife and throws it at Happy. Happy dodges it and the knife hits a gas pipe. Gas sprays everywhere, and Happy rushes to clog up the pipe with a cloth. He stops the leak, but the room is covered in gas. Danny finds a box of matches and lights one. He mocks Happy, causing him to turn around. Horrified, Happy tries to cut Danny in half, but Danny gets out of the way and drops the match on the gas. Happy begins to scream as the basement fills up with fire. Danny gets out of the basement in time, somehow not getting burned. Happy notices that there are some explosive chemicals to the side and says, "Oh no, it looks like this is the end for old," before it cuts to the house where it explodes and collapses, due to the foundations being blown up by the explosive chemicals. We see a camera pan to the destroyed basement where Happy's melted, crushed body lays. Abby is crying nearby while Danny is trying to comfort her. Suddenly, Forensic grabs both of them and coldly says, "You killed my creation, now I will do the same to you." Finally, I played the epilogue. It starts out with someone playing Gloomy Sunday by Rezzo Saris, while it shows clips from all the episodes in its intro, minus the snuff ones, albeit in black and white. It cuts to a man typing on a typewriter on his desk with the crushed Happy at its side. The paper the man is typing on seems to be about Happy Appy. A subtitle appears that says, "Portrayed by an actor." A narrator talks over the scene. It looks like the evil rampage of Happy Appy has come to a close. Although he had died, his unfortunate impact on the world lives on. The many people who died on that show did it so the sick man who directed the show could see his true vision, a snuff TV show. Where the director is, I have no idea, but I think everybody would like to think that he died in a gruesome way. But the man turns his face to the camera. You'd think he had died, but although Happy is long dead, the director lives on, and somewhere in the world he is making private home movies, which continue the horrible story of Happy Appy. But you might be wondering one thing, why did Happy Appy go so bad? We might never know until the director comes out and reveals why he made Happy Appy kill all these people. We see the director slowly fix Happy's puppet with clay model utensils. Somewhere in the world, the director is slowly rebuilding Happy's clay model, damaged in the series finale of Happy Appy. And if the director rebuilds Happy's clay model, who knows who might be killed next? It could be a celebrity's child. It could be the president's child. It could be any child. We can only say 2 things. The director is alive and he might be killing someone. I hope someone will kill the director. Frederick Gorgote. It cuts to Happy's rebuilt model. The director adds a knife. It cuts to black and a scream is heard. I hope someone will kill Napoleon. And now we know who Napoleon/Forensic is. He is the director who made this show, Frederick Gorgote. As the disc ended, Jim said, "Well, at least that's over, and we know who Forensic is." He gave the disc to me and said, "Keep this, even though I want this to be destroyed. Keep it so that you can learn more about how these episodes were made." I said okay, and I left his house to tell you about the last episodes. November 5th, 2011. You know, I don't think that revealing Forensic's identity was a good idea. When I went to sleep on the 4th, I heard someone open my back door. Since it was probably Frederick or one of his friends, I grabbed a gun and went into the kitchen. In front of me was a man in Forensic's clothes trying to burn my house down again with a lighter. However, unlike the normal Forensic, he was quite fat, giving me the idea that he was John Wilkinson in disguise. Before he could turn on the lighter, I shot him in the leg. As he stumbled to the ground screaming in pain, he dropped the non-lit lighter on the ground. He tried to light it up again, but I stepped on his hand with my right foot. With his free hand, he tried to slash my Achilles heel with a knife, so I kicked the knife out of his hand with my left foot. I grabbed the knife and held it to his throat. The man proceeded to say, "Do it, you stupid foreigner. End my life, and you'll fear Frederick so much that you'll piss your pants at the thought of him, you sissy." I chuckled and said, "No, I'll just do this." As soon as I finished talking, I grabbed him and threw him headfirst into a metal radiator, knocking him out. After that, I called the police over, and they revealed who tried to burn down my house. It was none other than John Wilkinson. I seriously wonder where Frederick Gorgote is. He can't have possibly returned to the John Wilkinson summer camp. November 6, 2011. I got it. You know the address mentioned in Can of Kill and possibly the Rose episodes? I think Frederick is hiding out where the address is. Now that I may have a possible lead, I'm planning on going to the address soon in the next day or so. I have to go now. I need to find some small weapons to bring, just so that I could run from Frederick and protect myself if he chases after me. November 7th, 2011. Oh. Today I found out that a Mr. Oscar Matthewson died today. Now normally I would post on the blog the deaths of people if they worked on Appy. This man didn't. In fact, he was a big fan of this blog and would ask me questions by my email. I'm going to stop Frederick now. I'm horrified that Frederick is starting to kill the fans of this blog. When he's done with my fans, he'll go for me next, and that is not going to happen. November 9th, 2011. This post will be the last post to this blog, thank God. Even though many questions related to the main show remain unanswered, this post will or might answer the ones related to Forensic and Frederick. First, I must talk about the trip to the address and what happened. Since I live in the suburbs of Aberdeen, Washington, and the address was near Alma, Colorado, I chose to take a car ride, and I took some things with me. The first thing I took was a photo of Frederick Gorgote, for when the forensic I find is actually him. I also took some weapons like the knife and the pistol. After driving for almost 23 hours, I reached Alma, Colorado. The address, which I will not tell for people's safety, was over 5 miles out of Alma. I drove over to the address and there it was. It was a fancy abandoned house, sort of like the one in Happy Rots in Hell. In fact, it was the same house, albeit with a spray-painted sign that read, Happy Appy Funhouse. I don't know why the house was rebuilt though. To make sure Frederick didn't trap the front door, I peeked inside. Sure enough, there was a shotgun trap using a Winchester. I tried to sneak into the window, but Frederick locked the window, so I had no choice but to break through it. I climbed in, making sure not to cut myself on any glass. After that, I disarmed the Winchester trap and took the shotgun. The house was completely abandoned, and all lights were turned off, save for the room where the window was. I looked for the light switch, but I was distracted by the fact that parts of the floor were wet. This meant one of two things. A water leakage had happened, or there was blood on the floor. I ran to the light switch and tried to turn it on. However, it didn't work, so I headed for the circuit breaker. Sure enough, the circuit breaker only had one switch that was on. I turned on every switch, which made nearly every light in the house turn on. I went back to the staircase room and turned the light back on. As I guessed, there was some blood on the carpet and the floor of the staircase room. I said, "Hey, Forensic, I know you're here, and I turned on the power for every room in this house. Now you can't hide in the shadows." There was no response, which I knew was going to happen. I shouted, "Hey Frederick Gorgote, I know you're Forensic," and no response. Since there was no response, I explored the house a bit. From the staircase room, the living room was to the right while the kitchen was on the left. Since I was closer to the right than the left, I explored the living room first. It looked like it had been abandoned since the 1950s. The couch was old, brown, and had various tears in the cushions and the seats. The TV was an old analog set that could only display static due to it not having a converter box, and a frame on the wall had a picture of the weird guy from the towers. On the front wall there was a door that was left open. I went through it and it was the laundry room. It looked like a regular laundry room at first, with washing machines and laundry baskets. However, some pieces of clothing in the laundry baskets were stained with blood, and over the laundry baskets was a framed photograph of Frederick as Napoleon hanging out with Happy Appy. Other than a door to the right side that leads outside, there was nowhere else to go. I went out of the laundry room and went into the kitchen, and I wish I hadn't. The kitchen was just as run down as the living room, but it was probably worse. There were countertops, dishwashers, and an oven which had been rusted up. On them, however, was rotten meat infested with maggots. The stench was unbearable, so I quickly ran out of the kitchen and into the dining room, not noticing anything else other than the rotten meat. As I entered the dining room, I noticed there was more maggot-infested, rotten meat, so I ran into the next room over, which was the hallway, and looked at what the dining room had in it. There were various chairs, all of which were pulled out. Other than that, it looked like a rundown dining room with just rotting meat. The hallway was nothing special, to be honest, and led nowhere. At the end of the hallway, near the laundry room, it looked like someone piled up a bunch of wood to block off entry to the hallway. After dashing through the dining room and kitchen, avoiding the smell, and accidentally knocking a chair over, it was time to go upstairs. It was the only place I could go. As I was walking up though, I had a feeling that someone was watching me. I turned around, but nobody was there. I finally went up the stairs and tried to decide where to go, the left hallway or the right. Suddenly I heard an all too familiar voice. "Hey, Jerasim, guess who?" I froze instantly. It was Frederick on the other side of the hallway. I said, "Are you gonna run away from me this time?" And he said, "Now why would I do that? You know I'd never run away." And I responded with, "Listen, Frederick, how do you keep coming back?" I heard no response from Frederick for a while. And Frederick said, "Well, I have some people who work for me. They do my dirty work and try to kill you." And snapped back with, "But anyway, how did you get here?" And I said, "There was an address listed in 2 episodes of season 2, and I just went to whatever that was." And Frederick said, "It looks like I shouldn't have put that address in. It would have made the authorities' search more fun. For me, that is." I wondered if I could talk Frederick out of killing me. I said, "Listen, Frederick, why do you kill people?" And he cheerfully replied, "Well, it depends on who I killed. If it was a worker of Happy Appy, it was because I wanted Happy Appy to be more mature, but those employees and managers wouldn't let me. Now that they're all dead, I went after your fans, and I'll soon go to you." I was about to say that John Tresty, Jim Forrester, and Tristan Drews were still alive, but I stopped, probably because Frederick killed them already except for Forrester. I said, "Well, you don't have to kill people just because they ruined your show, or should I say magnum opus." Frederick took out his blood-stained scimitar knife and said, "Do not make fun of my show. I bet you don't have the balls to make another comment." "Well, do it." Sighing, I said, "You should have been happy that your show aired and got decent ratings. Look at some of the shows that only air a few episodes before being cancelled." Frederick put away the knife and said, You're right. I should have been more happy about the show." I was relieved to finally have corrected Frederick. But I still love my lifestyle. I love killing people, evading cops, and most of all, stalking you. Oh, the joys. I knew that Frederick was mentally insane. It would be hard to stop his ways. "Frederick, have you ever wanted to be successful?" Frederick said, "Yes, at covering up Happy Appy forever. I don't need your help because I'm doing it just fine." I said, "No, I mean having a successful life." He shut up before replying with, "Well, yeah, who wouldn't want one?" I cringed before saying, "Well, because you've, to put it best, up your chances of having a successful life." Frederick was offended. He pulled the knife out again and said in a louder tone, "Why the hell would you say that?" Sighing again, I said, "Because 1, you killed a lot of people and the cops are looking for you. 2, if you're caught, you're going to jail forever or put on death row." Frederick finally knew that I was trying to tell him that because of his actions, he's never going to have a successful life. He finally broke free of his other personality. He said, "Oh my god, I can't believe I f***ed up my life. I really can't. If it wasn't for my mental illness." Frederick sat down on the stairs and put his head in his left hand. "Listen, Frederick, you don't have a choice. One day you will go to jail and you will die there." Frederick said, "Go, just go. I don't care about life anymore. I'd rather kill myself than be put to the electric chair or lethal injection." I said, "Listen, Frederick, you could probably start a new life by changing your identity and moving to South America, but you'll get arrested one day, so it's a checkmate now." Finally, he said, "Listen, before I kill myself, I want to show you my true face." I said, Sure." And Frederick took off his mask. I saw a skinny, pale face with various scars, and hair that was ripped out at random spots. It was none other than Frederick. Frederick said, "Well, Jerasim, it looks like it's time to go. I'm sorry for killing everyone related to Happy Appy. I'm now going to make the survivor's world a lot safer." He got his scimitar knife and jammed it into his throat, effectively killing himself. I felt depressed that I couldn't save Frederick from his mental illness. I checked his body for anything related to him. In his jacket, I found some interesting things. I found a couple of knives with dried blood on them and a folded sheet of paper. Reading it, I found that 9 people had worked for Frederick. After taking the paper and his gas mask, I left the house and went to my car to get back home, but leaving my shotgun, katana, and knife behind. Well, this is it. I can't believe I have to stop posting on this blog, but I must stop posting on Happy Appy because I pretty much did everything related to the show. I watched seasons 1 and 2, killed the show's insane director, and even went to the studios where it was filmed. However, that does not mean that the search for answers is over. If you look hard enough, you can find the answers to the unexplained questions that relate to Happy Appy. Now you might be wondering 2 things. What will I do, and what will I regret when I quit posting on Happy Appy? Well, I will actually open another blog, which will be a short-lived one that talks about Fry House Screamers. Remember that? Now, what will I regret when I quit posting on this blog? Absolutely nothing. I just want to never see this show again. I'm sorry for leaving this blog, but I must part ways for now. See you soon. Jerasim Vasily Yakovlev. P.S. I haven't explained something. How did the episodes get on Noggin? You see, not all of them did. Only a select few aired before the show was cancelled. How the others came about, I don't know. Maybe Frederick, after Happy Appy was cancelled, made new episodes which were more low budget and gorier. PPS? Here's a question I'm going to answer. Where's the playground? You see, they did film the playground scenes at a real playground in Colorado. The only scenes that were filmed in the studio were any scenes other than the playground. They had 2 vans for Happy. The first was a miniature and the second was an actual van. After the scene in the Happy Appy movie, they bought a new van. After the part in Happy's Rising with the grenade, a new black one was bought, and that's all I could find out. Second post. Here are the contents of the list I first mentioned. There's 10 names, meaning that 4 have either been killed or arrested, 2 have been injured, and 4 have unknown fates. My followers and helpers. John Wilkinson's fate is unknown. Oh no. Blythe Underwood is arrested. Kenny Spooner was killed by Jerrison when he blew his head off. Shane Rogerson is dead, possibly cause of death by structural collapse of studio. Willie Batts is injured, had his arm chopped off. Dudley Franken. Nathan Jakeman. He posed as me when I tricked Jerrison into thinking I'm a sane employee. He didn't come, however. Fox Garner. Milton Barrett was shot in the stomach while he was with Kenny, but escaped. Mervyn Payton. November 10th, 2011. The man who uploaded the 3 interviews closed his account on YouTube, but he has given me one last interview, which is with Ray Bolia, aka Danny. Ray Bolia? Keep it quick, please. I still have nightmares about what Frederick had done to me. How were you involved with Happy Appy? Well, it all started in a town called Alma, Colorado. I was living there peacefully until one day I was kidnapped by Frederick. How did this happen? It was 1999. Happy Appy had just been cancelled, and all employees were fired. The director who was charged with the crime had moved to Alma, where he lived under a new identity. How did you get kidnapped? When I was 7, I was being babysat by my mother's friend. Late in the night, the man kidnapped me without leaving a trace. Where were you taken? I was taken to a house that had the shape of a barn. It had tinted windows, 3 floors, and a cellar. It was also dark blue. There, Frederick filmed more episodes of The Sick Show. How did you escape Frederick? After filming Happy Rots in Hell at his house, an anonymous person tipped the police, saying that the kidnapper of me, Miranda, Abigail, and some other kids was living in the dark blue house outside of town. So the police broke into the house and saved the 4 of us. Frederick ran away though, which I find stupid. He needs to be found and killed for what he's done to me. Sorry, I get too carried away. Last question for now. What happened to Frederick? He became a creature known as Forensic. July 15th, 2012. As soon as you've seen this post, you're now either asking this or about to comment with something like this. Where the hell have you been? Well, the easiest answer I can say is that I basically decided to stop caring about Happy Appy. There are 2 reasons why. The first is that some members of Frederick's group, to put it in simple terms, are still seeking revenge. The second is that there's nothing left to say about the show anymore. During the time I was gone, I went back to my family in Perm, Russia, and sometime later this month, my younger brother, Vladimir, is coming to visit. Just a month ago I got a job, meaning I have even less time to post. Also, during the time I was gone, only 1 Happy Appy employee died, which is amazing considering that at the very least, 5 to 7 employees died a year before I began research in 2011. Said employee was Joanne Broop, who you may remember as one of the producers during the Real Happy Appy movie. She was actually a post-production editor for the show, but she only worked on Happy's Vacation and Nate Needs Help. The interesting thing is how she died. Joanne wasn't killed with a knife or anything Frederick's followers would normally use. She had her head smashed with a sledgehammer. Thankfully though, it looks like Frederick's followers have slowed down on killing Happy Appy employees, which is very good. Also, from now on, I'm going to call the people who work with Frederick the followers for consistency reasons. July 17th, 2012. Well, I guess this is the end of this blog. There isn't much I have to say now. Besides, Happy Appy and Frederick Gorgote and both of those things are dead. Unless something new happens, I'm not going to update this blog any longer. I will still keep it up so everyone can read about what happened. Wow, okay, it's finally over. Plankton Got Served. I'm sure many have heard of lost episode creepypastas. They are usually an incredibly graphic episode that conveys such fear for children that it was never aired, though someone managed to sneak a viewing or owns one of the tapes. The most popular example of this is Squidward's, in which Squidward commits, hence the title. Of course, all of these creepypastas are false. You gotta remember a Spongebob episode that was altered heavily, but still remains in circulation today. This is One Course Meal from Season 7. In the episode, Mr. Krabs finds out that Plankton is horrified of whales and uses it to his advantage. This is one of the least popular episodes of the show due to the dark nature of the episode, even after the episode was heavily altered. Now, how would I have seen the episode before it was edited? It's simple, really. This is one of the 7 Spongebob episodes that was revealed on the internet before it aired on TV. Always a big fan of the show, I was excited of the idea of having a Spongebob episode premiere on the internet before television. I rapidly reloaded the Nick page and finally the episode came up. It was known as Plankton Got Served, though it eventually changed. Most of the episode is identical to the one that is circulated today. Plankton manages to break into the Krusty Krab and ties up Mr. Krabs and Spongebob. As he is about to get the secret formula from Spongebob, Mr. Krabs' daughter, Pearl, walks in. This terrifies Plankton and causes him to run out. Plankton later claims that his ancestors were eaten by whales and that's why he fears them so. Mr. Krabs realizes this fear that Plankton has and decides to use it against him. He dresses up as his daughter and begins to follow Plankton around, frightening him. Plankton decides he can no longer take it and decides to make the ultimate decision. Plankton decides to commit. Yes, this is still in the show today, you are free to watch it. Plankton waits for the bus as he lies in the street, waiting to get ran over. This is when SpongeBob comes over to try to convince him to continue his existence. This is where the alteration in the 2 versions begins. Plankton fails to heed SpongeBob's words and remains there. In the altered version that was shown, SpongeBob tells Plankton that it was Mr. Krabs as Pearl the entire time and he gets up. In another altered version, SpongeBob says the same things, but Plankton refuses to believe him. SpongeBob decides that the only thing he can do to show him the truth is to drag Mr. Krabs outside. Soon after he leaves, the typical red bus comes speeding along. Plankton sits up and watches it hit him as everything fades to darkness. Plankton finds himself standing on a single platform, overlooking darkness. In the darkness, he sees whales, all looking up at him. There are members of his family he can faintly make out, calling for him to jump down. Plankton looks above and sees a light he can scarcely believe. This would seem to represent heaven and hell. Plankton, resigned to his fate, jumps and plunges down into the darkness. This is where the episode ends and the traditional credits for the show are shown, parallel to Plankton's descent into the darkness. Now, some of you may say you saw the show as soon as it came available online. Apparently not fast enough. After seeing the episode online, I reloaded the page to find the altered version shown on the website. I kept reloading, curious of how I had seen the first version. The only answer I can imagine for my viewing of the original episode was that the creators uploaded the wrong file, and moments after uploading it, recognized such. I may be the only one who saw this version. I truly do not know the sick ambitions the creators of SpongeBob had in mind with this episode. Why would a kids show portray death? Why would a kids show portray heaven and hell? Nonetheless, the unaltered version is impossible to find. I've searched as hard as I can, and I failed to find anything legitimate about the episode I had seen. People had told me that I had only seen the altered version, and they too were surprised of the dark themes portrayed in the episode. Nonetheless, I know what I saw. I know people would fail to believe me. People would accuse me of just trying to scare people. People would say I have no evidence. There are no photos, there is no video evidence of this occurrence. I only saw it once, and it never occurred to me to do such. I know the truth, and I want other people to know as well. Maybe someone out there saw this episode as well and can confirm it. Until then, I hope you enjoyed reading about my experience. Crybaby Lane. In 1999, I was 22 and had just graduated from Emerson University in downtown Boston, majoring in screenwriting, specifically in cartoons and children's programming. My debt was pretty bad, so when Nickelodeon Studios offered me an internship at the studio in California, I accepted immediately. I jumped at the chance to get away from my dead-end job as a Benjamin Franklin tour guide. Many of you asked to see Crybaby Lane, but if you want to see the original, you never will. Even if Nickelodeon somehow consents to releasing it to you, you won't be seeing what was shown on TV, and you sure as won't be seeing the original that Lauer made. I don't even think Nickelodeon has the original cut of the movie anymore, and if they do, it's only in backup copies. If the backup copies exist, they must have been locked away in some vault along with the deleted episodes of Ren and Stimpy and the never before mentioned episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants. I'm pretty sure the director, Peter Lauer, has the original copy. It's probably on his mantle next to his snuff films, that creepy. Anyway, I was hired in 1999 and immediately put on a creative production team for the movie Crybaby Lane. It would be almost a year before the movie was due to be broadcast. All in all, it was a pretty low effort kind of thing. There were only 4 people on the creative team and I was the only steady one. Lauer would replace them on a whim. He said it was to keep it fresh. I thought it was because he was hiding something, and I was right. We had a little over a year to make a made-for-TV movie, not just to write it and cast it, but to film it and get it edited. Lauer didn't work fast at all. After the first 3 weeks, we only had the ideas for the first 15 minutes of an 85-minute movie. Lauer, even at this point, was a weirdo. He was tall and lanky, and he carried himself awkwardly. He stuttered when he talked, and sometimes when you were hunched over a piece of paper during those endless brainstorming sessions, you'd look up and you'd catch him staring at you, smiling. He'd look away when you caught his eye, and I guess that was the creepiest part. He always looked like he had something to hide. The brainstorm sessions at first were alright. We got the premise of it down pat. Two brothers unleash a demon and they get into mischief trying to get everything back to normal. Not exactly daytime Emmy stuff, but you know, it was an alright start. I thought the movie should be goofy and spooky, kind of like a Courage the Cowardly Dog sort of deal. However, from the very beginning, Lauer made it clear that he wanted the film to be as scary as possible. He didn't want it to be cheap thrills with a good, wholesome ending. He wanted to push it farther than Are You Afraid of the Dark ever dreamed of. And I guess he did. It was about 3 weeks into production when I first noticed something. Lauer had the absolute power of persuasion over everyone else in the creative production team. No one fought him, and by the 3rd week, he was already suggesting some morbid things. I remember he said he wanted the little brother to die halfway through the movie, getting hit by a dump truck. I immediately shot it down. I was the only one who said anything, and it stayed that way until I left the studio entirely and never came back. At first, cannibalism and other f***ed up shit was kept to jokes and tasteless comments, but as time went on, it became more and more overt. I'd give him an idea, which most of the time he would end up using, like, how about the movie starts with a morbid undertaker who reads them stories, to which he'd reply, yeah, and then he can cut them up into little pieces and force feed them to his dog. He made those jokes a few times in the early stages. Then he got serious. He'd stand up like he was Jesus or something, clear his throat loudly and proclaim his idea. I'd be the only one to shoot it down, every time. One day near the end of our brainstorming sessions, Lauer cleared his voice and stood up. We all fell silent and looked at him like we normally would. He stood up and said, "Gentlemen and females, I have an idea." I remember what he did. He paused and looked right at me and he said, "The story will revolve around the legend of a pair of Siamese twins. Have you heard of the Donner Party?" Everyone nodded except for me. I didn't like where the conversation was going. They ate themselves when it got cold. They ate each other. Everyone nodded. I closed my eyes. What would Siamese twins do if they had nothing to eat? Would one wait until the other twin dies, then consume her own sister's flesh? Would they claw at each other's eyes until one of them died, then dine upon them like a vulture tearing at the skin of a dead deer? I do not know. It is interesting indeed. I didn't know what the f*** I was hearing. I opened my eyes and looked around the room. No one was moving. Everyone's eyes were on Lauer, except for mine. And when I looked at him, he was still staring at me. Children like violence. They revel in it. Children like to be scared, so we'll scare them. Won't we, Johnny? He leaned over the table, getting pretty close to my face. His breath smelled like decaying I stared back at him. I think you're f***ed up, to be honest. He smiled and backed away. Oh, I'm f***ed up alright, but you have to be f***ed up to survive in this cutthroat world. His grin expanded. Literally. Right now I'm going to show you some pictures that will spark some of your imaginations. He got up and locked the door from the inside. I stood up and said, "What the f*** are you doing? Let's not make any errors in judgment, Jonathan. Sit down." "No, sit." For some reason I did. Lauer pulled out one of those overhead projectors. He turned on the switch and shouted in an unusually high and semi-frantic voice. "This is the muse we need to continue with this production. This is what every child should see." His eyes bulged in his head. He put the image down on the glass surface of the overhead. It was silent. The image was in black and white, but it was grainy. I could vaguely make out a boy lying on a brick floor, his arms cut off, leaving bloody little nubs. The only thing that was clear was his face. He was bleeding from the mouth. Lauer almost threw the paper off the overhead, slamming down another one. It was a zoomed-in shot of the boy's face. It was in color. The blood trickled from his open mouth onto the brick floor. His eyes shut. Grimy blood underneath his eyebrows and eyelashes. Then his eyes opened, and I screamed. No one else in the room did, and it died in infancy, the shrillness ringing in the air. The pupils were completely black. The rest of the eye was normal. The longer I stared, the more the eyes opened, widening and widening until it looked like the skin above his eyebrows and eye sockets were going to rip in half. Then they started to bleed. Blood started as a trickle, and I swear to God I could hear it. More, and then it was like a full-blown stream. More until the brick on the floor was a lake of blood. I could hear it, like I was hiking and I came across a stream, and now I could smell the kid. I could smell his rot. I leaned underneath the table and vomited. When I rose back up, the images were gone. Everyone else in the room was expressionless. Lauer turned on the lights. "You may go," he said, unlocking the door. I walked through those doors and I never came back. This happened near the end of the brainstorming process, and by the time I left, the casting was done and the script was almost fully written. They were desperately behind schedule. I think Lauer planned it that way, so there wouldn't be any time for proper editing. I never watched the real thing when it aired, but I heard from a friend who was working at the editing department that they had to cut a good 15 to 20 minutes of disturbing footage from the film before it was fit to be released. And it was only fit to be released. They didn't have enough time to check the footage frame by frame. I guess he got his wish, unless they cut every single scene that had the pictures in them. Every child watching Crybaby Lane has an unconscious memory of those pictures, and I weep for them. I really do. They f***ed me up, and as I write this to you, it'll be the last thing I'll ever write before I slit my throat, and before blood splatters all over this computer screen. There's something I should tell you first though. Early on, Lauer posed an idea of the two brothers capturing a squirrel, putting said squirrel in a jar and slowly drowning it before filling the jar with sand and dropping it into the bottom of a pond. Soon after this was suggested, Sandy from SpongeBob SquarePants appears in Tea at the Tree Dome. Lauer also suggested in one scene of the movie for a man with a squid-like nose to take off his pants in front of the two boys and them off camera, but heavily implied. Squidward soon appeared as a major character in SpongeBob SquarePants. It was suggested that the two main characters be stepbrothers, forced to live in the same house after the first one's mom was found dead in a shallow grave, her body heavily cannibalized by her own husband, a local weatherman. A show that vaguely followed that premise, Drake and Josh, started in 2004, and the stepfather is indeed a weatherman. Lauer also suggested that the younger brother should have a doghouse in which he keeps various animal fetuses encased in acid that he regularly uses to poison his mother to have sex with his abusive stepfather, as told by Ginger, debuted after. A man who captures the souls of children in a vacuum cleaner and sends them to Hades, Danny Phantom. A robot who goes insane on the two brothers, killing one of them and wearing his skin, pretending to be the dead brother at high school, My Life as a Teenage Robot. The list goes on and on. Nickelodeon knows, and they're continuing the legacy of Lauer, somewhat subtly and sometimes overtly, and there's nothing you and I can do about it. Do you want to see? You got it. SpongeBob Bootleg Episode. This image was taken from a split-second frame in a corrupted bootleg of the SpongeBob SquarePants episode, Dumped. Other than the image, the rest of the video is composed of incomprehensible jumbles of colors, static, or just black screens. The audio seems to be a heavily distorted version of the audio from the original episode, with loud, droning buzzes occasionally interrupting it. The bootleg tape itself was found in December 2004 by a group of 5 teenagers from the city rummaging around in a trash can within an abandoned mental institution. Of these 5 individuals, 2 have committed. 1 has gone missing, 1 refuses to comment on the tape, and the last hastily agreed to give paranormal investigators the tape shortly after being interviewed about this and disappearances of the other 3 persons. The current whereabouts of the tape are unknown, and many who stare at this image for a long enough period of time claim to see SpongeBob blink. Tom's Basement. The 13 Tom and Jerry shorts made by the Czechoslovakian director Gene Deitch are infamous for their poor quality and rather disturbing nature, featuring badly done sound effects and animation that gave the violence a more realistic feel. Some have speculated that Deitch didn't like the concept behind Tom and Jerry and was pressured into making them, and wanted to make the people who watched his take on it feel bad for liking the concept. What many people don't know is that Deitch was originally signed on to make more than the 13 episodes the public has access to. Desperate to get out of his contract, he made one more Tom and Jerry short that few have ever seen. It was called Tom's Basement. It opened with Tom in a typical Tom and Jerry house. His owner was the fat, angry guy from the other Deitch shorts. Tom's owner seemed even angrier than in his other appearances. The first scene is him stomping on Tom's tail in a very realistic and painful looking way, because Tom was sleeping by the basement door. The owner yells at Tom to never go down there. Tom is clearly terrified and runs away to another room. Our view stays in the room by the basement door, and we see Jerry come out of a mouse hole. He looks truly grotesque, far more off-model than in any of the other Deitch shorts. He gets an evil look on his face and follows Tom into the next room. The next few minutes are fairly formulaic. Jerry repeatedly manages to trick Tom into chasing him to the basement door a few times, but each time the owner catches Tom, he inflicts a painful looking injury on him, which stays with Tom even after the scene ends. After 3 beatings, Tom is bruised all over, bleeding in a few places and limping on a broken leg. After this, Tom starts to literally beg Jerry not to bother him anymore. He's not really talking, but he's crying and mumbling, and you can tell what he's doing by his body language. Jerry just laughs at him and pushes him back to the basement door. The owner catches Tom again and goes ballistic. The camera zooms in on his face. It changes color and distorts as he yells at Tom in a much louder voice than any other sound in the cartoon. I can't post most of what he said on here, but it was vicious and furious. It seemed like Jerry had finally decided to take pity on Tom though. He picked up a knife that was laying around and stabbed the owner in the leg, quite graphically. Tom opened the basement door and they carried the owner's body down the stairs. There were dozens of other bodies down there, decaying and showing signs of violent deaths. Tom and Jerry shake hands, and it seems like they've triumphed over the serial killer. But Jerry gets an evil look in his face again, and Tom says in that ghostly deep voice, "Don't you believe it?" Jerry stabs Tom, killing him, and throws his body into the pile. The last shot is Jerry putting up a for sale sign on the yard of the house, laughing, clearly planning to do it all again. Tom and Jerry VHS. I would like to say that as a kid I enjoyed watching Tom and Jerry, however the channel it was available on only showed it during the daytime, when I was in school. I kept asking my mother for DVDs of the show, but she refused my requests, given its violent nature. Over time my house has gotten pretty messy. We've had too many items of clothing and boxes of stuff that we didn't mostly need. My mom finally decided to clean the place out, having me help her. We got through the majority of the rooms and had garbage bags full of stuff to donate. There was one room left, the media room. While she cleaned off a desk, I attempted to clear out a closet. Removing most of the clothing revealed a stack of wooden boxes in the back. Curious, I opened a box, revealing a collection of VHS tapes. There were a lot of great films, from classic Disney movies to the Godfather trilogy to Gone with the Wind. I kept searching through them until I came across something I would have never expected. A copy of Tom and Jerry's 50th birthday classics on VHS. Surprisingly, it was unopened, still in its original case and plastic wrap. I asked my mom, "Hey, where did this come from? I don't remember you buying this." My mom had a shocked expression on her face and hung her head. She proceeded to explain that it was a gift from my aunt that was supposed to be given to me on my 7th birthday. I asked why I never received the gift. My mom then explained that shortly before my birthday, my aunt was involved in a robbery. She elaborated that 2 crackheads had entered her home and began taking some of her belongings. My aunt woke up and noticed 2 men wearing sheets over their heads. The man ran to her and beat her senseless. Her face was bloody and bruised, and she had a really hideous black eye. There was even a claim that a lock of her hair was ripped out. The men then forced her to lay down on her stomach and proceeded to behead her with a tactical axe. My aunt was discovered by my mother the next day, and she called the police. While she waited, she looked around the house for clues. On the kitchen table was a wrapped present. The tag indicated that it was for me. Sure enough, it was the Tom and Jerry VHS. My mom kept it hidden from me until I found it for myself. I was horrified by the story, but happy that I was able to watch a cartoon I had been interested in for so long. We continued cleaning and finally finished, around 5:30 or so. My mother left to go on a date with the man who is currently my stepdad. I knew she was going to stay overnight, and being an only child, I had some time to myself. I played my Xbox for a while, but was quickly becoming bored. Then I remembered my brand new VHS of Tom and Jerry. I opened the packaging and took the tape out of the case. It was in mint condition with the original label, and rewound to the beginning. I popped it in and the FBI warning came up like normal. I watched the first episode on the tape, and the nostalgia rush was intense. I hadn't watched this show very much as a kid, and the network quit showing it a while ago. The video was rolling very smoothly. Then, in the middle of the second episode, the screen went black. A new title card then appeared. It had a gray background with a shadow of a guillotine and red writing that read, "Death of the French." I found this hilarious given my family's French descent, so I kept watching. It was an episode where Tom, Jerry, and Nibbles were musketeers. The king had tasked Tom with keeping the noise down so that he could sleep. He said if Tom woke him up, he would have him sentenced to death. Tom gave a saluting gesture and the king went to sleep. The episode continued as usual, but something didn't seem right. I rewound the tape and looked closer. What I found was very disturbing. The violence was more detailed and gory than I could ever remember it. For example, there was a part where Tom used a knife to stop Jerry from running away by pushing it against his tail. Instead of holding Jerry down, the knife completely chopped off his tail, and blood started dripping out of it. It wasn't exactly gushing, but a trail of it was being created as Jerry ran away. In the next shot, his tail was back to normal. Events like this kept happening, with things like Tom's tail getting chopped off, Tom's eye being gouged out with a cork, and even Tom being split in half, showing photorealistic insides. At the end of the episode, the king was awoken, and Tom was taken for execution. The next shot showed Jerry and Nibbles walking down an old-fashioned French street, eating sausages and cheeses, while they hear the sound of the crowd chanting. The camera goes to Jerry's point of view as he looks above at a guillotine. I was told by a friend that normally you only saw the blade come down and heard the sound of it banging against the wood. Then it cut back to the mice. However, this time the blade didn't fall. Instead, the shot went to Tom being brought to the guillotine by 2 guards and the king. The crowd was yelling, and I even heard phrases such as, "Kill him," and "We want blood." I could then see Tom physically becoming enraged and start to resist the guards, kicking one of them in the knee. The crowd went insane, yelling even louder, and the king yelled, "End it! Do it now!" 2 men then appeared dressed as old-fashioned executioners, masks and all. They ran up to Tom and proceeded to beat him into the ground. Looking closer, you could see Tom's face, bloody and bruised, and even a lock of hair being pulled out. After a good beating, Tom was forced to lie down inside of the guillotine, and was immediately beheaded. His body was still visible while his head disappeared into a basket. Blood was realistically spewing from the neck. It started strong, then proceeded to just drip. The next shot was a close-up of Tom's bloody and beaten face in the basket. His eyes were blinking for a few seconds as the camera zoomed out, but then stopped. The shot cut to the mice, and just like in the episode, Nibbles says, "Poor, poor pussycat," and him and Jerry continue eating and walking. The shot went back to the guillotine, which now had blood all over its bottom. From the basket, the spirit of Tom rose up. The figure was bleach white, and Tom's eyes were blank and not blinking from what I saw. The spirit rose outside of the frame, then the episode cut into static. The static lasted for a few seconds, then the portion playing from another episode in which Tom goes to heaven. Tom was still bleach white and his eyes were still blank. It cut to the portion where Tom tries to sneak past the ticket collector. The ticket collector catches Tom and calls him out on the horrible things he's done to Jerry. The ticket collector says that if Tom doesn't receive forgiveness from Jerry, he will go to hell. When the ticket collector said that Tom would go to hell, his voice turned very deep and demonic. It just gives me chills listening to it. The tape then went black, and I could hear the sound of what might have been Tom asking Jerry for forgiveness, but sped up. I could then hear a bell ringing very loudly, and the demonic ticket collector saying, "I'm sorry, Tom." An image finally showed Tom falling down into a pit. He was still bleach white, but this time his eyes were red with no pupils. Finally, Tom landed in a cauldron, doing a very falsetto, spine-chilling scream. The devil, Spike the bulldog with horns, starts laughing, but his original laugh was deepened and slowed down. The devil also used the prong end of his pitchfork to shove Tom deep into the cauldron. Instead of pushing Tom in, however, the pitchfork stabbed Tom, and all of the holes created by the pitchfork were visible. Tom also appeared to have his skin progressively burned and peeled off, revealing realistic muscle and tissue underneath. I rewound the tape to the beginning and noticed that the episode started at 11:34. At this point, I had to stop the video. I ejected the tape and placed it in the case, then placed the case on top of the desk in the media room. I had trouble sleeping, so I stayed up the rest of the night playing League of Legends, hoping it would get my mind off the horrifying, childhood-ruining tape. At about 3 AM, I attempted to sleep again and succeeded. The next day, I decided to find the tape so I could finish the footage, just out of curiosity. I looked on the desk and around the media room, but I couldn't find it. I found out that my mom had donated the tape along with all the others to Goodwill. I drove to the Goodwill and it had already been sold. I was sad that I had lost such a rare tape. Fortunately, I was able to distract myself with video games and working on projects for school. I was safe from nightmares. However, my sleep cycle was severely disturbed for about 2 months. I was very tired and my grades dropped from A's to B's and C's. Normally I wouldn't find something like this all that disturbing, but it was just very creepy how similar Tom's death was compared to my aunt's death. The fact that the episode was set in France, my family's country of origin, didn't help to suppress the memories. I still picture Tom's death in my head and get chills from it. My mom doesn't believe me, but I'm still hunting for the tape. When I get it back, she will see the horror for herself. Rugrats, Chuckie's mom. Remember Rugrats, that show on Nickelodeon? What you probably don't know is that the creator of the show, Gabor Suspo, originally planned a late-night version of Rugrats called Rugrascals to be played at night with more adult humor. Because every major channel thought that the pilot was too disturbing, they refused to air the show, and as a result, no one has really heard about it. However, one station in Wellington, New Zealand mistakenly played it in the morning, thinking it was a regular Rugrats episode. The pilot and only episode of the show that was seen was called Chuckie's Mom. The intro played like normal, but at the end, when Tommy shoots his milk at the screen, the sound effect is much louder, and the milk simply stayed there for about 10 seconds. Then the name of the episode appears. The episode played out like normal, with the babies playing in the playpen. They were all talking about their moms when Chuckie has a flashback. It had Chuckie in hospital standing next to his mother in bed, who was dying from an unknown illness. She was singing, "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine," to Chuckie in a very weak voice, as if she was about to die. But when she sang the second verse, the song started playing in reverse. A shot of Chuckie appeared in front of live-action footage of a chicken's head being chopped off, said to represent death by fans. Chuckie turns around and screams, and when he looks back at his mother, her face has a live-action man's mouth pasted on it, saying, "Don't worry, Chuckie, it's time for me to move on," in a man's voice. A flurry of random live-action clips were shown, said to represent death, like a cow walking into a box with "Slaughterhouse" crudely written on the side, footage of the LA riot, other cartoons, and actual footage of a man suffering from AIDS being killed. You can hear Chuckie screaming the entire time. A shot of Chuckie's mom appears again, this time with the chicken's beak crudely pasted on her face, saying, "Don't you remember where it all started?" The episode then cuts to live-action footage of childbirth sonograms. About after 1 minute of these sonograms, you hear Chuckie's mom say, "Aren't you a lucky ducky, Chuckie?" A harlequin fetus appears. At this time, you see Chuckie come out of the flashback, having a seizure. Tommy, Phil, and Lil are crying, and an ambulance worker calms them down, saying, Chuckie, can you hear me?" in a stern voice. Eventually, after coughing up blood and vomiting, Chuckie comes back to his senses. We then see a point of view shot of Chuckie, seeing Tommy, Phil, Lil, and the ambulance worker as having live-action chicken beaks on their faces, clucking away. A photo of a kid that looks just like Chuckie screaming appears, and the camera zooms in on it. After this, the regular credits played, followed by 15 minutes of static as the station had nothing else to play. Surprisingly, although the episode was watched by many children, only one adult who was watching, me, has spoken about it until now. I was unsurprised to find out that the children's rate went higher in New Zealand. Max and Ruby 0004. I'm not expecting anyone to believe me when it comes to this story, but hear me out. It was just this Christmas that went by. Things were getting really busy and I had to start buying presents for the family. I had finished shopping, but I still needed to grab a present for my little cousin. She isn't very hard to shop for since she's 4. She likes things like Peppa Pig and My Little Pony. She really liked, and I say liked for a reason, Max and Ruby. So when I decided to go looking for a present, I figured something like a Max and Ruby DVD would have been perfect, since she liked to watch it on a daily basis. But Christmas meant that most of the online DVDs were sold out on places like Amazon and other places like that. I went to look on eBay as well, but I figured I couldn't trust what the DVDs would have been like. So I was stuck in a rut for a while, until that package arrived. I was at home still scrolling for this stupid DVD until I heard the sound of something being pushed into my letterbox. I caught a hold of it before my dog did and took a look at the package. It seemed to be wrapped pretty badly, with what looked like grease marks and stains on it. Naturally, like anyone would, I decided to open the package, and inside was something that I couldn't explain. It was a Max and Ruby DVD, but none I had seen online. It was like some little kid had drawn on the front cover with a marker. The title was just Max and Ruby, with what looked like 2 poorly drawn Max and Rubies on the front. There was no names or anything, but on the back it had a list of 4 episodes, all with blunt titles. Episodes 001, 2, 3, and 4. I gave the DVD a watch over, and to my surprise, the episodes were all perfect quality and seemed to have no flaws, as if it was a real DVD just with a homemade cover. The only thing I thought was odd was the episode selection screen. The episodes all had the names, but were called Max and Ruby 1, with the numbers being changed as it went down the list. The actual selection screen was just a plain white screen with black text, with the episode list and nothing else. After giving it much thought, I decided to change the cover to something a little nicer using a DVD cover I found on Google, and track down the names of the episodes so they were labeled right. I left the episode list screen alone because I figured it was obvious. Christmas went by and things were fine. I gave my little cousin her DVD and she was happy with it over Christmas, but that was only because she didn't watch it yet. On Boxing Day, the family had gone out for a meal and left me to babysit my cousin. I wasn't too bothered about being left at home, so I figured now was a good time to put on the DVD for her. I put the DVD in and let it play though, whilst I was in the kitchen eating my dinner. From what I could hear, she had watched episodes 1 through 3 so far. I was just about to finish off my noodles when I heard my cousin screaming from the other room. Dropping everything, I had ran into the living room and saw my cousin curled up on the floor screaming, and I looked up at the TV and I felt my heart in my throat. What I caught a glimpse of was one of the most disturbing things I'd ever seen. It was what appeared to be a frame of Max and Ruby standing in complete darkness, standing next to each other. But what made it so horrible was the lack of a face. They had lost their noses, mouths, and their eyes were replaced with big hollow holes. The colors were a disgusting blood red and it had faint static. The sound was also replaced with what sounded like the Max and Ruby theme playing backwards, with the faint sound of static in the mix of it all. It had to be the most disturbing thing I had ever seen, and it must have been on screen for at least 20 seconds before it went off and the DVD turned off, which alone was weird enough because DVDs don't usually just turn off, they just go back to the main menu. I was able to calm my cousin down, telling her it wasn't real and she just had a nightmare where she had fallen asleep in front of the DVD, but I knew in my mind it was completely real. My parents had rung me up and told me they were going to be out all night, so this was going to be the best opportunity to look at this DVD more closely. I didn't mention it to them, and as soon as I hung up, I grabbed the DVD and stuck it in my laptop. Looking now to see the episode 0004 had now been replaced with RIP Mommy and Daddy, which sent a deep chill down my back. Since my cousin was now asleep, I kept the sound on low and proceeded with the episode. Normally an episode of Max and Ruby would have 3 short stories, but this one only had 1. It started off quite lighthearted. Max and Ruby were playing tag in the garden and their parents were on the porch watching them play. But something was off. The sound was playing in reverse and the parents' faces were that of sadness. It panned to the mother and father and in a voice of deep sadness the father said, "It's such a shame." Then it cut short to the sound of static and a large scream along with the sound of 2 people choking. The sounds were so realistic it made me almost physically sick. The scene then changed to Max and Ruby standing in front of what looked like a gravestone labeled RIP Mommy and Daddy, but the 2 had no faces. At this point there was also no sound apart from the faint static. The scene remained on screen for about a minute and a half before it cut away into black. It then changed scene again, now showing Max and Ruby sitting in Ruby's room, sobbing. The sobs were so realistic and heart-wrenching it sounded like it was taken from a real person mourning. What happened next was the most disgusting but sad thing I've ever witnessed. The scene had changed to Max sitting in his room with him standing on a chair and a noose hanging from the ceiling, and he had brought it around his neck. The scene then faded to black and the static got louder, but it was instantly cut to Ruby walking in on her brother where she let out a gut-twisting scream, and it panned on her face as the sound of the chair getting kicked and the same choking from before began to play. The picture of Ruby's face stayed on screen for a good 5 minutes, and this time her eyes had returned, but were the same gaping holes without any other facial features, as it slowly became more static and her cries became quieter. The scene cut to black with the loud static, before it cut to Ruby sitting now on her own in the garden by 2 gravestones, one labeled RIP Mommy and Daddy and the other RIP Brother. At this point I had already been sick and was sitting all shaken. The episode seemed to have come to an end at last, as the Max and Ruby theme played slowly in reverse. I was about to eject the DVD when the same image came up like it did on the TV. This time there was text above the 2 rabbits that said, "Death is our only release," before the DVD finally popped out of my laptop. I sat there and tried to contemplate what had happened, and in my shock and fear I made the stupid decision to break the DVD up as much as I could before leaving the house and putting the pieces down the drain. Thankfully I kept a few screenshots and saved them to my laptop. The next couple of days went past without anything unusual happening. I had a few nightmares about the DVD, but that was all. My cousin had gone back home along with the rest of the family. It was a late night and my parents had gone out for dinner, leaving me to watch TV. I heard what sounded like someone posting something through the door. At this point the DVD had left my mind since I hadn't told anyone about it, but it all came flooding back when I looked at the letter in front of me. It was just messily folded up, and it read, "Death is our only release." Gurgles and Bugman. After my last experience, my parents reminded me of another story from my childhood. When you're 5, your mind lacks the experience to make informed judgments or connect things which aren't obvious. Over the years, the details get fuzzy and forgotten. Speaking with my parents the other day, they cleared the cobwebs burying this story. I remember now much too clearly. The story of Gurgles and Bugman. I just started kindergarten that year. Everyone's a friend when you're 5, so I had no shortage of classmates. But coming from a poor family, I didn't get to see much of them outside of school. My parents spent all their waking hours trying to make ends meet, and didn't have time to ferry me from house to house, so I spent my early years mostly keeping to myself, playing with the random assortment of knickknacks from the shelf in my room. Being short of money gave my family a habit of hoarding, so they hated to throw anything out. One particular item on the shelf was a small, old-fashioned TV set, a wooden veneer box about 2 feet wide by a foot tall. It had a curved glass screen that took up half the front panel. Beside the screen was a large chrome dial used to switch channels. At the top sat an antenna formed by 2 terribly twisted wires. When I'd turn it on, I'd usually just get static and snow on that glowing black and white screen. I'd twist the heavy clicking dial hoping to pick up some local broadcasts. Mostly it would be some ghostly images and incoherent sound fragments, but one channel was always crystal clear. It was the Gurgles and Bugman show. Gurgles was a clown, but not a common one. He wore a thin black suit that draped his tall skinny body with a matching tie, and oversized novelty clown shoes to complete his distinctive outfit. His pupils were completely black, like polished ebony marbles, with no trace of white around them. Black face paint around those eyes, and across his cheeks and mouth made him look like a manic, grinning skeleton. It was only the crazy crop of curly hair sprouting off the sides of his head that gave him a more human look. As much as Gurgles freaked me out, Bugman scared me more. He was short and round, like a hunchback dwarf with a dark cape. He had prosthetics covering his eyes to make him look like a fly, and a mouth that rotated 90 degrees and opened from side to side. The show itself was like candid camera, with pranks played on unsuspecting people. It would always start with Gurgles and Bugman hidden away at someone's home. Gurgles would face the camera, staring at you, his bony finger touching his lips. When the unsuspecting star of the show came into view, a laugh track would begin to play. You would see them go about their nightly routines, oblivious to the conspiracy that Gurgles and Bugman had us involved in. We'd see them making dinner, or on the lounge watching TV with their family, or doing their homework. Then watch as Gurgles and Bugman stole their pen, or moved their glass, or made things disappear behind their backs. The camera angles would change as Gurgles and Bugman shifted their hiding place from dark corners of a room, to the cupboards, to the ceiling, or under the furniture, all the while looking back at you and winking. The closer they got, the louder and more laughter from the soundtrack. Eventually, when everyone went to sleep, a victim would be chosen for the prank. Waiting in the closet or under the bed once the victim fell asleep, Bugman would crawl out and gently climb inside beside them. His jaw would open sideways, and out would come a sharp straw that he'd stick in the person's neck. This always paralyzed their victim, because sometimes you could see them struggle if they woke and saw Gurgles and Bugman on top of them. The laugh track would then be extra loud and uproarious those few times the victims awoke. Gurgles would make faces at the camera while the audience laughed, and Bugman would use his straw to drink from the person's neck. When the victim stopped struggling after a few minutes, and the laughter would turn to claps and cheering. With Bugman finished, Gurgles' face would fill the whole screen with his impossibly wide, sharp-toothed grin. Then he'd whispered, "See you again soon." The way those all-black eyes pierced through the screen always gave me the chills. I hated the show, but would be always too afraid to go near the TV while it was running. One day, the TV mysteriously disappeared from my room. My parents told my 5-year-old self that they sold it to pay some bills. I accepted that without question. I was kinda glad it was gone. But yesterday, when I asked them about the TV again, they exchanged nervous glances, then filled in some missing gaps from my childhood. Halfway through that year, Derek, a classmate I didn't know very well, had died in horrific circumstances. He was murdered in his bed with a stab wound to the neck. No evidence of a break-in was ever found, so his distraught parents were taken into custody as the primary suspects. They denied all the allegations against them. At the time, Mrs. Nolan, my teacher, told our class, I'd apparently explained to her that Derek couldn't be dead because I saw him and his family on the Gurgles and Bugman show the day before. When Mrs. Nolan mentioned to my parents what I had said, they had immediately taken the TV from my room, driven it to a junkyard, and had it burnt to nothing but ashes and molten metal. That TV was in my room because it had always been broken. It was never plugged in the whole time it sat on my shelf. Whatever I saw on that screen, it wasn't from a station. So that's my story of Gurgles and Bugman, but I'm not sure if that's really the end though. After all, do Gurgles and Bugman still perform their nightly show for some unsuspecting viewer somewhere in the world? And if so, who will be their next star? Timothy's Bad Week. Timothy Goes to School was a fairly well-known cartoon based on a book series for children, centered around the day-to-day life of the titular Timothy, a young raccoon inhabiting a world of anthropomorphic animals. The show wasn't anything remarkable and was very much geared for the young audience. With such an innocent show, there was bound to be some kind of urban legend or creepypasta to be found, and I was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of one such legend. What I witnessed was a story called Timothy's Bad Week, and was provided by YouTube, like many things on the internet these days. I assumed it was a fan-made creepypasta or a trolling attempt. Either way, I decided to allow my morbid curiosity to get the better of me, and sat back to watch what horrors some crazy guy on the internet had inserted into one of my childhood shows. I fully expected a YouTube poop-style run crammed with multiple creepy cliches, and sure enough, the video played in black and white with poor image quality that made the characters seem like they were constantly shifting. Someone had edited the eyes so they were white voids, but I noticed that they left the theme tune and opening sequence otherwise untouched. Following the intro, the video cut to black and text read, Monday, before opening to an empty street with Timothy dressed for school, waiting at the bus stop, animation as bad as ever, and all done in black and white with those edited eyes. I rolled my eyes a bit at this. Seems like everyone who ever wrote a Lost episode had to do something freaky with the eyes. Regardless, I watched as the bus pulled over and Timothy got on. All the other characters were on the bus, but seemed a little different. Yoko the cat seemed to be angry. The two Franks, both bulldogs, were fighting each other, and no one seemed to bother despite their brawl being quite physical. Next to the fighting Franks sat Doris the beaver, always depicted as a bit of a tomboy. She was much larger than usual, to the point of looking morbidly obese, and kept crying as Fritz the badger and Claude the raccoon taunted her repeatedly from a nearby seat. Timothy went to sit by a window and glanced over at Nora the mouse, who was holding hands with Charles, another mouse. The pair staring out in front of themselves as if trying to block out the rest of the world. Finally, at the very back of the bus sat Lily the fox, having only one shoe and looking rather upset, one of her arms seeming to have noticeable bruises. The scene suddenly went black and text read, Tuesday. To my surprise, when the text faded, the scene once again showed Timothy waiting for the bus. This time his clothing seemed a little dirty and torn, as the bus pulled up and he climbed on board. Yoko the cat seemed even angrier than before. The two Franks were covered in cuts and bruises, as they kept looking over at one another from either side of the bus, as if ready to fight at any moment. Doris was cowering in her seat as Fritz and Claude took to pelting her with spitballs, no one seeming to notice or care. Timothy once again sat by a window and glanced over at Nora and Charles. The two mice were now huddled together as if frightened, still staring in front of themselves, ears pinned back. At the very back of the bus, Lily was now completely barefoot and her bruised arm was now visibly scarred, a small cut also visible on her right ear. The scene once again went black and text read, Wednesday. At this point I was getting a little bored of the repetitive cuts, yet my curiosity demanded I continue to view regardless, as the scene once again showed Timothy waiting for the bus. This time his clothing was very dirty and torn. His fur also began to look unkempt as the bus pulled up and he climbed on board. Yoko was now flexing her claws quite literally and scratching at the back of the seat in front of her in anger. The two Franks were still covered in cuts and bruises, though one of them now sported a cast on their arm as the other glared with a look of pure hate at the other sibling. Doris was sobbing and begging Fritz and Claude to leave her alone as they taunted her, tossing donuts at her they had smuggled onto the bus in a small box. Timothy, per usual, sat by a window and glanced over at Nora and Charles. Only this time Nora was by herself, looking very unwell as she continually looked at the empty space Charles had been only a day earlier. At the very back of the bus, Lily was still barefoot, her feet now covered in mud and her fur unkempt as her dress was all torn, her scarred arm now laying limp as one of her ears now had a large chunk missing. The scene went black once more and text read, Thursday. I have to admit at this point it was a little unnerving. Whoever made this YouTube prank sure had a lot of time to waste. Then again, I guess I was no better as I continued to watch it. The text faded to reveal Timothy waiting for the bus yet again. This time his clothing was practically falling off of him, and his fur looked like it was extremely dirty and unkempt. Once again, the bus pulled over and Timothy climbed on in. Yoko was nowhere to be seen. The two Franks were now down to one, who was covered in blood from head to toe in vicious-looking scars and trembled uncontrollably, muttering to himself. Doris was catatonic as Fritz and Claude sat quietly, looking away from her and seeming to lower their heads every now and then in a state of great shame. Timothy, as he always did, sat by a window and glanced over to the empty chair Nora had occupied the other day. When he noticed she was gone, Timothy turned to Fritz and Claude for the first time, the pair once again lowering their heads as if to avoid his stare. At the very back of the bus, Lily was covered from head to toe in mud, cuts, and bruises. Her clothing was shredded and her right ear now bandaged, and she had taken to rocking back and forth, singing, "Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree." This was when things got very strange, even by creepypasta standards. The "Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree" song continued to play over and over as the scene turned to black, and text read, "Friday." The song played on loop as the now familiar sight of Timothy waiting for the bus appeared. However, he was now on crutches and hobbled onto the bus with a look of anger. The bus was completely empty, save for Fritz and Claude. The pair now sitting on either side of the bus and shaking uncontrollably, as Timothy stopped and looked at both of them before he headed to the usual window. Then everything faded to black as the "Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree" song played one final time before the video cut off. After a moment of thought, I turned off my computer and went to do some work in the real world, deciding that while an interesting watch, this creepypasta was far from the best. Nevertheless, I saved the link so I could show a friend who used to watch the show religiously just to mess with them. It took a couple of days before I managed to get said friend around, and I opened the link to show them my story. To my surprise, the link ended up showing a normal episode of Timothy Goes to School, and my friend had a good laugh at my expense as I desperately tried to convince them I wasn't crazy. To this day, I have yet to fully understand where the real link went, and a part of me truly wonders if I didn't dream it all up. Whatever the case, the true story of Timothy's bad week soon went from a pasta I'd hoped to forget about after a cheap joke on a friend into a years-long obsession. Maybe someday, someone will find it again. Until then, happy hunting. Doug's Real Life. Everyone remembers Doug, one of the original 3 Nicktoons. It seemed like a pretty normal show about the challenges a young boy faced in his daily life, but I always got a weird kind of feeling from it. Compared to other kids' shows, Doug seemed more negative and anxiety-centered. Doug was always worried about something, and in most episodes he would have fantasies of everyone he knew cruelly laughing at him due to whatever problem he was facing that week. Doug always came through in the end though, and every episode ended with him writing in his journal about how he had overcome his blown out of proportion problem. In 2005, I began to have dreams about the show for no apparent reason. I cannot remember the details, but they made me want to see it again. The show had not even been in reruns for years at that point, so I could not think of any way to watch it. To my surprise, however, it came back for 1 week in the fall of 2005, airing at 6 a.m. on weekdays. I watched it for all 5 days. The first 4 were episodes I remembered, but they did not sync up with my memories perfectly. It had been a while, so I just chalked it up to flaws in my memories. The Friday episode, though, was something I was positive I had never seen before. It started with the normal intro and the line drawings, but the characters never appeared. The lines continued as normal, reacting as if the normal characters were there. Once the intro ended, it showed Doug in a dark room, writing in his journal. He was not narrating his writing like he usually did. He just silently wrote for about a minute. The screen faded out, and the usual episode title screen appeared. Yet there was no skit this time. There were just giant letters forming the title, Doug's Real Life. The episode opened with Doug eating breakfast. He was giving a voiceover about how there was a big test he neglected to study for. As his family was having a normal conversation, the screen started flashing. The flashes seemed to be showing something, but they did not last long enough for me to figure out what they were revealing. Doug left his house and began walking to school. During his stroll, he had one of those fantasies about his life being ruined. Mrs. Wingo announced that Doug had flunked the test, and the entire class started laughing at him, their heads swirling around Doug. This went on longer than most fantasies, and the laughter sounded crueler than usual. When Doug got to school, the screen flashed again. This time it stayed on the new image, or rather the new animation style. Many objects had changed colors, mainly darker. It resembled a negative film. Doug was walking through the school hallway, which was full of kids who had never been seen on the show before. No one paid attention to him. After he got to his desk, the animation switched back to normal. Suddenly, for no reason, the scene changed to after school had ended. Doug was walking home, worrying to himself about the test. Upon reaching his house, his dog Porkchop greeted him. Doug began talking to him until the screen flashed. Porkchop turned into a hunk of rotting meat, and Doug's house became decrepit. Doug went into his house and acted as if he was talking to someone, though it was completely deserted. After interacting with invisible people for a while, he sat down at an empty table. The screen flashed again, and Doug's family was there with him, eating dinner. The phone rang, and Doug's mom answered it. Doug instantly thought that it was his teacher telling them about him flunking the test. Doug had a fantasy about his parents yelling at him for failing. In it, they grew to be gigantic, and their faces became twisted and dark red. The screen flashed back to the empty house. Doug was crying and apologizing, but there was no one else in the room. He went up to his bedroom, which was completely empty, except for a book and a pencil. Doug picked up the book and started writing. He narrated this time. I can't tell which one is real. Not long enough. Until recently, it was thought that Matt Groening had completely recovered from whatever was making him act so strangely during the Dead Bart fiasco, and that it hadn't affected his normal life afterward. Recent claims from the employee who found the Dead Bart video, however, indicate that Matt Groening went through another similar incident 10 years ago. It was the summer of 1999, and Futurama had recently premiered. Matt was working on 2 shows now and showing signs of stress. One day he announced he was making a new episode that would be 100% his own writing. This terrified some of the staff who worked on both shows, but they were hesitant to bring up Dead Bart, and the Futurama crew saw no reason to reject Matt's idea. An early version of it was made, and the employee who found Dead Bart managed to get a digital copy of it as well. The episode was called Not Long Enough. It started with Fry, Leela, and Bender making a delivery for Planet Express. They never revealed exactly what they were delivering or where they were going, and everyone seemed to be upset about an unexplained event that happened recently. Leela and Bender were angry at Fry, who kept apologizing but was coldly rejected by his friends. They eventually reached a planet that seemed to have only one house, surrounded by empty, desolate fields on all sides. They knocked on the door, and a grotesque alien that appeared very old answered. He accepted the box without word, opened it, took a knife out, and stabbed himself. The Planet Express crew didn't seem to find this odd or surprising. They simply left his body on the ground and walked back to their ship in silence. The next scene was of the Planet Express ship flying through space. A dissonant piece of music made with extremely loud instruments performing a very slow tune played in the background while the ship soared through empty, black space. They finally reached Earth and landed in a deserted New York. Fry started apologizing again as they walked through the empty streets. There was no sign of the Planet Express building, but Leela and Bender glared at him in silence. Fry gave up and separated from his friends. He walked for quite a while, never encountering a single person. He reached the cryogenics building where he had been frozen, looked inside, and began to cry. The crying went on for a few minutes before he entered the building. He went to one of the tubes, set the timer on it to a huge number with more zeros than I could count, and locked himself in. The screen faded out, and when it came back in, the view was entirely on Fry. The machine must have partially stopped working, as parts of Fry were decaying. Bone was poking through his skin in several places. Fry mumbled, "It's what I deserve," and climbed out of the freezing device. He was in a surreal, indescribable place. There were a huge variety of shapes and colors, but it wasn't bright or fanciful. Visually, it was closer to the faint imprints you see if you close your eyes too hard. He started walking. The surreal void he was in seemed to go on and on. He kept going for a few minutes, the colors forming into shapes you could kind of make out, though none of them were pleasant. After his long walk, Fry found a picture on the ground. It was completely out of place in this new environment. It looked like something drawn in the normal Futurama style. It was a photo of him, Leela, and Bender. Fry looked at it for a few seconds before beginning to cry. The picture soon turned to dust, and he continued walking. The view zoomed out until Fry couldn't be seen and the colors all blended together, turning to solid black. It continued to zoom out, and we saw that the black was a tiny fragment of the pupil in Fry's eye. His frozen body had fallen out of the freezing unit and was lying in an abandoned room. He was drawn in the same hyper-realistic style as Bart's corpse from the Simpsons episode, Dead Bart. Bender and Leela walked into the room. They saw what Fry had done to himself, and Leela said, "He got what he deserved." She checked her watch and said, "Looks like we need to leave for our next delivery." She took a knife out of her pocket, put it in a plain cardboard box, and headed to the ship. Turn the crank. Have you ever wondered why certain shows were off limits to you as a child? Probably because of swearing, sexual content, the occasional use of the word penis, right? Well, that is true, but there's a deeper layer than that, for me anyway. It all started when I was around 6 or so. At this age, I loved to do everything that was exactly opposite of what I was supposed to do. If you said don't touch the cake I made for your aunt's wedding, I'd probably end up devouring the entire thing in one sitting. So obviously when my mother told me not to watch the Adult Swim portion of Cartoon Network's lineup, I made it my goal to watch it every single night. I had gotten away with it for a few nights. Every night I would sit on the floor with the television remote in hand, giggling at how I was getting away with going behind my mother's back. Unfortunately, my fun didn't last forever. I would say I'd only been sneaking to watch the channel for about a week or two before my mother began to catch on. It started with her noticing that my various stuffed animals would be left on the floor in front of the television at night. Then she began noticing that I was more sluggish than usual, a huge sign pointing to the fact that I hadn't been sleeping. But the last straw was when she finally caught me with my face glued to the television screen. I can't recall what was on screen exactly, but I do remember the word penis being repeated over and over in a chant-like phrase. Looking back, that could easily have been any Adult Swim show that has ever aired. I mean, just the other day I was watching a Mission Hill episode where some pervert whispered the naughty word over and over into a payphone. Who knows? Maybe that's what I was watching then. Anyways, none of that matters now. Really, it didn't matter to me then. All that mattered to me was that I was just caught doing something I was strictly forbidden not to do. So I did what every other 6-year-old caught with their hand in the cookie jar would do. Cry. I could easily attribute all the throat problems I have today to that night. I'm pretty sure I busted a few things in my throat from crying so hard and long, begging for my mother's forgiveness. She stood firm in her decision, giving me an old-fashioned spanking before sending me straight back up to bed. It was always hard to make my mother angry, but once you did, she could be a real witch. Well, at least that's what I thought then. I actually appreciate being set right when I was. After that night, I vowed to never watch Adult Swim again. That, of course, was just one of my many childhood vows I made to myself. Like when I got that stomachache from eating too much and I vowed never to eat chocolate cake again. I probably could have kept that promise had the shows not kept replaying in my mind. They were so different from the shows my mom wanted me to watch. They were daring and forbidden, something I craved even as a child. Not only that, but all my friends were watching these types of shows at school, even though we were only in the first grade. About a week or so had passed after I had gotten caught. My dad had finally come over for a visit. My parents had gotten divorced not too long after I was born, so I only got to see my dad when he would come out for a visit. It was the first time I had seen him in nearly a year, so I couldn't wait to hear the stories he had to tell. My dad was always on the go with his job, traveling all around the country to chase storms. Why he enjoys something like that, I'll never know, but to each his own, I guess. Anyway, after listening to what felt like a never-ending number of stories about tornadoes and other storm phenomena, it was finally my bedtime. Luckily, I wasn't confined to the usual 8:30 curfew when my dad was visiting, so my mom let me stay up as long as I wanted. My dad had always been a pushover when it came to giving me anything I wanted. I think he felt guilty for never being able to see me except for once every year or two. So when it was nearing 1 in the morning, he had no problem staying up to watch television with me. I sat in front of the television with a smirk on my face. I knew my dad would let me watch whatever I wanted, especially since he was an avid fan of nearly every adult cartoon on the market. I can even recall wearing his South Park shirts, which easily draped down past my feet when I was that age. My mom never liked that too much either, but I just chalked it up to her being overprotective. Okay, I'm trailing off into My Life the miniseries, so let's get back on track. I asked as sweetly and politely as I could, the best pout face on my face that I could muster, if we could watch a new show I found. I told him the channel. He didn't hesitate to turn it over, even though I'm positive he knew no kiddie shows were playing at that time of night. I remember I received a jolt of the same feelings I had prior to my mom pulling the plug on my after-hours television fun. I felt excitement, mischief, and that subtle sense of fear that I always got from watching those old cartoons. You have to admit that most of the stuff that plays on those lineups can be pretty scary to a 6-year-old. During the commercial break, I heard my dad snoring his signature snore that could easily be used in place of a foghorn. I was irritated by this, so I slid closer to the TV in order to be able to actually hear the show. I sat there watching whatever show was on for a few minutes. I started to feel my excitement fade and be replaced with that feeling of paranoia, which I often got when I saw these types of shows on television. I kept looking over my shoulder, making sure the characters weren't there. Why? I don't know. I was a sensitive kid and the stupid things would scare me. I do remember the screen cutting from the show and transitioning to a black screen, which was pretty normal for Adult Swim as they usually began commercials this way and had many commercials where the logo of the channel is displayed on a black screen. This always caused my heart to stop a little. I hated the feeling of stillness and the silence of those commercials as a kid. It always made me feel uneasy. For some reason, the feeling was a little more intense this time. Not anything that would make me bolt out of the room, yet. I was sitting in silence with that feeling growing stronger each second that the logo didn't appear. I noticed it was taking longer than usual, as if the station had gone into dead air. The screen jolted back at that point, which I thought was a sign that the logo was going to appear. A logo in fact did appear, but it wasn't the logo I had come to expect from the previous times I had watched the channel. It was a simple logo, scrolled over the center of the screen with white lines. It wasn't too fancy, but the cleanliness and sharpness of the lines definitely made up for it. It was hard to tell what the logo was at first, as it just seemed to be a bunch of crisscrossing lines held within a thick box. It looked a lot like the National Geographic logo if it had all of its color drained. As the logo began to fade into the black, the sound that you usually hear before most movies of the 90s, I believe it's the THX sound effects, blared. I was surprised it didn't wake up my dad. We now present our feature presentation, a man boomed, sounding a lot like the person that narrates over movies in the theater. You know, the man who tells you to shut off your cell phone and buy loads of popcorn and candy. Instantly I felt tons better. I figured this was just how Adult Swim presented their movies. And after a day of watching nothing but Disney, I was excited to see the shows and movies all my first grade friends got to watch. The only thing I could think about was bragging to my friends that I had seen an adult movie on the Forbidden Channel, not to be mistaken with porn, guys. The movie started with little droplets falling from a darkened sky. In the mixture of the translucent rain were droplets of scarlet, which were supposed to be blood, although it looked a lot more like the paint that's packaged in those old paint by numbers. Then again, you can't really expect much more than that from a low-budget Adult Swim film. Plus, blood wasn't exactly rare amongst their programs. It was just another reason why my mom didn't allow me to watch the station. After the shower of rain and blood, one of the main characters could be seen from a bird's eye view. Their hair was a rich and vibrant purple color, however the color was fading. The rain seemed to be washing it away, as you could clearly see purple dribbles sliding down the character's body. The scene cut to a close-up of the character's face. It was a young woman cartoon character. Her eyes were nothing more than slits of black, resembling an electrical outlet. Actually, she herself resembled a huge electrical outlet, which was carried along by tiny sticks for legs and arms. Imagine the legs and arms from the SpongeBob SquarePants episode Frankendoodle. That's the best way I know how to describe it. Her pitiful excuse for an arm lifted upward, the camera panning up the span of the stick, zooming upward until you could see a glass window. For whatever reason, her reflection wasn't present in the mirror, but as a kid I didn't give that much thought. Perhaps if I had paid attention to that detail, I would have been unnerved more than I had been. While I felt a little frightened by the sharp camera angles, oversimplified character designs, and the eerie piano music droning in the background, I was still determined to watch the movie in its entirety. I didn't want to face another day of school of being called a mama's boy and a chicken because I hadn't been watching things that were out of my age range. The piano music seemed like it was coming from one of those old, busted record players. In fact, it was. As the camera panned up to the window, it steadily began to fade into the glass. It wasn't showing the contents of the room behind the window, it was actually showing the inside of the glass. Once inside the window, you could see an overweight character, drawn far differently from the female outlet. He almost resembled Santa Claus, having a long white mustache jutting from his upper lip and curling at the ends, rosy red cheeks that looked as though they'd burn your hand if you touched them, twinkling baby blue eyes that glistened as if they were made of glass themselves. This detailed drawing of a rip-off Santa stood next to a table that was considerably out of proportion to him. Sitting upon the table was an old record player. The base was fashioned from beautiful blocks of wood, detailed with small bits of gold. The man turned the small crank on the side of the box, creating that music that sent chills straight through my bones. At 6, I was used to things like Mary Had a Little Lamb, not the type of music that was played at funerals. Turn the crank, turn the crank. He suddenly sputtered as the camera zoomed onto his hand turning the crank. The motions were agonizingly slow, forcing me to really feel the stillness of the moment. Turn the crank, turn the crank. I was beginning to feel less thrilled and more anxious. I took a moment to slide closer to the couch where my dad was fast asleep, completely oblivious to the content on the television. While I slid, a long cracking sound was heard. It dragged on for what felt like a lifetime, growing louder and louder as it continued. I turned back to the screen when the sound caught my attention. The crank that the unnamed character was turning was being wound tighter and tighter, straining the gorgeous wooden base. The base began to reveal tiny cracks as the crank turned. The cracks grew larger, the sound grew louder, and the crank grew weaker. Turn the crank, turn the crank. The cheery man shouted with a creepy, joyful voice. I could only assume he had a smile on his face, but the only thing that the camera would show was the record player, slowly collapsing upon itself. Turn the crank, turn the crank. My eyes were beginning to fill with tears. I remember how loud noises would always upset me when I was younger. I was an odd child. Neither silence nor praise pleased me. If it was too silent, I would be scared. If it was too noisy, I'd be equally scared. Unfortunately for me, this movie had already manipulated both of these childhood fears. My teary eyes widened as the next scene of the movie took place. The beautiful record player finally gave out, the crank breaking apart into the jolly man's hands. The remaining bits of the record player began to sputter a violent amount of smoke, which surprisingly only hovered around the player, leaving every other inch of the room untouched. "No more must I turn the crank," the man whispered. the camera focusing on his face and his face alone. His cherry-colored cheeks were growing pale and his glimmering eyes began to lose their luster. Suddenly, those once sparkling blue eyes shattered, shards of glass falling to the floor. I was surprised that they didn't fling into the screen. They just sort of fell from the man's eye sockets. I later figured that the rain at the start of the film had actually been the glass falling from his face. The lonesome girl has finally sank. The screen cut to an abrupt moment of darkness, but only long enough to fade into the next scene. There was another bird's eye view of the street where the main female character had been walking at the beginning of the film. There were shards of glass completely coating the street below. All you could see were the very tops of some of the buildings, which were all tinted with a very rusty shade of crimson, because of the massive amount of broken glass. The camera began to lower the view, zooming in by simply choppily cutting frames, each one closer to the mess than the last. As the last frame was presented, I could see the outlet-like character from the beginning, laying motionless in the midst of the glassy sea. The shards that surrounded her body were a pale shade of purple, obviously caused from the color that had completely drained from her hair. By this point, I was bawling my eyes out. I may have been young, but I knew what a dead person looked like. I knew for sure that that girl was dead. No one could survive being pelted by such enormous amounts of glass like that. The scene changed at that point, showing a close-up of an hourglass. The camera was slowly, gently pulling away from the hourglass, which had grains of sand sliding through its midsection. It kind of reminded me of that soap opera, Days of Our Lives. I'm sure you soap junkies know what I'm talking about, only it was much more grim and against a colorless background. She's perfectly fine, now you don't fret. Thanks for watching my show, kids, but you're not out of hell yet. At that point, I let out such a scream that my throat was still sore the next day. The scream was so sharp that it even forced my dad to bolt awake. He sat up to check on me, accidentally shifting his elbow onto the TV remote, causing the channel to change. What I saw when the channel changed made me even more confused than I already was. The logo for Adult Swim flashed upon the screen and the next show started. It was as if the television hadn't been on Cartoon Network at all that night. My dad apologized for accidentally switching the channel, hitting the recall button on the remote. I was too busy sobbing with fear to stop him. When the channel finally returned to the station that aired that supposed movie, a message popped onto the screen. Programming not authorized. Please confirm that you are subscribed to the channel, or unplug your receiver to resolve the issue. If you continue to see this error, please contact your cable provider. We apologize for any inconvenience. The channel was apparently some type of late-night movie network, exclusive to subscribed viewers, but that didn't explain how I was able to view an entire film on an unauthorized channel. How I got on that channel, I have no clue. I guess it's possible that my dad may have bumped the remote in his sleep, but I think I would have noticed the channel changing. Instead, I only noticed an Adult Swim show leaving for commercial and then returning with that horrendous film. I slept in my mom's bed that night, trying to block the images of the film strip out of my mind. The next morning, I could hear my mom loudly discussing not letting me watch late-night television with my dad. Looking back on the night nowadays, the film wasn't half as bad as most of the animes, crime shows, twisted cartoons, and morbid comics that I exposed myself to. I guess I was just being silly and childish, but all children have horrifying experiences that wouldn't even make them flinch as adults. Even though I've seen far worse, that film has left a bad impression in my mind. I mean, I still enjoy watching Adult Swim to this day, and now I can do so without getting in trouble, but I'm definitely on high alert for anything overly suspicious, not only with Adult Swim, but with late-night movie showings as well. I have no interest in ever seeing that film again, but I am curious about its title. I'd like to know the name so I can research any portions of the film that I may have missed, and possibly discover the voice actor behind that demonic Santa-like man. Maybe you guys can help me with that? The Black Friday Incident. The early stages of production on the famous computer-animated film Toy Story were a complete nightmare. The production was in a sort of development hell until the infamous Black Friday incident. Disney harassed the then-new animation studio Pixar constantly. They were to produce and release the film, and they wanted results as quickly as possible. Disney tried to eliminate Pixar's efforts to deviate from the Disney formula, even at times threatening to shut the production down. Disney sent notes on revisions that they thought would improve the film. They insisted through their notes, which all read, "Edge. The film needs more edge." The people working on the film at the time struggled so hard to maintain all of the Disney notes and demands. Once a week, they were required to fly across the country to the Disney offices to present them with progress. Every time they were met with the same response: edge. The film needs more edge. Pixar revised the film so hard to meet the deadlines that it resulted in some rather interesting changes. In order to achieve edge, the film became quite a lot darker. Woody became a wildly unlikable character, much more angry and far less comedic than in the final film. Bo Peep's role in the story was far more prevalent, often flirtatious towards the male characters, and is the first to accuse Woody of pushing Buzz out the window. Buzz Lightyear was referred to at this point in production as Lunar Larry. He's highly reminiscent of an older superhero, talking in a deeper voice and is even more deluded and ignorant of his surroundings. The other toys were relatively unchanged, save for a few minor aesthetic differences. Pixar employees worked literally 24/7 non-stop. Director John Lasseter joked on more than one occasion that he had the best parking spot at the office because his car hadn't moved for over 3 days. Some of the writers and storyboard artists began to suffer from chronic insomnia. A few writers reported seeing visions of Buzz and Woody taunting them on their lack of progress, chanting, "Edge. The film needs more edge." Many of the initial writers quit due to the stress it was putting on their personal lives, much to the distress of the remaining crew. By November of 1992, there were 2 of the 5 writers left, and only one of the 3 storyboard artists. The remaining storyboard artist was named Ralph Thompson. He joined the Pixar team in the winter of 1987, working on short films such as Tin Toy and Knick Knack. He, at the time, did some storyboard work for The Nightmare Before Christmas with fellow artist Joe Ranft. Joe came down with a serious illness and hadn't been to work in a week. Ralph worked constantly in fear of the inevitable correction by Disney. More edge, more edge. Each presentation meant another row of sleepless nights of rewriting and redrawing the same characters in the same bedroom, over and over and over. It was maddening. One morning, John Lasseter, Andrew Stanton, and other higher-ups at Pixar came into the office and told everybody what happened at their last meeting. Disney felt that things were not looking very good for the film, and demanded that, in less than a week, they see the complete film in story reels, storyboards with audio, with massive revisions. There was a general groan and whining from the crew, and they went back to working. Ralph worked harder than all others involved. Sometimes, at 2 in the morning, one of the writers would walk into Ralph's office with a packet of newly written scenes, more to draw, and with more drawings meant more scratch voice work. When a film is still in the writing/storyboarding stages, artists will do temporary voices for the story reels. He had Disney's vague instructions racing through his mind. More edge, edgier, more. We want results, people, edgier. This is a business. Faster, more edge. Move on already. He thought to himself this exactly. The film needed an edge. It needed to be darker, more cynical. It needed more adult humor in situations. It needed an attitude. Of course, Ralph, how couldn't you see it sooner? Edge. All of those hundreds of hours bent over a desk and all you needed was edge. Why didn't you listen sooner? He gave the film an edge. The story reels were flown over with the main crew to the head offices at Disney. The date was November 27th, 1993, Black Friday. When the film was brought into the Disney screening room, the reel was about 48.5 minutes long. The movie started out as a Western-style shootout between Woody and Andy, resulting in Andy being shot down. It's revealed that this was just a game being played in Andy's mind. The film continued on with little problems for about the first 20 minutes or so, though several gags seemed off with the overall tone of the film. For example, Mr. Potato Head would pull out one of his eyes and kick them under Bo Peep's dress for a look-see. There were several scenes of Woody yelling at the toys to stop caring about Buzz, Larry, and to pay attention to him, culminating in insults or minor acts of violence. The scene comes where Andy can only take one toy to Pizza Planet, and Woody pushed Buzz out the window. Woody offers to shake hands with Buzz, Larry, only to throw him out the window. There's a stock smashing noise. The other toys are shocked and antagonize Woody for what he has done. Woody shows little remorse and screams at Slinky Dog to make the toys stop harassing him. After much yelling, with one of the Green Army men saying the word God, the toys grab Woody and toss him out the window as well. He falls onto the ground with a low thump. Cheering is heard from the interior of the house. The quality on the storyboards becomes much less refined and almost like chicken scratch. Woody gets up and sees Buzz, Larry. Buzz's body was shattered on impact. His arms and legs were broken off and located only a few inches away. There was a large crack down the middle of the chest, revealing a mess of buttons and wires inside. He gave off a sort of electrical twitch motion in his head. His eyes looked as if they were about to pop out of their plastic sockets. The twitching stops after a few moments as Woody looked in fear at what he had done to Buzz and runs off. There is a jump cut to the scene where the two get stuck in a claw machine. The storyboard art is back to its normal level of quality. The machine is filled with sunglasses wearing pizzas as opposed to the aliens in the finished movie. Buzz is completely unharmed and intact. The scene is almost verbatim to the final film. Sid, the antagonist in control of the claw, was wearing a yellow t-shirt and smoking 3 cigarettes at once. The claw grabs Woody and Buzz, Larry, putting them in the clutches of Sid. There was another jump cut, once again returning to the chicken scratch style of artwork. The scene is inside of Sid's room. Woody looks around the room in fear. He tiptoes around the room and collapses after seeing one of Sid's mutant toys. The reel then jump cuts once again to an unrelated test animation of the characters running. A few seconds of Buzz running in place, a few seconds of Woody running, and nearly a minute of the two running together. The footage appeared distorted and Spanish text was present on the screen. It looked like clay models that got life. No one friends life or see. There now comes a shot of a completely naked Woody with anatomically correct features standing in front of a black background, and the trademark Pixar ball is rolling around in the distance. The animation now is in the traditional animation style of a typical 2D Disney film. Woody stares directly into the camera, while his flesh begins to rot away with the exception of his eyes, which remain intact. Woody begins to moan in a low voice. The remains of his lips curl into a smile, bits of flesh peeling off as this happens. He lifts up his decomposing arm manually and waves into the camera. His fingers dig deep into his eyes. Dark blood oozes out of their sockets. Woody begins to scream and growl. Don't you want it? Don't you want it? Don't you love it? He digs so deep as to rip the entire top half of his head off. Woody gives a sigh of relief and begins eating the flesh off of his skull before tossing it aside. He writes the word edge on the screen with his rotting fingertips. The remaining 15 minutes of the reels were pencil scribbles accompanied by shrill screams of a young woman. The word edge was burned into the projection screen. The screening ended in complete silence. Chairman of Disney at the time, Jeffrey Katzenberg, walked out of the screening quietly, telling his colleagues, "Notes." They were following all of the notes we were giving to them. Upon returning to the Pixar offices, writer Pete Docter found the body of Ralph Thompson in an enormous pile of paper in his office. Further analysis found the cause of death was a heart attack brought on by a lack of sleep and stress. The papers were all storyboards and animation cells of the final coherent scene of Woody, while the word edge scrawled on the back of each one. Following the Black Friday screening, Disney became far less involved with the film, to which Pixar was finally given the freedom to make the film their way. The film went on to be a huge success with critics and at the box office. The Black Friday incident today still remains very much a mystery. The Loud House. Enough is enough. Have you ever heard of the show called The Loud House? It's a series where a middle child, Lincoln Loud, has to survive in a family of 10 sisters. Yeah, that show. Well, what if I told you that I found an unreleased dark episode? Well, it happened to me a few days ago before writing this. It's a bit of a long story. I was surfing the web and came across this website of salvaged media known as Digital Fossils. It was a website that carried strange, lost pieces of media that were either phone calls, security footage, images, deleted scenes of movies, etc. I had an interest for strange, lost pieces of media, so I was curious enough to check out this website. The links were ordered as fossil, and then followed by an uppercase word or short phrase with a few numbers. These words or phrases were sometimes nonsensical and unrelated to the website entry, and sometimes they made sense. For example, fossil dog 807, fossil help 9482, and fossil don't look 370. Some of the entries on the site were slightly disturbing. For an example, a recording of a cat playing with a dead bird, or a news report of a child going missing on an abandoned playground. I don't know how the website recovered these pieces of lost media, but it had almost everything that it could get its hands on. However, I stayed silent about that. I didn't work on the website anyway. However, as I scrolled down after seeing some entries, I found something that caught my eye. Fossil Loud 11. It was rather interesting. It had a word that reminded me of the ones from earlier that were randomized, but it had 11 after it. It reminded me of Lincoln Loud, the same 11-year-old boy from the show I just talked about earlier. I clicked on the link and saw the description of the entry. The description said the following: "This is a lost episode of The Loud House, which is titled as Enough is Enough. It was meant to be the finale of the 3rd season, but it was scrapped after its production was done. Chris will be planning another season 3 finale at the moment. However, this replacement is reasonable. This episode was lost for being too disturbing and dark for the series. If you're a fan of The Loud House, we must tell you that this is no joke. Viewer discretion is advised." I was curious. I wondered why this would be, for a show like The Loud House to have such an episode like this. So after I downloaded it, the episode started. When the episode started, the usual intro played. Nothing was wrong so far. However, at the end, nobody went to the couch to watch TV. It didn't act like they were there as well, so Lily's poo-poo wasn't present. Another thing that was wrong was the ending logo was tainted with the color of pastel red instead of orange. The website was not joking around. There was definitely something wrong with this episode. The title card had a black background with white fog flowing across the left of it, with centered text saying, "Enough is enough." The bottom bubbles below showed who made the episode as well, which was the same as the first 2 seasons. The music was a low, rumbling noise that was a little ambient, something that you may hear in a horror game. The episode began with the outside view of the house, as it sometimes did. The music was absent, like the beginning of Brawl in the Family. It cut to Lincoln watching TV, instead of playing video games like he usually does. He was just chilling. "Don't you just hate living with 10 sisters? Well, sometimes I do," he said. I saw his smile turn upside down. But on rare occasions, I go a little too far. I wish they would just leave me alone, but I can't hurt them. They're my siblings. I want to love them, but the things they do are like a setback for me. Lincoln here sounded a little more serious than usual. "Hey bro," Luan said, as she appeared next to Lincoln in the next shot. "What did Platypus say before leaving the bar?" "Put it on my bill." Lincoln frowned as she laughed. "Yes, Luan, pretty Do you want to smell my flower? I'm not falling for..." Luan's flower sprayed water on Lincoln's face before he could finish what he was saying. "Okay, Luan, that's..." "Do you want some of my banana cream pie?" Luan said before slamming it on Lincoln's face. I wondered why the description said the episode was too dark. Luan was making so many jokes that it made the episode more stupid than graphic. Lincoln facepalmed in dissatisfaction. "Stop, Luan, you're not funny. What do you call a boy who's completely white?" "A flower boy." Luan laughed for a bit, but one shot later, Lincoln slid his hand off of his face, revealing his angry eyes. "Enough is enough," Lincoln said furiously as he grabbed Luan by her shoulders. "Wow, nice grip, bro. You shoulder work out at the gym." Luan laughed at her little joke. Then something happened. It took me back to the shot of Lincoln. It felt as if I was hit by a train. Just after Luan laughed at her little joke, Lincoln slammed her head against the wall, bruising her and knocking her out. A low ambient tune played in the background. Lincoln gasped and stared at the crack in Luan's head, and then at her purple, bruised, unconscious body. He looked at his hands in fear. What have I done? I've never done something like this before." He looked back at Luan. "But this made me feel so alive. For some reason, I've never felt this good in a while. I know just what to do." It cuts to black for 3 seconds, transitioning to Lori texting on her phone, possibly to Bobby. "Hey Lori, can you drive me to the comic store?" Just do it yourself or get your mom, Lincoln." Lori left the room, which I assume was to go to the bathroom, and Lincoln looked at her phone, which she left inside, glaring as he planned his next wipeout. One shot later, Lori was seen walking into her room when, "Lincoln, let go of my phone right now." Lori was hit in the head by her phone. As it broke with the shattering of glass, Lincoln walked over to her body and looked down at her. "This is for smashing my VR console, teenage brat," Lincoln said with silent anger as it cut to Lori's lifeless body. Her phone was shattered, with bits of glass scattered across her face, being cut across some places. She was bleeding across her face on where she was cut. I was shocked to see the middle child go on such a killing spree like this. Why was this made, I thought to myself. It cut to black yet again to change to a different scene, taking place in the backyard. "Hey Lincoln, wanna wrestle?" "Sure, why not, Lynn? I bet I'll win this time." I knew this was going to be no wrestling match, but I kept on watching to see where it would go. As Lincoln was wrestling with Lynn, he got behind her and shortly after, cut to a close-up of Lynn's eyes. "Come at me, bro." Lynn's anticipation was cut short when she not only widened her eyes, but gagged. I knew something went wrong. The dark tune grew louder. It cut away from the close-up to show Lincoln choking her 13-year-old sister from behind. Not only that, but the animation quality changed to a style similar to that of King of the Hill. It looked so shocking that it didn't look as cartoony as before. It made me feel the characters had life. But this time I felt like I was witnessing a live murder. I watched as Lynn gripped her brother's hands to break free. It was useless for her to try to escape. It cut to Lynn's point of view as she was turned around, face to face with Lincoln. This is when I felt like I was going to faint. Lincoln's face looked menacing, cold, and possessed at this point. His eyes were bloodshot, his pupils were larger, and his skin was a tad bit darker. The animation at this point went back to the normal style, but his face was highly detailed. In Lincoln's pupils was the reflection of his choking sister, Lynn. I was in shock as her vision went blurry and her eyelids opened and closed. By the time she had her eyes shut, she was done. It was over for her. The gloomy music stopped. The next shot went to Lincoln sitting in the dark with Lynn's body next to him. A different low tune played. Lincoln looked at his sibling's body with a pleasured look on his face. After 30 seconds, he spoke. "Sleep tight, Lynn. You're free." I got chills as he said those words. Lincoln had snapped, and he was no longer the man with a plan. He was now a corrupt soul. I wonder who's next for the axe, he wondered to himself as he looked up. With a planning smile, thoughts came to him. The video suddenly turned black and white. Lincoln pulled Lenny closer to him with a pair of scissors in his hand and glared at Lola with a bat in his hand. He was seen smashing Luna's guitar on her face and about to set Lucy on fire. He cut to black afterwards. A line of white uppercase text spelling 1 week later faded in after 5 seconds. It was clear that 1 week had passed. It was nighttime again when the text and black screen faded out. Lincoln was staring at the bodies of his now dead sisters, which were under his bed. To name a few of their fates, Lily choked on what I assumed to be a small toy, and Lola was cut in the face multiple times. I'm not going into the rest of the sisters though. My job is done. All I need is one more. But who is it? He said, looking around. Yes, it must be me. There is something that I must do, Lincoln said as he looked down. As it cut to black for 10 seconds, Lincoln was now seen hanging from the ceiling, his back turned against the camera. I felt bewildered. All of the Loud siblings are dead, all because Lincoln had snapped. And it all built up to this moment. Lincoln had to kill himself in order to join his sisters. Well, not all of her sisters. Just after a silent 12 seconds, Luan slowly got out of Lincoln's bed and panted heavily. It was a relief that she didn't die. Like I said earlier, she was knocked out, not dead. Her wounds were still present. She was a bit pale and a bit more blood had dripped down her face, but not entirely. She looked at Lincoln and back at her sisters, which were now lifeless corpses. This is no joke, Luan said softly as she witnessed her first mass murder. She stood for a moment before limping outside, possibly to tell the parents what happened. Afterwards, the camera panned slowly to Lincoln's hanging body. Then it cut to a black room with Luan crying. Then she grabbed a needle and stabbed her eye out with the needle. Then she grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed herself in the stomach. Blood was flying everywhere. Then Luan fell to the ground. It faded to black, indicating the end of the episode. The credits had an eerie, ambient tune, and the background was the same white fog from the title card, black background, and moving left, but it lasted a little longer. As the credits stopped, the screen went black, and an echoing high tune rang for about 12 seconds. It gave me the willies. Afterwards, the episode was finally over. Questions still rang through my head. Why was this made? What happened that led Chris Savino, the creator of the show, to make this? This episode had to have something to do with it. I just knew it had to. I tried doing some research of this certain episode, but nothing was found on this specific episode. I went to bed after spending 25 minutes of useless research because no other website had anything of the episode. I still had some nightmares of that episode. Lincoln standing there with his cold, angry, bloodshot eyes and overly detailed face. He did nothing. He just watched me as I slept. I always turned on my lights after those nightmares happened. I didn't want him strangling me, slamming me against the wall, whatever he could do to end my life. I didn't go back to digital fossils for a week because of that episode. That didn't mean that I was done with it though. I just hoped that I would someday find some info about this episode. Like who suggested the idea for this? However, here was the real question. How did they get away with making such an abysmal episode? Thomas and the Children. Have you ever heard of Thomas the Tank Engine? If you've been around little kids between the ages of 2 and around 7 or so, I'm sure you have. My son adored Thomas so much that he could name every single train, knew what color they were and the number they had painted on them. I was glad when I heard that he was coming to visit me over the summer, but I had a ton of work to do, so I bought him a Thomas DVD. The cover looked innocent enough. What was also interesting was that Thomas was smiling, and little wooden children were waving their arms out of the windows in his coaches. The DVD was called Thomas and the Children. He was so excited to see the DVD that right off the bat he pleaded with me to pop it into the DVD player. I went to work while he watched it. After a few hours he came into my office looking as pale as a sheet. Daddy, he spoke? His voice seemed weak. Are you okay? I asked, touching his head. I noticed that his temperature had gone up. Why did Thomas kill the children? My heart sank like a stone, but I soon brushed it off. I'm sure Thomas didn't kill the children, I reassured him. Now you need your rest and some medicine. I gently pushed him towards his room. Come on now. After putting him to bed, I got curious enough as to what he had seen. I popped in the DVD and began to watch the episode. It seemed normal enough. The episode began as Thomas was told to take a group of children to the seaside by the instructions of Sir Topham Hatt, aka the Fat Controller. I noticed something odd though. There was no narrator in this episode. The rest of the episode then showed Thomas picking up the little wooden children and showed every single one of them climb on board. Then there was a scene with him zooming down the rails like he always did, and the kids were cheering. But then there was trouble, as they say in the show. Bertie the bus was stuck on the railway tracks. This is when the episode got strange. Bertie stared at Thomas in fear, but the little blue engine just smiled and sped up. What was even disheartening is that he started laughing. The kids were crying now, and little tears could be seen coming down their wooden faces. Thomas crashed into Bertie, causing pieces of them to fly everywhere. Usually by now the narrator would say, "And luckily no one was hurt," but there was no recurrence for the kids. The episode then showed the carnage inside the coaches. Wooden limbs were broken off, what looked like actual blood had been splattered everywhere. Heads had been ripped off their little bodies of the little dolls, and worst yet, the children still had tears painted upon their faces. Everything went to static. After that, I felt myself boiling over with anger. What sicko would create something that messed up for little kids? When I paused the static, messages started to appear on the screen. Disturbing messages like, kill, obey, multiply, and die. I watched the static for over an hour and noticed 30 different types of messages. I threw the accursed thing in the trash after breaking it in half. I would not expose my child to any more of that trash. Before going to bed myself, I checked him. He was happily asleep and snoring, clutching his teddy. I had a nightmare after this. One where the children came into my room, but they were lifelike and as tall as a normal person. Their twisted forms grabbed my limbs and pulled me apart, while I heard that blasted train laughing. Now I've woken up, covered in blood, knife in hand, and I'm too afraid to go check my son's room. ChalkZone, The Truth. ChalkZone is an underlooked Nicktoon that ran from 2002 to 2008 that featured a young boy named Rudy who has a magical piece of chalk that can take him to another dimension called ChalkZone. We often see him with his friends Penny and Snap, as well as several antagonists such as Scrawl and Reggie. The show was fun and wacky overall, but there was a rather not so fun episode that never aired. The episode was The Truth. I came across this episode at Nickelodeon Studios when I was searching for episodes to review for my YouTube channel. I thought if I came across some unaired episodes of the shows, then I could share them with the world. At the time I didn't know what Viacom would think of this, but I still managed to smuggle 2 DVDs out of the studio. One of them was a Making Fiends DVD titled The Kite, and the other was a ChalkZone DVD titled The Truth. I decided to watch the ChalkZone DVD first, as I watched the series more as a kid. I felt as though it would be a fun trip on the train of nostalgia. It wasn't. I popped the DVD into my PC and began watching the episode. There was no main menu. The episode started normally though with the theme song. However, there was no title card. The episode itself was unfinished as it was done in a rough animatic style without sound effects or music. The voice lines, however, were clear and finished. The episode opened with Rudy and Snap exploring ChalkZone. They were having fun and playing together for about 2 minutes. I was bored. Yes, it was cute, but was the series always this dull? Things began to spice up afterwards when Penny came in. She had a somber look on her face and her hands were folded. "Rudy, I need to tell you something," she murmured. Rudy looked away from Snap and asked, "Hey Penny, why do you look so upset? What's wrong?" "Listen, Rudy," Penny began. "I know that this place is very close to your heart, but you need to let it go." "What?" Rudy and Snap interrupted. "I know this feeling. It's guilt. You feel as though it's your fault." The girl sighed, then continued, "You have to understand that the deaths weren't your fault. There was nothing you could have done." I was puzzled. Someone died during the series? Who? What happened? Penny continued her monologue. "Rudy, I've been playing along with you for years. We all have." As she said this, every character stepped into the scene, all with somber looks on their faces. They remained silent as Penny started again. "Rudy, these people here," she gestured towards the people who were portrayed as Rudy's parents, "aren't your biological parents. They adopted you when your real parents died." I began to feel unsettled. I figured out why this episode was called The Truth. There was no ChalkZone. The episode continued. Snap was nowhere to be seen. "We've all been playing this game for years," Penny went on. "You need to let it go. Please. Visiting hours are almost over." Rudy had a look of disbelief on his face as he began to cry. The scene changed to a padded room. Rudy was now in a straitjacket and the rest of the human cast stood, awaiting his response when a voice called, "Visiting hours are over." Penny sighed and said, "I'll be back next week. Please." She kneeled down. "Let it go." Rudy sighed again as everyone left the room. The camera zoomed out as he sat alone and muttered, "I can't." The episode ended. It was at this point that my heart tore in two. This was how they ended the show? I removed the DVD and destroyed it, holding back tears. Months have passed by now, and I've watched an episode of ChalkZone. It just wasn't the same since I found out the truth. Spongecry.AVI. The movie clip was 6 minutes and 4 seconds long. It started out as any Spongebob episode would, except the color was distorted. And when he got to playing the flute with his nose, it immediately went to the title screen. All that was on the title screen was the following words: SpongeBob Cry. Only there wasn't any jaunting music like there usually was. It lasted about 2.5 seconds. It didn't show who the writers and directors were. I just assumed that whoever put it online had edited it for time or something. The episode started out inside SpongeBob's house. It showed SpongeBob sitting in his red chair. The strange thing was, all of the other furniture was gone. SpongeBob was crying. Very hard. But it didn't sound anything like it does when SpongeBob normally cries. It sounded like a real human cry, but it was still different. It sounded so real and intense. SpongeBob was absolutely bawling. He was ripping chunks out of the chair. Then the camera zoomed really close in on his face. But it's the kind of zoom as if it was being videotaped by a real person. Then the camera zoomed out to show a rotting corpse of Gary lying on the floor in front of him. It was very disturbing. Gary was absolutely mauled to death. His eyes were laying on the floor. His shell was cracked to reveal a very gross image of the inside of Gary, which looked a whole lot more like what really would have happened in the episode where Gary loses his shell. The camera was moving around like crazy. SpongeBob suddenly got out of his chair and ran straight forward. Then the episode stops moving for about 1 second. Then it goes to black for 2 seconds. Then it comes back with SpongeBob's face pressed against the camera, with his mouth exploded open and eyes black, and a deafeningly loud scream. I jolt up and turn my volume down, and then the camera starts moving around like insanity. You can't even tell what is going on. It was worse than anything Pokemon could ever put out. The clip then goes black for 1 minute and 38 seconds. It comes back inside the Krusty Krab, dead silent. All of a sudden, the same face that was pressed against the camera appeared, but this time the screen was literally deafeningly loud, but it only lasted for about 1/4 of a second. Then for the rest of the episode, it goes back to SpongeBob crying in the chair. But after every 10 seconds, SpongeBob gets a little bit more decayed, and the sound gets a little more distorted. By the end, all that is left is static and screaming. Then you can see SpongeBob running again in the background of the static. But for the last 4 seconds, there is text on the screen that reads, "One-timed action will be badly." Exactly that, as if it was written by a preschooler. After that, the clip finished. Little Witch and Jack-O-Lantern. Does anyone else remember Little Witch and Jack-O-Lantern? It's kinda an obscure show. Most of the people I've mentioned it to have never heard of it, and I can't find a shred of information about it online, but I know that it existed. I remember it so vividly. For the uninitiated, which I assume most of you to be, the show aired sometime in the mid-80s. It must have been sometime around 1987. I'd compare it to stuff like Polka Dot Door, The Big Comfy Couch, or Pee-wee's Playhouse, although the show had a distinct Halloween aesthetic to it. Despite that, it didn't just play around Halloween. Episodes aired all throughout the year on one of the local channels in my hometown. The main character was this young witch named Melanie. She was about 7 or 8 and was always dressed in a purple and gold dress with striped stockings and a typical witch's hat. She was the only character in the show who was completely played in live action. I think they switched out the actress once or twice during the run of the series because I remember a couple of different faces playing the role, but the outfit was always the same and the little witch was always named Melanie. It's been so long that I don't remember entirely. Anyways, Melanie lived in a castle of the Great Jack-O-Lantern, the most powerful wizard in the world, and naturally he had a jack-o'-lantern for a head. I'm sure that part was explained in the show, but I don't remember what the explanation was. I think he accidentally cursed himself or something like that. Jack was played by a guy in a big red robe that trailed behind him. The pumpkin that made up his head was animated so that the grinning face carved into it would move and emote as he spoke. The animation wasn't great, but it did the job well enough for a kids show. Jack had this deep, booming voice that echoed like thunder, and I remember that it used to scare the hell out of me when I was a little kid. I both loved and feared Jack. Whenever he came on screen, he absolutely stole the show, and it's the parts with him that I remember the most. As an adult, I'd probably recognize it as Vincent Price impersonation, but as a kid, I didn't know any better. The rest of the characters didn't stand out much, and I have to admit they kind of blurred together in my mind. I know that there was a talking skull on the wall named Harry Bones. A bat would fly in from time to time, usually to sing a song. Melanie had a black cat that was played by a puppet, but I can't remember anything about it, and one of the bookshelves talked. I don't remember the name of the bookshelf, but I remember that the running gag with him was that he was allergic to dust and would always sneeze. Now when the bookshelf sneezed, it was an event. The books went flying off of him, usually hitting poor Melanie, and she'd have to clean them up, while the bookshelf just sat there and said in his deep, sad voice, "Sorry, Melanie." Anyways, the series didn't have much of an overarching plot. The basic setup was that Melanie lived in Jack's castle so that she could grow up to be a great spellcaster like him. She always wanted to try new and more powerful spells, and was confident that she could master them quickly and impress Jack. Most of the time she'd screw it up and Jack had to come in and fix it. All he had to do was wave his magic wand and everything was back to normal. Then he would sit Melanie down and they'd get to my favorite part of the show. The dialogue wasn't always the same, I don't think, but I remember it went something like this. "A fine effort you made, little witch, but remember that there's magic in the world in places you'd never suspect." Then he would take a book off of the bookshelf and sit down in his armchair. He'd open it and inside of the book would be another screen that would play a clip. The clip would always be different from episode to episode and tied in with whatever spell Melanie had tried to cast. The one I remember most was from the episode where Melanie tried to conjure a banquet from nothing, and the clip talked about farmers raising animals for the food we eat. They showed a little bit of the production of eggs, milk, and even showed some kids about Melanie's age petting barnyard animals. Then there was another episode where Melanie had tried to use a spell to stop the rain so she could go outside and play. She caused a flood instead. It was all about the water cycle and how important it was. The clips were all like that, focusing on the mundane science that made our world work the way it did. At the end of the clip, Jack-o'-lantern would close his book. He'd look right at the audience, his glowing pumpkin mouth grinning wide across his face, and he'd say, "Always remember, there's everyday magic in places you would never expect." Then he'd laugh that eerie Vincent Price laugh he had, and Melanie would wave goodbye to the camera before the episode ended. I was absolutely crazy about this show when I was 5 or 6. Every evening from Monday to Friday at 4 p.m. to 4:15, my butt was parked in front of the TV to watch Melanie and Jack's latest adventure. Nowadays, I can only remember bits and pieces of it. I'm sure that if I ever found it again, I'd see the things that had escaped my memory completely, or that I would have misremembered half of it. There's one thing about Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern I'm quite sure I'll never forget though, and that would be the bedtime story hotline. It wasn't technically part of the show itself, but every now and then I'd see it advertised during commercial breaks. The commercials always started with a flash of lightning, illuminating the shadow of Jack-o'-lantern. His face would light up and he'd lean in close to the camera. "Good evening, little witches and wizards. Do you seek to discern the mysteries of the unknown? Do you aspire to attain mastery over mystery? Call Melanie and I at..." He'd list off the number and that flashed on screen, "and we shall regale you with tales of the unreal and of everyday magic hiding in the most unlikely of places. There's a new tale every day along with posters and stickers to adorn your magical lair." The commercial would then cut to Melanie sitting in the library of Jack's castle and she'd say, "A portion of the $2.35 2-minute call will go towards the education of kids like you and me." Then Jack would rise from behind the chair she sat in, his grinning face glowing in the dim light. "Ask your parents' permission before you call. We look forward to hearing from you." With that, Jack would let loose his sinister cackle, and the number would flash on screen, along with text that I was too young to read. I presume it was just the details of the service for the benefit of the parents. As soon as they started airing those commercials, I absolutely had to call that number. I was just a kid at the time, and as far as I knew, I'd just been handed the chance to talk to the real Jack and real Melanie. I recall fantasizing about actually visiting Jack's castle and becoming a great and powerful wizard just like him. Maybe I could even be on the show just like Melanie. All I needed to do was call and talk to Jack. My parents were good enough not to dash my hopes, so after a minimal amount of pleading, they let me call the number. I can remember the swell of excitement in my chest when, at bedtime a few nights after I had seen the first commercial, my dad poked his head into my room and said, "Hey there, Logan. Would you like to give Jack and Melanie a call before you hit the sack, kiddo?" In my elation, I don't remember exactly what I said in response, but I'm sure the condensed version of it would be, yes. I watched as my dad dialed the number that I already knew off my heart, and he handed me the phone. I couldn't physically hold in my excitement. I remember being barely able to hold still as I said, "Hi, Jack. Hi. "Hello there, young spellcaster," Jack's voice replied. It was probably just a recording, but I was too young to know that and too young to care. "Hi, Jack. I'm so glad you've called to talk with Melanie and I this evening." "Hello," Melanie's voice chimed in. "We've had quite a productive day," Jack continued. "I think you'd be impressed with just how far Melanie has come with her magical skills. I found the perfect spell to clean out the dust of that old library so that Mr. Bookcase's allergies wouldn't be so bad. He was so grateful. Then Jack showed me how to prepare a great banquet using only my magic. And a splendid banquet it was. You truly are a prodigy in the making, little witch, but remember not to lose your appreciation for the everyday magic all around us." "Of course not, Jack. Although after such a big dinner, I'm a little bit tired. The hour has grown quite late. I'm sure our friend is weary as well. Let us all retire for the evening. Please do call us again tomorrow. Your company is always welcomed in my castle, fellow spellcaster. Pleasant dreams." The short message ended, but my excitement didn't go down at all. I was still ready to bounce off the walls, even if I hadn't been able to say a word. Jack had still called me a fellow spellcaster, and this was without a doubt one of the crowning achievements I had gotten in my 5 years of life. As pumped up as I was eager to hit the sack so I could call again tomorrow. Maybe I'd get to tell them about my day that time. Maybe they'd even invite me to go to the castle. None of that was ever actually going to pan out, but I was still at that age where I could believe it would, and that was almost as good as it actually happening. The next night, my parents let me call Jack and Melanie again. It went about the same as it had the night before. The story was different this time, as Melanie talked about how she'd been working on a spell that could change the weather and had instead caused a hurricane inside of Jack's library. Even the greatest spellcasters make a mistake from time to time. Growth comes from practice, little witch, Jack had said. Just remember not to lose your appreciation for the everyday magic all around us. Of course not, Jack. Although after such a busy day, I'm a little bit tired. The hour has grown quite late. I'm sure our friend is weary as well. Let us all retire for the evening. Please do call us again tomorrow. Your company is always welcomed in my castle, fellow spellcaster. Pleasant dreams. Hearing the same closing line a second time was no less exciting than it had been the night before, and before I went to bed, I begged my parents to let me call again. They told me I could, so long as I stayed on my best behavior, and that was a promise I was determined to uphold. Calling Jack and Melanie became a part of my routine. Every night the calls would be more or less the same, only with a different story. Every night my parents would dial the number, bring me to the phone, and leave me to my own devices as I listened to the message. I don't think the stories ever repeated either, or if they did, I never noticed. I was too blinded by my excitement to be talking to the real Jack and Melanie. Then things changed. My mom had come into my room holding the phone as she finished dialing the number. "Have a nice chat," she said with a knowing smile as I sat in bed and waited for the sound of Jack's voice. "Hello, young spellcaster," Jack said, the same intro he always had. "Hi, Jack," I replied. "I'm so glad you've called to talk with Melanie and I this evening." Usually Melanie's voice would chime in with a hello, however this time she was silent. "Unfortunately, our little witch has had to retire quite early today. I suppose it's for the best. Working with children can be ever so trying. I don't suppose you'd know much about that, would you? Regardless, one can only handle so much disaster before it inevitably becomes frustrating. After her latest catastrophe, I decided it would be best to carve up her face just like mine. Such a procedure requires a long, sometimes eternal slumber afterwards, and so our little witch has been sent to this rest. But not to worry, I shall find another. The hour has grown quite late. I'm sure that you are quite weary, as am I. Let us both retire for the evening. Please do call me again tomorrow. Your company is always welcome to my castle, fellow spellcaster. Pleasant dreams." The line went dead and I sat by the phone, silent and unsure of what to make of what I had just heard. Jack had never once hurt Melanie in the show. He'd always been a kind and understanding teacher. More than that, he was her friend. He wanted to help Melanie, not hurt her. I wondered if perhaps Melanie had done something bad. My parents never quite subscribed to the belief that a smack upside the head was the best way to raise a child, but I had friends in school whose parents were a little more old-fashioned. I knew that some kids got spanked or slapped if they were being bad. I'd never imagined that Jack would treat Melanie that way, though. When my mom came to take the phone, I didn't say anything to her. I just gave it up and let myself be tucked in. The fact that I was quieter than usual didn't slip by her. "What's wrong, sweetheart? Didn't you like the story?" "I didn't," I said. "Jack isn't mean, is he? He wouldn't hurt Melanie, right?" My mom went quiet. "No," she finally said. "No, of course not. Jack is a good wizard. He doesn't hurt people." "What happened in the story?" "He was really mad at Melanie and he said she had to go to bed early." That was about as much as I'd been able to understand from what Jack had said. What exactly he'd meant when he said he carved Melanie's face up had gone over my head. I'm sure that if my mom had known about that part, she wouldn't have taken what I'd said so well. The subtle relief on her face set my own troubled mind at ease. If she didn't see anything wrong, then what did I have to worry about? "Well, Jack is kind of like Melanie's dad, isn't he?" she asked. "When people misbehave, we have to show them what they did was wrong. If an adult does a bad thing, then there are things that can happen to them to try and make sure they don't do those things again. It's the same with children. Like being sent to your room? Exactly. Nobody likes it, but if you do something bad, then someone will have to punish you for it, no matter how old you are. It's called accountability, and I guess that's kind of an everyday magic too. None of that actually made sense to me at the time, but I guess it was enough to shut me up for the night. Mom tucked me in and let me go to bed. By morning, I had forgotten all about Jack's strange story, and when bedtime came around again, I was just as excited as usual to call Jack again. After I was tucked into bed, my dad dialed the number and brought me the phone. I took it with the same eagerness I always did, although when I heard Jack's voice on the line, I distinctly remember an involuntary shiver down my spine. "Hello there, young spellcaster." Jack's tone was harsher than usual. His voice had more of a hiss to it than it had before. It caught me off guard and I didn't reply with my usual greeting. Jack continued anyways. "I'm so glad you've called to talk with Melanie and I this evening." "Hello." It was good to hear Melanie's voice back, but there was something off about it. I'm sure that it was the same actress as before, but her voice was warped and hard to make out. Her tone was different as well. Instead of the chipper, upbeat voice she always had, instead she was much quieter. Her single line of dialogue came out as more of a squeak than anything else. "We've had such an interesting day today," Jack said. "Today we had a visitor in the castle, a wonderful young man who made up in charm for what he lacked in magic. He came upon my castle unannounced, and his arrival was quite timely. This charming man provided me the key ingredient in a special potion I'm brewing. It's a special stew built off of the everyday magic of nostalgia. Do you know what nostalgia is, my friend?" "A memory," Melanie said. Her voice is still quiet and distorted. "In a sense, yes, but also far from that. I wanted to remind Melanie of my previous apprentice, and so for supper I prepared this potion for us to share. This charming man was kind enough to provide us the meat for my stew. Cooking itself is another kind of everyday magic. With the addition of heat, things can change. Hard roots become soft, flavors blend together, flesh separates from bone and grows tender and juicy." I could almost hear Jack salivating on the other end of the phone line, and it left me with a deep feeling of discomfort. I wanted to hang up the phone, but I didn't dare. What would Jack say or do if I did? It's a shame that the man had to give up so much for us, but we've gained so much from his sacrifice. Least of all, a meal. "Did you enjoy it, little witch?" Melanie didn't respond for a moment, but I could hear a whimper over the phone line. "Perhaps not. Then some meats are an acquired taste. Regardless of your taste, my friend, remember not to lose your appreciation for the everyday magic all around us. Now the hour has grown quite late. We are weary. The charming man slumbers eternally beneath the castle, and it is time for us all to retire for the evening. Please, do call again, fellow spellcaster. I appreciate having a friend with whom I can talk to. Pleasant dreams." The line went dead, leaving me with a deep sense of unease in my gut that I didn't know how to explain. Looking back, I'm grateful that I was too young to truly comprehend the vile things that Jack had described. I didn't understand things hidden among his crooning words. All I knew was something was not right. I didn't sleep soundly at all that night. I don't think anyone would have. The following night, I found myself dreading my call with Jack. It had become so ingrained into my routine though that I didn't dare say no when my dad brought me the phone before bed. "Have a nice call, kiddo," he said with a smile. I didn't reply and just quietly took the phone from him, dreading the inevitable sound of Jack's voice. "Hello there, young spellcaster," Jack crooned. His voice sounded even worse than it had the night before. The Vincent Price impersonation seemed half-assed, and Jack didn't sound like himself, although his voice was no less chilling to listen to. Even now, I can still hear it in the back of my mind. "Hi, Jack," I said quietly. "I'm so glad you've called to chat with Melanie and I this evening." "Hello." Like the night before, Melanie's voice was a garbled squeak. She sounded as if she was on the verge of tears. "What a wonderful day we've had," Jack said. "The nostalgic potion has reminded our little witch of her duties in my castle, lest she join her predecessors and that oh-so-charming man in their wakeless slumber down in our dungeon. When left to simmer, his flesh took on such wonderful flavors. I should not indulge so often, but I must confess the temptation is difficult to resist, especially when there is meat so readily available." I listened in silence, tears filling my eyes as I listened to Jack speak. "Shall I tell you about Melanie's predecessor? Charming little thing, yet unwilling to take direction. Of course, when you put the calf into the stew, the cow in the bowl must go too. Family belongs together after all. But their mixed flavors offered up such a heavenly aroma that I've as of yet failed to recapture. Perhaps one day you shall help me with that, my friend." "No," I croaked. I don't want to." Now, Logan, don't you want to see the mysteries of the unknown for yourself?" The phone fell from my hand and I kicked it off my bed and across the room. A scream escaped me as I started to cry. I hadn't expected a response from Jack. He'd never responded to me before. He never even said my name before, but I knew what I'd heard. I could hear his hissing, snarling voice over the phone, but I still couldn't hear his words. Whatever he was saying was drowned out by the sound of my dad bursting into my room to see what was the matter. I ran to him, hugging his leg and begging him not to let Jack turn me into stew. I remember the look of shock on his face before he spotted the cordless phone on the ground. He picked it up and stared at it. I don't know if he heard anything, but his furrowed brow said enough. He made my mom sit with me while he called the police, and she did whatever she could to calm me down. I ended up having to sleep in my parents' bed that night, and the nightmares of Jack looming over me haunted me for weeks afterwards. I remember that a police officer came to our house to ask me about the things that Jack had said during the calls. I told him everything I could think of, although I'm sure there were parts I left out, either because I didn't understand them enough or because I simply didn't remember. Needless to say, I have never called that phone number again. My parents and I didn't discuss Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern after that night. I refused to watch the show, and it wasn't until a few months later that I noticed it was entirely gone from the channel. Something else had taken its time slot. I didn't bother asking about it. I was happy to let the show fade into a distant memory and never think about it again. But I suppose Jack gave me fair warning about nostalgia. Thoughts of Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern have crept into my mind from time to time over the years. The show doesn't have much of a legacy online. There's almost nothing on IMDb or any other site I've gone through. The most I've managed to find is the mention of a voice actor by the name of Judy Kirk, who supposedly played Melanie. I didn't find anything else on her besides a name, and trust me, I've looked. I've had a little bit more luck going through old newspapers. I still live in the same town, and one long weekend I was with my own kids at the library, and I thought to ask the librarian about historic newspapers. Sure enough, they had some on microfilm, and they let me look through it. The newspapers didn't offer much. There's only a passing mention of Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern from in 1989. I found it in an article about human remains discovered beneath an old warehouse just outside town. It had once been owned by a man by the name of Timothy Clay. Clay had built the set of the show in that warehouse and filmed everything there with a small crew. He had been the voice and mind behind Jack-o'-lantern before he had been arrested for assault. Apparently not long afterwards, they'd found approximately 8 bodies buried underneath the warehouse. One believed to be of a young man who had gone missing 2 years prior, 3 belonging to one family who had been formerly associated with the production, and 4 belonging to another family. Looking into Clay himself, I found that he'd passed away in December of 1987. The article I read didn't state how, but as far as I knew, the man was on parole at the time, not in custody. To sate my curiosity, I also looked into Judy Kirk, mostly because I wanted to know if hers had been amongst the bodies recovered. As far as I can tell, she wasn't. There was no mention of Judy Kirk at all. If she'd ever existed, she'd dropped off the face of the earth entirely, it seemed. Perhaps this was for the best. If she was the one who played Melanie at the end, then maybe she deserved her privacy. I don't need to read the gruesome details of his crimes to know that Timothy Clay was a monster. I suspect he told me everything I needed to know himself, back in 1987. I still have a lot of unanswered questions about Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern, but I'd say I've dug deep enough that I can now say I'm satisfied. This is the best place to leave the mystery to rest. If I go any deeper, I don't know what I'll find. Truthfully, I don't think I want to know. I still remember the phone number though. I still remember the growl in Jack's voice when he spoke to me all those years ago. I'm not sure what came over me. My wife and kids were out the other day. I had nothing else to do, and old memories of Jack and Melanie crossed my mind like they had 1,000 times before. I thought about the commercial for that hotline. I still remembered the phone number. I'd known it off by heart after all. I picked up my cell phone and figured I really had nothing to lose. I expected a dead line, but the phone still rang when I dialed the number. That shouldn't have been surprising. That number had probably been assigned to someone else in the 33 years since I'd last called it. Whoever would answer would be part of some company I'd never heard of before. I'd hang up and we'd have closure. Someone on the other end picked up the phone and I listened as a woman's voice on the other side said the words that sent a chill down my spine. "Hello there, young spellcaster." I was silent. The voice was not one I'd heard before, and yet there was something so familiar about it. There was something off about the way she spoke, like a lisp, but more subtle. "Hello?" I asked with a trembling voice. "Jack?" I'm afraid Jack no longer owns this castle, but it's alright. I'm here. There was a tranquility to that woman's voice that set me on edge, a distracted calmness that seemed out of place. "Would you like to hear a story about what happened to Jack, Logan?" the woman asked, and I felt the color draining from my face. On reflex, I cast the phone away from me and I heard it clatter to the ground as I retreated away from it, like I was still a scared child. From across the room I could hear a low chuckle on the other end of the line. "Another time then," the woman's voice said. "Pleasant dreams, fellow spellcaster. Pleasant dreams." The line went dead. I won't be calling back. In the Night Garden. There is a channel on British television intended for the ages of 0 to 7 years old. It's called CBeebies. It delights in young children's shows, most of which are educational, teaching them to count and spell, plant flowers and vegetables, and even cook. But there is one show that I've since delved into and looked behind the innocence of, a bedtime show that readies children for slumber. That one show is In the Night Garden. The show opens with a child left out to sea with a little light and a blanket for a sail. I always found that rather odd, but nonetheless the show seemed rather endearing. There's a sweet girl who appears among daisies, aptly named Upsy Daisy. a bluish-colored toddler who seems to be the main character, whose name is Iggle Piggle, and other fun characters such as tiny wooden dolls called the Pontapines and Wattingers, some triplets called Tombliboos, a rock-obsessed thing called Maka Paka, some inanimate inflatables called Hahoos, and modes of transportation that seemed rather flatulent, a train of sorts called Ninky Nonk, and a zeppelin called Pinky Ponk, also some delightful but strange recolorings of birds called Tittifers. You'd have thought these were just lovable imaginings by a child, but then again, you'd be unfortunately correct. I cannot divulge how I know what I know, but here's the truth behind the garden in the night. A selfish couple who'd born a son found themselves boozing and partaking in narcotics. This poor 3-year-old boy was left to watch his parents fall into a stupor, leaving him vulnerable, lonely, and unloved. The only time the little boy had any fun was when he was at nursery. There, he would play with all his friends, and he couldn't wait to see his friend Daisy. He'd grown quite fond of her, and they were the closest of friends. They always danced and played together, the boy usually tuckering himself out and falling asleep on his red little blankie. The other toddlers who attended were of a funny sort. There were 3 boys who were triplets. They seemed rather close, always in coordinated clothing and tumbling all over the place. One boy would often ask to play outside. He loved to pick up stones and stack them in threes. He'd often take them to the sink and use the sponges to clean them. The other toddlers thought it was odd, but the stone-obsessed child liked to offer a shiny pebble or rock as a token of friendship, and the others gladly accepted this. Within the nursery there were quite an array of toys. The little boy's favorites were the train set and the radio-controlled zeppelin, those made of aluminum and helium, much like those floating sharks. It would stay afloat near the ceiling, its unusual colors highlighted by the light through the window. Among the other toys were some large, fun inflatables that the children often liked to jump and bounce on, a little doll's house with neighboring dolls, and a colorful bouncy ball among various others. Outside in the far corner of the nursery garden was a small aviary with various colored birds. The little boy would often delight in hearing the birds' song and chirps throughout his time there. At the nursery is where he would find his escape, where the nursery workers would care for him, and the local elderly man would come in to read stories for them, those of which he was very fond of. The old man would give funny names to the dolls and paid special attention to the little boy with the blanket. He made him feel safe. But unfortunately for him, this little boy would soon have to face the cold reality of his cold and unloving home. That day his father would come to pick him up, but he'd never see the dark and gloomy interiors of his room again. Sitting quietly in the back of the dingy and cigarette-end-filled car, the little boy would, as always, stay quiet, peering out the window. The drive, he realized, was taking longer than it should. Looking out the window, he found himself in unfamiliar landscapes. He looked at his father in the reflection of the rearview mirror. Catching his eye and a furrowed brow, the boy stayed quiet and held onto his blanket tightly. Having fallen into a slumber, the confused and scared toddler could see that the sky had turned to dusk, the stars glinting in the night sky as the sun had just set. His father had rolled down the window. A roaring of the sea could be heard close by, a distinct smell of sea air. He'd never been to the beach before, but why so late? The father pulled up onto the beach, parking at the far end behind a dune, keeping the car out of sight. Getting out of the car, he opened the door for the little boy. Dazed and confused, he stepped onto the sand. "Why at the beach, Daddy?" the little boy asked, trembling, confused and cold as his arms were exposed to the cold night air through his short sleeves. The father said nothing and picked the little boy up, the boy clinging onto his blanket, crying and wailing as his father tightened his grip, applying his hand to his mouth to silence him. The little boy struggled before giving in, crying silently as his unloving father wrapped him up in his blanket. The little boy thought maybe for a second he was trying to warm him up and taking him on a strange night walk across the shore. His father remaining quiet, bar the odd humble, he pulled out a torch and shone it around the beach as if he were looking for something that he knew was there. He'd found what he was looking for, and the boy had gotten quite tired from the ordeal, his head bobbing in and out of consciousness on his father's shoulder. Without a second thought, the man led a boy on an old wooden boat. By this time the boy was drifting, opening his eyes in confusion but too tired and cold to retaliate. The man pushed the boat to shore and began wading out into the sea. The tide was strong, and as he went for one last push, he dropped his torch into the boat before his son began to drift out into the horizon, leaving him to the fate of the ocean. His parents had finally abandoned him in the cruelest way imaginable. The boy's eyes began to flutter. He saw a glimmer from the light of the torch, and then nothing but the stars above him. He held on to his little red blankie his father had wrapped him in, and watched the stars as he began to drift back into a deep, hypothermic-induced sleep. This would see his body eventually turn into a shade of death, and bloat, as he would inevitably diminish as he drifted deeper over the dark waters. The last thing he sees is the deep dark blackness of the sky, and the North Star shining bright. Fading into what would be his last dream, he could hear the old man as if he was reading to him. Someone I know is safe and snug, and drifting off to sleep. Round and round, a little boat no bigger than your hand out on the ocean, far away from land. Take the little sail down, light the little light. This is the way to the garden in the night. Now you know why Iggle Piggle is the only one who's not in bed, because it's all in his head. Good night. Where bad kids go. I must have been 6 or 7 when I lived in Lebanon. The country was ravaged by war at the time, and murders were common and frequent. I remember during a particularly vicious era, when the bombings rarely stopped, I would stay at home sitting in front of my television, watching a very, very strange show. It was a kids' show that lasted about 30 minutes and contained strange and sinister images. To this day, I believe it was a thinly veiled attempt on the part of the media to use scare tactics to keep kids in place, because the moral of every episode revolved around very uptight ideologies. Stuff like, bad kids stay up late, bad kids have their hands under the covers when they sleep, and bad kids steal food from the fridge at night. It was really weird and in Arabic to top it off. I didn't understand much of it, but for the most part the images were very graphic and comprehensive. The thing that stuck with me the most, however, was the closing scene. It remained much the same in every episode. The camera would zoom in on an old, rusted closed door. As it got closer to the door, strange and sometimes even agonizing screams would become more audible. It was extremely frightening, especially for children's programming. Then, text would appear on screen in Arabic reading, "That's where bad kids go." Eventually, both the image and the sound would fade out, and that would be the end of the episode. About 15 or 16 years later, I became a journalistic photographer. That show had been in my mind all my life, popping up in my thoughts sporadically. Eventually, I had had enough and decided to do some research. I finally managed to uncover the location of the studio where most of that channel's programming had been recorded. Upon further research and eventually traveling on site, I found out it was now desolate and had been abandoned after the war ended. I entered the building with my camera. It was burnt from the outside. Either a fire had broken out or someone had wanted to incinerate all of the wooden furniture. After a few hours of cautiously making my way through the studio and snapping pictures, I found an isolated, out-of-the-way room. After having to break through a few old locks and managing to get the heavy door open, I remained frozen in the doorway for several long minutes. Traces of blood, feces, and tiny bone fragments lay scattered across the floor. It was a small room, and an extremely morbid scene. What truly frightened me though, what made me turn away and never want to come back, was the bolted caged microphone hanging from the ceiling in the middle of the room. Jigsaw BBC revealed. The following text was written by Alfred White. His whereabouts are undisclosed at the moment, but he was willing to send me this in an email in 2005. Per our agreement, I was able to share it to the public. I worked as a lightboard operator alongside the rest of the production staff for the BBC television series Jigsaw from 1979 to 1984, so I was present throughout most of the show's airing. Clive Doig, now retired, was the director and writer. The show was hosted by Adrian Headley, a mime artist who performed several roles. One was a character named Mr. Nosy Bonk, who had a prominent nose, toothy grin, and offset circular eyes. Nosy Bonk always struck me as a somewhat frightening looking character, but I never openly opposed his inclusion, since I wasn't entirely in charge of production. Otherwise, the show had a cheery mood, guiding viewers in puzzle-solving skills, so the cast was mostly friendly and inviting. There was never a moment I dreaded my job. On May 31st, 1984, a week after the final episode had aired, I was invited back to the studio by Clark Andrew, the set designer. After some time, he coaxed me into the viewing room, despite the fact that full production of the show had ceased, and most of the cast and crew were now packing up. He told me that he needed to air one final episode of the series before it was quote-unquote too late. I nodded, somewhat confused, but I did not question his motives. As usual, the screen started and the opening sequence began the episode, but by the end of the song there was nothing but complete darkness. "What's this?" I asked. "What's going on?" Clark looked at me with a condescending stare and turned his attention back to the screen. "Do not question," he responded. Suddenly there appeared Nosy Bonk, playing miniature golf. It was footage from a previous episode, but the film appeared shoddy and corrupted, and had been converted into vintage black and white. I remained silent, as did the audio on the film, and continued to watch nervously. Oddly, however, the video stopped abruptly and the tape was ejected. Clark motioned me back outside, locked the viewing room, and gave me a farewell. When he drove off, however, my curiosity got the best of me. I went back inside the studio and attempted to force open the viewing room door, to no avail. One of the remaining cast members suddenly approached me from the corridor and offered to unlock it for me. "There you go," she said. "Don't forget to lock it on the way out." Now alone, I peeked inside and grabbed the tape on the topmost storage shelf. Before slipping it into the VCR, I dusted it off. I sat near the door in case I needed to make a quick escape. The film started once again, as Clark had previously shown me, but it continued further after the supposed ending point. At this point, a faint humming began, but the film remained quiet. The scene then changed suddenly, showing Nosy Bonk at a dinner table in a dimly lit room, a knife sitting by him on the table. Nosy Bonk looked into the screen briefly before setting his head down on the table. The film remained this way for a good 30 seconds before it switched to a new scene, in which Nosy Bonk was now hopping backwards in a sack. Another scene merged with it, but I could not make out what it was, except that Nosy Bonk's mask was involved. Murmuring began, and some faint screams could be heard. A quick flash of one of the cast members' faces appeared before the film ended and the tape ejected. I was relieved, but sat idle in my chair for well over a few minutes. After I'd mustered the strength to grab the tape, I tossed it in a trash bin nearby, ran straight out of the performing studio, and drove into the distance. I never returned. Not once. Not ever. I once told my wife about the incident, but she was mostly skeptical. I've since decided to disclose information regarding this incident, considering I have since experienced what I would call a normal life. This secret episode was allegedly aired thereafter on a very obscure channel that was only available in localized areas of the UK. As a result, it went relatively unnoticed. In 2009, a video containing the episode was uploaded briefly to YouTube, but removed the next day. In an internet discussion in 1995, claims were made that an entire alternate version of the series may exist. The set designer, Clark Andrew, was reportedly one of the few who remained in the studio after each filming. Tapes labeled with peculiar codes were said to be found in his office, but were apparently discarded. He disappeared without a trace in 1985, the following year. Subsequently, another corrupted episode was reported to have been uploaded to a media site under an MP4 file, but the location of this file has been lost. The dawn is your enemy. Trying to look up background info on the bump, so I guess I will polish it later. You guys all know that Adult Swim sign-off bumper, "The dawn is your enemy"? There's a reason they don't show it anymore. The last day the bump was used as a sign-off instead of a normal running time of estimated 9 seconds, it ran for an extended period of time until the automated services were overtaken by manual operation. We all know the sound that shook our childhoods, or teen years. The resonating metal, the rumbles, the sound of metal scraping against metal. Feel free to look it up if you're a bit rusty. Now, when the audio cut, it doesn't sound complete. It's not finished, not over. The producers of AS/CN were purposefully cutting off the rest of the audio, and for good reason. The rest that followed was the exact reason why you'll never see this bumper again on the air. Once again, it's supposedly only run for about 9 seconds, and this is a rough transcript of the usual audio. Resonating metal, followed by a rumble, following by scraping metal and other rumble, and bumper. So what could you put together with that? Nothing rings a bell, right? Exactly. This part that they used is utilized effectively to scare off children that may have still tuned in to Adult Swim. It even gives adults goosebumps because it's that good. It's closely rivaled with the hammer clinks in the William Street production card in Nightmare Fuel. Getting back on topic, usually a Cartoon Network employee would enter the control room left by an Adult Swim crew member and take over for the day. It wasn't quite the case that day, however. The usual man schedule to cue the sign-on and such programming for Cartoon Network for some reason did not start up the day schedule. No one knows if he did this purposefully, and whether or not his contact was terminated. This was the least of problems Cartoon Network had at the time. What followed the common 9 seconds was an extended 2-minute broadcast of some of the most horrifying audio ever heard on public television. The metal continued to resonate, and the scraping continued. Slowly, an uncontrollable sobbing came clearer. Not one person was crying, but a multitude of people were screaming and yelling. As the metal scraped, the screaming grew louder. Soon you could hear the slicing of flesh, the grinding of bones, the gushing of blood, and the guttural death rattles of people dying. All across the United States, millions of children and adults were exposed to what sounded like a barbaric mass murder. People were calling in all across the country, crying or screaming or begging for it to be turned off. Something kept their eyes attached to the screen and kept them listening to the broadcast though. People assumed the control room was finally gotten into and the bump was shut down, ending a traumatic experience no one could undoubtedly forget. In the last few moments, as the resonating metal grew into an unbearable volume, the channel showed the peaking sun winking at the viewer, and the channel cut to bars and tones. How was Cartoon Network going to cover this up? No one knows their exact tactic to this day. Multiple theories have been thought of, ranging from a preemptive cease and desist to possible news articles to subliminal viewer hypnosis over the following weeks. While all public evidence does not officially exist, Cartoon Network officials do acknowledge a hijacking of the channel's frequency on that day, but go into no further detail. All late morning bumpers, including TDIYE, were replaced with the corresponding ones from the 1:30 a.m. time slot. Word is, however, that somewhere hidden in an Onion site, accessible only via Tor, is a recording of the bump played that morning. The question asked the most among the few who remember this is how Cartoon Network got the audio in the first place. Lost Angry Birds DVD. I like the game Angry Birds. It is a very well made game by Rovio on December 11th, 2009. Funny thing is, that's one day after my birthday. They also made many cartoon series like Angry Bird Toons, Piggy Tales, Angry Birds Stella, Angry Birds Blues, Angry Birds on the Run, Angry Birds Zero Gravity, and the most recent one, Angry Birds Maker Space. There was also a movie named The Angry Birds Movie, which follows the plot. Flightless birds lead a mostly happy existence, except for Red, who just can't get past the daily annoyances of life. His temperament leads him to anger management class, where he meets fellow misfits Chuck and Bomb. Red becomes even more agitated when his feathered brethren welcome green pigs to their island paradise. As the swine begin to get under his skin, Red joins forces with Chuck and Bomb to investigate the real reason behind their mysterious arrival. In August of 2009, a sequel was made called The Angry Birds Movie 2, which follows the plot. Red, Chuck, Bomb, and the rest of the feathered friends are surprised when a green pig suggests that they put aside their differences and unite to fight a common threat. Aggressive birds from an island covered in ice are planning to use an elaborate weapon to destroy the fowl and swine way of life. After picking their best and brightest, the birds and pigs come up with a scheme to infiltrate the island, deactivate the device, and return to their respective paradises intact. But all that changed once I found a DVD of Angry Birds at the park that had some really scary and messed up shit on there. So anyway, once upon a time I was on a walk to the park when I saw a DVD that had the Angry Birds logo on it, and it had pictures of Red, Chuck, and Bomb. It was in a paper sleeve. I put it in my pocket and played at the park for 1 hour. Then I walked home and looked at the disc very carefully, until I saw a note which I ignored because it was in German, which is a language I do not speak. There were 2 other notes in there. One was in Spanish and the other was in Arabic, which is harder to understand because the letters aren't like the ABCs that you would learn in elementary school. But either way, I couldn't make out what they said. Anyway, I inserted the DVD into my player and it took like 10 minutes to load up. When the main menu came, there were all the Angry Birds lying dead on the floor, while the Angry Birds rap played in reverse. It's very hard to talk backwards because it just is. I was going to press play, but something else caught my eye. Bonus features. The features included Angry Birds Movie Dead version, Angry Birds Rap Horror version, Evil King Pig, and bonus scene Matilda's death. I was like, whatever, and decided to watch this crap after the movie. I went back to the main menu, but the image was something else. It was kingpig.exe, and the music was replaced with pure nothingness. After about a minute of this I pressed play on the remote. It showed the Paramount and Nickelodeon movie logos, which felt like a dream come true, as I always wanted Angry Birds on Nickelodeon, but it was not what I was expecting. The title said Angry Birds, Le Film de Horror Creepypasta, which was in French. The movie began with Red, Chuck, and the Blues eating the flesh off of a minion pig. Then Red said, "You know, this should be the day we can get our eggs back." Then it cut to static. After the static, it showed Matilda with arrows in her body, with a character of what looked like Mickey Mouse, but he was dead, and was bleeding miserably. Only this scene looked like a 5-year-old would animate it. Then it cut to static again. Then it cut to a picture of the Blues on a leaf with their head feathers cut off. They were super upset. Then they said, "What has the earth done to us? Without the depths of hell, we wouldn't be alive right now. Goodbye, cruel world." Then they had died. Then there was more static, but this time it was silent. It was the longest thing of static on the DVD. As it was on the TV, I picked up the paper sleeve and a piece of paper fell on the floor. It looked like some strange map of Bird Island, but it had eyes and a mouth. I know you won't believe me in a million years, but the truth is, it began to talk. It said something in Spanish, then it started to sing. "If there's a place you gotta go, I'm the one you need to know. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map." "Shut the hell up," I yelled. I went to the bathroom and turned on the sink and submerged the map in water. Then it disintegrated. To be honest, there was no reason for a map to talk. I didn't need this. When I got back to my room, it was the last minute of that section of static. The next scene showed Red, Bomb, Chuck, Matilda, and the Blues in a blender with text saying, "No more birds or I will press blend." The birds got super angry and shattered the blender into pieces. Then there was more static with a knife chopping sound in the background. The next shot showed Peppa Pig, George, and Daddy Pig, no Mummy Pig for some reason, with Hal, Terrence, Chuck, Matilda, and Red. Daddy Pig was about to land on the birds, and he actually does it. He even shatters the eggs of the birds. Then there was more static. Also, it cut to Red with an axe, killing Daddy Pig in the most graphic way. Then it cut to a realistic picture of Minion Pig, but it was very scary. The audio was distorted, but it said, "The birds are not dead, but they will be dead soon. I will eat their flesh, and eventually, you're." Then it showed a clip of the episode Fix It, an episode from Season 3 of Angry Birds Toons. It has a synopsis which says, "When it comes to breaking things, Chuck is a superstar. When it comes to fixing them, results vary." But the video was very distorted, and it was mirrored, and not in the normal colors. Then it cut to static again. It then showed the evil Minion Pig eating the birds, and then the camera. He then looked into the camera, and it looked very distorted. Then it cut to a black screen for 2 minutes, and then the most creepiest photo I've ever seen came up on the TV. It was a photo of Red, Chuck, Bomb, the Blues, and Matilda, but as zombies. They stared into my soul for about a minute. It then cut to static and ended. Okay, what the hell was that, I asked. The notes were impossible to understand, but I think they were telling me not to watch the disc. I then ejected the disc, smashed it with a hammer, and threw all the pieces in the trash. Now you're probably wondering, what happened to the paper sleeve? Did you destroy that too? Well, as for the sleeve, I decided to keep it in case I had a DVD without a case, but remember, do not watch the DVD if you find it. It will give you nightmares. But I will still like Angry Birds no matter what. The DVD is now permanently burning in hell as the horrible nightmares. The DVD is not in my possession anymore, thanks to me. But to tell the truth, if I find this DVD again, I must destroy it. No one knows about this DVD anymore thanks to me. Well, that's the story of the Lost Angry Birds DVD, a DVD I found when I arrived at the park. Do not watch this DVD ever, unless you really want to. But trust me, this DVD is bound to give you nightmares. Only watch the regular Angry Birds TV series and movies, and play the games as well, as they are better than that DVD, which made me look at Angry Birds in a different perspective, and it still pisses me off to this day. So yeah, if you find a copy of it, end it with fire. The end. Ghost Train. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends delighted children around the world with its charming tales of friendship and adventure. However, hidden within its tracks lies a tale whispered among fans, the lost episode known only as Ghost Train. This is the chilling story of the episode that was never meant to be uncovered. I stumbled upon rumors of the lost episode while browsing through a community of Thomas the Tank Engine enthusiasts. The thread was cryptic, filled with warnings of its unsettling nature. Ignoring the cautionary notes, my curiosity led me to seek out the elusive episode. Hidden in the shadows of the internet, I found the file labeled Thomas_Ghost_Train.AVI. The episode began with the familiar theme song, but there was an eerie undertone to the melody. The animation style was slightly off, with the colors appearing more muted and the characters' movements jerky and unnatural. The title card appeared reading Ghost Train in jagged blood-red letters. The episode started innocently enough, with Thomas and his friends going about their usual tasks on the island of Sodor. But as night fell, a sense of unease settled over the scene. The colors grew darker and the atmosphere became increasingly foreboding. Their routine journey took an unexpected turn when they encountered a mysterious old engine known only as the Ghost Train. He appeared out of nowhere, his spectral form glowing with an otherworldly light. The engines were hesitant, but Thomas, ever curious, approached the ghostly figure. As the episode progressed, the Ghost Train's true nature was revealed. He was a lost soul condemned to wander the rails of Sodor for eternity, haunting those who dared to cross his path. His voice echoed through the darkness, filled with longing and sorrow. The animation style shifted, becoming darker and more surreal. The colors bled together, forming ghostly shapes and shadowy figures that seemed to dance and flicker in the moonlight. Thomas and his friends were drawn into the Ghost Train's world, their world becoming a twisted, nightmarish version of its former self. The climax of the episode came when Thomas and his friends realized the truth about the Ghost Train's curse. In a moment of bravery, they confronted the spectral train and offered him the one thing he had been searching for all along: forgiveness. The screen flickered, and for a brief moment, a ghostly apparition appeared. It was the face of the Ghost Train, his eyes glowing with a gentle light, and his expression filled with peace. I recoiled in shock as the image disappeared, replaced by the familiar, yet now haunting animation. The episode ended abruptly, with no resolution or closure. Thomas and his friends were left to ponder the mysteries of the night, their journey into the unknown forever etched into their memories. The screen cut to black, and a single line of text appeared. "Beware the Ghost Train's haunting call." The episode faded into silence, leaving me shaken and unsettled. I tried to find the forum thread again, but it had vanished, as if it never even existed. To this day, I can't shake the feeling of dread that episode left me with. I've stopped watching Thomas the Tank Engine, but sometimes, late at night, I hear the distant whistle of a ghostly train and see flickering shadows out of the corner of my eye. And in the darkness, I feel the presence of the ghost train, a chilling reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved. Little Bear and the Big Red Book. I don't know how to start this, but I'll try. My brother was in film club when we were in high school, and after lots of begging from him, I became a member. We were assigned once to make an animation. When we came home that day, my brother was acting strange and said in a low voice that he needed to start on his animation immediately. He went upstairs to his room without any further conversation. He stayed in his room for almost the entire week, leaving only to use the bathroom, eat, and go to school. I was worried, and so were our parents, but we decided to leave him alone. I still wonder to this day why he decided to do that. About 3 or 4 days before the animation was due, he was finished. I asked to see it, but he said no, even when I offered to let him see mine. He said that it was a surprise for everyone in film club. He then smiled at me. It was the creepiest smile I have ever seen. The day that the animations were due eventually came. There were about 6 kids in the film club, including my brother and me. Since we were asked by the club member to do so, each of us brought one friend. My brother asked to go last, saying that his was too long to show at the beginning. A lot of the animations were funny and a few were abstract. My brother's animation was finally presented, and I was quivering with excitement and anticipation. The animation started with some static, which cleared to a white screen. Everyone inched closer, seeing that the best was obviously saved for last. Boy, were they wrong. The white faded to something I faintly recognized, a screenshot of an opening title card from Little Bear. Little Bear was a show we used to watch when we were kids. The title appeared, which read, in very crude handwriting, Little Bear and the Big Red Book. The animation started like a normal Little Bear episode. Little Bear was out in the yard playing fisherman. Then he stopped and said that he wondered if Father Bear would like to go fishing the next day. He ran inside to ask. Father Bear was sitting at the table with a big red book open before him. Father Bear looked very sad and somewhat angry. Little Bear did not notice and asked Father Bear if they could go fishing tomorrow. Father Bear gave no response, but stood up and walked out of the house without a word. Little Bear looked disappointed for a second. He climbed into Father Bear's chair and began to read the Big Red Book. A voice that wasn't Little Bear's, or anyone in the shows for that matter, started to read the disturbing poems. As the voice went on, Little Bear got more and more depressed looking. Everything except the book slowly faded to grayscale, and the voice got more and more high-pitched. The club director tried to turn off the projector, but it wouldn't turn off. Suddenly, everything stopped, and it cut to Mother Bear tucking Little Bear into bed. Little Bear looked extremely shocked with a blank expression. He was staring at the screen as if he knew we were watching him. His eyes were extremely bloodshot, and his fur was all mangled. The whole scene, except Mother Bear and Little Bear, was drawn in great detail, like an oil painting. Mother Bear turned off the light and left the room. Little Bear started to sing slowly as the room increased in darkness. My Bonnie lies over the ocean. My Bonnie lies over the sea. My Bonnie lies over the ocean. Oh, bring back my Bonnie to me. A pair of red eyes appeared above Little Bear, and a terrifying laugh played. What looked like some monstrosity of a creature jumped onto Little Bear. The entire screen cut to white. A montage of different scenes of running water appeared. A little boy's voice, joined by my brother's, was singing the same song Little Bear was singing, but with the added lyrics, Bring back my Bonnie, bring back my Bonnie, bring back my Bonnie to me, bring back my Bonnie, bring back my Bonnie to me. Then it faded to a picture of me when I was a child, standing next to a grave with my mother's name on it. A picture of her was attached to the gravestone. Just so you know, my mother is very much still alive today. The screen then cut to black. The projector finally turned off, and that was the end of it. Everyone was shocked. The club director asked everyone to leave except my brother. My best friend and I went to my house to discuss the movie. I don't know how or where he got that picture of me standing next to my mom's grave, I had told him. He looked at me, confused. No, he said. That was a picture of me standing next to my mom's grave. We were both freaked out. We asked my friend's parents if he could stay the night, to which they said yes. We spent the rest of the night talking about the movie. The next day was Saturday, and my mother told us that my brother was arrested. The Monday we came back to school, we found out at an assembly that the other 4 kids in the film club, and the other 5 kids that were visiting, committed suicide after killing their mothers. The film director quit his job and never returned to class. When I came home that day, I found out that my brother had been put in prison with a life sentence for 18 counts of murder and 1 account of public disturbance. He will never be released as there's no possibility of parole. I decided to keep this a secret for so long, but now I'm afraid. I just needed to tell someone. Somebody somehow found my brother's animation and put it on the internet on a file sharing website under the title Little Bear in the Big Red Book, Never Before Seen Episode, in some sick hope that it will traumatize little children. I've contacted the website and asked the administrators to take it down. I'm currently waiting for their reply. Thank you for taking your time to read this. Blue's Clues, No Clues. I remember the day like yesterday. It was a crisp autumn morning with a lot of leaves in the air. It was November and I was just 9. I was happy. It was a Saturday. My mom had to run some errands and my dad was at work, surprisingly on a Saturday. I had to take care of my 1-year-old twin sisters, so did my older sister. I was the only boy child, and I grew out of Blue's Clues when I was 4 because for some reason I thought it was too girly. It was only 2001, so I wasn't really surprised at my 15-year-old sister suggesting a Blue's Clues VHS. Oh, but there was something funny about it. Steve was saying the title of it in a depressed emotion. The top of the speech bubble was ripped off, showing a red VHS. The back and other sides were all white. Mommy got this for us to watch, my older sister said. Are you sure about this, Julie? I said. Don't worry, I got all our backs if there's something wrong, Johnny, my older sister Julie replied. Julie popped the VHS into the player, where the coming soon to video cassette was supposed to be. It was just a timer for when the future presentation was coming on. It kept shooting to static most of the time. Instead of the Paramount feature presentation that I expected, like on all of my Rugrats VHS tapes, instead it was just the 1995 Paramount Mountain, sitting there motionless. Julie and I talked with each other thinking that this VHS was just a special. After about 20 seconds waiting, a weird Nick Jr. logo came on. The Nick was just walking in a straight motion, with the Jr. following along. This was silent and it went on for about 10 seconds. My little twin sisters were getting tired. We stopped the VHS and put the twins, their names are Danielle and Hannah, in their cribs. Julie and I wanted to see why this VHS was so weird. As we got back to the family room, the VCR said play in the top left corner. We didn't even touch play. Anyway, we kept watching. The Nick Jr. logo was still going, and for 20 seconds. I told Julia to eject the tape. She went to the VCR, pressing the stop/eject button repeatedly. She gave up and said, "It's no use." I told her to just keep watching, so we watched it together. The Blue's Clues intro started out, but instead of the joyful guitar music, there was a depressing piano track. Steve said, "Hi out there, it's me, Steve. Have you seen Blue, my puppy?" in a voice that sounded nothing like Steve. A shock of static jolted across the screen. Blue was in cheesy CGI instead of paper animation, and when Blue's Clues' house door opened, we see a man that looked nothing like Steve, though he was wearing the same clothes. Then the TV burst with static, and when the episode came back on, Steve was back to normal. Steve said, "Hi, come on in. Today we won't play Blue's Clues." The background kid said in a confused voice, "Why not?" The screen shot a tiny burst of static, revealing a grotesque corpse of Blue. Blue was on her back, belly all torn, with her intestines tied all around her. Blue's eyes were popped out of their sockets, revealing yellow CGI eyes. I almost threw up, but I held in my puke. Julia was not even sickened by this. That's because she has a thick stomach. It cut back to Steve. Steve was smiling very big, at a rate where CGI wasn't that realistic with effects in 2001. The kids were in the background crying. This crying was getting louder until Steve said, "You kids will learn about death." The TV turned to static for a boring 2 minutes. Julia and I talked about if this was actually made by Paramount. Julia called 911 and she told me the line was cut. We had to watch the whole thing then. After the static ended, Steve said that he would be playing a special game. The background kids cheered. He went to the side drawer, side table, said, "Blue Clues, I'm so A gunshot rang out. The screen changed to black and Steve laughed in a soft voice. After the screen faded back, we see Mr. Salt with bloody red eyes, and Mrs. Pepper with wide eyes and sharp teeth, so realistic it feels like you can touch them. Steve asked if they wanted any juice. The couple said, "Sure thing." Static once again shot across the screen. I could make out 666 in the static. Julia asked if I saw 666. Obviously I said yes, so we snuggled up next to each other, waiting for the worst to come. The episode came back on with Steve saying, "Here you go, 2 servings of yummy juice." Mr. Salt and Mrs. Pepper were in cheesy CGI this time. They drank Steve's juice and liked it. "Yummy, what's in this?" Mr. Salt asked. "Cyanide and poison, of course," Steve replied. "What?" Mrs. Pepper screeched. Suddenly, the two were coughing up salt and pepper out of their bottles instantly instead of blood. Julie and I watched in horror as the 2 alive inanimate objects suffered to meet their fate. Steve was satisfied of his accomplishment. He kept going. Shovel and Pail were in the backyard, and they looked sad, and all they were doing was staring at a live-action clock that resembled Tickety-Tock. Shovel said in a 5-year-old boy's voice, "Poor Tickety-Tock." Pail said in a 5-year-old girl's voice, "I miss Periwinkle." Periwinkle? He was on the show for only 1 year back then. Steve came in and said in an old man's voice, "And you're next." "No," the Shovel and Pail said. Steve closed his eyes for 3 seconds and opened them, revealing bloodshot eyes. Shovel and Pail screamed and ran away from Steve. Steve sang "Ring Around the Rosie" in a creepy little girl's voice. He found Pail and grabbed her by the handle. Pail was blood-curdling screaming as blood shot all over the place. Shovel started crying for his sister's death and sprinted away. Shovel started running to the front yard where he found a mailbox. Shovel told Mailbox to run, but he said he couldn't. He was stuck to the ground. The voice of Mailbox sounded like Steve for some reason. Shovel whispered to himself, "I'm coming for you, Pail." Steve came and said, "Hello, little yellow shovel. Wanna play?" Shovel answered, "Okay." Steve shoved Shovel into Mailbox's mouth and he started choking with his mouth closed around Shovel's neck, with Steve holding Mailbox's mouth closed. When the two died, Steve sprinted into the house with static jolting around again for a minute. After all the static was gone, we saw Steve and Slippery Soap. Slippery was blindfolded. "Are you ready for your present, Slippery?" Steve asked, all fake happy. Slippery said in Periwinkle's voice, "I'm always ready." Steve counted 1, 2, 3. A knife sliced Slippery Slope in half. Steve was happy. "Satan is my king. I must kill myself to make him happy," Steve said. Suddenly the screen turned black and a rope came out of the blue. The Nickelodeon logo came on and it was shaped as a knife. On the handle there was a small label with the number 666 on it. Also on it was text saying, "Tu turno?" Julia told me it was Spanish for "your turn." There were no credits. The screen then bursted with static and the power went out. I will never forget that day. I remember it was November 17th, 2001. That was the day our family changed. I got paranoia and I had to see a therapist. Nobody except my family believes what I saw. Julia now has a condition where she doesn't sleep a lot. Her husband is always trying to calm her down to make her sleep. Danielle and Hannah are now very crude and like gore. They are mean to certain people. My mom is always depressed and hates her job. She wants to be at home and cry all day. Last, my dad got into a car crash on his way to work. He's now in a wheelchair and can't walk. I wish this never happened. The VHS got smashed into bits by Julie. That Blue's Clues VHS is why my family is like this. At least it's gone now. I call that VHS Blue's Clues, No Clues. Bear in the Big Blue House, Luna. Do you remember that old Playhouse Disney show, Bear in the Big Blue House? Well, if you remember the show, then you probably remember Luna the Moon. Deep inside, Luna is far from graceful, a monstrous hunger-filled monster watching over the horizon. At least that's what I think after watching the episode. I was working at Walt Disney World in Florida as a janitor. As I was cleaning the inside of a soundstage, I encountered a tape of some sort of test animation of Luna. I assumed that someone who was working on the show left this here and later forgot about it, and I brought it back to my place and decided to take a closer look at it. The label said Luna 666, written in reddish brownish ink. I put the tape in my VCR and hit play. The picture faded in with it just saying Luna in big red letters. It somewhat looked unnerving to look at. The show started out with no intro, as to be expected with these test animations, and it showed the big blue house, but there were no characters walking around inside of it. It was like the house was pretty much vacant. 7 minutes went by of the camera just going through all the rooms of the house, but no one was there. Strangely, I could hear the audio of some sort of noise. It sounded like someone eating something meaty. These whole 7 minutes you just heard someone crunching on something like they were eating a steak or fries. The camera then pans towards the unfinished sky, where you see Luna opening and closing her mouth as though she had just eaten something. And by the end of the episode, I realized that she consumed all the characters and her friends in the house. She quite literally ate everyone. Eventually, she started to have her jaw seemingly unhinge, her mouth being distorted similar to that of if someone manually made their mouth look open in some old 3D software, and revealed the bodies of the characters inside. They were all coated with this blood-like substance and was very blue. The tape ejected right afterwards, and I was shocked, to say the least. Apparently one of the writers that used to be an animator had a history of liking really messed up imagery, and he used his animation and editing skills to create the Luna tape. I soon learned that he hid the tape because he wanted to see if anyone could find this disturbing test animation after going to him about it. We later went to a bar and talked some things out. To be completely honest, he was not half bad. I had to give him credit. He did a really good job on the tape, I can't lie about that. I was still freaked out from watching this, so I told the rest of my colleagues about it. We had a pretty hearty laugh and had a bit of a sleepover that night, along with going to a bar with the guy who made the tape himself. I got over the fear of the imagery in the video because, well, it's just a video. What harm could have come from it? Yet I still had a lingering feeling that something could be watching me out there. And whenever I walk out in the dead of night, I feel like if I could stare at the moon, it would gaze back. Boohbah episode 105. Boohbah is a British TV series created by Ragdoll Productions, the same studio which created Teletubbies. The series started in 2003 and ended production around 2006 after 104 episodes. However, there is one episode that was produced but never aired on television. I found out about this lost episode after visiting my local swap meet. I was just about to leave when I noticed a DVD case being sold for a very low price. The cover simply had Boohbah episode 105, unaired episode written in orange Sharpie on it. Upon closer examination, I noticed that the writing itself was in cursive. Curious about what this so-called episode 105 was about, I bought it for only $2. When I got home, I inserted the mysterious DVD into my PS2 and pressed play. Strangely, the menu screen froze for about 10 seconds. Soon, the opening for Boohbah played. However, something wasn't right. First of all, it had monochrome colors, and the children you would normally see during the Boohbah intro were missing. It was as if they were invisible or have gone home. After the intro, my TV screen turned completely white for 3 minutes before the episode started. Instead of starting off with the Boohbahs, it started off with the story people. Usually the story people came after the second act of an episode, but not in this one. The story people were in what resembled an abandoned missile silo, and they all appeared frightened. Suddenly a voice that sounded like Christopher Walken said, "Press any button to be let out." However, one of the buttons means death. I was shocked that the voice would mention death in a children's show. Eventually, Auntie, one of the story people, pressed a button and it cut to an actual missile being fired at the silo. Soon the entire complex was engulfed in a massive explosion. I could hear the story people's agonizing screams as they were burned alive. After that, it cut to the Boohbahs, but they were acting all unusual. Zumba, the purple Boohbah, looked like he hadn't had any sleep for weeks, and there was an angry expression on his face. His fellow Boohbahs looked scared and were worried about what Zumba might do next. "I've had it," said Zumba in an alien-like voice. "I'm sick of spending my entire life inside this purgatory of ours." The other Boohbahs stepped away from Zumba and he reacted with, "Stay there." Suddenly Zumba grabbed a knife and lunged at Humba, the yellow Boohbah. He started stabbing Humba in the chest. Each time he plunged the knife into Humba's abdomen, the footage became distorted until static filled my TV scene. Soon, the static cleared to a new scene of Zumba, now covered in blood, standing next to Humba's corpse. "Yes," he cried with a tone of triumph, "I've killed them all. Now I don't have to deal with any of those freaks ever again." The camera moved left to reveal the remaining 3 Boohbahs lying face down in a pool of blood. The scene faded to black for 15 seconds before it showed Zumba crying into his hands. There was only a low buzzing noise instead of actual sobs. "Why did I kill my friends?" he said. "What drove me into committing this gruesome spectacle? Now that they're dead, I'm going to join them and face my actions." After his mental breakdown, Zumba finally realized what he did was bad. It then faded to Zumba all alone inside an empty studio, although the footage was in poor quality. I thought I saw a grotesque creature lurking in the background. Eventually, a scene of Zumba hoisting up a noose was shown. However, I only saw him place a chair underneath before it cut to the most disturbing video clip I've ever seen. It showed 5 Boohbahs dancing in what resembled hell. Their bodies were covered in bleeding wounds and scratch marks. Text appeared above them saying, "Why did you watch this episode? Now we'll suffer because of your decision. Someday you will regret it." In the background, I could hear the Boohbah theme song playing in reverse. The episode finally ended with a simple, "Have a nice day" message. Then the credits rolled with the only crew member being listed as Ann Wood. Apparently she served as the director for this episode. After this, I grabbed the DVD and threw it into my paper shredder. I had nightmares about the episode, and I still do once or twice. So if you ever find a VHS or DVD with the title "Unaired Episode," don't watch it. Stubb's Clubhouse. I had an awesome childhood. Like most kids growing up in the 90s, my TV schedule consisted mostly of SpongeBob, Power Rangers, and Transformers. For the most part, I wasn't really into kiddie shows like Barney or Mr. Rogers or anything like that. But the other day I was talking to my mom about when I was a little kid. At one point during the conversation, she brought up the topic of an old TV show I sometimes watched. It was called Stubb's Clubhouse. I was unaware of the show she was referring to at first, but then the memories came flying back. I remembered it so clearly almost instantly. Basically, Stubb's Clubhouse was a cheesy, low-budget kids show starring a clown named Stubb. He had a rainbow-colored jacket, a hat, and if my memory serves, he wore black pants with stars on them. The show was kind of a rip-off of Pee-wee's Playhouse. Even I, as a little kid, could tell that. Basically, Stubb lived in a big clubhouse, which strangely enough looked just like a normal house. I assume this was due to their low budget. Stubb had a group of friends who lived in the clubhouse. I don't remember much, but I vaguely remember a poodle and a man in a really badly made elephant costume. Like I said, I don't remember much about the show. I didn't watch it very much, mainly for two reasons. One, it aired at a very strange and late time, around 10:30, which is bizarre for a kids show. Two, it only aired on a really obscure channel called Channel Bebo, which only aired shows for about 3 years. Then the channel was shut down for unknown reasons. The only other thing I remember about the show was the theme song, sung by a woman who sounded like she was half asleep while singing it, and the background music was played entirely on a xylophone. In around November of 2006, I had just turned 14, this was a few days after the conversation with my mom, and I decided to treat myself to a little trip to half-price books. See, I like half-price books more than Barnes & Noble because you can find older books and movies, as opposed to the up-to-date stuff at Barnes & Noble. So I was browsing through the videotapes, searching for a tape of one of my favorite shows, Street Sharks, a show about anthropomorphic sharks that fought crime. I was going through the tapes in alphabetical order, and I just reached the S section when something caught my mind. It was a tape labeled Stubb's Clubhouse. The case had no logo or picture to indicate that it was Stubb. It just had a plain bland case that had a piece of tape on the side with Stubb's Clubhouse written on it in black Sharpie. I was still kind of curious about this show that I had barely remembered, and plus I couldn't find Street Shark, so I decided to buy Stubb. It was pretty cheap, even for a half-price books tape, being only 75 cents, but hey, it was a bargain. I took it to the checkout counter. The woman working there looked at the tape and then stared at me. She timidly asked, "Are you sure you want to buy this tape?" I politely said yes, and she rung it up. I went home, got out my VCR, and hooked it up to the TV in the living room where my 6-year-old sister Emily was playing with Barbies. She asked me what I was doing, and I told her that I had gotten a tape at half-price books that we could watch together. I put the tape in, and the standard copyright infringement warning message came up as usual. The tape started at the theme song of the first episode, complete with the xylophone music and sleepy singer. The episode started out in the clubhouse, where Stubb introduced himself and told the viewers that we were going on a field trip. There was a very bad rough cut to a playground in the middle of a grassy park. There was a group of young children, about as old as my sister, playing on a merry-go-round. Stubb walked up to them and they all ran to give him hugs. After that, Stubb looked at the camera and asked if the kids at home would like to play too. As assumed, Emily piped up, "Yes," and Stubb replied, "Alrighty-o, then come down to the playground and play with me." Emily asked me if she could go to the playground with Stubb, but I told her that this was filmed. However, I saw something interesting out of the corner of my eye. We have a playground in our neighborhood, about a block from our house, but close enough that we can see it from our living room window. It took me a second to make the connection, but it hit me that the playground in the video was the same as the playground in our neighborhood. Then it hit me even more. The same children in the show were playing on our playground right now. They were wearing the same clothes as they were in the video, and they were performing the same actions, almost as if the video was being filmed live. Then I noticed something that disturbed me greatly. In the video, one of the children was holding Stubb's hand, and when I looked out the window, that same child was making a motion that he was holding someone else's hand, but there was no one there. I was shocked. I immediately ejected the tape, much to Emily's sadness, as she was beginning to grow fond of the show. I took the tape and threw it in the garbage. I thought I was done with Stubb, but I was wrong. The next day, when my mom picked up Emily from kindergarten, Emily told me that Stubb had been following their car driving a black van. She had said she looked out the back window and saw Stubb behind the wheel of the van. She told me that she had told Mom, but Mom didn't see any cars or vans whatsoever in her rearview mirror. Emily told me she was confused and somewhat worried. I told her not to worry and try to relax and let an adult handle the situation. That night, I went against my best judgment and decided to fish the tape out of the trash and watch episode 2. The theme song started, but something was wrong. The xylophone was very distorted, and the woman's voice was a lot deeper and a bit messed up as well. The title came up again and the colors were more dull, being composed of shades of brown and gray, rather than the usual bright red and yellow. I decided to brush it off as a messed up tape and continued watching. It roughly cut to a still image of Stubb staring at the camera. After a while, I realized it wasn't just a still image. It was a video of Stubb sitting motionless, staring directly at the viewer. Stubb would periodically turn his head as if cracking his stiff neck, but he would never blink. He did this the entire episode, which lasted around 20 minutes. But right before the episode ended, Stubb closed his eyes tightly while still staring, and then opened them to reveal pitch black eyes. Nothing but inky blackness within his sockets. Suddenly, the tape cut to a picture of a house. My house. I frantically ejected the tape once more and stuck it in a drawer. I looked out the window at where the cameraman would have been, but there was neither anyone nor a trace of anyone there. I tried to go to sleep that night, but I just couldn't. I ended up sneaking downstairs in the middle of the night and sitting in the kitchen all night, with the light on and a huge supply of caffeinated drinks. The morning soon came, and I was safe for a while. Unexpectedly, the rest of the day went off without any strange occurrences. Emily didn't see Stubb following them in his van, which was an enormous relief and a bit of a hope that this might be over. But that night I woke up in what could be described as a conscious sleepwalking, meaning I got up in the middle of the night and did something while being fully conscious and aware, but still drawn to do the thing by some urge. I subconsciously took the tape from the drawer and placed it in the VCR. I sat down on the couch and suddenly awoke from my sleep. I noticed I was on the couch, about to watch the tape. I wanted to take the tape out and go back upstairs, but a strange urge or force told me I needed to watch the final episode, episode 3. The opening started, and this time it was totally different. The xylophone had been replaced with a loud banging, and the voice had now become a deep, demonic-sounding voice, singing lyrics in a language I couldn't understand. The title came up, and the title card looked like it had been slashed by claws of a large animal. When the episode turned on, Stubb was sitting at a table with some children. He asked the children if they wanted to play a game, and they eagerly said yes. Stubb reached under the table and revealed a large carving knife. He asked one of the children to place their arm on the table. A small girl did, and Stubb asked, "Tell me how it feels." He then began to slowly slice a thin layer of flesh from the girl's arm, like he was peeling a potato. Blood immediately began to flow, and the room was filled with the sounds of the girl's screams. The other children didn't run, they just watched, calmly, as if they wanted to actually see the rest. He asked the girl, "Doesn't it feel happy?" Stubb continued to slice layer after layer of flesh from the girl's arm until he hit bone. The girl was wailing like a banshee at this point, and I was in absolute shock. I felt like I would violently throw up at any moment. The girl's arm was drenched in blood, which had spilled onto the table and created a puddle on the tabletop. Stubb started laughing in a happy, clown-like way, and the video ended. However, it then cut to another video. It was a video of Emily's room, right now. She was sound asleep. Standing over her bed and looking down at her was Stubb. Suddenly, he looked at the camera with inky black eyes in his sockets. Faceless. Faceless. That's a word I'll never forget after watching that disturbing tape. It all started a few years back. As I was checking my mailbox, I noticed a VHS tape with the words "Faceless" scribbled on it with red Sharpie. I picked it up and popped it into my VCR just to see what this was all about. There was no intro and no title card, as it just skips to the episode. Squidward woke up in the middle of the night and went outside to go to work, but he didn't see SpongeBob or Patrick, which was strange. Suddenly, Squidward hears muffled screaming, sounding like SpongeBob and Patrick. Squidward starts panicking and checking SpongeBob's house. The door was locked, so he checked Patrick's rock. Nobody to be seen. Then SpongeBob and Patrick started walking up to him, and the muffled screaming became louder. Squidward saw them. They were faceless. No mouth, no eyes, no nose, nothing. Just their blank, smooth heads. Squidward screamed at the top of his lungs, but nobody could hear him. He ran to the Krusty Krab to see if Mr. Krabs was okay, but he was faceless too. Faceless fish were sitting at tables trying to eat a patty, but to no avail. Squidward heard even more muffled screaming as a crowd of people started walking slowly into the Krusty Krab. Squidward ran to Jellyfish Fields, but eventually passed out when he got there. Squidward woke up in a dark room with a splatter of blood on the walls. He was laying on a surgical table with various painful medical tools right next to him. Squidward was sweating as a dark figure approached him and said in a calm voice, "This won't hurt that much." It cut to a black screen with Squidward screaming in agony as you could hear blood splattering and him being torn apart until the screaming stopped. He went back to Squidward with him waking up in Jellyfish Fields, trying to scream, but he had no face. Then the tape ended. I wish I could just magically erase this from my memory, but no. I still have to live with this memory like a permanent scar. Here's a lesson for you. If you happen to see any VHS tape you didn't order in your mailbox, never play it. Oh, and don't even ask me why I had a VCR in 2018. Broadcast Interruption. You might already have heard of the TV broadcast hijacking in Seneca, South Carolina. The story's gained pretty wide currency on the internet, and part of the broadcast is available on YouTube, assuming it hasn't been taken down for whatever reason. For the uninitiated, the Seneca hijacking is one of the lesser-known broadcast signal intrusions. It was big news here, but the nation news media barely touched it. Anyway, I've decided to jot down my impressions of the whole thing, even though other eyewitnesses have already described it more eloquently than I could. I was home on winter break when it happened, making chemistry flashcards in front of the TV. No one else was around. After watching the umpteenth Law & Order rerun, I got bored and started channel surfing. A couple minutes later, I stumbled onto this public access channel where, bizarrely enough, my old high school Latin teacher was reciting a poem while wearing the dorky three-cornered hat. I watched for a few minutes and had a good laugh. I remembered him as a pretty serious guy, not the sort of person who'd embarrass himself in public like this, when suddenly there was this staticky crackle and the screen cut to this multicolored test pattern. Before I had time to change the channel, there's another crackle and this weird cartoon shows up on the screen. The animation style was detailed, but kind of jiggly and rough. It reminded me of those old anti-drug PSAs. Anyway, it seemed normal enough at first. An ordinary-looking middle-class family eating breakfast together at a round kitchen table. There was a mom with an old-fashioned hairdo, a dad, two cherub-faced kids, a boy and a girl, all very Norman Rockwell. The family is making banal small talk. The dad complains about his day at the office, the kids prattle on about soccer practice and so on. Gradually though, the scene starts to get slightly sinister. A green light is seeping through the open window, and the family starts to acquire a jaundiced, unhealthy look. Their skin changes color and their eyes become sunken. In the background, a droning radio broadcast slowly becomes perceptible. The announcer gives the date as November 15th, 2017, and starts to go on and on about some strange crisis. You can barely hear what he's saying. He's saying something about a green light, melting flesh, mutations, strange shapes emerging from the sea. Again and again, the phrase, "report to the nearest shelter immediately," is audible. Still, the family keeps eating breakfast as if nothing was happening. And here's where it gets really macabre. The family finishes eating breakfast and the mom loads the kids into the minivan. By now they look really unhealthy. Their bodies are skeletally thin, the whites of their eyes are a sickly yellowish color, and their hair is disheveled. The car drives through a landscape bathed in the green glow from before. Strange shapes bob in and out of the screen, but you can't tell quite what they are, and all the buildings the car passes look weathered and deserted. Finally, the car stops at a playground and the mom drops off the kids before driving away. There are large, odd-colored rocks all over the ground, and moaning can be heard in the distance. The kids hang mirthlessly on the monkey bars for a while. Eventually, the camera pans over to the playground, and you see that the little rocks that are littering the ground aren't rocks at all, but naked human forms, horribly disfigured. They seem to be either growing into the ground or from the ground, I can't say which, and they are very much alive. Behind the monkey bars, a tree can be seen with a human face growing from its trunk. Its features are writhing and contorted in agony. The scene suddenly shifts to a white-collar office where the children's father is stooped over a desk, typing away. His features are as sunken and deceased as that of the other family members, and the office is covered in a green glow. In the other cubicles, fleshless corpses sit upright at their desks, frozen in death. Finally, we see the family return home for the evening, walking through the front door together. Their skin is no longer simply jaundiced, but actually melting off, dripping from their outstretched arms and running down their faces in drops. As they are literally falling to pieces, the family sits down in the dining room and begins wordlessly to eat dinner. Their flesh becomes more and more amorphous, ribbons of skin dangling from their bodies like the tendrils of an octopus. I could barely describe it, but they somehow begin to merge with the chairs they are seated on, or rather their skin grows over them. By now their skin has the consistency of melted ice cream, and they are barely recognizable as human, except for their eyes, which somehow remain intact. The camera zooms closer and closer to the table, and finally their eyes all move directly towards the camera, conveying a feeling of unfathomable sadness. The screen goes black and white letters appear on the screen. Report to the nearest shelter immediately. Remaining at private residences is strictly prohibited. And with that, the screen turned to static. I stared in stunned silence for a few minutes before the banal local channel switched back on. Faith Buddies. The landscape of late night / early morning television can be a grim, desolate place. I can't tell you how many times I've found myself awake at 4 AM watching an infomercial for something like boner vacuums or facial cleansers and asking myself, Why am I watching this? Where did I go wrong in my life? I think television has become a lot more dull in recent years because everything is held under such tight reins by the sponsors. With everything being monitored like it is, people can't get away with things like they used to. Maybe that's a good thing. But if one has the spare time and is willing to wade through the crap, there is occasionally a kernel of interest to be found. From my experiences, I usually come across these in the public access, international, and religious channels. The show I'm going to talk about now is of the third variety. It was a humble little show by the name of Faith Buddies, a show featuring interactions between children and puppets, along with Bible stories and songs. Not terribly well made or ambitious, it was a little more than a second-rate Sesame Street with Bible lessons thrown in. If you've ever seen things like Junior Christian Science Bible Lesson or Wiser Family Puppets, it's that sort of show with a similar unnerving feel to it. Much like Sesame Street, except it leaves you feeling mildly uncomfortable. But that's not to say it didn't have its own unique identity to it. Boy did it ever. It stuck to its basic idea, and unlike JCSBL, it didn't evoke the feeling of everything in the show being the product of one crazy person. There had to be at least 3 different crazy people involved in the production of Faith Buddies. It was definitely a low-budget venture, constrained in both the monetary and creative sense. The thing about the show that caught my attention was the characters and the unique tone that Faith Buddies had. I've heard it said that the message itself is less important than the way it's conveyed. Faith Buddies seemed to have this as one of its core principles. As such, its content was largely the same as other shows of this kind, but it lacked the typical softening to make it more palatable for young audiences. Bible stories were told by means of a narration combined with a slideshow of colored pencil images, which would sometimes display graphic imagery in accordance with the story, like Cain's murder of Abel. They didn't skip on the blood like most do. People drowning in the story of Noah's Ark, the plagues of Egypt, especially this one, trials of Job, numerous appearances of Satan, not actually graphic but notably darker and more serious than other depictions. They didn't censor the words either. If you kept a keen ear, you'd sometimes hear or always in the biblical context, of course, but it catches your attention. Though I suppose in the current time where 7-year-olds play games like Resident Evil, none of this is at all shocking. So about the characters. First there's the main character of sorts, Pinky. Oh god, Pinky, where do I start? Imagine Kermit without his neck frill, with a big lumpy head and colored pink. That's basically Pinky. Also notable was his eyes. His pupils were slightly too small and unfocused. Normally this wouldn't be important, except they'd like to end the show by zooming in on Pinky's face. The character was referred to as a he, but I could never tell whether his voice actor was a man or a woman. Either way, they gave Pinky a bizarre voice, and it didn't help that he would often give his sentences a painfully drawn-out delivery at random. I can only guess that this was done to ensure that the dumb kids get it, as Pinky had a tone bordering on condescending. Pinky was like the alpha puppet, and the show gravitated around him. Whenever one of the kids or other puppets had a question, they would turn to Pinky for his insight, though Pinky was typically shown with a Bible and would give verses most of the time. There would be other times where he didn't mention the Bible at all and seemed to be giving answers on a whim. The first thing that caught my attention about the show was that Pinky's character had a distinct lack of warmth or empathy, which only got worse as the show continued. Pinky would give answers, but they would be very blunt and strangely defensive. Questions about hardships were swiftly answered with things like, "Be careful with questions like that," or "Don't question God's ways." Pinky was very fond of the latter statement and would use it as his way of telling people to shut up. The other 2 puppets were Birdie and Gerta. There were others that would show up when needed, but these were the 3 main ones that were present for every episode. Birdie was a blue hippo and Gerta was a green fuzzy bird. They were both little more than dim-witted idiots whose sole purpose was to be the foil for Pinky. They would get curious about something, come to faulty conclusions, and then the kids would take them to Pinky to set their dumbasses straight. Pinky would give them a weird, disjointed lecture, and they would then change their opinion. Pinky also didn't shy away from making cheap shots at them or the kids, but they didn't dare to challenge him, except for one time when Gerta called him a smarty pants. This was met not with any verbal response, but merely a cold, hateful glare. I wouldn't think a scene between 2 puppets not speaking would make me feel uneasy, but it did. Faith Buddies quickly became a guilty pleasure for me. As much of an asshole as Pinky was, I couldn't help but be amused by the guts this little puppet had. Pinky would tell it like it is, from his perspective, regardless of whether the words were appropriate or made any sense, and he just did not give a f whether he offended people or not. This was very evident in the homosexuality episode. Yes, they had an episode about gays. and this delicate subject was treated with all the subtlety of a hammer on glass. Sodom and Gomorrah, drawings of bearded men French kissing, Leviticus 20:13, dubious statistics regarding AIDS, the whole shebang. Pinky went so far as to suggest that prison was a mass conspiracy concocted by Satan to turn men gay. It was funny until the end when this little girl was talking to Pinky about her older brother who had recently come out to his family. Pinky proceeded to scowl at her about how he was a sinner F-slur destined for hell, leaving the poor girl on the verge of tears. This is when I first started to really question what the intent was behind this show. It was always a little odd, but the latter episodes had become quite vile and mean-spirited. This would culminate in the show's last episode. Along with everything else, even the way Faith Buddy started an episode was strange. It would feature Pinky asking questions like, "How do you feel about blank?" before saying, "Today we're going to talk about," followed by a black title card, showing a word like guilt or forgiveness in white font. The word for the last episode was predestination, and right from that moment I had this feeling in my gut that something wasn't right. I had seen other kids shows talk on controversial subjects like homosexuality and sin, although briefly and with a lot more tact, but I had never ever seen a kids show focus on or even mention predestination before. I must admit I was really curious as to where they were going with this. I should have known better. The episode started the same as any of the others. Birdie mentions an idea he heard called predestination and talks about it with Gerda and some kids. A lot of goofiness and around with musical numbers and such. Then they go ask Pinky about it. Pinky reacted to this concept in an entirely too pleased manner, unlike anything seen before. A little boy asks him to clarify what it means, and he's told, "Some people are destined for heaven and some are destined for hell," and rambles on about the power of God. The boy asks, "Didn't Jesus die to save everyone?" And Pinky replies, "He died for the chosen ones." The other children gradually begin to grasp the gravity of this and become visibly afraid. The same boy asks him, "How do people know where they're predestined to go?" Pinky tells him, "You won't know for sure until you die, but if you look deep in your heart, you might just find the answer." Pinky then stares at the screen and everything comes to a halt. I thought the show was over until another title card came up. "There is no redemption for the damned." Another slideshow of illustrations appears, but there's no Bible story or moral this time, just a glimpse of what the viewer has in store for them if they're not chosen. A man and woman hugging each other before they're burned. People with their feet chained to the ground being eaten by marauding devils whose mouths span their entire body, with their bodies being ripped from their feet. People being impaled on spiked pillars by flying devils. People in the lake of fire having their bodies burned and regenerated forever. Giant deformed creatures fighting and gouging each other's eyes out. The accompanying music is spliced with sounds of screaming and painful cries, with intermittent quips from Pinky such as, "This is the wrath of the Lord," and "It makes me happy to see sinners get what they deserve." This horror is thankfully cut short a few minutes in by yet another abrupt cut. This time the credits have started rolling, but the scene is zoomed out to show the whole set, including lights, cameras, and microphones. The kids and the puppets are nowhere to be seen. A man in a black hood enters the room and proceeds to douse everything in gasoline before setting it aflame. The cameraman follows him out, and the last scene shows the black hooded man and the cameraman laughing as they toss all the puppets used in the show into a furnace, with the final shot being a close-up of the burning Pinky puppet. It hasn't been that long since I last saw the episode, but I've yet to find any answers as to what the intent of this show really was or why it ended that way. I had some guesses that it might have been a covert parody all along, or perhaps the show's founders got their founding cut and this was their way of getting back. Or maybe they were just crazy. I really don't know. Return to Sender. I'm not sure how many of you have ever watched Postman Pat, but I can tell you that I used to be quite a fan of the show when I was little. Growing older, I soon moved on to more exciting things, but try as I might, I still had a soft spot for the show, even in my adult years. Postman Pat doesn't really air often, if at all these days where I am, so what little remains of the series is now on websites such as YouTube. One day I was browsing through YouTube and decided to take a look at some of these Postman Pat episodes, if only for nostalgia value. To my surprise, one of the featured videos was Return to Sender, showing a bad quality black and white image of Postman Pat and Jess the cat. Cool, a Postman Pat lost episode tape, I thought to myself, knowing about the craze and deciding to check it out. I knew real well that these were hoaxes and not too many creeped me out. Nonetheless, I looked forward to seeing what some demented soul had done to my Postman Pat. To my surprise, when I clicked on the video, I noticed an abnormally long timer, 12 hours to be precise. This This was pretty unusual, but not totally unheard of for most TV shows for a lost episode hoax tape. However, such a long timer was almost unheard of. There was no way I was going to sit through 12 entire hours. I decided to watch as much as I could before I moved on. The video began with a low-quality black and white intro to the show, the cheerful music playing in reverse. Other than that, the intro remained the same and soon cut to the beginning of the episode. The video showed Pat standing outside a house with Jess sitting in a basket nearby. The bad quality is still apparent. Pat held the parcel in his hand and there was nothing but silence for a good few minutes as Pat stared lifelessly at the parcel. Quickly growing bored of this, I clicked on another video, which played as normal, and I began to dismiss Return to Sender as a really bad trolling attempt by some bored idiot, having seen a few in my time. Then things started to get weird. The video I was watching suddenly broke into static and changed to a picture of Pat staring at the parcel in silence. The timer once again changing to 12 hours. I was absolutely awestruck. This was impossible. Not even a virus could explain something like that. I quickly closed the window entirely, not wishing to continue any further. However, the window soon popped back up and I found my mouse unable to work. Even using my keyboard did nothing as the screen showed Pat staring at the parcel again, the 12-hour timer still counting down. I tried to switch my laptop off manually at this point, but the button just wouldn't work. It was then that the image finally started to change, as the video zoomed in on the parcel. The quality was still really bad, but I could see a label on the parcel stamped, Return to Sender. The video just remained focused on that parcel as I heard the sound of weeping, growing louder and louder. The parcel dropped to the ground in slow motion as the sound of a cat hissing, then crying in pain was heard in the background. The video kept focusing on the parcel laying on the ground as images began to flash on and off the screen. Pictures of mutilated cats, real and in color, each image only staying on screen for a few seconds before disappearing. After a while this stopped and the video switched back to Pat, who was standing in place staring at the parcel, which had somehow appeared back in his hand. I noticed both the basket and Jess were now missing from the scene entirely. Pat opened the parcel and broke down on the spot, falling to his knees as he covered his face and wept horribly. The parcel falling once again to the ground, a small fuzzy paw poked out from the inside, lifeless. The video ended at that point, turning to black, the 12-hour timer still going as my laptop finally switched itself off. To this day I'm not sure what happened or what the video was about. In truth, I don't really think I want to know anyway. If you should see such a video on YouTube or any other site, I'd advise you to just let it be. It's not worth it. You know what they say, right? Curiosity killed the cat. A different television channel. In some television markets, people get two different versions of the same channel. This is usually caused by affiliates being nearby. For example, while living in New Jersey, receiving the ABC affiliate from both New York City and Philadelphia, or living in Southern California and getting both the Los Angeles and San Diego stations. For the most part, these appear to be the same channel and all except local news and some daytime programming, with the exception that one is actually closer and more clear than the other. These channels in reality should not occur. Television markets are set up to focus around one city, and offering two different versions of the same channel in one market can split viewership in the ever-competitive ratings race. If you are to watch the channel with worse reception from the city that is further away, you'll start to notice that the news reports major events that never occurred, on people that aren't real, on technology that shouldn't exist. The ads are for products that you've never heard of. The conspiracy theorists think that these TV stations belong to an alternate world. They point to the fact that the news tends to be getting worse over there, more separate from our own. There are reports of looking into an alternate world and invading it for their own. Just pray they aren't talking about us. Colwin's Corner. I usually like to watch TV with my little sister, Kimberly. She was only 5, so of course she liked to watch all the cutesy kids shows. I didn't really mind though. They made her happy and I liked spending time with her. She watched shows like Dora, Blue's Clues, and Arthur. We often had a lot of DVDs of old kids shows around the house that we would watch. There was a large box of old movies and TV shows in the attic. I took a brief look at it once, but none of them looked like they would appeal to her. One day, Kimberly was at a doctor's appointment and I thought I'd have time to watch a movie aimed more towards my age range. So I thought this would be a good time to look through the box of old movies in the attic. While I looked through the box, I noticed that these movies didn't really interest me, but I kept looking in hopes of finding something. Then I saw at the bottom of the box a DVD labeled Colwin's Corner. Many memories started to come back to me. I used to watch the show as a kid. It was about an orange puppet named Colwin, who lived in a house on the corner of a street. He would often have his other puppet friends come over to play games and sing songs. It was cute and innocent, and I remember liking it as a kid. I thought this would be a good show for my sister and I to watch. When Kimberly got home, I told her I got a new show for us to watch. She got excited and sat down on the couch while I put the disc in. I sat down next to her as the selection screen popped up. The screen looked just as I remembered it. It showed Colwin and his friends in front of the house. I chose the first episode and the theme song began. I was a little confused. The colors were a lot darker than I remember, and the song was sung a lot slower and in a deeper voice. I didn't think much of it as I hadn't seen the show in a long time, and I probably forgot some elements of it. The show began pretty normally. Colwin was in the house and said hello to the viewers. There was a knock on the door and he said, "I think my friends are here." When he opened the door, I felt my heart to my throat. Standing at the door were two tall white puppets with no nose or mouth, only pitch black eyes. I was shocked because I don't even remember these characters on the show. Even the cover of the DVD showed two colorful friendly puppets. I looked over at Kimberly and she had this big smile on her face. I was confused since an image like that would terrify a child. "I'm not sure if we should watch this anymore," I told her. "No, please, keep it on," she exclaimed. I continued watching as the giant puppets didn't seem to faze her. The two large puppets came into the house. Colwin asked, "What do you guys want to do today?" The one puppet replied with the most horrific sound I ever heard. It sounded like a man was shouting, almost screaming in a strange language. The audio was very distorted. At this point, I got up and ejected the disc from the VCR, much to Kimberly's disappointment. "Why did you stop it? Put it back on," she said. I didn't listen and put the DVD in a drawer. Even though Kimberly wasn't bothered by the show, I still thought it was too disturbing for a 5-year-old. I had trouble sleeping that night. I kept thinking about the video. I watched that show all the time when I was younger. I definitely have seen every episode. I didn't understand why I didn't remember an episode like this. I was still curious about the rest of the episode. I decided to go downstairs to finish it. I took the DVD out of the drawer and put it in the VCR. I put on headphones so the noise wouldn't disturb my family. The episode began the same, with the same intro and the large puppets. After the one puppet made that terrifying sound, Colwin replied, "You're right, we should play a game." He then grabbed a knife off the counter. It cut to a live-action arm painted orange to represent Colwin's. The knife went deeper up the arm and started to cut slits, each one deeper than the last. Colwin started to scream, a blood-curdling scream. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I felt sick to my stomach. Blood gushed out of the wounds as the screams got louder and louder. It then cut to a live-action neck painted orange. The knife went up to the throat and cut a deep slit in it, and blood began gushing out. It showed Colwin gasping heavily for air before his eyes turned completely white. The episode ended with him falling to the ground as the two tall white puppets looked directly into the camera with pitch black eyes. I was utterly terrified at this point. I immediately ejected the DVD and threw it in the trash. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I kept thinking about the episode. I got up the next morning and went downstairs to get some breakfast. I walked past Kimberly's room and saw that she wasn't in there. When I got downstairs, I saw her on the couch finishing up the horrific episode I watched last night. I immediately grabbed the remote and turned the TV off. "Why did you do that?" she asked. "Where did you get the DVD?" I shouted. "It was in the garage," she replied. "I took it out because I wanted to finish the episode." "This show is very bad," I shouted. "No, it's not," she said. "They were just baking a cake." "What?" I said. "The episode was about Colwin and his friends baking a cake," she replied. I was shocked. What did his friends look like?" I asked. "One was blue and one was red," she replied. "I really liked it. Can I watch it again?" Willy Wonka beta tape. I had heard many stories and rumors of a secret hidden behind the Willy Wonka story, but I never really believed them. I thought of them as nothing more than silly jokes and/or fanfiction. You know, people like to take things that are normally thought of as happy and whimsical, like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and label Wonka as a or some shit like that. I never took anything like that seriously, and I just thought them to be byproducts of people with overactive, albeit creative imaginations. To me, the Wonka story was nothing more than a happy and innocent story made for children to enjoy, until the day I decided I would actually find out for myself. I decided to mail someone who was once equated with Roald Dahl. I was told not to give anything about this person away, just to see if any of this was true. Considering nearly everyone has said something about this story having some kind of sinister subtext, I thought I would check myself to be sure. I was told in the mail, and I quote, "You seem to be interested in this subject. Many people prefer to speculate, but you are the first one who is genuinely curious. Seeing as you know as much as you do, I will send you a tape in the mail. Check it within a week." It was a couple days or so later when the tape finally arrived. It had "The True Story of Willy Wonka" written on it in black marker. The only other words on the case belonged to a copyright dated 1963, a year before the book came out. At first I thought this was strange considering VHS tapes were not around back then. Then it occurred to me that it had probably been on film originally and put on tape later. So I stuck the tape in and played it after rewinding to make sure I hadn't missed anything. It started out a bit odd. For one thing, it immediately began with the title, taken directly from the first edition book cover, with no fade. It just sort of popped in, causing me to jump. What came afterwards also gave me a fright. The delayed yet abrupt appearance of the music, which was loud and sounded like fast, angry jazz. Anyway, the credits began to roll, showing the names I had never seen before. The only ones I recognized were Dolls, Patricia Neals, and some guy named John Black. The tape looped back to the name of the animation checker about 15 times. I thought there was something wrong with it. Right as I went to take it out, it cut immediately to the outside of the Buckets household, the camera zooming in. The art style was really weird, black and white and with an odd misty, cloudy look about it, cross-hatched. There was a deep male voice speaking, likely the narrator's, but the quality of it was horrible. It was muffled and at such a low volume that I could barely make out a word he was saying. We entered the Buckets' house. The mistiness was even weirder inside. The family's movements were all wavery and wouldn't stop, like those old Zelda CDI games. Plus the shading was cross-hatched, which meant there was a lot of extra movement. Sometimes it was hard to make out what was going on. The characters behaved oddly. It seemed Charlie was either gay or highly effeminate, as he spoke with a girly voice and of his love for dolls and princesses. Everyone feared Grandpa Joe. We find out later that he was involved in World War I. It is never explained how, but it's made clear that he was responsible for ending it. Charlie's parents also displayed odd behavior. The dad appeared depressed and the mother paranoid, suffering from some major form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The other grandparents never spoke. From here on, things are not too different from the book, except for the fact that Charlie sings songs about a dress he wishes to wear. The story about Wonka is also changed. Apparently he is a Grinch and appeared out of nowhere with an impressive factory that no one saw being built. No one worked in his factory, nor did it ever have any problems causing it to shut down. But when Charlie finds the ticket, it happens halfway through the scene. Also, we don't see any of the other kids giving their interviews as they win. And the message on the ticket found in the book, or any other film adaptation, is absent. In fact, the ticket is blank. There's no mention of it being gold, but everything's in black and white, so it's hard to tell. The next day comes and everyone is waiting at the gate. It's similar to the book version, except there are 6 kids and Charlie is wearing his dress. The lines spoken by the extras are changed from the book. There are talks of Wonka being a Grinch, how his factory got there, and how he became rich. There's also a news story about Prince Pondicherry's death, him having drowned in Wonka's chocolate palace. More topics are discussed, but then the wind picks up, drowning them out. Though nothing is ever seen blowing, it's only a sound effect. There are bells that chime for when it's time for the gates to open, just like the book. Surprisingly, I could still hear them over the loud, howling wind. But then it hit me that the chimes aren't church bells like the book describes. They're funeral bells. Very strange, but that wasn't even the weirdest part. The weirdest part would be Wonka himself. When the gate swings open, you can see a dark, shadowy figure standing at the doorway, and then Wonka comes out of the factory, hopping and prancing. He certainly does not appear human, though it is somewhat hard to tell due to the style of cross-hatching and the lack of color. His eyes are what's most unsettling. He has a reptilian stare that quite literally sent chills down my spine. His hair kept moving too. Not even because of the constant motion and cross-hatching, it just moved like he was underwater. The wind was even louder now as he pranced and hopped towards the gate. Once he arrived, he spoke. Strangely, I could hear his voice loud and clear, despite the cheering and talking from the audience barely being audible. His voice was high, like explained in the book, but it wasn't the kind of pitch I expected. He sounded like Michael Jackson speaking seductively. As normal, the kids had to show their tickets, which he stuck down his pants. Then they walked inside. It wasn't that different from the book from here, except for when they started down the hallways, which were designed like demented Tim Burton style artwork. They kept getting narrower and sloping further down the longer they went. They also seemed to twist more as the characters entered each new hallway. There was no dialogue in this scene, except for a line from Veruca about needing to use the loo. Her father tells her that probably won't be possible until the end of the tour. The howling winds from earlier begin again, increasing slowly in volume. I found it strange that such a thing would be heard inside the factory. The cast enter an even more twisted, looped-looking hallway, and we hear those funeral bells chime. The odd thing is that the art style, once they enter the room, completely changes. It remains cross-hatched and wavery, but now it was something like Tim Burton might draw. The narrator from earlier also returns, but he is somewhat clearer. I could tell it was the same voice clip from earlier though, because I recognized a few of the same inflections. Oddly, he didn't seem to have been talking about the buckets like I would have expected for the intro. I still found him hard to make out, but I managed to catch a few words such as Grinch and Wonka. He went on to say something about the Oompa Loompas. At this point, I had goosebumps. I actually did not want to know what he was trying to say here, but I was still very curious. Then the tape was interrupted by a black screen with a long message in white text. The writing was in another language. It looked like an odd mixture of Greek and Korean in Blackadder ITC font. There was no sound at all here. Though the howling winds show up again a couple of minutes in, I expected things to go back to normal here, but the screen remained for a few more minutes before returning to the show. Wonka, the kids, and their parents continue to walk through the twisted halls, the current one looking particularly messy. Shadowy figures of Wonka and the gang making their way through could be seen. The angle changed to a side view, and Wonka was hopping forward until the funeral bells from earlier suddenly sounded. Then he was walking slowly. The way he was doing so reminded me very much of The Undertaker from the WWF/WWE, specifically in his Ministry of Darkness days. Other than the obvious, what was also freaky about it was the fact that it happened really quickly with no transitional frames. There was, again, no dialogue aside from one of the kids, I assume a girl, saying, "I don't like this, Daddy." They walk into the chocolate room. There's no door or entrance, but they all walk in regardless. The only sound is that of occasional distant echoes. The room itself looks eerily identical to the one in the 2005 Tim Burton film adaptation, and is not crosshatched, but instead illustrated in a black and white painting style. The chocolate river, this is one of the more unsettling moments, because the river looks like real blood, the only colored element in the entire film. Not blood done in a realistic style, but as though someone actually painted it onto the screen. Its texture would change slightly with each frame. How were they able to get enough blood to cover possibly 700,000 or more pieces of paper? But it gets worse. The room didn't seem to function like normal. Wonka doesn't introduce anyone to the room or show them around. He suddenly starts speaking about the Oompa Loompas, who are apparently a group of black pygmies he smuggled from Africa. Illegally, he adds. They are then shown. Unlike in the book where they are happy, cheerful, and always singing and laughing, they look miserable. Every time they look at Wonka, they appear terrified. They all flash him looks that essentially say, "Please don't kill me." I actually heard one say that, though I couldn't quite tell if he said kill as he was far away and sobbing. It had more of the sound of ack rather than kill. The angle from this point was a bird's eye view. Wonka yelled angrily at the Oompa Loompas with a ridiculously loud, high-pitched, and screechy voice. I couldn't even understand him. He could have been speaking in another language for all I know. Then he turned back to his guests and said something shockingly and despicably racist. And it continued to get worse. He wasn't finished. When he stopped speaking, what he had ended up saying was just plain abysmal, as well as slightly terrifying. I won't even repeat it. It was so bad that even a white supremacist would be offended by it. The salts were revealed to be racist, not surprisingly, but even they were offended. Anyway, the old Viking boat arrived, covered in old reptilian designs for some reason. The gang got in and I heard Veruca say, "Daddy, I want lots of things, but I don't want a dreadful boat like this." That was all I could hear. The gang did talk, but their voices were drowned out by a group of crying Oompa Loompas and the overly loud sailing of the boat through the chocolate blood river. They ended up going through a dark tunnel, and it was pretty similar to the one in the Gene Wilder film. You know, that psychedelic tunnel ride? But the art style made everything look convoluted and hard to make out. Veruca commented on her underpants being drenched in pee. The additional sixth child, who was another girl, spoke some of Violet's lines from the film. What is this, a freakout? I was absolutely baffled as to who this was, though. I also noticed Augustus was gone, though I assumed he'd fallen into the chocolate river. Anyways, Wonka sang his rowing song like in the film. His voice was closer to Marilyn Manson's, but with extra vibrato. The fast, angry jazz music from the intro showed up again, though it felt odd and out of place. I noticed the letters JB pop up in the background repeatedly. John Black? And then things became clear, and I could finally see properly. The background images showed Oompa Loompas crying. Some were singing something in some kind of African language. Then Wonka's song turned into some bizarre dialect. It sounded like a Yiddish chant until halfway through, when a slight hint of German could be heard. His eyes and mouth got bigger, and his teeth became sharp and snake-like. The tape paused on his face for a few minutes, during which the funeral bells returned. The same clip of the narrator started playing again. This time he was in the middle of his speech rather than starting at the beginning. His voice was now very clear. He mentioned the Oompa Loompas being illegally smuggled from a deep, dark forest in Africa, and what peaceful lives they used to live. There were shocking mentions of horrible things Mr. Wonka did to smuggle them. Again, I will not repeat them. Just as the narrator begins talking about what happened to the rest of the Oompa Loompas and how the factory got there, his voice ceases and we cut to a room where I can barely make out anything going on. No one had said anything about it. I would have never guessed it was the inventing room. From here on, we just keep skipping to different rooms, a child disappearing each time. What actually happens to them, I couldn't tell you. I still don't know who the sixth child is, but I think I heard someone refer to her as Miranda, unless that was the name of one of the parents, who are mostly unnamed in the book. I'm pretty sure they were referring to this mysterious sixth character though. At least she spoke when the name was said, but the funeral bells in the background made it hard to hear what she said. Anyway, the last room they appear in features Wonka making sick powder. The sixth girl does not seem very pleased about it. Wonka gets angry about this and shouts right in her face, in that same loud, screechy, unintelligible voice from before. The fact that it wasn't distant made it even worse. It sounded so loud that it even echoed through the room. The girl ran inside the door to where the sick powder was being made. Wonka's face filled the frame, slowly zooming in closer and closer. He had a huge, rapish grin. It was very spooky. I didn't want to keep watching, but I had to see what was to come, so I reluctantly did so. Some creepy background noises could be heard, but they were muted and muffled sounding. Wonka's face, once it zoomed closer, had a disturbing texture that looked reptilian. It appeared his eyes were slowly getting wider, his pupils morphing into slits, and his teeth once again becoming sharp and snake-like. Then everything went silent as the black screen and white text appeared once again, looking just the same as before. Wonka began to chant something in what sounded like Yiddish. It was clearly different this time, but it had hints of German again, albeit more so now. The text then flickered to an English translation, but it happened way too fast for me to stop and read it. The picture returned to a still image of the group standing around the room, with nothing but funeral bells able to be heard. It lasted another few minutes, then began moving once again once the funeral bells stopped. I heard someone shout, "Miranda," which finally convinced me that this was the sixth child's name. Anyway, Miranda and her mother ran off into another room as Wonka stared down at Charlie. Honestly, I'd practically forgotten he was there, because he was barely shown throughout the whole thing. In fact, Veruca and this mysterious Miranda girl were shown the most. I almost felt like Mike and Violet were not even in this, considering their names were never spoken. I'd also forgotten that Charlie was in a dress. I probably thought he was Violet or something. I heard him speak again and remembered he was gay/highly effeminate. Wonka told him he had won, but instead of taking him onto the great glass elevator or whatever, he said to wait a minute, then hopped off into another room. Every one of the kids were in there, except for Miranda. He said something that I do not quite understand. It was English, but it had a rather convoluted meaning. The children lying down on the floor could be heard crying and moaning, similar to the Oompa Loompas. The parents were nowhere to be found. He turned on the radio and slowly began to strip. The one thing that gave me goosebumps was the song that was playing. Melodically, it reminded me a lot of the songs you would hear in an old Mario game when you fight Bowser, despite it being a typical early 60s style, like something from the Beatles or the Monkees, but one singer only. It was also quiet and distorted and sounded like the keyboardist didn't know exactly how to play right. Anyway, I couldn't pick out any exact lyrics, but I did hear the singer mention some freaky shit that would happen to a bunch of different people by 2014. It was like a bunch of random names being spurted out, but he obviously seemed to know who they were. What was supposedly going to happen to these people is too horrible to mention. I don't even remember half of them. It took a second for me to sink back into the video as my mind drifted away, absolutely stunned by the music. When I did, I saw Wonka take off his shirt, throw it on the floor, and then drop to the ground. After that, the credits rolled. There was no more sound from here, and the odd names from the intro appeared again. The screen faded to black, but I kept the tape rolling to see if anything came on afterwards. A message came up, one that seemed to have been put in later considering the look, quality, and style of it was very early 90s. It read, "Don't let Felicity know." Then the tape stopped. I do not know who Felicity was until I looked it up and found out it was the name of Doll's second wife. As you may guess, I was quite shocked by what I had seen, but also relatively confused about what any of this was. I asked the person who'd sent me the tape and he told me this. This was how Doll had originally written the book. He always made films of his books before he wrote them so he could keep track of every idea he had and also check and see what the dialogue sounded like spoken aloud. What happened from there and how it ended up the way it was, I really do not know. I did not know him long enough, but I started to question the man after I got a hold of this tape. I then asked if this person wanted the tape back, but they refused and seemed glad to get rid of it. They did not want it to be gone forever though. They wanted the proof and information to stick around. Ever since I saw it, I've been looking around to see if I could get any information on it anywhere, and so far, I cannot seem to find anything. Funny Mouse. In 2004, a group of 4 men had performed an urban exploration inside of an abandoned house in Wyoming. The house itself was run down and desolate. The men, whilst exploring and venturing further into the building, had found a small video cassette. The cassette was labeled as Mouse Funny, written with a black marker, poorly and almost rushed. Once returning home, the men had put the tape in an old cassette player. Now this is where the tape began. It appeared to be a blurred out Mickey Mouse cartoon, not the type from 2004 or any of the modern cartoons that would have been broadcasted regularly, so it wasn't a modern DVD. The image eventually cleared up and the title simply read, Mouse. It then faded out and into a less so blurred image of Mickey. A single looping frame of Mickey just standing and staring blankly at the screen with detailed wide eyes, pencil shading and lighting that had been clearly applied to his eyes, and greater detail scales were present. Mickey stared at the screen as it zoomed into his face, barely yet zooming to his face as he began to smile and his eyes began to widen. The sound of a metal ball ringing began to loop every 6 seconds. Mickey stared and stared as his eyes began to bulge and separated from each other, as his mouth curled to his ears and began to open as the zooming stopped, and the bells stopped as well, perfectly in sync with the stopping of the zooming in. As it stopped, it remained stopped for 3 seconds before the blur began to increase, and what almost sounded like faint screaming began to play in the background. It began to zoom, and additionally the sound of metal scraping against a hard metallic floor, the screaming and the metallic sounds as Mickey's face began to twitch rapidly. As his smile stayed, his face overtook the screen as the screaming became a man screaming on a loop, a blood-curdling scream of a man. Then Mickey ran off the screen. Then there was darkness and silence. Nothing. The tape ejected itself. About a year later, the 4th man who had reportedly collected and analyzed the tape was found dead inside a litter basket outside the same house, and was reported to be covered in his own blood. The other 3 men who were asked about the tape, 2 of them had refused to answer and would block all communication. They seemed to be fidgety and paranoid. Another year later, John Franklin, who was one of the men, had sent in the tape to investigators for analyzation of the tape. It was deemed an obvious bootleg tape and not anything Disney would have been responsible for. This still image, the only remaining evidence, was taken from a frame of the video. America's Funniest Home Videos, Banned Episode. If you live in the US and turn your TV on at any time of day or night, you're likely to find an episode of America's Funniest Home Videos, or AFV as they call it now. On the chance you've never seen it, people send in their videos of themselves or friends and family doing something stupid for the amusement of viewers everywhere. A lot of these involve injuries of some sort, mostly like someone getting mistaken for a piñata or some dude getting kicked in the groin. A friend of mine who moved to Mexico a few months back sent me an email one day with a video attached. "You will not believe this," it said. "Looking for something to watch late last night and found this playing on a satellite channel that seems to work randomly. Caught some of it on my cell. If I had gotten this email from anyone else, I would have deleted it thinking it was either a hacked email or a prank, but my friend is a lifelong insomniac with a taste for the weird, so I decided to go ahead and watch it. Apparently it was a Christmas-themed episode. The host, Tom Bergeron, was wearing a Santa hat and decorated trees adorned the set. The first of many strange things was that there was no audience, just Tom sitting in a chair and smirking as he introduced the videos. The sound on the video was muffled, but I could hear that Tom's voice had been dubbed over in Spanish. The videos were all Christmas themed and progressively got more disturbing. The ones in the file included 1. A man sitting decorating a tree on a balcony. He's standing on a chair, putting the star at the top when a man dressed as Santa pops out and scares him. The man is startled and, losing his footing, falls over the balcony and down to the ground. One of his arms is obviously dislocated. 2. A young boy is opening a present and pulls out wads and wads of white tissue paper from the box. He finally gets to what's wrapped inside, an animal trap with wide metal teeth that snap down on his wrist. He screams and flails as his blood spurts out onto the tissue paper and the camera. 3. A blonde woman, staring straight into the camera, grins as she crushes a colorful glass ornament in her bare hand and then shoves it into her mouth, chewing. She repeats this a few times, laughing with her mouth full of glass shards and blood. 4. A group of kids are singing carols in front of a fireplace as their family members watch. One man who's putting up stockings on the mantle behind them misfires his nail gun, and several go into one of the girl's eyes, attaching her to the mantle. The other children stop and stare at her. Thinking the songs are done, the adults start to clap. 5. A crowd is gathered in front of a home, admiring a live nativity scene. A car drives up and a man dressed as a ninja jumps out and begins to shoot randomly. The woman dressed as Mary drops the baby Jesus, who gets trampled in the melee. 6. A family is trying to put together a metal Christmas tree sculpture, with one man holding all the rods together while another inserts new ones from the top. The final rod doesn't go in correctly and instead rips through the man's face. His daughter is standing behind him and gets splattered with his blood. After that last video, the episode ended with Tom saying goodnight. None of the usual contests where the 3 best videos are picked and one of them wins 10 grand. I can't imagine any audience that would sit through that, much less vote for them. Maybe that's why there wasn't one? I think it was a hoax or sick parody, with a host who looked like Tom Bergeron, but wasn't really him. But my friend swears it was, and has seen similar episodes of other American shows on that same channel. She can't tell me what it is because it's not listed anywhere in her satellite guide, and it usually doesn't work. She can't even look up the number because she can only find it by flipping through channels. Pressing info when she has found it makes it stop working. She's recorded some of the other stuff she's seen, but I asked her not to send any more to me. Dark side of Season 8. I will not say who I am. I will not say what position I held that allowed for me to be aware of the information I'm about to share. Suffice to say, I don't hold it anymore. I have read some of the letters directed at Seth and Fox complaining about Season 8 of Family Guy, and while I can't officially make these statements to any press, I don't want to stay quiet anymore. Many people feel that Season 8 was just off in an odd sort of way. For anyone who took note of Season 8 of Family Guy for the specific reason of elevated graphic violence, I wanted to say this. Seth MacFarlane was going through a lot during the times these episodes were written and produced. He was heavily involved in writing the episodes alongside series writers, several of which made comments later regarding his apparent state of mind during writing sessions. However, more recently when looking for corroborators, my ex-coworkers denied Seth being involved as he was, as well as Steve, whom I'll explain in a bit. A number of scenes did generate a certain amount of negative viewer response. Peter's head getting crushed between 2 logs, for instance, but I'd like to point out that these images were no more graphic than things you might see in other adult cartoons. In addition, there's been blood and gore in the series before. Typically it's just more spread out over the season. However, if you did feel that such imagery was out of place for the series, you were right. Editors cut nearly 2 hours of animated gore, violence, and abuse from Season 8, as well as rejected 3 proposed episodes featuring the character Quagmire stalking, capturing, raping, and finally killing a woman whom he keeps alive for several days in his basement, Stewie developing a mind control ray which he tests on Brian, though he eventually uses it to have relations with him, Lois becoming pregnant after cheating on Peter in a threesome with friends from college, confesses to him, and after they argue about what to do with the pregnancy, he performs home abortion on her using a coat hanger. The last episode was eventually rethought and made as partial terms of endearment, but was cut from air for the US, despite being shown in the UK and being available on the DVD for the season. I would like to point out the episode Doggone, in which Brian loses faith in his ability to write and accidentally hits and kills a dog with his car while drunk by crushing it in half. When he reveals this, everyone but Stewie laughs at him and mocks him, saying that no one cares. Stewie does mock him for a while, but when he realizes how serious Brian is about the issue, he stages Brian's death so that Brian can see the family mourn and feels validated. I suggest you watch this episode while keeping in mind that Seth often represents himself through Brian and Stewie. In this particular episode, I also believe the various dogs and their reactions to their environment reflects Seth's emotions. Early on, when I asked Seth about why he seemed to be emphasizing his use of Brian and Stewie, he just told me he was frustrated with the series so far, that he'd begun to feel like the earlier seasons were idiotic, that the fanbase were morons, and that he was stuck. His name would always be associated with Family Guy. He also told me that he was bringing in someone to help mature the material. He mentioned having worked briefly with the man before. The stressed, slightly manic tone of Season 8 culminates in Brian and Stewie, one of the most serious episodes of the entire series. There are no cutaways, and the titular characters behave in a way that seems to show them in their most distilled forms. Again, the episode was heavily censored and altered. The original script called for the scene in which Brian eats Stewie's stool to be shown, not just implied. Brian considers because he feels like his life has no purpose, and Stewie saves him with their friendship. Following this episode, the tone evens out and things return to more or less normal for the series. There was nothing particularly occult or metaphysical regarding the circumstances around the making of Season 8. None of the writers or animators went insane. There were no mysterious deaths or possessions, none of that. For those of you looking for a twist or a reason, I will say this. While Seth usually seemed tired outside of working, he did his best to keep up appearances at major events and gatherings. However, it was said that he often looked sicker and more listless in the presence of his consultant. I assume this was the man Seth had mentioned to me earlier on, and was reluctant to say no to suggestions said consultant, whom I will call Steve, made. From what I've gathered, he didn't really start making suggestions during sessions until around episode 3, but was talking to Seth in private about the series. He was silent for some time, almost absent aside from just sitting in, and then began to converse more actively with Seth and the co-writers by the middle of the season. While those who had to deal with Steve did usually seem irritated or perturbed by his presence, he did have some connections. Dwayne Johnson's brief appearance in episode 10, Big Man on Hippocampus, was attributed to Steve, and I was told Mr. Johnson, when jokingly asked by one of the crew on set about how he got asked to do the scene, commented that he was only there because he owed a favor to Steve. He acted uncomfortable at the time, and even during filming the short. It was done in one take, and he was not asked to do it a second time. From what I've heard, Steve was present and seemed pleased by the fact that Mr. Johnson was visibly uneasy. During one session, the second time I saw him in person, I did question Steve directly about a suggested plot, and when he turned to look at me, I was genuinely scared. I had no idea why. He had never once threatened, swore, or personally made a violent move. I suppose it was the series of ideas regarding violence and gore he pitched to Seth. I should mention that when others did protest against suggested violence, Steve would typically switch to sexual themes, racism, mental health, or just withdraw altogether until he could work in one of his themes again. The pitch I was concerned about was for a running gag. The question I asked was something along the lines of, I think that what we're doing may be too much for one episode, April and Quahog. Blood is okay once, maybe twice in the episode, but showing the same man dying over and over might be a bit much. The gag being pitched was that Peter, at various points in the episode, runs over the same man, who despite being whole and alive after every encounter, is increasingly mauled every instance, with a different reoccurring character running over and screaming that the man was dead. Seth was unaccompanied to the writing sessions for episode 17, and he was much more energetic than I'd seen him in months. He was almost celebratory, and it showed. He picked some of his favorite musical numbers from the series, Cut or Not, for the end of the episode, the plot of which seemed to have been a symbol for his own self-redemption. I've been unable to track down Steve since to find out more about him. No records exist within the company to show that he was ever officially signed on or paid, and I believe he may have been privately hired by Seth. For what reason, I have no idea. I'm just glad to know he's gone. Happy Tree Friends, Toothin on a Dog. I'm a fan of the cute, cuddly, and bloody show of Happy Tree Friends created by Mondo Media. Several months ago during Halloween, I checked the usual site for new, special episodes, but I was disappointed that it's a blurb version of Can't Stop Coughin'. Several months later at night in the HTF wiki, a certain link to an unofficial site of HTF drew my attention. I clicked one, then the site appeared. It looks almost like the official site, only it's filled with only HTF stuff that never seems to be updated. But for the sake of nostalgia, I watched several old Happy Tree Friends episodes, along with the TV episodes. After watching several episodes, I noticed something. That something is never shown on both YouTube and the Happy Tree Friends official site. It's an episode. The thumbnail showed a close-up of Toothy in cowboy costume, smiling while holding a leash. I have no idea why this thing's not shown on the HTF site, but shown in the unofficial site. It's impossible that it's fan-made. The graphics are pure made by Mondo itself. Feeling curious, I watched that lost episode. The Mondo mini-show's logo pop-up appeared first as usual, then the HTF intro. The intro is in gothic theme, indicating that this was intentionally made for Halloween specials, but rejected for no reason. I looked at the episode's title, Toothin on a Dog, a good and nice pun for a Happy Tree Friends episode name as usual. I'm going to see what mayhem will be caused in that episode. The episode started with a shot of Toothy's house, a normal, regular house, on Halloween night as some carved pumpkins are shown. Toothy comes out in a cowboy costume, taking Whistle, the puppy shown in the Doggone It episode, for a nice walk. As usual, happy times at the beginning, then the violent times will be shown. In the first minute of the episode, Toothy is on his way to town. He stopped when he saw his friend Cuddles holding a bag of candies. Toothy turns delighted and asks Cuddles in the usual gibberish manner if he can join him for the trick-or-treat. Cuddles agreed, then the two rushed away, leaving Whistle alone. Whistle then roams free around the town until Lumpy's whistling caught his attention. This caused Whistle to turn insane, then quickly pounces Lumpy and tears his body to pieces, just like the usual Happy Tree Friends manner. Giggles, Petunia, and Mime saw that incident, causing them to scream in horror, with the squeaky scream of course. Whistle, still in an insane state, heard them and quickly attacks Giggles, which is slower than the others. Giggles' arm gets torn off, causing her to lose a lot of blood, then dies. Whistle attacks Petunia and Mime the same way he did to Giggles. New scene begins. Whistle had calmed down, and he runs freely at the park. Flippy is shown selling some goodies at the park with Sniffles, Flaky, and Russell in front of him, ready to buy some. Russell buys a whistle, which he blows, causing a faraway Whistle to hear it and turn insane. This time, Whistle attacked from behind Flippy, tearing his head off. This part confused me. Flippy wasn't supposed to die without involving him flipping out first. I thought the creators just wanted to do something different, but back into the episode. The three animals quickly turned panic after they saw what Whistle had done to Flippy. Whistle then tears Flaky's face off, causing her to run in panic. Whistle then mauls Russell while Sniffles escapes. However, Whistle quickly appeared in front of him, as if Whistle made a quick kill on Russell. Then Sniffles had no choice but getting killed by Whistle. Meanwhile, Toothy and Cuddles had gathered a lot of candies in their bags. They're just newly out of the mole's house. However, Mole's boiling water in the pot created a whistling noise, drawing the insane Whistle who looked into his house. Toothy and Cuddles then hear sounds of mauling. They quickly rush into Mole's house only to see a bloody mess. The insane Whistle looks at the duo, quickly attacks Cuddles, instantly killing him. Toothy, however, remains untouched, as if the puppy doesn't want to harm his master. When the black hand of a mysterious creature is shown, capturing Whistle for a split second, a roar is also heard in the background. Toothy looks at Cuddles' corpse, now realistic-like. He begins sobbing, then turns into crying. The scene changes into the inside of Toothy's house. Everything's dark. Food mess and misplaced items are everywhere. Toothy, sitting on a couch, still feels the horror about his murderer pet. He can't stand his friends to get killed. Now, this is the part where I began to feel uneasy. As in the usual Happy Tree Friends series, there's no such ambient thing as this, like dark-colored scene, without a hitch is still okay. Violence is okay, but I have no idea about this. Everything's mute as the shot showing Toothy on his couch is shown. In front of him is a static TV. It's like as if he doesn't watch anything. He doesn't even make a noise or do anything else. Just sitting. 10 seconds later, the static TV shows scary faces. Those faces are hyper realistic that I almost screamed. Toothy still seems mute though. Later a close-up of his face is shown. His face is hyper realistic, making me creep a little. The scene changed, now Toothy holding Whistle's leash. He goes to another room. A few seconds later, an off-screen cracking and choking noise is heard. The shots now show the room. Toothy had hung himself in a super morbid and almost realistic manner, when you can hear the creature laugh and then it appears on screen. Its body was completely dark except for its eyes shining. It had long ears like a dog and huge claws. The creature then speaks in a robotic voice. "Little did you know I was gonna kill you and everyone you loved." It then shows its large claws, ready to attack the hung Toothy. Why'd they say it like that? It then zooms in on his face for a split second before the screen cuts to black. Meanwhile, Whistle is resting in his doghouse. When the closing iris is shown, Whistle shows his insane state again, but creepier as both his eyes are bloody red and no longer the usual insane eyes or Pac-Man eyes, and what I saw after that, Whistle made me scream. A man that was mutilated to look exactly like Lumpy. His bones were gouged out to make antlers and poking out of holes in his stomach. Speaking of which, his head had been decapitated, and his torso painted light blue. His legs were now straight and pluey, and he had a bump to make the round part of Lump's. A smile was also cut into his torso. This was no normal Lumpy. This must have been a man who was killed and mutilated to look just like Lumpy. During the closing credits, the song playing in the background was played at a very slow speed. Even though I was still creeped out, I was still wondering what the moral message would be. However, after the credits are finished, there's no moral message. Instead, a hyper-realistic and creepy, partially decomposed close-up head of Toothy, without eyes, has lots of blood smears, sharp buck teeth, etc. is shown. It's almost midnight and I screamed in horror, waking up my parents. I just felt traumatized ever since. I won't watch any foreign episodes that have never been posted on YouTube or the official website. Luckily, the episode has been removed after Mondo Crew noticed it, but it's still unknown who actually put the lost episode there in the first place. The episode itself might be possibly meant for 2010's Halloween special, but Mondo Crew saw it as being, quote, too morbid, and doesn't fit with the world of HTF, so they posted a blurb version of Can't Stop Coughin' instead. Episode 11. My wife and I have a tradition. Every anniversary after we go to whatever theater or fancy restaurant we can scrape up enough dough for, we give each other a present. She gets me a new tie and I get her a cartoon. Growing up, my wife loved animated television shows. It was her hobby. When she wasn't doing homework, chores, or playing with her friends, she was watching cartoons. She continued this habit from diapers to art school, and it built up quite the collection, sprawling across a huge collection of DVDs, VHS tapes, laserdiscs, and even some real film reels. That's actually how I got to know her. I like to talk with her about what animated shows were my favorites while she painted. So every year I try and find some cartoon that she's never heard of. I don't always succeed, but I was riding high after last year's victory. I've managed to scrape up an ancient Ukrainian VHS and a book nook. It only cost me $3, and thankfully it didn't crumble to dust by the time I got home with it. This year I was determined to beat her again, but work had been pretty busy lately. I'm a substitute elementary school teacher, and the flu had knocked a good number of teachers out of commission, so I was pretty much busy all day. As luck would have it though, I found my salvation in a colleague, Milos. Milos was referred to exclusively as Mr. C by all the students, since his Eastern European last name rolled off the tongue like a sea urchin. A gray-haired old man in his early 60s, he spoke with a heavy accent and was notorious for never remembering anybody's name, but all the kids liked him thanks to his polite, harmless nature, and the faculty was quite fond of him too. One afternoon during lunch, I was in the teacher's lounge drinking a soda, and in came Milos. I waved and he gave me a smile in return. He bought himself some peanut butter crackers from the vending machine and sat down across from me. We talked for a little while about whatever stupid decision the school board had made, and the conversation eventually changed to that of our wives. He had been married for 30 years, so he had much more to say than the 5 I had been together with my spouse. I told him about our anniversary tradition, and he sat up a little straighter. It's funny you should mention that. I was going through my attic last week, and I found a box of my mother's video cassettes. Really? That's interesting. What was inside? I asked. Most of them were old recordings of me as a young man, but one of them was a cartoon that I had never seen before. My wife would probably know what it is. What's it called? I'm not sure, Milos said, pausing to think, but I had never seen anything like it. Quite strange. I only watched one episode before I lost interest. I asked him if I could borrow it to see if my wife had somehow overlooked whatever cartoon this was. You can have it, Milos said with a wave of the hand. I'm too old for such things. You mean it? Yes, the condition is poor, but it still runs in the VCR. We had an agreement, and Milo showed up the next day with a tape. I offered to buy him lunch in exchange, but he politely refused, saying getting rid of some of the clutter is payment enough. I examined the tape tucked into a blank sleeve with some text written on it, in Sharpie. It was written in Cyrillic characters, so I had no idea what it said, but there looked to be 11 episodes of this strange cartoon recorded on it. So I completed my day and came home around 5. My wife wouldn't be home until 8 since she was attending an auction, so after I finished my paperwork and ate some supper, I decided to check to see if this tape contained anything that my wife's watchful eye may have accidentally overlooked. I went to the living room with a glass of white wine and our cat, Frisbee, and popped the old VHS into the tape player, sitting on the love seat with Frisbee purring in my lap. I had laid my laptop next to me so I could decipher some of the text if need be. It took a couple of seconds, but I soon saw the tracking signal show up on screen. The only semblance of credits was a few words that briefly flashed on the black screen. They were written in plain white text, and I paused the tape to type the words into Google Translate. As you all know, Translate isn't a flawless program, to say the least, but it claimed that the words were Bulgarian and translated to something like, "This is the first episode." The episode started in what looked like a college dorm room. There were 2 beds, and the only one occupied had someone sleeping under the covers. This person woke up and tossed his covers off. He looked like an average college kid with scruffy facial hair and a university t-shirt on. He ambled away into the bathroom, which was off screen, and after a few sounds of rustling clothes and running water, walked back on screen in a jacket and toque. One thing I noticed off the bat was the meticulous detail put into the art and animation. The backgrounds had all kinds of extra things to look at. A model airplane halfway built sitting on a desk, open drawers with clothes hanging out of them, the light of the window fading and reappearing in accordance to unseen clouds, and every frame of the character's walk cycle was unique, no reused shots or loops. Every step he took was slightly different than his last. If this was a weekly cartoon, the animators must have been working pretty hard to deliver this level of quality. Anyway, this character left his room and walked down an empty hallway, his sneakers making hollow thumping noises against the ground, once again sounding like each sound effect was unique. It reminded me of Courage the Cowardly Dog. The creators claimed that they wanted to make a cartoon based loosely around sound. For all I knew, this could have been their inspiration. The protagonist left the building. The outdoors, a dreary-looking representation of an urban landscape with a layer of what was either mist or smog hanging over the tops of the windowless buildings. There was no soundtrack, just the sounds of his feet on the pavement and urban ambience in the background, the distant roar of traffic on a freeway, the occasional shrill backing up signal. Once I heard a squeal of brakes, oddly enough I didn't see a single vehicle. I could see the individual wisps of breath rise from the protagonist's mouth, implying it must have been cold out. So far so good. I didn't recognize anything, and I doubt my wife had seen anything like this. The whole thing also had that level of pretentiousness that she fell for hook, line, and sinker. Minutes came and went as I watched this poker-faced young man walk to whatever destination he was heading to. It didn't take long for me to lose interest, good animation or not. Boring is still boring, and watching this kid trudge down an empty street wasn't all that riveting in my opinion. The only event worth mentioning during this endless walk was when the kid walked past somebody else. The angle of the shot was positioned so it faced the stranger's back. They were dressed in heavy clothes too, and the two passed each other with a quick greeting without even looking at each other. He stopped all of a sudden in front of a largish building and looked up at it. Even though it lacked any defining features, the boy seemed to recognize it and went through the door. When he entered, there was a small group of girls, all holding thermoses, talking quietly in the corner of the lobby of whatever building this was, and they all went silent when the protagonist drew close to them. He stopped and stared at them. The girls all looked like they were trying to hold back laughter, and the guy had the same bland expression he had the entire episode. They stared for a good 5 seconds before one of the girls promptly threw the contents of her cup into the guy's face. He winced and stumbled back with a hand over his eyes. Apparently they found their random act of cruelty hilarious, because they started cackling like harpies. The scene switched back to the guy, who was now covering his whole face, liquid running down his hands and dribbling all over the floor. As he tried to right himself, he slipped and fell, landing back first onto the floor. The girls' laughter was rekindled, and now they were pointing and drawing as much attention as possible, despite the fact that no one else was around. I was shocked when I saw that the skin on his face was blistering. That beverage in the thermos must have been hot. After the poor kid got back to his feet, he pushed past them and traveled deeper into the building. The girls threw what was left of their beverages at him as he fled. The episode ended with a close-up on the main character's blistered, distraught face. At this point I had to fast forward because the speakers had suddenly released a deafeningly loud shriek. Frisbee fled out of shock, and I seriously think that if my volume had been turned up any higher, my wine glass might have shattered. Thankfully that seemed to be the end of the episode, so I didn't have to wait long before I could go back to normal speed. I turned my volume down to almost silent and warily pressed the play button. The electronic wailing had vanished, and apparently another episode was beginning. The title card read, "And this is the second one." It was identical to the way the first episode began, beginning with the protagonist, his face unblemished, climbing out of his dormitory bed. My initial thought was that there was a recording mistake of some kind, but this theory was quickly debunked when I realized that the protagonist was in a different set of pajamas. This time, instead of going to the bathroom, the kid went to his desk next to his bed and sat down. In one motion, he swept all of the clutter off of the surface. Papers and food wrappers fell to the ground beside him, and the model plane smashed into dozens of little pieces. He opened the top drawer and removed a sewing kit, placing it on the desk. It cut to a view of his face staring down at the palm-sized kit on the desk. He withdrew another object from Hammerspace. For those unaware, Hammerspace is the area where all cartoon characters pull their supplies from. That is to say, nowhere. It was a doll, a crude, stereotypical caricature of a baby. Its eyes were gazing off into the distance, and the mouth was puckered in a dopey little O, with blushing red cheeks and the hair color of sand. The protagonist stared down at this doll with the same poker face he had kept up in the first episode. He then picked up the needle from the sewing kit, threaded it, and began to work on the doll. The shot was angled in a way that you couldn't see the doll while it was being sewed. The screen showed the protagonist's face as he worked for a good minute. Then he appeared to have finished, and it showed the end result. The doll's face was snared in black thread. Its eyes were now X'd out, and a sinister grin was formed with tiny vertical lines serving as the mouth, and two longer diagonal ones shaped in a way to resemble eyebrows. The cute, innocent little thing now looked like some kind of wicked voodoo artifact. The protagonist stared down at his masterpiece and actually cracked a tiny smile. As macabre as his creation was, he genuinely seemed proud of it. The episode ended after that. I've seen some bizarre animation in my lifetime, from Coonskin to Heavy Metal to the triplets of Belleville, but this This was the type of thing you'd find in David Lynch's Garbage Disposal, the kind of artsy, disturbing crap that some uber-Christian mom probably thought contained a demonic message telling little kids to eat babies. But hell, it was unique and it was free, so I decided to use it. I was about to stop the VCR, but then the next title card popped up. Instead of just a few words, this one looked like a whole essay, the entire screen taken up by words. Credits, maybe? Just to satiate my curiosity, I typed a few words into Translate to see what it said. Yasin, hello, this is my... It was a message. Now intrigued, I typed in the rest of the text, and accounting for Google Translate's many mistakes, I think the message roughly translates to something like this. Yasin, hello, this is my animation for Academy. I labored or worked on it for a long time and now have ... for you. I hope or wish you enjoy and I will do it soon. Further research taught me that Yasin is a Bulgarian male name, and coincidentally there's an artist named Yasin Gioselev who's done a lot of illustrations for children's books who's also, you guessed it, Bulgarian. Whether or not this is the same Yasin this message was addressed to is beyond me, but there you go. The third episode had the exact same beginning as the first two, and I was sensing a pattern forming here. The same kid got out of bed, wandered into the bathroom, freshened himself up, and came back fully dressed. Looking carefully, I found this stitch-faced doll from the previous episode on his desk. The needle jabbed vertically into his forehead. It was eerily similar to the first episode, but with an entirely new set of animations to show the exact same events unfolding. I wasn't looking forward to watching the kid make his pilgrimage to that building again, so I took the opportunity to use the bathroom while the tape ran. Unfortunately, while I was out of the room, that ear-shattering squeal rang out again, and I had to hurry back to shut it off once more. I kept the audio muted for my sanity's sake as I watched the next scene unfold. The girls who had mercilessly harassed the protagonist earlier were nowhere to be found, and he continued into the next room without incident. It was a large room, presumably an auditorium, with a bunch of folding chairs set up in front of a raised platform. On this platform stood a new character, a man about my age with Coke bottle glasses and a dorky pink tie. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say he was supposed to be a professor, since the protagonist was clearly in college. After a few more people filtered into the room and sat in the audience, the professor, as I'll call him, began talking. I tried turning the sound on to hear what he was talking about, but the audio was overlaid with screeching, so I had no choice but to mute it. I did my best to try and read his lips, but I think the dialogue must have been in Bulgarian too. After about a minute into his lecture, the professor took his glasses off and rubbed his eyes before putting them back on and continuing. He was either really engaged with whatever he was talking about, or really angry about it, because he was going off the rails. I could see his face flushing and beads of sweat emerging on his brow, and the audience of about 6 people didn't seem to care in the slightest. Mid-rant, the professor's eyes bugged out of his head, and he grabbed his neck as though he was choking. His glasses fell off, and his tongue stuck out rigidly as he stumbled around, grasping at his throat. It was animated with hideous detail. I could see every individual vein swelling up on his neck, and someone even took the time to animate the ribbons of drool running down his chin. Despite his obvious distress, not one of the audience members budged an inch, staring at him with bored indifference. Eventually the professor collapsed onto his back and laid spread-eagled on the platform, 2 streams of blood trickling from his eyes, as though he had just been strangled. The audience sat there for a moment before calmly getting up and exiting, not looking or speaking to anyone. The episode ended with an overhead view of the auditorium. The professor left abandoned on the stage. From this point on, I'm not going to describe every single episode with such detail for brevity's sake. I'll just summarize the basic plot and show what the title card at the beginning said. Episode 4. Text. It should be clear what this means, represents. The protagonist goes to his desk again and starts writing on a piece of paper, scratching at the back of his neck constantly. Near the end of the episode, the protagonist examines his fingers, which are now bloody. A shot of his neck reveals a giant welt, which he appears to have scratched to the point of bleeding. Episode 5. Text. I wish it could have been this easy. The protagonist picks up the piece of paper he was writing on, which still has bloody fingerprints on it, and tucks it into an envelope, exiting his room with it. He goes to a new building which resembles another dorm, and slides the letter under the door of another room marked 056. He leaves, and a close-up of his neck reveals a bandage, which he promptly tears off. The wound from the last episode is absent. Episode 6. It was all so... ? The protagonist goes to another building, a dining hall. He meets the stranger from the first episode, whose face is still hidden, and the two sit down together and talk. The rest of the episode is only one shot, an over-the-shoulder view of the protagonist from behind his friend. As the two of them talk, one can see a member of the kitchen staff overzealously tenderizing a chunk of meat in the background. bits of gristle flying all over the place. The episode ends after the stranger gets up and exits, leaving the protagonist to sit by himself and stare into space. Episode 7. Text: I tried not to what I was/felt. The protagonist goes to his desk again and starts scratching down the beginnings of another note. The camera cuts away at about the 2-minute mark to the door, where an envelope slides under it into the room. The protagonist goes to pick it up and suddenly becomes very excited when he sees the sender. He returns to his desk with an eager look in his eye and sits down to open it. The camera faces his back as he reads it, sitting silently. He starts to tremble. He balls his fists, crumpling the note into a wad and hurling it against the wall. He storms into the bathroom, and the rest of the episode is spent staring at an empty room and hearing the kids shouting and crying off camera. Episode 8. Text: that isn't important. This is the shortest episode, narrowly scraping the 4-minute mark. The protagonist is absent, his bed empty. Instead, the opposite bed is shown to have someone in it, someone who is neither visible nor asleep. The figure twitches and thrashes around under the covers, but is unable to get up. The reason is clear. The blanket is anchored to the bed with barbed wire, each length tied to an opposite end of the bed frame. So the person, at least I assume it's a person, was tied to the bed like luggage to the top of a car. The figure squirms for a good while before going limp. Episode 9. There was no title card for this episode. This episode has its typical beginning, the protagonist getting up and putting his clothes on. The opposite bed is unoccupied again, with no signs of a previous struggle. The protagonist stops halfway to the door and turns around. He looks directly into the camera, smiling, and starts talking. I'd pumped the volume down to barely audible to avoid any more yelping from the speakers, so I tentatively turned it up a few notches. I was immediately punished for my curiosity when that ghastly wail presented itself again, drowning out any semblance of dialogue, and I silenced it in disgust. The protagonist speaks to the viewer for a few minutes, laughing every once in a while, and then exits, ending the episode. Episode 10. This episode lacked a title card as well. This episode was shown from a top-down perspective, and appears to pick up exactly where episode 9 left off. The camera follows the protagonist on his walk to the same building he traveled to in episodes 1 and 3, zooming out to an almost outrageous degree when the camera enters the outdoors. It got to a point where the protagonist was merely an ant-sized figure, scuttling down a turgid collection of identically colored rectangles. It was at this point where the video appeared to have been damaged, the image being shredded by stripes of black and white static and jerking violently. I heard the VCR give a panicked whir as it tried to make sense of the corrupted film, and eventually the TV screen was engulfed in snow. I should have been pleased that I wouldn't have to watch anymore, but there was an inkling of curiosity I couldn't get rid of. True, the show's narrative had been wafer thin at best, but I kind of wanted to see the 11th episode, just to see if it brought the plot it pretended to have to a close. I got my wish. As I was searching for the remote, the static on the screen flickered. I paid no mind at first, until it flickered again, this time more violently. The wall of hissing nonsense that covered the screen was flinching like something on the other side was trying to force its way out, and all at once the picture snapped back into existence. It was another title card. Thankfully I had finally found the remote, and got a chance to pause it and type the text into Google Translate. It read, "This is my favorite episode." I remember letting out a noise of confusion when I unpaused the tape. It showed an empty room with 4 chairs arranged in an untidy row, a small table sitting beside them. The animation was completely different from the previous episodes. Unlike the pseudo-Disney, hand-drawn nature of the previous 10, episode 11 looked more like it had been rotoscoped. Rotoscoping is an animation technique where artists trace over live-action footage frame by frame. It's a very old practice. If you've ever seen the music video for Take On Me, you can get an idea of what the scene looked like, except much less professional. The image remained static for a few moments until someone appeared in the chair second from the left after a jump cut. It was a girl, unconscious, from the way she was slumped over. Soon after, the girl blipped onto the frame, seated on the farthest right, similarly limp. Eventually, all 4 chairs were occupied by an unconscious girl. Even though I probably shouldn't have, I unmuted the television. There was no shrieking anymore, or any noise at all for that matter. I jumped when the silence was broken by a loud creak, followed by footsteps. There was a noticeable dip in audio quality, the sound being muffled and dull. When the footsteps stopped, there was a short thud and shrill noise that sounded like someone undoing a zipper. The angle was obstructed when a body moved in front of the camera, with the boiling lines of the rotoscope figure twitching like mad. It took a second for me to realize that this person was showing a small cylindrical object to the audience. The person set it down on the small table and removed a tiny pill from their pocket, promptly swallowing it. They turned to one of the girls who was still unconscious and gently shook her. When there was no response, they sighed and walked off screen, returning a few seconds later with a bucket. They threw the contents of the bucket directly into her face, the girl waking with a frightened squeal. After she blinks and spluttered for a few moments, she looked up at the offender. A look of absolute horror spread across her face. The person spoke, disclosing his identity as male. Then I felt my stomach tighten. I knew that voice. It was the protagonist. I haven't the slightest idea what he said, but the girl furiously shook her head to deny whatever he accused her of. He then lunged at her and seized a fistful of her hair, the girl beginning to scream and sob hysterically. The protagonist snatched the cylinder off of the table and showed it to the audience a second time, before a knife sprung from the other end. It was a switchblade. He then drove it into the girl's neck. She was unable to scream now. The blade must have hit her larynx. A feeble gurgling noise was the only thing she had left. The protagonist removed the knife, blood spurting from the wound. This was the only thing that had any color through the entire segment, being a muddy red. The girl beside her had woken up and was set to screaming when she saw her neighbor gagging on her own blood. The protagonist clapped a hand over her mouth, slitting her throat with one quick slash. I couldn't take it anymore. This had officially crossed the line. I lunged for the remote, but I moved too quickly and knocked it off its place on the armrest, and it tumbled out of reach. Cursing myself, I got down on all fours and grasped it, trying to ignore the agonized screams and pleading coming from the television. By the time I finally found it, it was too late. The deed had been done, the bodies lying in monochrome silence. I was seconds from pushing the eject button, seconds from contacting Milos and demanding what kind of sick joke he had played on me. But I didn't. Something stopped me. The protagonist, the murderer, had taken something out of his pocket, and now aimed it in the direction of the corpses. A cell phone. It wasn't even an old-fashioned model, it looked identical to an iPhone. The animator even shaded the Apple logo to make it more pronounced. That wasn't possible. This was an old cartoon. There was no way in hell that there could be an iPhone in it. And besides, if this really was a recent cartoon, why was it on a crappy VHS, and how did it end up in the possession of an Eastern European substitute teacher? Did Milos make it? Was this his idea of a practical joke? The last few minutes of the tape consisted of the protagonist taking pictures of each of his victims. But every time he snapped a photo, there would be a cut to a different image. It was the same scene, but it was live action, with grisly, full-color images of the girls and their wounds. The tape ended with a final message, which I had no time to translate. I was busy rifling through one of the kitchen drawers for the school directory. I finally found it and tracked down Milos' number. I had never contacted him before, but I needed answers now. Greg? I froze. I heard the familiar sound of the door closing, and my wife entered the kitchen, carrying a large canvas-like package. You'll never believe what they had there. Thank God we're so poor, or I would... Her smile evaporated when she saw my expression. You're pale. Do you feel alright? She inquired. I need to make a phone call, I managed to say. I grabbed the phone off the receiver and dialed in the number while my concerned wife put her things away. I paced the kitchen as I listened to the taunting buzz of the connection noise in my ear. Finally, Milos picked up the phone. Hello? I was ready to let him have it, but I didn't want my wife to hear anything. Milos, it's Greg Sykes. I need to talk to you about the tape you gave me. Oh, hello, Greg. I'm sorry to hear that you're having trouble. Is it broken? The naivety in his voice made me want to throw the phone across the room. No, it's what's on the tape. That isn't funny. In fact, it's pretty sick. Did you honestly think that giving me some fake snuff movie for my wife would be cute? There was a pause. I don't understand. Episode 11, Milos. Those dead girls. What are you talking about? Stop playing innocent. I kept my voice low, but I made sure to fill each word with venom. Where did you get those pictures, huh? Some gore site? Calm down. What do you mean, dead girls? Milos, I've already told you that this isn't funny. Just apologize and we can get past this. There was another moment of silence before Milos spoke again. Greg, listen to me. I don't know what you saw, but I can assure you, I didn't have anything to do with it, okay? Do you want me to contact the police? You've scared me enough, goddammit. Isn't it enough that a shrill scream from upstairs cut me off? My brain didn't bother to register anything until I reached my wife. I was downstairs and then I was upstairs like I had teleported. It was afterward when I became aware that I had rammed my right big toe into the bottom step while I was sprinting, trailing blood up into the bedroom. My wife was pressed against the bedroom wall opposite the window, her package jettisoned in the center of the room. I had no need to ask her what was wrong, she was already pointing. The window now had something scrawled into the glass, 3 symbols in a vertical column, XII. And below this, nailed to the sill, was a crude baby doll, its eyes X'd out and given a malevolent smile with black string. The police were already on their way. Milos had contacted them after I had dropped the telephone. I was going to search the house, but I realized that the message in the window was carved from the outside. I settled on locking every feasible entrance to the house, not bothering to question how someone could have reached our bedroom window on the second floor without a ladder. After everything was done, my wife and I sat in the bedroom. She must have been crying. I remember her shaking in my arms. I know I should have been trying to comfort her, but I spent every moment of that agonizing wait for the police staring at the window. I practically flew to the door when I heard the urgent knocking, pulling my wife with me. I wasn't going to let her out of my sight again. I hesitated out of pure paranoia, leaving my wife to open it for me. Greg and Lisa Sykes? A middle-aged cop stood on our doorstep. Lisa invited him inside, and the officer promptly yelled, "Jesus Christ." The VCR was ablaze, melted to a rectangular block of slag. It must have been lit on fire earlier, and we just didn't notice it up in our bedroom. The tape was still in there. It was going to be ruined. That was what had started all of this. That was what the police had wanted to see. I grasped for the VCR slot and tried to ignore the pain from the burning metal. It took both my wife and the cop to pry me off, despite my protest that we needed to get the tape out of there. I eventually calmed down enough to explain what was going on to both of them. They both listened carefully, despite the insanity of the story. I told them everything, where I got the tape, the weird title cards, the flawless animation, episode 11. The cops got a hold of Milos, but could ultimately find nothing incriminating. He couldn't answer any of the questions either, insisting that he had never seen the tape before he found it in the attic. We haven't spoken since. The case was eventually dismissed as harassment. I had no point to prove since the evidence had been destroyed. Try as I did, I couldn't get the VCR to open to retrieve the corpse of the tape. My wife has been acting more uncomfortable, even after I stopped mentioning the tape and we got a new window. That final message after episode 11 somehow remained stuck on the screen, even after the tape should have been ruined. When I couldn't sleep that night, I translated it. Episode 12 coming soon. Akuryō Bubbles. Every parent wants the best for their child. My daughter Lily was a fan of a Cartoon Network show named The Powerpuff Girls. I remember a smile used to curl on her face as I watched her play, how she used to dart about her room, arms stretched out, mimicking the sound of rushing wind. I was aware of how violent the show was, but I knew my darling was smart and knew not to take such a show so seriously into course of her own actions. Again, I was a parent and had to make sure she was looking up to the right people, or things for that matter. It was in 2001 and her birthday wasn't too far off, and I really wanted to give her something she could never forget. A real treasure, something she wouldn't expect. So I took my curiosity of the show off to Amazon.com and eBay. The search results appeared promising. There, it was a trove of children's treasures, but most of the products looked like valuable collectibles or were plushies. Honestly, she's got enough of those things. Then I happened across the image of a DVD case. The casing had this groovy lava lamp effect in black and blue, with half of Bubbles' head peeking out from the bottom of the case with her eyes staring out. At the top, the traditional Powerpuff Girls logo in pink and black swerving bold lettering. It even looks like the box art for a Powerpuff Girls Blossom-themed lava lamp. The weirdest thing is the Japanese text that I just could not read. I translated it and it said evil spirit, but I was also curious. And because it was Japanese, it was to be shipped from Japan, meaning it would take a while for postage. So I emailed the person selling it who replied, "There's just nothing like it," with no signature. Only selling it for a tenner overall, including the shipping, I took the chance to buy it, but I was wise to check the thing before giving it to my Lily. After all, I only want the best for her. When it arrived, I hid the package in the living room until late at night, when my girl had fallen asleep. I took myself down to the living room, made myself some tea, opened my laptop, and removed the packaging. Just as it appeared on the eBay page with no details, just the imagery, not even a barcode or hint of credit. The covering was a shiny plastic, and as I opened it, I saw a DVD with the same imagery description, a Bubbles half head peeking out from the bottom, and the drawing of Bubbles and the Powerpuff Girl logo are soft, and the DVD was shaped like an oval. What threw me off guard more than anything was the DVD's rating symbol. For some strange reason, although I'd received it from Japan, it had a BBFC rating of an 18. 18? Well, no way am I showing this thing to my Lily. I checked back on the account on eBay, but the seller's account had been removed. Gone. I was stuck with this thing. Damn it. Regarding my own thoughts on the show, I felt it was my obligation to judge this thing for myself. How was I supposed to get rid of it without knowing anything about it? Well, the seller did, and it was because of my raging curiosity. Should have just bought her a plushie. I was still puzzled by how I was managed to be given what appeared a Japanese title from Japan but was manufactured in the UK. If they had rated the DVD, surely there would have been more copies available around, wouldn't there? I concluded my own pondering, assuming it was a unique product, that there was only this single copy and was perhaps posted to Japan as some sort of special gift to whoever, the seller himself maybe. I put the disc into my laptop, I plugged in my headphones and watched it as it set itself up. On the title screen I chose Part 2. It came up with a blank start screen, just black and the white lettering, Bubbles Part 2. The screen suddenly flashed white, just a second's worth of frame, making me a little uneasy. I swore I'd seen something in that single white frame, but it kinda looked like what Lily had seen in an episode the other day, where Bubbles is surrounding her sister Blossom with, as I like to say, double team. I don't know what the episode was about, but it kinda gave me the creeps. Perhaps an error of some kind. No introduction like any of the regular episodes had. It started with the professor, can't quite remember his name, Utonium or something, staring out at the night sky in his front yard. I noticed how it was just dead silent. I checked my volume, but it was at a considerable level. I wasn't having any desire to have it any higher. He looked utterly withdrawn from his surroundings, as he stared up at the moon just hanging there. He then proceeded to walk into the house and sat himself down in a chair in front of a fire. Everything about him was just pitch black. Focusing in on him, something subliminal like a glitch, a frame flickered in front of an image of Bubbles. She looked enraged, a dark red surrounding her pupils. How the gray figure slowly approached the camera with those sickly red eyes, it was just like that. Back at the screen, the professor appeared distraught. As the camera lifted from behind the flicker of the fire to see him, alone in the dark in his chair, the animation looked somewhat spectacular, how it focused in on his heavy breathing. The color tone on his face was almost real. You could see the flickering of lights and the wave of the shadow reach around and about his face. He was leaning forward, hugging himself, looking scared out of his mind. His breathing was all I could hear in the headphones. What was going on? I felt startled at the loud creak in the living room, of the door slowly opening by my side. I hoped it had not been Lily, for fear of spoiling this for her, but that was why I was watching this to begin with, to see if it was suitable. With the way the atmosphere was now, I had no wish to hand this to her at all. I felt the draft and relaxed a little bit, cursing under my breath. Why had I gone and shut off all the lights? I was kinda afraid to move. I resumed watching and Utonium turned to look up at the stairs, gasping, hearing the creak of the door to the girl's bedroom. Seeing the similarity of what just happened, I attempted to laugh a little. To calm myself, I realized. I reached out and pushed the door shut and picked up my tea to drink, when I noticed it had gone stone cold and so quickly. Looking back at the screen, Utonium's eyes were bulging, reddening at the sides, his pupils large, swallowing the whites. I felt I'd started to understand why this DVD wasn't released for more copies. It may have been an experiment for an episode not aired. Maybe it was a side project or was marketed to older fans. That perhaps made sense, but this was a show designed for young girls. The professor had risen from his seat and ever so slowly started to make his way to the stairs. The angle was shot over his shoulders, so you felt like you were walking with him. The stairs seemed so distant, like miles away. Every step he took, the stairs seemed to draw away from him, reeling back into the dark. A faint figure shot across the screen in front of him and he froze. So did I. He spun around to face the camera, looking side to side, dripping with sweat. A bubbly giggle echoed faintly and then disappeared. Reluctantly, he made his way up the stairs. As he reached the top, he went to grab the handle of the girl's room when he noticed something from across the hallway. At the end, lurking, there was a short, pitch-black form, standing and facing him. A number of seconds passed by uneasily, until it appeared to move forward, gliding in the dark. The professor's breathing was picking up again on my headphones, and I scratched the sides of my face a little while watching. What was this? What the was this? A bold warmth clutched at my shoulder and I felt somebody's breath on my ear. The words, "Asobu," muttering softly from a pair of lips. I yelled, swiping out blindly at the dark and switched the light on to find nothing. Absolutely nothing. I realized how loud I was and felt tempted to check upstairs for Lily in case I'd woken her. I pressed stop and listened out for her. Not a single sound. I felt the need to turn the DVD off, but I felt hooked. Perhaps this was a version intended for adults. If so, maybe one day when Lily's old enough... No, what are you saying? You can't give this to your daughter. I pressed play and found that the dark figure was only standing inches away from Utonium. It looked up at him with a round gray face and no eyes. It stretched open its mouth slowly, with a loud inhale. As it did so, its high pitch descended into a long, deep drone, reaching a pitch I don't think can ever be attainable by any voice or instrument. The screen warped and twisted into itself slowly. As it reversed its pitch to being suddenly high like a siren, white noise sounded for a brief moment and then the figure flickered out of vision, resorting to the standard fixed format again. Utonium looked around him, panicking, to see if it moved. Where had it gone? Had reality slipped from him? Was he imagining it? Was I imagining it? He turned to face the camera and the screenshot to a close-up of the creature's face screeching loudly, jumping. I turned down the volume, completely shaken. There was another single frame that flashed for a second. I rewound the DVD and stopped it. It was one of her sisters, standing side by side, all in gray and their bedclothes torn as if they were rotting or decaying, smiles carved edgily onto their faces. Utonium burst into the girl's room to find the two were sleeping soundly and safely. Buttercup, Blossom, but no Bubbles, something he'd grown used to by now. He got on his knees as he reached the side of the bed, watching them sleep. He smiled, stroking Buttercup's hair. Back on his feet, he looked to the end of the bed by the windows, where the blonde darling should have laid rest. A stark white form rose slowly from the end, darkened eyes and torn mouth, screaming. The screen went to black abruptly, cutting out the sound, and the credits came on. It was finished. I sat in astonished silence for a second before I had ejected it. I just didn't know what to do. What could I do with it? There was still the other episode to watch. No chances. I didn't want to take chances of another innocent person stumbling across this. I played the episode part 1, shivering at the stare Bubbles gave me on the cover of the case, and I threw the case. This one did start out as usual. The Japanese Powerpuff Girl theme played, and I felt my heart calm itself a little. There was the title announced, Bubbles Part 1, but no credits. Then another black screen card appeared, with Japanese lettering and then in bracketing, play. Loud static and a collection of echoes sounding industrial, as if recorded in a factory, emerged before the screen went dark again. Utonium was in his lab, and it looked as though he was planning another concoction. The girls emerged from behind him and watched as he took the Chemical X and poured the entire contents into the mix, a stern, determined look appearing on his face. The girls, frightened, kept distance as the pot grumbled and the smoke rose from the mixture. Utonium stood back, disconcerted, before Bubbles flew over to the dully colored collaboration of gunk in the pot. The smoke, in a swirly, curling motion, swept across her face and invaded her lips to her throat, so she inhaled it as she floated. In a fixed state of puzzlement, she began to twitch. The light in the living room went out, making me jump. I looked about me, stopping the DVD for a moment. I had to make sure. There flickered numerous odd frames that are twitches. Somewhere, oh my, just unlike anything I'd seen. Most of the images were of the villains, displayed in a realistic fashion, that the girls occasionally fought in the series, like Mojo Jojo, him, and Fuzzy Lumpkins, for all I know. Some appeared mangled, deranged, or shockingly enough, dead. There's just nothing like it. It went silent again and there was static on the screen until it flickered back to Bubbles, staring at the screen with red eyes. Her color switched to gray. The soundtrack began again in reverse. She saw it through the ceiling. The girls didn't follow her, but stared out at the hole she made in the ceiling. I'll never forget this. The next shot was of the teacher, their teacher, in the classroom at the desk. She looked towards the door Bubbles had entered as she glared over at her, teeth bare. She threw herself at the screen with a high-pitched scream, surprising me again, before static sounded and it switched to 3 live-action segments. The first was hard to make out. Several rippling lines ran up the video as it played. The recording was choppy and the audio rather weak. It showed a man in formal dress approaching the person holding the camera. It was handheld and jolted in some places. The entire conversation was in Japanese, and the man held an unnaturally large, stretched-out smile throughout. His eyes contained greed and indication of loathing, directed towards the camera. Judging by the surroundings, it looked like a room with glass windows. I frowned a little, puzzled. It resorted to the second one, with static for a split second, then returned with clear picture. Clear audio of a young girl holding exactly the same DVD I had. The Bubbles picture stared on at me, as the girl stood up, smiling proudly at the unique specimen in her hands. The same language chirped from her as she stood before the camera, pointing out Bubbles, and the background looked like a lush-looking bedroom. It went fuzzy again, loud static. The emotion of it all tore suddenly, and I found myself gripping at the material of my chair. Japanese was spoken fluently, rushed and in a panicked tone, as the shaking and movements of the chair stopped when the third and final segment, as it focused on a classroom with Japanese children, wailing and sobbing as they scrambled into the corner of a room, desperation and horror hanging in the sound and sensation of it all. My heart just pounded like a jackhammer, especially when I heard the blubbering of the cameraman. He was trembling. A small figure was stood at the other end of the room, dressed in a robe of gray, hiding itself from vision. The cameraman called out to somebody before a splatter of red hit the lens. The man bellowed, expressing grief and further sobbing. The children screamed and the focus died, as the camera flung itself back and forth along the hall, indicating the man running, the children following behind him with piercing yells. More blood hit the lens before it resorted to static, and the cartoon returned to the screen. I realized something from when I'd watched it. The cameraman, the one recording it. A moment he was fixing his recording close to a mirror where the creature was. It was him, the one who had sold me the DVD. I knew from his image on the account. Oh god. I was just gobsmacked. It hadn't just been an intrusion of real-life sequences, it was a warning. Silence once more. The camera was reeling out of a crowd of people, staring at Bubbles' lifeless, mangled gray body. Blossom was crouched, staring at her sister's corpse sadly. Buttercup was at Utonium's side, comforting him as he sobbed. Black started to eat at the screen until there was nothing left. It faded into the next shot of Bubbles marching slowly towards the camera, red eyes and angered. Heavy breathing as if struggling flooded the headphones, gradually getting louder and louder as the wall behind her scrolled slowly. Suddenly I found myself back to the title screen. Silent. It was over. Overwhelmed with shock, I couldn't find myself to move. After a minute, I reached for my headphones and removed them from my ears. I collected the DVD from the laptop and placed it back into the case. I had to get rid of it. I couldn't even believe what I'd just watched. Walking up to my room after turning off the light, I heard a subtle hiss, like a whisper directed from across the hall. I got goosebumps. My skin crept and my eyes darted back and forth along the hall. I came to the last stair and found myself staring at a short, black, PPG-like form at the end of the hall. It gave a light giggle and I rushed into my room, slamming the door shut. My heart was caught in my throat. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. It knocked on my door and I almost cried. Biting my lip, gripping my own skin, I yanked open the door to find Zoe. Large bags rested under her eyes as she rubbed them and she croaked, "Daddy, I had a bad dream." WWF Canceled in Your House pay-per-view. Before I start telling the story, let me introduce myself. My name is Dexter and I'm currently playing football for the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. Growing up, I was a huge fan of pro wrestling, and I was always begging my parents to let me stay up late to watch Monday Night Raw. Yes, I know wrestling is mostly fake, but I never really cared. I just wanted to see my favorite wrestler, Kane, chokeslam everyone from Stone Cold to Meat. Recently with classes and football games, I've had trouble keeping up with both Raw and SmackDown. The other thing was that I only had a low to moderate amount of money, so I could only watch 2 or 3 pay-per-views a year. I usually stick to watching my old WWF DVDs when I can, except for one. Last May I was walking around the campus when I passed by a pro wrestling store. I had passed by that same lot a few days ago and it was unoccupied and still had the "For Rent" sign. Those must be some efficient workers, I thought to myself. Shrugging, I walked inside. As soon as I walked in, a blast of air conditioning welcomed me. Thank God, too. South Carolina isn't exactly the coolest place in the country. Scanning the shelves, I spotted action figures, signed merch, and DVDs. I hopped over to the DVD shelf and went through its contents. A couple WrestleManias, a Jeff Hardy one, and a complete In Your House box set. If you're not a wrestling fan, In Your House was a pay-per-view series that was held in the months the WWF didn't have a major pay-per-view. Being from Memphis, I was able to go to the St. Valentine's Day Massacre event when I was 8, and it wasn't even the nosebleed seats. I was 4 rows from the ring. I snatched the box set, an Eddie Guerrero figure, and a Monster Energy from the vending machine, and put my loot on the counter. I expected the IYH collection to be worth a fortune, but nope, it was only 25 bucks. I didn't really think much of it, and I rode my skateboard back to my dorm. When I got home, I popped the CD into my PlayStation 3. The menu came up, which was the IYH logo, and a collection of shots from the events. There were 4 options: Select Event, Random Event, Options, and Extras. I checked out the Options menu. It was nothing special, just languages, subtitles, display, and all that junk. I don't remember much from the Extras menu. I saw a promo for WrestleMania 2000 though. By the way, the DVD was apparently released in summer 1999. I decided to get this show on the road and went to Select Event. It took me to a list of In Your House pay-per-views, all 28 of them. I scrolled through and sure enough, everything from the first IYH to Backlash was there. A part of my mind wanted me to go further for some reason, to see if there were any more options. There were. Right there on the screen was 29 Armageddon In Your House, clear as day. The title itself didn't really strike me as odd. There were IYH events that later became yearly pay-per-views like Unforgiven. The first Armageddon was held in December 1999, but still, 29? As far as my extensive knowledge went, there were only 28 In Your House shows. I decided to select it. I was brought to another screen. The description said Armageddon took place on June 6, 1999 in Charleston, South Carolina. I selected the match select option. There were only 2 matches. The first was a 20-man over-the-top rope battle royale, and the second was Kane vs. Mankind in an Inferno match. Saving the best for last, I chose the battle royale. Billy Gunn won, if you're one of the few who cares. After that, I selected Kane vs. Mankind. Both of the wrestlers made their entrances, though I think Kane's music was a bit different, a lower pitch maybe. When both were in the ring, the fire around the canvas was lit, and the match was underway. As far as I remember, the match was pretty normal. Kane would get in a few hits, Mankind would get a few, and they'd both hit their finishers sometime during the match. I myself felt pretty successful. I'd found a lost WWF event. Still, why would Mr. McMahon remove all traces of this from the promotion's history? I was about to find out. Kane had been getting a lot of momentum, and he grabbed Mankind in a chokehold. Knowing full well what was coming next, I smiled like I was 10 years old all over again. The big red monster lifted Mankind up and tossed him into the flames. The bell rang, signaling Kane had won the match. Then the screaming began. Horrible, agonizing, ear-raping screaming that could only be described as a banshee's wail in reverse. The camera panned over to Mankind, and what I saw was terrifying. Now, before I explain this scene, I'm rather immune to gore and disturbing imagery. I'm a dedicated X-file, and I've written a few creepypasta, but this was just above all that. Mankind was on fire. Standard end to an Inferno match, right? That's how you win after all. This was different. You could clearly see his skin melting off, showing muscle and even bone in some spots. His hair was singed. The lights in the arena turned off, but the flames still burned bright. And this went on and on and on. Finally, Jim Ross ran over with a fire extinguisher and sprayed Mankind. His charred body laid there, not moving an inch. Paramedics arrived and took him out of the arena. The television cut to black and took me back to the main menu. Now, being a wrestling connoisseur, I had knowledge of what was legit and what was kayfabe. This was legit. There was no way, especially in 1999, that such a horrendous burning could be faked like that on live television. I don't even think that's possible now. I couldn't get the image of Mankind out of my brain. I hopped over to my computer and made a thread about it on Woo as quick as I could. Only one person knew what I was talking about. He said that Mankind wasn't originally Mick Foley. The character was portrayed by another unknown wrestler who died after the Inferno match. The pay-per-view was never aired or referred to again, and Mick Foley was brought in to replace Mankind's original wrestler. Foley, however, had always been Cactus Jack and Dude Love. Mankind was called the third face of Foley because of the other wrestler's striking resemblance to Mick. The next morning, I went over to the wrestling store to ask the manager about the DVD. Surprisingly, the place was open on Memorial Day. The manager said he found the DVD on the black market and thought it would be perfect for collectors. I haven't touched that disc since. Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. Hello everyone, I'm here to present you an unusual tape I discovered of the 1995 Godzilla film, Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. For those of you who don't know, I'll give you a brief rundown of the story. After many action-packed battles across Japan, Godzilla's heart begins to run out of radiation and enters meltdown. To make the situation even worse, a new monster called Destoroyah spawned from the chemical reactions caused by the oxygen destroyer in the original Godzilla movie appears, and it's up to Godzilla to save the nation before he himself destroys it. Anyway, I came across this VHS tape in 1996, shortly after the film had been released in Japan. Being a serious fan of Godzilla, I obtained the tape by buying it directly from a Japanese distributor myself for a small fee, plus import costs. Inserting the tape into my player, I noticed the first major difference. Rather than the film opening with Godzilla rampaging through Hong Kong, the film opens on Birth Island, which is where Godzilla and his son Little Godzilla went home after defeating Space Godzilla in the previous film. Little Godzilla can be seen wandering about the island, blowing bubbles and generally having a whale of a time on the small island, but Space Godzilla can briefly be seen in the background when Little Godzilla wanders towards his father. I assume this was an error due to the use of stock footage. Godzilla dotingly watches his son, having flattened several trees to get a better vantage point over the island's coastline. Suddenly, Godzilla's chest pulses and radiation emits out of the scoot on his back. He roars in agony and the scene cuts to Little Godzilla, who looks around in surprise as the screen goes white. The film then continues onward to the Hong Kong introduction, and from this point onwards, the film continues as normal with a few small errors, such as Godzilla Jr. missing some of his roars, and the lines used to control the juvenile Destoroyah puppets being visible every so often. The film then changes, becoming a bit disturbing when Godzilla Jr. is killed by the final form of Destoroyah. Destoroyah lifts Jr. into the air as per usual, but Jr. desperately tries to fight back, blasting Destoroyah in the face multiple times with his atomic breath. Destoroyah shrugs it off, and using all of his strength throws Jr. to the ground. When Jr. hits the ground, instead of seeing Miki and her friend's shocked reaction, Jr.'s face is shown in a close-up, foaming from the mouth in a similar fashion to when he was injected with micro-oxygen earlier in the film. He's also shown to be writhing in pain, and the right side of the suit's face is depressed and dented inwards. This continues for about a minute or so before Jr. falls limp. Godzilla looks even angrier than usual and storms toward Destoroyah in retaliation for the death of his son. But Destoroyah uses powerful arms to toss Godzilla aside into a building, which collapses under the mutated dinosaur's sheer weight. Destoroyah appears almost happy that he is killing and injuring his foes, and a sadistic glint in his eyes appears as he watches Godzilla desperately try to get up to go to his son. Godzilla breathes radiation over Jr., but unlike the normal film, in which he is briefly revived before dying again, Jr. does not stir. The next scene of interest is of a subject which has become legendary amongst the G fans. It is a scene which is often described, but very rarely seen. There is no sound except for what appears to be the grindings of servos in Destoroyah's suit. The monster braces himself, and the pattern on his chest opens up. What I then saw definitely hasn't been seen by anyone else. Whereas in the normal deleted scene, Destoroyah's actual beam that is fired in this attack isn't seen, probably because it hasn't even been edited in yet. In this version you can clearly see the beam, which was colored a bright purple, slam into Godzilla and the screen fades to white. This was not the end of the tape, however. Despite the previous scene having clearly displayed the death of Godzilla, a new scene is shown instead. I saw that a production code GVS D1005 was now visible in the corner of the film, and I realized I had come across a work print of the movie. Next, the scene cuts to the body of Jr. again. This time he is in an even worse state than before. Part of the suit is on fire, but rather than just showing the inside of the suit, the slowly roasting flesh-colored fabrics which made up the inside of the downed Saurian can be seen. Flames overtook the monster altogether, and sparks start to fly out of the boundary between the suit's head and neck. The film then cuts further onwards to when the JSDF show up to try and bombard Destoroyah with their weapons. Instead of taking to the air, Destoroyah's floral pattern opens up again, and he uses the same move as earlier, destroying the tanks in a mighty explosion. That marked the end of the film. Rather than being scared, disturbed, or even annoyed, I was fascinated by what I had seen. I decided to reorder a new tape so I could see the final product, but I wanted to keep hold of the unusual tape. Perhaps the strangest thing about this tape is that there was absolutely no blood whatsoever. Although it is a rare occurrence, blood is sometimes used in the Godzilla series to symbolize a serious injury. Since this wasn't added during the addition of other special effects, it is always used while the cameras are still rolling. Why the blood had not been used here baffled me. Perhaps it's symbolic or something. Either way, I'm keeping this tape. Who knows what secrets it may hold. Retired. Okay, to begin with this little tale I'll be telling you, just sit back, relax, grab your junk food and listen, because this is going to be rather of an interesting one, to put it this way. My name is Alex. I'm going to start off with a certain topic. A topic known as a familiar face we all know and love. It's the 1999 to 2019 long-running animated series named SpongeBob SquarePants. I know, I get that Steven Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob SquarePants, had recently died last year. I was very unlucky the other day, because of the fact that my eyes and mind ingested what appeared to be an unreleased episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, so allow me to tell you about it. I've been driving to work and back to the house to pay my bills, do my chores, and cook my own food. I sat on the sofa thinking about all the pain about being an adult, but then something sparkled into my brain, a piece of information that I should just enjoy watching a little cartoon. I've always loved cartoons, especially as a kid. My favorite animated series out of all of them I've watched was SpongeBob SquarePants. With a gentle smile on my face and a few tears of joy streaming down my cheeks, I would turn my television on and look for a channel full of cartoons and nothing else. Only cartoons and always cartoons. I welcomed my childhood back to my mind and never wanted to let go of it. Inside, deep down inside myself, I hugged my childhood. I had an amazing childhood. I played lots of sports with my dad, laughing and playing with my friends with our skateboards, and to my happiness, cartoons, even when SpongeBob SquarePants wasn't released just yet. It was until 1999 when I just discovered the cartoon itself. When it was on, I instantly fell in love with it, and my love for this cartoon had never even bothered to die off. Back to the present, I couldn't find any interesting cartoons to watch. I switched the channel to Nickelodeon to see if SpongeBob was on, but I was caught off guard when I saw that The Loud House was on. I grew bored of the channel flipping as I turned my television off and laid my remote down. I sat on the couch for what felt like minutes, hours, or even an eternity. I checked my watch and it said it was 3:06 p.m. I instantly had an idea. I looked outside and saw a small parking lot with a yard sale, full of boxes, toys, and such. I stepped outside and meandered over to the yard sale, with a very kind young lady running it. I greeted the woman and took my pick. There I saw was a DVD cartridge with SpongeBob box art, claiming it has lots of full episodes. Seeming like it was good enough to purchase, I took out my wallet and gave the lady a decent amount of money. I took my change and returned to my shelter. As soon as I turned on my television, things went outlandish and unusual. The selection screen was an underwater view. The background was in black and white with a few bubbles that read the following: Episode selection, meet the staff, and extras. I selected the first option and the television took me to an image of SpongeBob's face, with episodes like Rock Bottom, Karate Choppers, Naughty Nautical Neighbors, Employee of the Month, I Was a Teenage Gary, SB 129, and Squid's Visit. Then I saw an episode title with no image called Retired. This left a confusion bubble in my mind. For that, I had the opportunity to start it up. Once I did, the first thing I knew was a black screen. Then it cut to a view of Bikini Bottom, no intro. This was really weird, so I watched it. The camera faded into bubble to SpongeBob's house. There wasn't any music, and it showed the interior of the pineapple house. The living room, the kitchen, and the bathroom are the first things I see before I even saw SpongeBob. They were dirty, dusty, and ruined. Then it showed SpongeBob's room, and the first character seen was SpongeBob. He woke up from bed with crusty eyes filled with eye boogers. He rubbed them off and put his clothes on, ready for work. He ran outside saying his famous phrase, "I'm ready," in a loop until he arrived at the Krusty Krab. Once he got there, he greeted Squidward, his grumpy, ill-tempered neighbor at the cash register as usual. SpongeBob served up as many orders as possible, just laughing with pleasure to see as much happy customers as possible. Suddenly, when the camera zoomed out when SpongeBob exits the kitchen, he saw that the customers were gone. His happy expression wasn't as happy when he saw what went wrong. Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob's boss, would start chewing him out obnoxiously. Squidward joined Mr. Krabs as he chewed him out as well, making SpongeBob more and more sad. Mr. Krabs ordered SpongeBob to leave the Krusty Krab. As he had forlornly left the two double doors, he turned to the camera and said, "Don't you just hate it when this happens to you?" This in particular was relatable, but luckily I still had my sweet awesome job. The episode continued on with SpongeBob going into town, and for some reason, everyone started to act very friendly towards him. This cheered him up a smidge. Feeling pleased, he became social with the people of the town. As I thought the episode could get any better, boy was I ever incorrect. The people of Bikini Bottom started to fade away slowly. SpongeBob would look around cautiously of what's happening. Once they disappeared, SpongeBob fell to his knees and started crying softly. Still no music, only what sounded like a church bell striking 12 o'clock. He lay flat on the ground, crying in emotional agony. This went on for what felt like several minutes, listening to that heartbreaking sob of SpongeBob's. The usual bubbles that transitioned through one scene to another would make me glue my eyes to a different scene. This time the scene contained a very lonely SpongeBob walking all the way back to where his house is. SpongeBob walked up to Patrick's rock and he would knock on the rock. Nothing happened. So he squeezes himself under the rock as an attempt to find Patrick. Either he could be sitting on his sand couch watching television, or just doing whatever Patrick does. However, what I was expecting wasn't what I wanted it to be. When SpongeBob found Patrick, he was nothing but a rotting pile of bones and dry, dead flesh. SpongeBob's tear glands releases more tears due to the death of his best friend. He leaves the rock and goes to see Squidward. He calls out to Squidward with a depressed tone, mumbling, "Squidward?" SpongeBob stepped front and side of the interior of the tiki house. Squidward was there with the cynical expression of his face. He emotionlessly asked SpongeBob what he wanted from him. Then the camera cuts to SpongeBob, who informs Squidward that nobody else was there to be around him. Squidward would facepalm and he would just tell SpongeBob to leave his house and go see if Gary is wanting to play. SpongeBob followed the order, and this is when things got real weird as SpongeBob stepped foot into his home. He checked around for Gary only to find his shell. He looked inside. Gary was not in the shell. The screen faded to darkness with just a plain white text in a normal font. 2 hours later, SpongeBob went into his bedroom and he just laid down on his back on the bed. He stared at the ceiling anxiously with visible tears in his eyes. Could this day get any worse? SpongeBob asked himself. And boy, did things get worse as time gradually went by. The only music heard in the background was a low-pitched ambient humming tune as SpongeBob lay in his bed somberly for a good 30 seconds. He sat up and faced the camera with a miserable look on his face. He faced away as he would go straight downstairs and walked out of the pineapple house. He had enclosed eyes with tears streaming down his cheeks. The screen transitioned through bubbles to show the Krusty Krab, and for some reason it just looked off. The clam pole was broken, with the top part missing and snapped off, and the treasure chest-shaped restaurant itself looked moldy and uncolored. The camera fades into the interior of the Krusty Krab. The double doors would open, revealing a square shadow. SpongeBob stepped into the restaurant as the camera cut to show his face. He had no sign of any expression or emotion. The screen suddenly began to flicker like an old VHS tape for some reason, causing it to show SpongeBob standing in a dark corner with a dimly lit light bulb above him. He stared down at the wooden floor, just crying hopelessly due to the loneliness he's not used to coping with. This lasted for a good few minutes, as SpongeBob just sat hopelessly in the same corner after he stood there for a decent amount of time. He looked outside of the window as the camera cut the window he was staring outside from. Outside to the left side of the Krusty Krab was a dark figure. The figure was a shadowy humanoid whose identity remains unknown, and it was twitching immensely, followed by the sound of a loud, droning buzz in the background. The figure would screech loudly, making the episode cut to red static for at least 5 seconds, before returning to the scene with SpongeBob sitting in the same corner as he was sitting before. This time he was barefoot, and his feet caused to push holes in the front side of the box. His eyes were bloodshot, crusty, and there are visible eye boogers. Dark blood and feces were on the walls and floor, and next to SpongeBob was a rotting, bloated corpse of sandy cheeks, and behind him was the dark humanoid creature. I almost gagged when I saw that scene, just about ready to cough up vomit. I desperately tried to hold it back, but I couldn't. I threw up on the floor because the scene was just that nauseating and unpleasant to look at in general. A red claw appeared on screen, presumably Mr. Krabs, because it looked too similar and it was too dark to see what kind of color it was. Once the claw was completely in shot, the screen started to glitch like crazy before it cuts to a close-up of SpongeBob's face. The shot showed his face going into a gasping fit for water, which I might add that sea animals cannot breathe air. Maybe it was the claw forcing SpongeBob out of the water, and it restrained him, not even letting him move around or go back into the water. The scene just focused on SpongeBob's face, gasping for air. For a split second, the shot showed the island where the intro pans down into the water, and to show SpongeBob's house was seen, only it was just in black and white. Then it showed SpongeBob's face, showing him just still suffering. SpongeBob stopped thrashing around and gasping, only causing him to stop breathing, his tongue hanging out of his mouth, and his eyes rolling into the back of his head. The camera got back into the shot of the Krusty Krab, and it showed the Employee of the Month board. The screen zoomed in into a picture frame of SpongeBob, with black markers scribbled all over his eyes. Under the picture frame read, "Retired," and then fade to black with white text, "SpongeBob, you're fired." The screen cut to a still shot of a dark room with Mr. Krabs, cracking a wide, menacing grin on his face. On the wall was SpongeBob's suffocated and dried out corpse. His eyes were closed and his arms were nailed against the right side of where Mr. Krabs was standing. Then the screen faded to pitch black of nothingness and darkness. The episode ended shortly afterwards as I turned off the television, ejected the disc, put it back into the DVD box where it came from. I closed the box and I just put it right under the television screen. I sat on the couch for a good few minutes, just wondering what I had even just watched. What if my eyes even ingested? I rubbed my eyes trying to get these images out of my head. They were just that traumatizing. That's all I know, and I can't tell you anything else. Who knows what would happen to the DVD box? I'll have to keep it hidden at all costs. And no, I can't show you any screenshots because I don't even have a camera. Goodbye. This is Alex signing out. I have to go to work, and thank you for your time. Ruby'sAfternoonSnack.AVI. I am slightly far beyond more than 200% sure that I'm honest when I say this because I clearly have no idea what I'm doing with myself, and I still don't even know what to do to this very day, because I'm still petrified of what I've just witnessed before my very eyes. I didn't know where to begin at first before I even typed up this post, but I still need you to read it, and it's highly recommended that you have to read it, and honestly I want you to spread the word. As you can see, you are starting to wonder what I'm doing with my life during this very day, and why I'm so antisocial around my family and real life friends. Well, here's the reason in case you want to know why I'm still traumatized during my high school experience. About a month or so, maybe 2 months ago, I chose to get myself enrolled in a technical high school that has an animation class installed in the interior of the school. For that, my friends and I have made the choice of taking that class. And during my experience with the school, I loved it. I loved it all. The classes are great and I've learned a lot. And I find the classes very enjoyable for someone quite like my age. Surprisingly enough, if I like the classes, then it appears that my friends like them too. During that day, it was my first time being in the animation class, and when my classmates and I took our seats, the professor walked in, and he looked like he wasn't nice. Although he looked quite the opposite in appearance, but personality-wise, he is in fact very nice. He had a bald head, a pair of glasses, a white suit, a black and red striped tie, long black pants, and black shiny shoes. Once he made his way over to his desk, he stood there while crossing his arms behind his back and with a firm look on his face. The first thing he said to us was, "So, is this your first day of school class?" he asked. "I see. This class requires no books and we're going to learn about animation. If you've watched animated franchise of your very interests, then I'm going to give you an assignment. You are going to create your very own animation of whatever you desire to make in your own creativity, original or not," he announced. No response from my classmates or even me. Assuming that we all understand, he continued to speak to us in the same calm manner that he had been speaking to us before in the first place. Unfortunately, we are all ears for him. Before you start, I want all of you to obey the guidelines of this classroom. No explicit, violent, or graphic material, no lollygagging, no gross out humor, no cartoon crossovers, and no stealing content that isn't yours and claiming ownership over it. Any student, and I mean any student who simply breaks one of these rules, will automatically get an F for their project. Obey these guidelines and you will get an A on your project. Am I understood, class? After listening to the professor's lecture, we all quietly said, "Yes." "Good, now get your computers and start animating. I'll leave you all unsupervised for now, and by the time I get back, there better not be any nonsense, am I clear?" the professor said as we once more said yes. After that, he left the classroom and slammed the door shut. Everyone got busy and got on their computers, with the exception of me. All I did was just sit there, like I had no clue of what I'm supposed to do. That was until someone who decided to help me had become my friend after my clueless, puzzled self just sat there for at least 30 seconds, darting my head from left to right at the other classmates as they got onto their computers. This person's name was Nathan, and he seemed like a really nice person when I looked up to him. Now, looking back at him, he was a matter of fact, a very helpful person. I mean, he had used some of the classmates, or, well, at least a few of them, as voice actors for his animation. "Need help, buddy? Come on, I'll show you what I have so far. It's our animation after all, am I right? Or am I right?" he said. When I followed him, I found myself next door with a few kids whose names I don't even recall, just sitting there in their own seats with a microphone in front of each of them. The first person was male, that is younger than the other, and the other person that was female was slightly older than the other person. When they noticed me, they slightly smiled at me in a welcoming manner, as if they were glad to see me. I smiled back and waved at the two before following Nathan over to a desk that had a computer on it, with cables, wires, cords, and plugs, all perfectly plugged in with one another. Nathan motioned me to sit down in a chair that was in front of the other one with him, and the two of us began a conversation. The first person out of the two of us was Nathan, since I'm rather quiet. With a friendly smile, he nudged me with his shoulder, playfully, while winking. "So how's about you tell me your name, eh? I'm Nathan, an animator and an artist. Hoo-hoo boy. Trust me and believe, friend, you're gonna like me, I promise you. Come on, don't be shy, just tell me your name." I backed away slightly and faced away from the kid I was talking to. And being the quiet kid I am, I said, I began. "Stan," I said quietly. "What was that?" Nathan asked, and this time only a little louder, I said my name again. I'm Stan." "Stan? Not too shabby of a name. If you're attending an animation class and you don't know what to do, then I'm the guy to help you. Say, if you don't have any clue how to animate, then I'll be the one doing it for you. Now that doesn't seem like I'm all just too kind, right?" Nathan lounged in his chair with a grin on his face that I suppose wasn't to look mean or anything, but all he was trying to do was be my friend. I, on the other hand, didn't know how to dignify that as a response. I just sat there, quivering slightly the whole time. Nathan raised a brow at me like I was some lunatic or something. His smile was gone and he just asked me what was wrong. Now, if I didn't tell you before when I started typing this post, I suffer from Asperger's syndrome and I'm highly timid. I still am today, but I've improved a lot as time has passed by. "What's up with you? Is everything okay, Stan?" Nathan asked me in a concerned manner, and as he glared at me in a non-menacing way, but menacing or not, this made me nervous. Yes, I said to Nathan, making him put his smile back on his face. "Excellent," Nathan blurted a little. "It's going to be a surprise, so if you have any questions, you can ask me one right now, and I'll gladly answer it for you." I put my index finger and my thumb on my chin and thought for a moment. 15 seconds later, I came up with the best kind of response that I could think of. "What's the animation going to be about?" I asked. Nathan chuckled quietly before he opened his pie hole and answered my question, and he was so loud that I feared that even the professor would be able to hear him, despite the fact that he was miles from here. "Good question, Stan. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I'm going to give you the hint you need," he blabbered. "And that is," I muttered under my breath, but fortunately Nathan was able to hear my mumbles. "If you want to know what it is, then you can solve this riddle. It's about two bunnies that share friendship, kindness, and love with their friends. One is a troublemaker, and the other one is the one who takes care of the little bunny. It's a Sunshine TV show that you love oh so dearly, and it's been watched by tons. What is the show called?" Acting like I have no clue what it is, I turned around to look at the voice actors of whoever they are voicing in the animation. By looking at the male voice actor, he was shorter and younger, and the female voice actor was taller and older. I suddenly had the clue, and I figured out what the answer to the riddle was after at least, 4 minutes of struggling to solve the riddle. It came to me. Remember Nick Jr.? The answer to the question is obvious to you, but it's meant to be rhetorical. When I was little, I'd been watching Nick Jr. before my teenage years had came to me. One of those very shows I watched was Max and Ruby, and in fact, this Sunshine show is about two bunnies that go around spreading love and kindness with each other. Well, I suppose that you think that Max and Ruby is not the case during this scenario, but trust and believe it is. And in retrospect, Nathan made an episode of Max and Ruby of his very own, which I'll get into that later on because I want to tell you the full story, and I've always wished to since the very beginning before I made this post. Answering the riddle, I said, "Is it Max and Ruby?" I looked away for a second before turning face to face to my friend again. "Well, now it seems you finally figured it out, my friend. As you can see, Stan, I'm making an episode of Max and Ruby of my very own. I won't spoil the whole episode for you because I know how much people just hate spoilers, you dig?" Nathan glimmered, nudging me with his shoulder as he did before. "Don't worry your head off, Stan. I'll produce the episode, starting right about now." Nathan motioned me to hop on a computer, and as I did, he didn't tell me anything about my role for the episode's production sequence. Logging on the computer, I started to browse, and every now and then I turned my head to see Nathan drawing, animating, composing the background music, and using the voice actors to narrate Max Bunny and Ruby Bunny. And by looking at Nathan, he looked like he was having fun with making the episode. Wait, no, having fun is a little bit of an understatement. He looked like he was having a blast. While I looked at both him and the voice actors whose names I've forgotten, I turned my head to the computer and continued to browse and watch YouTube videos since I had nothing else to do. After approximately 3 hours of browsing the internet, I figured it was time for me to log off the computer and check on Nathan. Proceeding to do so, I stood up and checked on Nathan. The voice actor stopped narrating Max Bunny and Ruby Bunny, and Nathan was done with the animation. Are you finished with your animation, Nathan?" Nathan turned around and he had his arms crossed behind his back. He didn't look as jolly, he looked a little bit more so professional. He had what appeared to be a smug grin on his face, but I assume he did look a little more calm than he was before. "Why, sure I am, Stan. I won't let you see it yet, but..." He paused. I stepped back slightly, but I kept my balance and my eyes on Nathan. "I'll show my project to you tomorrow afternoon, and then to the whole class when the professor says we can show our animations." Nathan finished his sentence, and accepting his terms, I nodded and agreed. "Splendid. Catch you on the flight side, Stan." Nathan spoke one more time as he and the voice actors made their way out of the animation room, leaving me as the only person in the room. I seemed alone at this rate. The lights suddenly turned off, but the only thing that remained activated were a few lamps. Some generic lamps, some unique lamps like lava lamps and LED light lamps. The dull generic lamps flickered repeatedly as if they were to die off at any minute. But impressively enough, they were still alive and kicking. I made my move to check out what kind of episode of Max and Ruby that Nathan had made. I got onto the computer that he had used, and being smart, I made sure that I didn't spoil myself for the episode. All I wanted to do was find out what the title was going to be. As soon as I got onto the system that Nathan was using for animating as assigned by the professor, just like everyone else uses, I saw a text on the screen of what appeared to be what I was looking for. On the top center of the screen read, "Ruby's Afternoon Snack." Below the title was a play button in the center of what appeared to be the episode. The thumbnail appeared to be the interior of Max and Ruby's house, where the kitchen was located. On the table was a few sandwiches separated individually on small plates. No characters were present at the time, so I got bored and I got off the computer. Luckily for me, at least I found what I was looking for. I stood up and made my way out of the room. I opened the door, stepped outside the room, and slowly closed the door behind myself. Well, I could have watched the episode, but I didn't want to because I just had this feeling that Nathan could walk into the room at any second now, and I didn't want him to become concerned with my actions, because he told me he'd show it to me tomorrow afternoon before showing it to the whole class, when the professor says we'll present our animations on the projector. When I got out of the room, I suddenly noticed Nathan and the voice actors in a private chat in the professor's classroom, with no one else other than them being present. In fear, I hid as quickly as I could before Nathan could even see me. Funny thing is, I didn't want this weirdo to ask me where I was this whole time, as if I were to be caught by him, I would have to lie to him. This is why I'm not going to enter the risk of not being able to see the episode, nor do I want to lose a friend. And to say that I'm not an idiot, I will say that I did not even watch it before the day the professor and I watched the episode. While I was hiding, I was overhearing what the trio was having a conversation about, but I don't know all of it, because it's been a month or two since I've made this article. Here was what I thought I heard. Nathan: "You fellas did a great job with the voice acting. Maybe next time when the professor says we're going to make another animation, you can take it from here." Male voice actor: "Honestly, to say Nate, I kinda had fun with narrating Max screaming while being eaten alive." Female voice actor: "You made Ruby look like she was insane, and I'm sure of it that you can keep making more animations like this one." This was all I could remember from what they said in their conversation. When I heard something about Max screaming while being devoured and Ruby becoming, well, downright insane, curiosity got the better of me, and I was curious as curious can ever reach. The fullest extent of curiosity can never be. Probably deeper than the depths of space. That's how curious I was. And this was when I had to ask the professor if we could watch Nathan's animation, but of course with his permission. The time I was able to come out of my hiding place and look for the professor was when Nathan and the voice actors left the classroom to do God knows what else they will do now. I snuck out of the classroom and made my way down a hallway and proceeded to search for the professor. As I walked and walked, I looked left and right around the studentless hallways, and the first thing that came to mind was trying the conference room. As soon as I got there, the results were horrid. There was nobody there. However, I corrected myself when I thought in my head that the professor hadn't even had his first meeting yet. I thought that I had the answer, and I had the idea. He could be in somewhat of a teacher's lounge or something. When I made a turn and I made my way over to where this teacher's lounge was, or Lord knows where it was, I politely knocked on the door and called the professor's name. Through the glass, I could see the professor get up off the sofa and turn the door handle. As the professor opened the door, he saw me jabbing both index fingers together like jackhammers, having each of their own seizures. "Stanley, if you're here to talk to me, please make it important," he said with a stern look on his face. He crossed his arms and awaited my acknowledgement with the most patience he could ever hold. I was wondering if I could watch Nathan's animation with you before we present our animations," I shyly asked the tall, bald man, slowly stepping back from him. You seem to be giving me the idea to add that as a new rule to the guidelines, but very well then. If you want the two of us to watch the animated project, ask the original owner of the project for his permission. You have 10 minutes to ask Nathan and report back to me so I can make a disc of the project," the professor instructed. In response, I nodded my head and told him I understand. "Good. Go now. I'll be waiting in the lounge. Again, you have 10 minutes. Be back as quick as a bunny, Stanley." I nodded, and the professor went back into the room and shut the door behind himself and sat back down on the sofa. I made my way down the hallway to find Nathan, but I didn't know where he was. I had the time limit to ask Nathan if I could watch his project. Actually, no, I lied. The best lie I have ever thought of was about the professor sending me down to ask if the professor could watch his project himself. Fortunately, it worked as soon as I found him. He was in the back room of the professor's classroom with the voice actors, talking about something. I had the feeling to interrupt the conversation, and I had a reason to. The best I could do was approach the trio, and when I got closer and closer to the trio, the female voice actor caught me off guard. She got Nathan's attention, and when Nathan shot his head up and looked at me, I had stopped dead in my tracks from the inside. I froze right where I was. "Stan, what are you doing here? Did you come to talk to me? 'Cause I sure did miss you after all," Nathan beamed, now making a large grin on his face that spread a little, and by that, he was starting to kinda creep me out at this rate. I took a deep breath and exhaled before talking to my friend. "Nathan, I have something to tell you, and it's very important." Nathan looked at me and raised a brow, now losing the smile he had on his face earlier this very moment. "Uh-huh, I'm listening." Nathan sat down in a chair while I stood right where I was when I was caught. I was sent down by the professor to ask you if he could watch the project," I asked, but still in a very timid way. Nathan thought for a moment before answering the question. It was obvious, so I'm going to tell you that he just said yes, and he, however, gave me the case for the episode. We shook hands, and I went back to the teacher's lounge to find the professor. As soon as I got there, the professor was still sitting on the sofa as he was casually. I knocked on the door, but the professor looked at me through the glass and motioned me to walk inside. "Did you ask Nathan if we could watch this project, Stanley?" my professor asked. I nodded my head, and before he could say something else, I showed him the DVD case. If you want to know what the DVD case looks like, I'll just describe it in a few words. It wasn't really that exciting, and there was just nothing but white except for handwriting in black marker that read, "Nathan's Project." My professor raised an eyebrow and held his hand out, and motioned for me to hand it to him. Doing what I was told by my wonderful gentleman of a professor, I handed the case over to him, and he told me to follow him back to his classroom. Once we got there, he turned on his Epson interactive whiteboard, and while he was getting everything set, I pulled a black swivel chair out over in front of the Epson board and planted myself on the seat. Over to my left was the professor at his desk, placing the disc into his computer's optical disk drive and closing the tray. I turned my head to the whiteboard to see that the file folder automatically opened up by itself to reveal something in the quick access folder. Ruby's Afternoon Snack.AVI. There you are. Come to Papa, I thought to myself. My professor placed his mouse over the file and double-clicked it. Once he did, the file full-screened itself and went into Windows Movie Maker, showing a black screen for a second before revealing the opening sequence of Max and Ruby. My professor was rather puzzled. To make a long story short about his reaction, the video was 8 minutes long, about as long as a normal Max and Ruby episode. Because to say this, one episode of Max and Ruby is 8 minutes long. However, as soon as the intro ended, where Max and his sister waved at the camera from the window, as the children in the background said the title and giggled, they just stayed there for a moment before Ruby slowly moved her irises over to Max, and her eyes locked onto Max's without blinking, her smile still remaining. Max was oblivious of the way Ruby was staring at him, as he and his sister continued waving at the screen, as if it were to be an animation error. What in the name of, my professor said to himself as the screen fades into the episode title card. The title card featured Ruby in the house, and on the top right was Max playing with his toys. Ruby had a devious expression on her face. She was licking her chops, and her eyes were looking over to where Max was, while back-facing. The title of the episode read, Ruby's Afternoon Snack, in a dark blue color. In the background was Ruby exclaiming the title of the episode in her trademark sweet voice, like the way she's always been talking to Max. Ruby's Afternoon Snack, she chimed. Now, by looking at the image, I found it to be, well, suspicious, because it's the best way I could describe it. The title card faded out to open up into the episode, and the opening circle revealed the very beginning of the episode. It began with Ruby making what appeared to be a tea party with her dolls, and as she sat down with them, individually in each of their own chairs, she made her way over to a shelf to pick up some plastic teacups and a teapot, all of them colored in pink and with a white-shaped pattern all painted on each and every one of them. Ruby placed the teacups on small pink plastic plates and set them individually in front of the dolls that were sitting in the chairs. She was humming, pouring imaginary tea into the fake teacups using the plastic teapot. She sat at the small, round table pretending to sip tea, and as she did, the camera pans over to Max in the living room, playing with his toys. He eventually got bored and went upstairs to check on Ruby. Max peered through the door, before slowly opening it and steps foot into her room, unnoticed. He had his trademark smug expression, and proceeds to make a move. He made his way over to the table before proceeding to vandalize the tea party, such as taking off Curly Shirley's wig and putting it on Pinocchio, or folding the Rapunzel doll's dress over its head. Max giggled quietly before sneaking out of Ruby's bedroom to play with his toys. When Ruby turned back to the table, she noticed that her dolls didn't look right. Obviously, she knew this was Max's doing. Without further hesitation, she shuffled out the door and downstairs to find Max so she can lecture him. "Max?" she called her brother. Max giggled before grinning and making his way out the back door. He drops a banana peel on the grass, and as Ruby runs outside, she slips and falls when she planted her right foot on the banana peel. Max giggles again before running over to Ruby's garden to make one of his nauseating worm cakes. He picked up the heap of mud and worms before running inside the house and upstairs to his sister's room. And when he did, he took off chunks of the worm cake, opened the plastic teapot, and dumped them all into the teapot before running out to hide in the bathroom, giggling his fluffy butt off. The camera would pan over to Ruby now in the hallway, looking for Max. "Max? Max, where are you?" Ruby searched door to door, room to room. The last place she checked was Max's room, yet he wasn't there. I have to admit this animation is rather impressive, because it's drawn, animated, and narrated just like the original show itself. The fan-made episode continued on with Ruby searching around Max's room, looking under his covers, under his bed, checking his closet, everything. "Max, where in the world are you?" Ruby said with a bit of a mix of anger and anxiousness in her voice. The camera cuts to Max in the bathroom, and he was hiding in the bathtub. He barely even moved an inch, making the scene a little bit concerning. The screen zoomed in on Max's face, and he appeared to have lost the grin. Instead, he had a little bit of guilt plastered on his face, before the scene transitions over to Ruby, making her way to the kitchen to make lunch. If looking for him doesn't work, then I suppose making lunch for him will. Ruby proceeds to open the fridge, and when she does, she grabs the bread, a sliced tomato, some lettuce, slices of ham and cheese, a ketchup bottle, and a mustard bottle. She made 2 sandwiches for herself and her brother. "Max, come downstairs, it's lunchtime," Ruby called to her brother. The screen cuts to show Max's face, now with a smile. He runs out of the bathroom and makes his way downstairs into the kitchen. Once there, he was greeted with his sister, who watched him walk over to the dining room table and sit down. When Max sat down, Ruby sat in front of Max, picked up her sandwich, and took her first bite. Max looked at Ruby, and the next thing he knew, when he arrived at the dining room, was Ruby was looking at him funny. Max tilted his head slightly at his sister, and since he was usually nonverbal, he took his first bites of the sandwich. Ruby started to speak to her brother, still in the sweet and calm way she talks to other bunnies. "Max, I just want you to know why you've barged into my room behind my back and messed with my dolls. Is there a reason why you did?" Max, despite the fact that he was an infant, responds to his sister with his usual 1 or 2 worded dialogue. "Tea party," Max replied, still eating his sandwich. "No, Max, you can't join my tea party, because you always mess things up whenever I let you play with me," Ruby clarifies, now lecturing Max in the same voice she uses whenever she lectures Max. "When you get done eating, go straight over to the living room and just go play with your toys. Do you understand, Max?" Max glared at his sister as he slowly nodded and took his final bite of his sandwich. He stepped down from his chair and did what he was told by his older sister. He opened the toy box and started to play with his toys. I truthfully thought that the title card had just messed up with my head for a second, and that is until the final 4 minutes of the episode. The last 4 minutes play out with Max going into the living room to play with his toys. And while he was, the camera pans over to Ruby, now with the same sinister expression she had on her face, locking her eyes onto her brother's while facing away from him. She licks her lips slowly, and things were starting to become, well, intense, by all means. Before it became as intense as possible to straight up dark and traumatizing, Ruby went upstairs to her room to continue her tea party, and when she got there, she would notice some dirt falling down from the sprout of the teapot. "What the?" Ruby mumbled under her breath as she made her way over to the teapot, and once she opened the cap, she found dirt and worms from inside the teapot. The worms were wiggling around the dirt clumps. When Ruby saw the worm cake's chunks that remained in her teapot, she squealed in terror and immediately put the cap back on the teapot in a flash. Her fearful reaction turned into more so an angry one. She balls up her fists, raised them up, and she started to shake and growl viciously. "He's going to get it. He will get it today. I don't know when, I don't know how I will do it, but he will get it," Ruby hisses under an intimidating, soft-spoken voice. That was when I heard a loud growl that was coming from Ruby's stomach. She looked at her gut, and then she looked right back at the camera, at me, and she slowly formed a demented grin. "I'm hungry," Ruby said, in a way to creep both me and the professor out. The screen fades out to show Max still playing with his toys, and he eventually got bored. He puts his toys up and then brain farted. He didn't have anything else to do, so he started to wander around the house and cause as much trouble as possible. That didn't work either, as he grew more and more bored. The camera pans over to the stairs as Max walked upstairs to the second story to check up on his older sister. He approached the door to Ruby's bedroom, and strangely enough, there was no music in the background, which makes it a little freakier than expected. When he got there, he saw his sister, standing still next to her tea party table, with her back facing away. Max slowly approaches his sister, and when he got close enough, he tugged on her skirt, wondering if she was okay. Then Ruby turned around very slowly, and looked down at her younger brother, with the same grin she had during the previous scene. The way Ruby was looking at Max was just wrong, except that her smile had already worsened, and her ears were drooping down the sides of her head. "What's wrong, Max? Don't you want a hug from your big sister?" Max stepped back, and what was heard was a faint whimper from him. Ruby was slowly walking over to him, and she was licking her chops in a freaky way. As Ruby was slowly approaching Max, Max was backing away from his sister. He was backing away to the door to Ruby's room, and Ruby just kept approaching him, and her arms were barely moving an inch. Max, now developing a non-irrational fear of his sister, he turned his back and ran over to the door. He opened it and stepped out. When he looked back into the bedroom, Ruby was charging at him and letting out a loud scream. He slams the door to his sister's bedroom, and the camera would cut to Ruby in her bedroom for a brief moment. She ran into the door, followed by a grunt from her. The camera now panned over to Max, trying to find the nearest exit. He looked left and right in the corner of his eye he saw the front door. When he approached it, he tried to turn the knob and open the door, but unfortunately it wouldn't budge. He looked at the door that led to the garden, and when he ran over to the sliding door leading into the garden, he tried to open the sliding door so he could find an alternate way to escape. Sadly enough, that didn't work either, and that was when he heard Ruby's footsteps, and he saw her shadow coming from the stairs. The screen cuts to show Max with an expression on his face with multiple feelings. He appeared to be confused, delirious, and at the same time he was fearing for his life. He was alert and was looking left and right for a place to hide. Ruby's heavy breathing was heard as she made her way down the stairs. Max had no choice but to react quickly and find the nearest hiding place, because Ruby was almost reaching the floor. "Come here, Max, I won't hurt you," Ruby said, giggling darkly. Still fearing for his life, Max crawled under the sofa immediately when Ruby was stepping down the second to last of the stairs. The screen cuts to a first-person view of Max under the sofa for a brief moment. Outside the sofa was Ruby, searching around for Max, but her full body wasn't seen, and the only parts on Ruby that could be seen were her feet. She was pacing and pacing and pacing over and over and over. I already thought that Max would survive this dreadful day, and me and my foolish self, I wanted to see how it ended. But that's until the final 2 minutes of the video. I'll of course tell you the final 2 minutes if you want to know why I stated my high school experience was quote-unquote traumatizing. When Ruby was going to leave the house, as I've said before, Max let out a sigh of relief when his sister was planning to go to the garden. Ruby stopped dead in her tracks and she immediately shot her head back. She slowly turns around and walks over to the sofa in the slowest way possible. As Ruby made a turn, the camera follows her as she makes her way to the sofa, and when she made her way there, she looked under the sofa and found her said brother, hiding under the darkness of the sofa itself. "There you are, Max. I was looking all over for you. Are you gonna come out so you could join my tea party?" Max looked at her and noticed that Ruby did not look as savage as she was earlier, and he didn't seem any more afraid just by the way she looked. She looked perfectly normal, not looking as menacing. Ruby slowly reaches her arm out to Max, and as Max did the same, Ruby pulled him out from under the sofa. Ruby now looking Max in the eye with a giant grin on her face, and this part was completely messed up. Distorted music started trailing in the background, and Ruby started to open her mouth. Max's ears dropped, his eyes widened, and his pupils shrank. Before he could let out a scream of terror, Ruby shoved his head into her mouth and began from Max's head to his shoulders. A loud screeching noise was accompanying the messed up music that was playing, and as Ruby was shoving her brother down her throat, almost seizure-inducing lights were starting to flash rapidly in the greatest amount of speed. Max's echoing screams were heard as Ruby lifted her brother up with her mouth. She began to gulp him further and further into her esophagus. "Oh my god," my professor said. And speak of the devil, that's what I would want to say too, but my professor already did that for me. Just about the last minute of the episode, Max's feet were the only things that were left. They were no longer seen when Ruby had completely swallowed him whole. The distorted music and the screeching faded out as Ruby made her way upstairs and went down the hallway to her bedroom. She sighed and she would enter her bedroom and slam the door shut, concluding the episode. The closing circle of wood enshroud the episode into a black screen before a gunshot was heard, and cutting to the ending credits of the episode. After the first few seconds of the credits played out, my professor paused it, and he would stay silent for a moment before looking right at me. I was in a complete panic attack. All I did was sit there and shiver and cry. I did not speak. I did not reply to anything my professor said. I did nothing else but do the following. "Stanley, you stay right where you are. You aren't in trouble, but Nathan is, and I will be giving him a serious talking to." The only reply I made was just a whimper of trauma. The professor angrily stormed out of the classroom and he slams the door shut. All I did was do nothing other than just cry like a softie. I did not know what was going on, but I'm sure of it that Nathan is receiving the lecture of his life. Just a few minutes later, the professor walked into the classroom, dragging Nathan by the arm in a way that would look like his arm would pop right out of his socket, but thankfully there were popped bones. The professor furiously dragged Nathan into the animation room and shut the door, and behind that door I could hear the professor yelling at the top of his voice at Nathan in the angriest way possible. "I don't understand, Professor. What's wrong with my animation?" Nathan asked. Everything was wrong with it. And have you ever listened to the simple to understand guidelines I've explained to the whole class? Everything would have went fine if you were to follow these simple instructions. But no, you chose not to listen, and thus, this rewards you with an F- on your project. My professor hissed at the student he was yelling at. This conversation went on and on and on until the point where the professor escorted Nathan to the principal's office. I did not watch Nathan. I did not look at him. I didn't talk to him, and he didn't look at me. Afterwards, I stopped talking to him for at least a good few months, given the fact that he's the biggest weirdo I've ever met as a friend. I've explained to the professor that I have absolutely no clue how to animate, and as a response, he worked with me and helped me with my animation. It was poorly designed, but he still thinks it's good. I eventually got an A+ on my project when it was time to present our animated projects. I don't know what happened to Nathan, but I think he could be suspended or maybe had after-school detention, but this wasn't the case. What I'm really wondering is if we are still friends, and if he were ever to read this post. Lord help me if he does, because I don't want the friendship to end, and I still want to be friends with him, despite the fact that we haven't talked in a while. From what I do know is that he was unenrolled from the animation class for the rest of the school semester. As for me, I kept on getting A's and B's in my classes for doing what I was assigned. Nathan, on the other hand, was not. He just kept failing and failing and failing. I know you might think I'm a soft kid, but I sense that he might have some sort of mental disorder or whatever he has. On the bus rides home from now on during this semester, Nathan doesn't ride the same bus as I do anymore. He seems to be riding a different bus, and yet I remotely don't completely understand what the deal was ever since. As the days keep coming and coming, Nathan's personality has been changing gradually. He hasn't been as social or friendly to other people, or even me. Instead, he's been turning from a nice guy into a school bully, where he'd constantly torture other kids older than me, younger than me, or even my age. One day he attacked my professor, demanding him to let him back into the animation class, accompanied by violent threats. Being sent to the principal's office once more, he was expelled from school and he cannot even come back. The very last time I've ever seen my former friend was when he was forlornly sitting outside the front of the school and waiting for his parents to pick him up. As I said before, this guy was a complete weirdo, and I hope for the best for him, and the best kind of help he could get. I hope I never meet up with this student again because of the way he took his unenrollment from the animation class. Since then, I've learned a ton about animating, and I couldn't have taken in that knowledge and stored it into my brain if it weren't for the help of my professor. Yesterday, I made the choice of my animation class being my homeroom, and my homeroom teacher is my animation professor. As I keep on animating and animating, I reached the point where I had impressed my parents because of how I've been improving. Animation is really hard to learn, but somehow, I've gotten that A for my effort in my participants. Despite my childhood was ruined by my friend, Max and Ruby isn't gone from my mind forever. In fact, it's going to take more than that to ruin it forever, and I will still remember the days where I used to watch the show as a small child. If you were wondering how long it took me to type up this whole post, I would say that I took about 7 weeks to fill this out. And if you have any questions, just ask me, for I will answer them as soon as I can, and happily will. Now heed these last words of this post when you've read this post until the very end. I've made this account dedicated for the purpose of being informational. If you have questions, I'm going to be all ears for you, and I'll gladly answer them at any moment possible. If one has a question right now at this very moment, please, just ask. Ren and Stimpy, dirt like you belongs to the ground. Considering how I watch television constantly, every day, every night, every 24/7, 365, while sitting on my lazy butt on every weekend after school, I've never even bothered to help my mother because she's always been harping on me while I had other things to do, such as, you guessed it, homework. Lots of schoolwork, and not only homework, but I always have to keep on getting a new book every time I pass an accelerated reading test. The main reason for that is because of my horrible English teacher. I mean, don't get me wrong, I read and type very well, and in retrospect, you can see why. And it's also because this is my Reddit account, as you can see on this post. This post is intended to be informational, and unfortunately it's not really about kittens and rainbows. Don't get me wrong, I love kittens. Who couldn't resist snuggling them? But still, I'm not in the mood for that as of this day. The very least I could do is I'm going to talk about how weird television really is. The television shows I could ever remember was Invader Zim, SpongeBob SquarePants, Yogi Bear, Scooby-Doo, and a few live-action sitcoms such as ALF, Full House, and The Golden Girls. Today's television wasn't so much like the good old days. Lots of shows are weird. For example, there are Netflix shows I know that are weird and are still weird today. True and the Rainbow Kingdom, Larva, Agretzko, and Big Mouth. Secretly, I despise True and the Rainbow Kingdom because of its cheesy amount of views and its disgusting animation. Netflix thought it was just so good that they had to make even more and more versions of the show, and I consider them as duplicates instead of it being part of it. My aunt, who's taking her irritating 4-year-old bratty short-haired daughter Jocelyn to my house and staying there for a few weeks every once in a while, forces me to do stuff with Jocelyn together. And by that, Jocelyn puts me in a boot camp, and I don't know what else I'm supposed to do, and the only option was to play with her. And every time I try to get out of playing with her, she always goes and tattles to my mother in the most annoying, whiny voice that you would feast your ears upon. The voice of a real tattletale, and she has a face so stupid that even you would want to punch. My father seems to be a little more considerate to me than my mother is, and here's why. He doesn't harp on me as much, and when he does, he talks to me normally and calmly to me about the situation. He isn't as bothersome as my aunt, and he lets me do what I want to do, which inevitably leads to an argument between him and my mother, which starts out as an argument before turning into a flame war, which is until the point where they proceed to start shouting at the top of their lungs at each other. Eventually, they might soon divorce at some point in time, and I know how this might go when it comes to the divorcing of two parents, one male and one female. They continuously shout at each other like it's an internet argument, up until they plan a divorce, whether or not if they have a child, like me for example. But it's going to usually take place in a courtroom with a bunch of other wishing to be divorced couples. If I were to choose a parent who would officially take full custody of me, I would like to pick my father, and like I said before, my father acts more civil and nice than my deadbeat vegetable farming mother. As for television and internet, I still have cable, but there is the Roku that my mother uses for watching informational videos on YouTube that are political, such as Donald Trump related content and war documentaries about the Revolutionary War, World War I, and World War II. And one thing for sure is that I'm really tired of the garbage she's always been doing since I was 6 years old, when I even got to know who she really is. Both of my parents are opposite. For one, my father is very kind and good-natured, and my mother is plain rude, loud, irritating, abusive, and very nasty. It's a lot like the abusive father and caring mother concept, but except the roles are reversed only in this family. What I like doing with my father is that I watch tons of television and play lots of video games together. Not only that, but frankly he also goes fishing with some of his friends for a few hours before returning to shelter. The most viewed channels on television I've ever laid my irises and pupils upon were Nickelodeon, Nicktoons, Sci-Fi, Chiller, Adult Swim, Fox, and you also guessed it, sports channels. Yes, my father is also into sports, and I am, on the other hand, not into any of that stuff. I'm not super athletic, but I am pretty good at fighting, and I've still been training ever since. I've been watching Nickelodeon my whole life, and one of the many iconic shows I've ever watched and loved was a show called Ren and Stimpy. Sure, it has gross out humor, but it's not as bad as Fanboy and Chum Chum and Pig Go Banana Cricket. The show itself contains two characters consisting of the names of Ren Hoek and Stimpy J. Cat. Ren is a constantly rude and loud chihuahua, like my mother, and Stimpy is a red Manx cat, as if he were to ever look like one, has white gloves, a huge blue nose with visible nostrils, and an almost human-like posterior. These two characters are very well known once somebody were to ever understand what the whole concept of the show is about and what it consists of. The show constantly focuses on the two protagonists, and they don't go on adventures which really aren't fun per se, but the show is very entertaining once you watch it, in my honest opinion. But that is if you wish to view the Adult Party cartoon spin-off, which I've never even liked at all compared to the original version. The spin-off consists of adult humor, swearing, violence, and graphic content. Heck, there was even gore in it. The most messed up episode of the spin-off is Ren Seeks Help, where Ren is sent out of the house by Stimpy after he's been abused for years, where Ren goes to a therapy room where he talks to Dr. Horse about his past. If we were ever to think that there is no episode that could never get even more messed up than this, then I must be the one exaggerating over the whole thing if I thought it would never get any worse than this. That was until Christmas, where I snuck out of bed to wake up my father behind my mother's back and whisper to him that today was Christmas. What I do on Christmas Eve is tracking Santa Claus on the usual NORAD, which my father had mentioned a few years back before I could even make this post. On Christmas, my father and I went straight to the living room to find that there were tons of presents, only to find out that 99.1% of them had my cousin's name on them, because she is special, and is considered by both of my mother and my aunt as a sweet little angel, who's even more important and more special than me. This makes it seem like they barely even care about me, and they most likely would care less if I were to leave this state and never return. After digging through my cousin's presents for a while, I found a red-colored DVD cartridge-shaped present with a green bow tie, with my name written on it in a cursive font. I proceeded to tear out the package in the usual traditional holiday cheery fashion and was revealed as a Blu-ray DVD cartridge. It was a Ren and Stimpy episode collection, and there was a stamp on the front of the cartridge that says, "Now with a special episode," in a golden color and in a jolly font. Now, depending on whether this episode was real or not, I have seen this episode. There was one episode I'm going to discuss about, and it's the talk of this post. This episode was one that only one person had viewed, and nobody else on the planet has ever watched. At 12:30 a.m., I proceeded to sneak onto my computer while everyone else in my family was still sleeping, including my father, to place the disc into my computer. I went to the files, and in the quick access folder, I saw a file that was labeled Ren and Stimpy Collection.AVI. I double-clicked the file, and the very next thing I knew was that the computer automatically full-screened itself. On screen was a menu selection with Ren and Stimpy standing at both opposite sides. Ren is on the left side of the screen, while Stimpy was on the right side. Ren was scratching his head in confusion, and Stimpy was just standing there, looking stupid as always, which had suited his personality perfectly. The background was red and crimson, and the options were splatters of snot and green sludge. The background looked somewhat like the meat of a sloppy Joe, with a few bits of body hair embedded in the red sludges. On the splatters on the options were their labels. The text for the options looked similar to veins for when they turn purple. On the green snot splatters consisted of 4 options that read Play All, Episode Selection, Options, and Exit. Regardless, I didn't have any time to play all of the episodes in the middle of the night, so I decided to go into the episode list. Upon hovering my mouse and left-clicking the second option, a squish sound was audible. Luckily, I had my earbuds plugged in so my family cannot hear my laptop. The screen would take the view faster than a flash over to what appears to be a movie theater room, with Ren and Stimpy in front of it. Ren was laughing at what was on the film screen, and Stimpy had a popcorn container in his lap, throwing some kernels into his mouth. What was on the film screen appeared to be a bright and colorful cartoon. The cartoon featured a happy, childlike character skipping down a sidewalk in an exuberant demeanor, but it's in the form of a still shot. When I scrolled through the episode list, I got to the very bottom, and there, after the final episode, was the thumbnail and label of the special episode itself. The thumbnail featured a completely terrified Stimpy, screaming at the top of his lungs until his face turned red, tears of horror rolling down his eyes and dripping down his cheeks and chin. Under the thumbnail read, Special Episode in all capitalized letters with an exclamation mark at the very end. Curious as a cat, I proceeded to left-click the thumbnail, and it took me to a view in front of the film screen. The camera then zooms in, revealing a black and white film countdown for 5 seconds, before fading to black. Suddenly, before I could hover my mouse over to the timestamp, I was interrupted with a sine wave, with TV color bars on screen. At first glance, the quality was quite low for the test card, with colors of white, yellow, turquoise, green, pink, red, and blue at the top, with black and silver at the bottom of the screen. The test card was then cut off by a black screen, before fading into the show intro to the Ren and Stimpy show. However, in retrospect, as soon as the intro ended, the light blue background with the paper hole in the center did not contain the titular characters. In fact, there were no characters to be seen. Even the title was missing. At the bottom center of the screen read, created by John Cristofalusi and Bob Camp. The screen then vanished to show the title card of the episode. The name of the episode in a snot yellow color was labeled, Dirt Like You Belongs to the Ground. The title card artwork contained Ren laying down inside of an open ditch, looking up at a shadowy silhouette, which appears to resemble Stimpy. His eyes were white and his ears were not present, but only in the title card though. Thankfully, I do remember the entire episode, and that is why I'm writing this post. The camera then cut to black, before it shows the sky, and as the camera zoomed downwards, it shows the neighborhood. After a glance at the neighborhood, the camera panned over to Ren and Stimpy's house, before showing the bedroom. Ren's eyes fluttered open. Then he got up with a yawn. He stretches his body, followed by the sounds of his bones popping and cracking. "Oh," he croaked. "I hope Stimpy isn't going to mess things up like last night," Ren muttered to himself before he rolls out of bed and makes his way over to the dining room. When Ren got to the dining room, Stimpy was almost done with making breakfast. The camera shows a close-up of what Stimpy made for both himself and his friend. What was on the 2 plates was a bacon strip and a pair of cracked eggs. They were both in the form in a completely full-on perfect smiley face. And then it shows Ren, sitting in the first chair of the dining room table, with a fork and butter knife in his hands. "Gee, Ren, you sure do look tired today. Go and get some coffee. Then you may eat breakfast and get ready for the day," Stimpy told Ren, while Ren, on the other hand, just slumped off of the chair to make himself some coffee. Upon doing so, he would place the cup of coffee on the table. Then he sat back down and picked up his silverware again. "Pass it over, you fat buffoon, I'm starving," Ren scowled, banging his silverware on the table demandingly. Ren bared his teeth while grinding his teeth at his friend impatiently. "Here you go," Stimpy began, before he passed the plate of the bacon strip and the 2 eggs in front of Ren. When Ren looked at his meal, he licked his chops hungrily. "Eat up, and if you want some more, just ask," Stimpy said before putting on a bib and picked up his silverware. Ren downed his food already, and he puts his plate and silverware in the sink so Stimpy could watch them afterwards. "Ren, why am I the only one who washes your dishes?" Stimpy asked. Ren facepalms and he starts to explain the reason why he did such a thing. "It's because we take turns doing chores every day, Stimpy. About what you said one day, I do the chores, and the other day, you take a turn, and so on and so on. Did you forget about what you said 2 years ago?" Ren raised his voice only to make Stimpy quiver in fear. Now Ren, I understand what you were saying, but there should not be a reason to yell at me like that. To tell you the truth, Ren, I forgot what I said, and it can happen to anyone. If you believe me..." Stimpy tried to reason with Ren only to make him angrier. "Was I yelling at you, Stimpy? How loud was the volume of my voice when I answered the question you had asked 10 seconds ago in the first place?" Ren asked. Stimpy thought for a moment before he would say nothing, only to wash Ren's dishes. "I thought that Stimpy..." Ren snarled before going back to the living room. As he made his way there, he sat on the recliner and kicked back before he turned on the television. The scene cut back to Stimpy, who just got done eating his breakfast. He took his dishes and he washed them the same way he had done before to Ren's dishes. The camera cuts to show Stimpy's face, only to show a very forlorn expression on the Manx cat's face. After a few seconds of showing Stimpy's forlorn face, the camera cuts beside him to show him closing his eyes and looking downwards as he washes his dishes. Stimpy slowly, and I mean very slowly, puts his dishes in the dishwasher before walking out of the dining room. His eyes, however, were locked with the screen, as if he were to be looking at me. And the most worrying part is that he still kept that sad expression. Stimpy put his index finger and his thumb onto his chin for a moment before he heads upstairs to grab his purse. As the camera follows him, the bedroom was now in shot, revealing the bedroom door. The door slowly creaks open, showing Stimpy stepping foot into the bedroom. When Stimpy walked into the bedroom to get his purse, he noticed that the door had slammed shut behind him. "Stimpy?" Stimpy shot his head back to see Ren, who looked severely disappointed. "Ren, what are you doing here?" "I just went to get my purse to go to the store, that's all." Stimpy began to tremble in terror, with the sound of his heavy breathing being present. Stimpy backed away slightly from the angry chihuahua, while he smiled nervously. "It's not even past lunchtime yet, you idiot. The next time you get your purse this early during the day, right after breakfast, I'll make sure I send you out of the house." Ren leered at his friend. Ren would walk out the door while looking back at Stimpy and pointing at him. "You better wait until noon, you bag of hairballs. Got it?" Ren yelled furiously, only for Stimpy to whimper and nod his head in fear. "Of course I understand, Ren," Stimpy whined, and when the camera zooms into Ren, he would squint his eyes and give Stimpy a dirty look. "You better put that purse back where it came from," Ren said, before slamming the door aggressively. Everything in the episode went dead silent for a moment, before the screen cuts to Stimpy, looking down, drooping, with his eyes closed. Stimpy laid on the bed on his front side, and began to sob in a pillow, and what I could also hear is his muffled cries, though they had sounded a bit quiet. The scene then transitions over to Ren watching television. The camera cuts to a close-up of the TV, which had shown something so awful that I didn't want to say it, but it's for the sake of the information on this post. On the television was the news channel. An anchorman was discussing about George Liquor, who has been arrested for abuse of animals and was sentenced to 38 years in prison. The television showed George Liquor, as spoken about by the anchorman, laughing psychotically while torturing a group of dogs with an inky black colored whip. He continuously struck at the dogs with the whip, making them whimper and attempt to flee, but their objective failed horrendously. Ren, obviously bored, switched the channel to a reality show about boxing. He just sat there with crusty eyes full of visible eye boogers, showing the mood that he's in. He appeared to be very delirious, tired, and extremely stressed out. Ren would sigh before making his way to the kitchen, and sat at the dining table, resting his hand under his chin. Stimpy, come downstairs and make me lunch. It's noon and I don't want to wait all day for your lazy butt to just sit and vogue like an idiot you are." Ren called the Manx, but there was no response, not even a whimper. "Stimpy, where are you?" Ren called again, but there was still no response. Out of anger, Ren yelled at the top of his lungs impatiently. "Stimpy, if you don't come downstairs and make lunch, then I'm gonna make lunch myself, and you won't have to worry about dinner tonight because you won't get anything." Ren did not get any more responses, before groaning and making his way upstairs in search of his friend. The first place he searched was the bedroom. When he opened the door, the room was darkened, and the only thing that was slightly lit up was the left corner. Stimpy was sitting in the corner, and what supported the lighting for the corner was a lamp with a flickering light bulb. "Stimpy?" Ren slowly stepped foot into the bedroom and approached Stimpy cautiously. "Stimpy, are you alright?" This was when the nightmare began. Stimpy quickly shot his head back at Ren, screaming at the top of his lungs. And when he screamed, the sound of his voice hit me, and by that it was at least 10 decibels loud. It took me 30 seconds for my ears to recover from the damage that was done to them, but at least they didn't explode like a nuclear bomb. His eyes were bloodshot and they were bulging out of his sockets, with veins of purple and red on his arms and scalp. Stimpy's teeth were sharp and cat-like. And his hands, they had real cat claws and they were soaked with fresh blood. There was a red shading outline around Stimpy. He yelled out to Ren in the most aggressive voice I've ever heard from such a friendly character like him. "Does it look like I'm okay, Ren? Does it?" Ren gasped before taking a step back away from his friend. "I suppose not, but why are you acting like this? What even happened to you?" Ren's face shifted from concern to terrified as he slowly backs away. Stimpy was crawling on all fours like a regular feline. "Oh, you have exactly no idea. You have no idea what you did to make me this way." "Well, mister, I don't know what I did to make my best friend into a monster. Look at me. Just look at me, Ren. After all you put me through, you've successfully pushed me over the edge," Stimpy yelled, revealing his true colors. Ren felt severely guilty, so he came up with a way to make Stimpy feel better. "Maybe I can make lunch and dinner. How does that sound? You won't have to worry about a single meal for today and tomorrow," Ren suggested. And the next thing I saw that Stimpy had done made my heart sink to its core. Stimpy hissed like a vampire, showing a snake-like tongue flailing in his mouth, before clawing Ren in the face. The camera for a brief moment showed a close-up of the claw marks on Ren's face, and yes, there was literal blood dripping down each claw mark on the Chihuahua's face. The shot was highly detailed, similar to any other close-up that is shown in any other episode of Ren and Stimpy. The camera goes back into shot with Ren touching the claw mark and noticing the blood dripping down his face. He saw it on his fingers and on the palm of his hand, before looking in horror at Stimpy. "Stimpy, how could you?" Ren's face now immediately changed from fear to anger. "Why did you do that, Stimpy?" Ren snarled. "Because karma will get you eventually, Ren. Have you learned what karma is? It's come to my attention that the beginning of the abuse had already began when we had just met. The first time we were friends, you abused me. The second day we were still friends, you abused me. The third day we were friends, you abused me, and on and on and on, as if I were ever to call you a friend anymore. Because, look at me, you made me into a monster, Ren, and there is no excuse for any of the things you've always done." Stimpy ranted at Ren in the sharpest voice he had. Ren looked a little guilty on the inside, but he still looked pretty angry on the outside. The very reason why I've claimed that Ren looked slightly guilty is because there was a slight gasp before he could speak. He had looked into his hands in regret before he fires back to his friend. "Do you think I wanted to become this way, Stimpson J. Cat? I do want you to be my friend, but I'm tired of your stupidity. If you still think that you are any better than me, because you aren't, you idiot. You're stupid, you're worthless, and to sum things up, you're all but a lazy good-for-nothing instead of what I would call a friend." Ren stomps over to Stimpy, and before he had the chance to pick Stimpy up by his neck, Stimpy proceeds to kick Ren to the door, before quickly knocking him out with a flower pot. And I swear to the name that is holy, I heard him snicker. The screen vanished to a tar black screen before it goes back to Ren, who finds himself in an empty room, tied up to a wooden chair with a white light pouring down on him. Everything that was around the room was foggy, making it hard for Ren to see. Where am I? Stimpy, where are you? I want to be free immediately. And the game you're playing isn't very funny, you sack of dust bunnies, Ren said, with a bit of anger being pushed into his voice. I heard a cackle from the background, and it sounded somewhat surprisingly enough like Stimpy's. The screen then shifted from the tied-up Chihuahua to a door with gray fog surrounding the area. The door opened up and I saw the silhouette similar to Stimpy's, like in that title card, only except that he looked a little bit more menacing. He was dark and his eyes and mouth were paper white, and in his teeth there was a red substance dripping down his lower lip. The screen cuts back to Ren, zoomed into his face. He was shivering in fear, and if he were to ever use his hands, he would be begging for mercy by the look on his face. "Stimpy, don't you dare come any closer to me. Stay back," Ren begged, only for the silhouette of Stimpy to approach. And as it got any closer to Ren, he was panicking, wishing for a miracle to save him. And at this rate, there is no such thing as miracles at the moment. I'm warning you," Ren stuttered, trembling in fear under the wrath of the rope that had tied him up. The silhouette of Stimpy grins wider and wider, until the smile completely takes over half of his face, which it is starting to scare even me, up until the point where I became just as scared as Ren of that thing that I call Stimpy. However, I was right, that thing is Stimpy, just by the way the shadowy figure looked and the way it acted. Aren't friends supposed to be close to each other and always be by their side, Ren? We are friends, aren't we? Stimpy tempted with a low growl in a cat-like manner, as he continued to slowly approach the Chihuahua. Ren tried to struggle free, but it was no use. The rope was tied in 5 good knots, making it hard for Ren to find a way to break free. The screen then showed the shadowy Stimpy, and what remained in his hand was a disheveled, rusty kitchen knife, covered in dry blood. "Wanna know why I'm doing this, Ren?" he whispered. "Why, Stimpy?" Ren murmured. It's because, Stimpy began before his voice changes into something that is so demonic, so echoic, and so loud that it was almost deafening. "You should have gotten what you deserved a long time ago, Hoek." and because of that, I paused the video to turn down the volume. When I opened the volume settings, I noticed the problem. The volume percentage was on 100%, which had left me severely annoyed. When I reduced the volume to 23%, everything was much better than before. Stimpy lunged out at Ren before slicing his stomach open with the rusty knife, making a large wound that is clearly visible on the poor dog's body. Ren's ear-piercing howls of agony sounded through my earbuds. Stimpy cuts deeper and deeper into Ren's stomach, making him scream louder and louder. He struggles to break free, but yet again, the rope kept him still, and the only part of his body that he was able to move was his head. Stimpy claws Ren in the face, only except it was harsher than before. Ren started to sob in pain, and when he looked into Stimpy's eyes, there was nothing more except all levels of insane. "Do you feel it now, Ren?" Stimpy said with a giggle before proceeding to topple the chair. The chair falls over, and Ren had hit his skull on the floor, followed by the sound of a grunt. Stimpy slashes at Ren once more, but he accidentally cuts the rope, breaking Ren free. Ren didn't move, but he was still alive. The cut in his stomach still remained in his body, still drooling crimson red blood. Ren slowly puts one hand over his wound, before getting on his knees and looking up at the cat. "Now I understand who you really are, Stimpy. If I'm the first one to die before you, you will eventually be dragged along with me," Ren snarled. He had an angry look on his face, with tears rolling down his cheeks. He slowly crawls towards the Manx, with the bloody knife still held in his glove. I didn't get it. I thought this was going to be a really stupid episode like the rest of them, but I was wrong. It was all wrong. It didn't even make any sense because Stimpy wouldn't bother to fight back against the wrath of Ren, no matter how aggressive the Chihuahua can be. I don't even consider bothering to prefer one race over the other. Just so you won't get me wrong, but I prefer dogs and cats equally. The episode progresses with Ren and Stimpy in the same room as I had described for you. Before, out of shock, Ren, despite being heavily injured, began to jump onto Stimpy and claw at him like a wild animal. The screen cuts to black for a few seconds before it shows Stimpy knocking Ren out with the handle of a knife, presumably knocking him out temporarily. That is, until the next scene. Stimpy grabs Ren's left leg and dragged it off screen, before the camera pans over to show the door that he had entered through. I basically had this strange feeling where I felt bad for Ren, and at the same time I didn't. The door to the room, while it was open, showed nothing but a bright, white, heavenly light. Stimpy walks towards the entrance of the room, as the camera had showed a back-facing view of him dragging Ren out of the room and out of the door. As soon as he left the room, while he vanished into the light with Ren, the door shut behind itself, showing nothing but pure darkness of the room. The scene transitions over to show what appeared to be the backyard, with a ditch and a gravestone. The camera zoomed in to get a better shot. What also remained in the backyard was Stimpy, a shovel in his hand, and in his other hand was Ren's unconscious body, dragging Ren by the leg. Stimpy was facing away from the camera slightly, and while he was, he held the shovel in his hand. "Before I bury you, Ren, I have one more thing to say," Stimpy whispers in a very unnerving way, before lifting Ren up, about to drop him into the abyss. "Dirt like you belongs to the ground," he snapped. He slowly let go of Ren's leg after dangling him over the abyss, and when he lets him go, Ren fell down into the lightless abyss of the ditch in slow motion, to be consumed by the darkness. He was facing away from the camera, and before I thought the nightmare was over, Stimpy slowly, and when I mean slowly, I mean very slowly, turned around to face the screen, now with that usual stupid look that he puts on. He no longer looked intimidating. He looked like himself again. He faced the camera for 15 seconds, and I swear he creeped me out when he broke the fourth wall. He winked at the camera, and I'm not lying to you when I say this, because he literally winked at the screen directly at me. When he winked, the screen vanished to black before showing a very unsettling picture that was indeed creepier than the title card. This horrendous image featured Ren at the very bottom of the ditch, laying down in a coffin. His fur and skin were dark green, and his eyes hadn't even featured any irises and pupils. Instead, they were black X marks. The color of the inside of the ditch was a bluish shade. Ren's body had tons of holes, with worms squirming in and around them. His mouth was open and his tongue was hanging out of his maw. The blue light illuminated the inside of the ditch, and on the wall above Ren's head was a shadow of Stimpy with a wide grin on his face. In Ren's left hand was a paper card that read, "The End" on it. The screen then faded to darkness before it takes me back to the main menu selection screen. I clicked the exit option, and I already figured that I've had enough computer time for the night. The screen took me back to my desktop. It was completely and perfectly normal, no damage done. I opened the disc player and took out the disc before putting it back into the DVD cartridge, and once I did, I powered down my computer, put the DVD cartridge back under the Christmas tree, and I snuck right back into bed. It was already 1 hour and a half past 12:30 anyways. I stumbled my way back to my bedroom before I jumped onto my bed and got under my covers. When I fell asleep, I had a ton of weird dreams. They were insanely surreal, and they were all one mess all formed into one blob. honestly think that these weird dreams that I'm making in my head is probably most likely the fault of the episode of Ren and Stimpy that I've already watched that night on Christmas Eve. At 8:30 a.m. I woke up and went to the bathroom. There was no sign of my aunt and her waste of flesh of a daughter. I let out a sigh of relief and I went to the bathroom in peace. After I urinated, I flushed the toilet, washed my hands, and without forgetting, I put on some deodorant. When I went into the living room, I noticed that my niece's presents were no longer in sight. Instead, I had all kinds of great presents. I had already found out that it was all thanks to my father. Right after Christmas, it was this Saturday that my father and I went to court, and he is now able to take full custody of me. And to make matters better, my mother is sentenced for life in prison after the crime she had committed. She was arrested for armed robbery, forgery, abuse, and drunk driving, which I was oblivious about, except for the abuse part. I mean, she was extremely abusive towards me since the very beginning. When I looked behind myself, I saw my mother in an orange inmate jumpsuit, which was the outfit I've been wanting her to wear for a decade ago. Afterwards, my father and I moved into a better house with better internet. It did take quite some time for my stuff to be moved into the house that I am still in today, and I bet you were wondering how long it took me to type all this up. Well, I would say that I was typing this post for 2 months since it did take me some time for my stuff to get here. I've got my video game systems, my computer, and my television. And yes, we do have cable from right where I am. And I did make sure to save all my progress I've made on this post that I've been typing up for these estimated 2 months, as I said before. I still have that Ren and Stimpy DVD case, and I still use it. But I'm never going to watch that so-called special episode ever again. And I will never forget what happened that dreadful night. Three Stooges, Dead Dunderheads. When the original Three Stooges aired in 1930, it was obviously going to be a big hit. It aired in almost every movie theater. Three Stooges were only known in movie theaters for the first few years, across the country. Three Stooges had begun to air on television and had multiple spin-offs, including the Three Stooges with Moe, Joe, and Larry, or the Three Stooges with Moe, Shemp, and Larry. But everyone's favorite was probably the Three Stooges with Curly Howard. Opinions began to change when almost every Three Stooges fan was exposed to one of the most shocking episodes yet. It was 1947, and the episode Half-Wit's Holiday was about to come to theaters. The episode marked the end of the Moe, Larry, and Curly era, as Curly had suffered a major stroke on set. Surprisingly, the episode only aired in 2 or 3 theaters in the US, and only a few people had attended the screenings for it. On the 4th day of its release, the film aired at a small suburban neighborhood shopping center. The shopping center had a theater with the latest films of the generation. According to police, only 3 or 4 individuals had arrived in the theater to watch a simple screening of what they thought would be Half-Wit's Holiday. It was later revealed it was much more than that. The episode started off normally, as any regular episode would. The title frame slowly faded into view and remained on screen for a good minute. This is when things began to go awry. The title frame began to shake violently, then disappeared altogether. Viewers were shown a white screen for a good 5 minutes, and reported quite a ruckus, possibly a struggle of an individual. An alternate title frame slowly faded into view and was simply labeled The Three Stooges. In a similar font, except without the faces of the main actors and the music playing in the background, the title frame faded out and the name of the episode was widely printed across the screen. The words read, Dead Dunderheads, for a split second, then abruptly transferred to Dead Dunderheads, then simply just to Dead. The screen quickly transferred to the actual episode. A camera faced a room with no furniture, with the exception of some tarp on the ground and a ladder in the background. It apparently looked as if a room was being remodeled. A man dressed up as Moe waddles onto the screen reluctantly, wearing a cheap bowl cut wig that looked as if it was about to fall off. A tag is clearly seen in the back of the wig, whether it was for entertainment purposes or not. The man had a worried look in his face, his eyes darting around the room nervously, his fingers constantly fidgeting. He appeared to be waiting for someone to come on screen. Small murmurs are heard in the background, and after about 30 seconds, a so-called Curly is apparently pushed on screen. Curly was an overweight man with a black eye and multiple cuts on his cheek and scalp. His mouth was slanted in a downward position, and he too looked nervous. He told Moe to go check the flooring on the other side of the room in an unprofessional way, quietly with a couple of words slurred. Moe shuffles off camera, and as soon as he leaves the side of the camera, a so-called Larry walks onto screen. This had to be the worst of the two. It was a female with her hair messily cut and styled to represent the original Larry from the original Stooges. During lines, she would occasionally sob or mispronounce a word or two. Curly tells her that he needs to fix the roof and points to the ladder. By now, tears are clearly visible streaming down Larry's face as she hesitates to walk over to the ladder. She finally seems to build up enough courage to climb up a few steps on the ladder and proceeds to work on the roof with a wrench. Curly then bends down and pulls out a toolbox. He reveals that he has multiple sharp, dangerous tools with him and lays them out on the tarp. For a few minutes, everything seems too normal. Around the 3-minute mark, Mo walks onto the screen, stares at the ladder that Larry is working on, and heaves a sigh. He slowly walks by the ladder as the camera zooms in on his feet. One of his feet gets caught on one of the legs of the ladder, and the ladder is swept from underneath Larry. Mo hits the ground hard as the ladder comes crashing down. Larry falls onto the ground on top of the ladder, along with the wrench, which hits Mo in the back of the head. Mo appears to spew blood on the ground, but by the next frame the blood is gone and Mo is cleaned up. A look of pain comes onto the face of female Larry. He struggles to stand up and it appears that he landed on his wrist. He clenches his wrist tightly as he walks over to Mo, waits for him to stand up, and pokes him in the eyes rather aggressively. Mo cries, "Ow!" and falls to the ground, his hands covering his eyes. He quickly works himself up, giving Larry a death glare and saying a chilling line. "If you want a war, you'll get a war." He smacks Larry upside the head, leaving Larry distorted and in pain. He pushes Curly out of the way, who has finished laying out all his tools. Mo bends down and picks up the screwdriver. He trudges over to Larry, who is still hunched over in pain. He taps on Larry's shoulder. Larry looks up and Mo drives the screwdriver into Larry's eye. By now, 3 of the 4 audience members have gotten up and left the theater. Children crying, women shaking with fear. The only remaining audience member was a male in his 20s, an amateur movie maker studying the art of movies and television shorts so that one day a film could be in the theaters. Sure, he was disgusted, but he had no idea that it was real. He continued to take notes about the film's violent nature. The 3 audience members report to the staff, who assume that the wrong movie is playing, and also assume that everyone has left the theater, so they leave the film running. Mo lets go of the screwdriver and puts his bloody hands over his eyes, appearing to block the violence away from his vision. The camera now focuses on Larry, now crying, blood running down his face. Larry drops to the tarp and passes out from shock. It is unknown if Larry is even alive by now, but if it even matters, Mo bends down and yanks the screwdriver out of Larry's eye. The screwdriver possibly penetrated the brain, leaving Larry motionless on the tarp. Mo faces the camera and mutters, "You heartless sick ba—" The film is obviously edited out, because a puddle of blood is now formed underneath Larry, and Mo had multiple bruises and cuts on his face now. The man watching the film later complained to the authorities that the film began to get fuzzy and distorted, giving me a headache. A headache indeed. The film appeared to be damaged at this part in the film reel, as the screen flashes white and black rapidly, leaving the next series of events illegible for the next few minutes. After the flashing stops, the audio appears to not work anymore. As it appears, Mo is saying something to Curly, but it's impossible to hear what they are saying. Since the beginning and the end of the white flashing, Mo appears to have new cuts and Curly appears to have a sliced lip. Larry is now obviously dead, but the actors take no notice to him. Mo now appears to be sawing some wood with a rusty old saw, and Curly is hammering some nails into the wall for no apparent reason. As Curly walks across the room to get some more nails off screen, he slips on one of the tools he laid out and reaches for Mo to help him. He accidentally grabs the saw, scratching his hand vulgarly as he hits the ground with a thud. The audio abruptly begins to work again here, and Curly is now heard whimpering as he crawls off screen, leaving a trail of blood. "You fool! Someone could have gotten hurt," Mo shouts. He scolds Curly while he walks back onto the screen by giving him a sturdy punch in the stomach. A strange look comes onto Curly's face as he bends over and vomits up a little fluid. Small chuckles and snickers are heard in the background as Curly returns to punching nails in the wall, now breathing heavier as if he was about to burst into tears. About 5 minutes pass and Curly asks for some help from Mo to nail some more nails into the wall. Mo holds the nail as Curly hammers the nail more and more into the wall. You'd expect Curly to hit Mo on the thumb with the hammer, but it luckily doesn't happen. Instead, when Mo walks back to saw some more wood, he asks Curly for some help. Curly holds the wooden plank for Mo, who messily cuts and deliberately lets the saw blade graze Curly's fingers. Curly quickly draws away with a furious look in his face, picks up his hammer and swings the hammer into Mo's genitals. As Mo falls to the floor, blood and semen leak out his pants. He gasps for breath as he grabs Curly's leg and begins to bite. Curly gives another swing of the hammer to Mo's hand, leaving it dislocated with the bone snapped. Mo crawls over to the saw, now on the floor, and throws it at Curly. The saw blade penetrates Curly's big round belly as blood oozes out of both his stomach and his mouth. He lets go of the hammer, which falls upon his toes, making a large, echoing, cracking sound. Curly begins to mumble gibberish and slurred sentences about toys and sports, then rude remarks about his mother and his genitals. As he talks and faces the camera, blood often manages to shoot out of his mouth and onto the lens of the camera. During the middle of one of his sentences, he collapses to the ground, barely even alive, and manages to grab the hammer, still mumbling on and on about nonsense, and heaves it with his last bit of strength at Mo, who is now unconscious. The hammer slams into his back, shattering his spine. Curly manages to laugh a little bit, but then passes out from blood loss. Loud laughter is now heard as the film reel decays, leaving a plain white screen. The laughter soon fades out, and the one man in the audience is left in awe. The police arrive a few minutes later, who manage to seize the film and evacuate the theater from possible threats. Aftershock and analysis. When the police entered the room where the film was being projected onto the screen, they found a man, supposedly the one who was originally supposed to air Halfwit's Holiday, tied up and intensely beaten. The man remembers little and is worried that the man who tied him up might come back and kill him if he gives any information to the police. It's obvious that the wounds that the man had taken were not self-inflicted, but he's still a major suspect in this case. The man who had made the film reel is said to be a sadistic filmmaker who was addicted to the Three Stooges. The police have no information on him at all, apart from some evidence from the film. Police have three things to work with in the film. For a few seconds, a shadow appears of the man holding something similar to a clipboard. The shadow then goes out of sight. The second piece of evidence is a few mistakes he had with the film, as he had accidentally revealed his tone of voice with a few snickers he had let escape out of his mouth multiple times. His voice is deep and hollow, and it seems to belong to a white man in his 50s. The third piece of evidence is visible when the man appears to signal for something to come to him, letting his hand come onto the camera. His hand had multiple scars, wrinkles, and freckles, signaling that he is in his late 50s when the film aired that day. The actor for Curly was actually an autistic man kidnapped from the mental hospital where he wandered out the front door and down the street. The actor for Mo was a businessman who was addicted to drinking alcohol and doing drugs. He was kidnapped on his way home from work. The actress for Larry was a cheating wife who had 4 husbands. She was kidnapped while walking to her job. The three had no relations in any way, but what the police did discover is that they each had flaws in their lives, and the police assumed that the madman wanted to make life more perfect by erasing all flaws from the human race. The film was shot on location in a local abandoned office building. The actor for Mo was pronounced dead. The actress for Larry was also pronounced dead, but the actor for Curly was in critical condition and was on the verge of death. He slowly recuperated and managed to live for a few more years until committing suicide. He did not tell the police much, but what he did tell was rather helpful. The bad man ran out the door and drove away. He told one of his friends that he was going far, far away. Police have been on lookout all over the country, but there's been no luck. The reward for capturing him has been raised to $5 million. Columbia Pictures was notified about this event, but refused to comment on it. A couple of workers quit from Columbia shortly, believing that one of them could possibly have been the sick person that wrote this. As for the amateur filmmaker, he came to be my grandfather, who happened to tell me this whole story. He's been questioned by the authorities as well, and is also another major factor in this. The man who had filmed the film, though, is probably dead. If he was in his 50s 70 years ago, the case can be dismissed and all can be at peace. Well, I'd love to tell you more, but I have to leave. Someone was talking to me about starring in an independent film. 7/25/2005. On the night of July 25th, 2005, Nickelodeon experienced a mysterious and unexplainable glitch during the airing of one of the episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants. This strange glitch caused this specific SpongeBob episode to glitch out and morph in strange ways. A few lucky people were able to catch a glimpse of the episode, and some clips of the episode made it onto YouTube, making this occurrence known to the public. I myself am one of the people that witnessed the incident. I was chilling at home one night scrolling through channels on the remote and found that an episode of SpongeBob was airing on Nick. I was bored at the time because I didn't know what to do that would keep me entertained, so I decided to watch it. The episode that was on was Your Shoes Untied / Gary Takes a Bath, though I believe I missed a part of the episode. I continued watching, but I noticed something odd. When Patrick said, "Hey SpongeBob," SpongeBob wouldn't move. He wouldn't even reply. He just stood there as the camera zoomed into his body. Patrick was confused at this. "SpongeBob?" he asked, but SpongeBob didn't reply. He just stood there staring at the screen as the camera zoomed in on him. Then SpongeBob got up for a split second twice, which made it look like he was gasping for air. It continued to stay on SpongeBob's body until cutting to static after a few minutes. Now I've seen the episode a million times, but this wasn't it. It cut to SpongeBob laying on the floor, but now he's at the Krusty Krab in the kitchen. A few seconds later, it cut to SpongeBob's body in a black room, floating in the air in a different location but in the same pose. Then it immediately cut to SpongeBob and Gary sitting in a huge shoe while Gary slightly moved up and down while a weird distorted music track played. "What the heck is going on?" I mumbled to myself. After a few more seconds, it cut to static for a few seconds and then went to black. After a minute of nothing but a black screen, the episode Gary Takes a Bath started playing. The episode started out pretty normal, but halfway through the episode there was a split-second scene of Spongebob in a distorted visual with Gary. They were just staring at the screen, smiling creepily. It then cut to static. I was confused if this was even the real episode or just some glitch. I tried shutting it off and turning it back on, but the episode stayed the same. I decided to just turn off the TV and went to bed. The next morning I went and turned on the TV and saw that everything was back to normal. To this day I have so many questions about this drug trip of an episode. Was I having a bad dream? Was the TV hijacked? To this day I still don't know what the heck was going on at the time. It's been a couple of years since the incident and I still don't have any answers, even after searching through the internet for hours on end. To this day, no one knows how this incident occurred or who or what caused it, but I am determined to find this out for myself. One of these days, this mystery will be solved. A Bug's Life, deleted scene. Has anyone heard about this old Pixar movie, A Bug's Life? It's a movie about an ant named Flick who teams up with a team of circus insects to fight a band of evil grasshoppers led by Hopper, an evil, greedy grasshopper who only wants food from the ants. I watched it like a couple of years ago, and I pretty much enjoyed it. However, one incident left me shocked for my entire life. In 2007, I found a VHS tape on the ground while I was walking home after a day of swimming practice. It said, "Don't watch, Pixar confidential tape." I popped it into my VCR anyways. The tape started with static for 5 minutes. The scene was near the ending climax of the movie, A Bug's Life, where Hopper cornered Flick into the bird's nest. The scene was violent. An example was Hopper choking Flick while Flick was coughing. The bird then sees Hopper doing the dreadful deed. Thinking it was a trick with the Blueberry Scouts inside, Hopper immediately realized and he was shocked. The bird roared at him, but the roar was Godzilla's roar and it was extremely loud. I turned down the volume, but I could still hear the deafening roar. Hopper screamed as he walked out, but the bird caught him. As Hopper was almost going to die, the bird stabs him with its beak and carries him to the chicks. Somehow Hopper is still alive and he was screeching for help. Instead of carrying Hopper down, the bird immediately dropped Hopper down to the chicks. The screen cuts to black and I could hear blood-curdling screams. Soon an image of Hopper appeared on the screen with a remix of Lavender Town from the Game Boy Pokemon games. Hopper was dead. His left eye was across and the other eye was dangling from its socket. His mouth started leaking blood and his wings were ripped out. One of his arms were ripped out as well. The music that was playing was dreadful. I tried lowering down the volume, but it just wouldn't let me. I yelled for help, but realized I was alone. The screen turned black, and then a message appeared saying, 1995, Pixar Animation Studios. The tape popped out of the VCR, and I popped it back in to get some footage. I uploaded the footage to YouTube, and I ended up selling the tape to eBay. Where it is out there somewhere, where someone now can buy and watch this disturbing tape. El Chavo del Ocho, Lost Episode. First, the history of the series. El Chavo del Ocho is a Mexican comedy series that has gained an increased popularity in Spanish-speaking America, as well as in Spain, Brazil, United States, and Spanish only, and other countries. It centers around the adventures and tribulations of the title character, El Chavo, an orphan played by the show's creator, Roberto Gomez Bolaños, and other inhabitants of a fictional apartment building, or as called in Spanish, vecindad. Now, the legend. Has anyone ever seen the episode where El Chavo del Ocho was pretending that he had been hit by a car? Because if you did, or you lived during the time it was broadcast, you may have noticed that there was a period of 4 months between this and the previous episode. Okay, what happened in this period of 4 months? Roberto Gomez Bolaños apparently had filmed what was supposed to be the series finale, and is more or less like this real episode. According to several former executives, the episode goes like this. The chapter begins with the characteristic intro of the series, but the sound is outdated. When the vecindad comes into view, no one shows up. The gate opens as if someone were to enter, but no one goes in. It goes on like this for 2 or 3 minutes with this change of shots, and then you finally see El Chavo enter and hear the laugh track. The shots stop changing after this. It's in that part where El Chavo comes out of the vecindad and walks into the street. At that time in come Kiko and La Chilindrina. Kiko then asks La Chilindrina where El Chavo is. Kiko asks in his in-character voice, though his cheeks are not as inflated. La Chilindrina says he's in the street with tomato sauce. At the exact moment she says the street, you will hear a horrible roar that does not appear on all versions of the tape. After the fade out is the scene from the episode which was broadcast, the one where El Chavo pretends to be run over, where the characters in the vecindad were crying. The sound is outdated and sobs seem to be coming from a lot more people, just as there is a cut scene for what appears to be a commercial break. Then there is a change to another scenario, with Doña Florinda, Don Ramon, Professor Girafales, Kiko, and La Chilindrina in front of a black background. In front of them appears to be a coffin with the body of El Chavo, but he is not seen. The characters are especially broken. Doña Florinda looks very gaunt, and while it appears she's just acting, her grief is highlighted even more when the camera zooms in on her face for about 5 to 10 minutes. After this incredibly long scene, Kiko and La Chilindrina say Chavito in heartbroken voices. Kiko is not doing his speech gimmick at this time, which raises questions as to whether he and Doña Florinda are really just acting. After this scene is the shot of El Chavo's body. It is here, more than anywhere else, that raises questions, as the body of El Chavo is actually taller than Roberto Bolaño. El Chavo's suit is too small, and you can see that he's also too fat, and his skin color is a bit too dark. Both of his legs are broken and bleeding. The cap that covers his face and his head is covered in blood, and his arms are twisted and emaciated. His trunk seems to have exceptionally clean stab wounds all over it. This scene lasts for 5 minutes, then the characteristic ending theme of El Chavo plays. There was a period of 4 months between the time this episode was filmed and where Chespirito rejoined his team, and there is controversy over who played the body. It was clearly shown that it was not a dummy, and it was not any actor who had appeared as an extra or two before or after this. In addition to this, a little while back, Roberto Gomez Bolaños had said he wanted to do something that no one had ever seen on television before. Axis Powers Hetalia, episode 23.5. Hi everybody, good buddy Kyo here. I'm not really used to this. Sorry for the nervousness. I'm not really sure about how to go about this. I mean, it's sort of out of the blue, but I want to at least put what happened out there for other Hetalia fans like myself. I guess I'll just talk, type, or whatever to just get through this. As much of an interesting experience this was, I'd rather not remember it and continue on with my derp life. Alright, so this happened a while ago, before school started, that it went down. But I should probably go back even further to when it really started. It was when Axis Powers Hetalia was in full swing. Second season was still bounding through the fandom and giving out new glorious episodes every Monday. My older sister and I were both very involved in the series, which was a rare occurrence since she often didn't share interests with me. Oh sure, I would force myself to get into whatever she was getting into so we could at least have a reason to hang out, but this was the first time she came into my fandom without me working for it. It was really nice. Considering it was still unknown in our small town, it was even nicer to just have someone to relate to. She and I cosplayed it together, watched episodes together, you know, the whole kit caboodle, though she was always able to get more stuff than I was because she actually had a job. At some point she actually bought a bootleg DVD of Hetalia so we could watch it at any time, a picture of which I provided here thanks to my mother lending me her camera for a second before she had sold it the next week. Of course, all the episodes just being ripped from the internet sites that had them subbed. I watched 1 or 2 episodes with her, but really I was content with watching them online, so I left her to it. About 2 or 3 days after she got the DVD, she acted really weird, is the best way I can describe it. In a drop of a hat, she dropped the whole Hetalia series, setting aside her merchandise and shelving her Hetalia cosplays, even selling some of them. When I tried to ask her about what was up, she just said she didn't want to talk about it to the point that she'd glare at me if I even mentioned it to her. I was extremely disappointed at losing my sister when it came to sibling bonding in the fandom, at the time just figuring she grew out of it or found something even better. That mindset especially fit in when she started to read Homestuck soon after to have something to do. Now here's where it got even weirder. Now it's been a while since then, probably like a month or so. I'm not sure why, probably a phone call from my best friend. I got the urge to watch some episodes with just some good old classic Italy. Though currently the internet was being worked on by my father since he was changing phone providers and all that mess, so I decided to look for that Hetalia DVD my sister had. It took me a long while, but I found it shoved in the back of the DVD cabinet. Not sure exactly why she shoved it back there, well, at the time. The bootleg wasn't that bad really, it had fan art of everyone as chibis around the world with the title on the top. Same for the disc, just printed on fan art. I popped the DVD into the player in my room and decided to look through the episodes to find a really fun one. Maybe the one when Romano is first introduced. As I went through the episode choice option though, I found something really weird in between episode 23 and 24. For those who don't know, it's the Liechtenstein and Switzerland episodes. Very cute indeed, and the 24th has the conclusion of the Axis on an Island arc thing. But there was another square choice like an episode, but there really wasn't a title next to it, saying what number it was or what the episode was about. Though it wasn't that it was untitled that caught my interest, but the screenshot of it was Italy smiling, looking upwards in a content daze, his eyes actually opened, mind you, with glistening eyes and what looked like sand, like perhaps he was laying on it. This blew my friggin' mind, for this was something new. I craved for new things in the fandom, always. Perhaps this was a hidden chapter I wasn't aware of, like a bonus episode. I bit my lip and trembled with excitement, and I knew I had this all to myself. Wait until my friends heard about this. I was going to be more knowledgeable than anyone else. Of course, when I look back, I wish I wouldn't have found it. Without much ado, I clicked the select button on my remote to watch it. The title animation appeared as always, the large orchestra blaring out for a few seconds to show the Japanese katakana of Hetalia with Axis powers next to it. Soon after it shifted to the view of the island that the Axis were stranded on, Japan and Germany sitting against the shade of the tree while Italy just laid in the sand, soaking up sun with that cute dumb look on his face. Now before I go on, I've read stories like this before about lost episodes of cartoons, stories that I didn't believe in until now honestly. And I know how they went off about it being in extremely bad quality, but this actually wasn't too bad. Sure, it wasn't the best quality, it was still quite pixelated from being ripped off a site, then burned onto a disc, but it was okay. The sound was just a tad muffled, nothing too out of the ordinary. Of course, this just kinda made it creepier later on when it was able to be seen better, but I'll get into that in a bit. Back to the episode, while Italy was sunbathing in his jacket and shorts, the camera cut over to Germany and Japan, though they looked a tad upset, if not a bit worried, and they started to speak. Two things threw me off. One, there were no subtitles, so I had zero idea what they were talking about. And two, their voices were actually those who voiced them in the series. I was extremely impressed of such raw footage, though I was a bit miffed there were no subs. Oh well, as long as Hiroki Yasumoto, Germany's Seiyu, kept talking, I was happy all the way. The two seemed to be chatting about something serious, Germany clutching his stomach from time to time in pain, as Japan would nod and set a hand on his stomach as well. My guess was that they had run out of steady food on the island, so they were starving. That was kind of a downer to start the episode on, but it was only the beginning. There was probably a fun way to get food later on. Just then, Italy had called out, having the two of them look up to where he was, which was now currently running around in the ocean. He waved to them, and the two of them waved back unenthusiastically before the other went back to just playing in the sun and water. I didn't notice this until now, but the only thing playing in the background of this was the ocean's waves. Something not uncommon, but it certainly kept the atmosphere kind of stoic, especially when the focus was to the hungry and worried nations in the shade. But either way, I was too sucked up in just the beautiful new material that I didn't question it. I didn't even care that I didn't know the bulk of it. I mostly cared for the actions anyway. The nations were quiet for a while, before Japan had seemed to ask something and Germany looked to him in complete shock, almost exclaiming before quietly being hushed by the island nation, making him whisper the line instead. Ooh, what Japan was thinking, I thought. But Japan had repeated the Japanese statement in a more quiet and clearer tone, not taking his eyes off Italy and the water. For a few moments, the two of them discussed the issue, obviously talking about the Italian, though soon enough the two of them nodded in agreement. At that moment, even though it was just for a few seconds, Germany made the saddest face I had ever seen, like he could burst out to tears at any moment, but kept it back. Honestly, I inwardly flipped my at such emotion, even if it was short, though it made me wonder even more what it brought on. The scene changed to nighttime, the three nations huddled around the fire for warmth, though they seemed at least content with their jackets on. As usual, Italy was fast asleep next to it, sleeping contently while leaving the other two nations to their thoughts. Still, only the sound of the ocean crashing against the shore was heard in the background, as the two were silent, though soon enough the camera panned over to them, giving each other a subtle nod. In unison, the two stood up, going over to Italy and picking him up very carefully, not wanting to wake him up. At this point, I was extremely confused. What were they planning to do with him? Were they going to a new location? Quietly, they shuffled the sleeping nation over to the ocean, and carefully set him in face down. Japan setting his hands over the other's head so to keep it still below the water's surface. It didn't take long until Italy began to thrash around, bubbles popping furiously on the water next to his head, only having Japan press down harder while Germany was looking away with his eyes closed and his lip being bitten on hard. While this was going on, my mouth was hanging ajar. Japan and Germany were drowning Italy? Why? As I just watched this insanity, I recognized the words, "Gomen nasai, Italia," come from Japan. Sorry, Italy. What the hell? About 15 seconds later, which felt like almost forever of watching the poor nation, Italy's limbs fell with a plop in the water, the bubbles ceasing to rise anymore. The deed was done. But why? Japan and Germany picked up the waterlogged Italy and brought him back to shore, placing him down next to the fire. While Germany sat aside, just staring at the fire as if contemplating what they just did, Japan unsheathed his sword and kneeled down next to the corpse, taking off his jacket and setting it aside. With one more look to the blonde before back down, Japan took a deep breath before making an incision from the base of his neck all the way down to his belly button, cutting in a bit more so he was able to flip the skin back to reveal the bloody organs of the once living nation. At this, I had to pause the episode, feeling quite lightheaded. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. I mean, I read and look at gory Italia stuff, but seeing it down in Studio Dean style and done in official videos, or if it's fake, a really good artist and really good sound alikes, it was just too surreal for me. And while I had the TV paused, I had a good chance to look at Italy's insides. God, that sounds so weird as I type this, and they just look so real. Not that they were hyper-cammed, but as if the artist had stared at the inside anatomy of a person for hours, drawing every little curve to make it realistic. I wanted to stop watching. I just wanted to turn it off and abandon that TV with the DVD inside, but I was already too far in. I had to see this through to the end. It would haunt me for the rest of my life if I stopped here. After taking a short breather and drinking some water, I pressed play on my remote to resume the madness. Instantly, I was greeted by a slurp sound of Japan sliding his hand into Italy's body and pulling out one of the organs out of its place. It looking like the liver, with it so detailed it was hard not to mistake the organ. Japan sighed as he cut off the connecting strand with his sword and set the mess of an organ onto the other's discarded jacket, before going back in and setting aside a kidney, both of them. While Japan searched around, Germany reached over to some sharpened sticks he seemed to have gathered earlier and penetrated the sharp end through each organ that Japan had laid out. With a saddened sigh, he set the organ kebabs on a range on the fire so it could get cooked, which I didn't know that was even possible. Once more, after a seemingly long period of time, Germany pulled the now cooked liver from the fire while handing Japan, who accepted it with his arm still blood-smeared, a kidney. Both of them were in silence before Japan murmured, "Itadakimasu," and both took a large bite of it. It still makes me feel weird when I think about seeing that scene, but that lightheadedness faded as I heard something that made me gasp. "Doitsu? Nihon?" The both of them turned in shock, the camera panning over to show that Italy was awake. What? How was he awake? They drowned him, or was he just unconscious? Hell, I wasn't sure what was going on, and it seemed like the other two had no idea either. Germany and Japan tried to explain themselves, but Italy began to grow more panicked, slowly getting what was happening, and he began to scream, in pain, fear, sadness. I couldn't even pinpoint what emotion was there, but it was so weird to hear him like that. It almost sounded like the man voicing him was in a large amount of pain himself. Germany and Japan went over to him, trying to get him to be quiet, though after the large confusion of everyone yelling at once, Germany was the one to finally scream for everyone to be quiet, shaking Italy to try and make him quiet, resulting to tugging the curl to make him stop momentarily. At this point, when I should have laughed, I was practically at the point of tears. Germany talked, trying to appear strong and trying to explain their situation. My guess of the situation was there was no food left, so they were going to eat Italy since he was the weakest. Though he was a nation, right? They were all nations. Why did they have to resort to that? Was that why Italy woke up? Soon enough, Italy gave an understanding nod, whimpering in pain and fear as well. He sputtered out something, pausing at a point to cough, blood drooling down his chin. Now it was Japan's turn to talk, seeming to try and comfort him in a soothing tone, and after a small speech, Italy nodded once more before looking down, seeing that Germany was gripping his hand tightly. With another nod from the German and Japanese nation, Japan went back over and scooped his hand into his now somewhat functioning body, pulling and cutting out his spleen and setting it aside. Italy almost screamed, reduced to a sort of mixture of whimpering and sobbing. The camera cut to a view of his and Germany's hand becoming more constricted against each other. The shot panned up to the frowning Germany, who once glanced to Japan's work before speaking again, calling Italy's attention. He spoke for a bit, trying to smile, and soon Italy smiled back at him, for once in the series actually opening his eyes to reveal their golden honey color, and called him the familiar word he used to call him, Captain. Then there was a time skip, and soon a large portion of organs was lying on Italy's jacket. Things I could recognize being intestines, pancreas, bladder, practically everything but the brain, lungs, and heart. Japan wiped an arm to his forehead, smearing it with blood accidentally before impaling them on sticks and sticking it near the fire. He turned back to Germany, who was still holding Italy's hand. He crawled over to get a closer look, and Italy seemed to pass on again. his eyes lightly glistening and staring blankly upwards with a small smile on his face. The shot was the very one shown in the menu. Japan looked up to Germany, seeing that he was frowning, blue eyes glistening with tears as he still tried to get over having this happen to him. Japan set a hand on his shoulder, murmuring something seemingly comforting, making Germany nod in agreement and sigh shakily. Japan frowned lightly at this before he moved aside, grabbing the dead Italian's free hand and squeezing it lightly, saying something to Germany before looking into the fire where the organs were roasting. Germany glanced to the fire for a moment before he looked up to the sky where Italy was staring, the camera panning upwards to it, past the stars and everything until it was completely black. And then the next episode started playing, just like that. No credits or anything. Just left the episode on a cryptic or optimistic note. I have no idea. I wish I could have run it on my computer to get screenshots, but the disc refuses to play on here for some reason, and I don't really have a good camera to snap a clear picture. My friend Fia was kind enough to get 2 screenshots for me, though the disc only worked on her computer for so long, that I'd rather not look at that again. It may not sound as bad when you read this, but that made me get away from Italia for a while, honestly. Though I'm not as weak stomach as my sister, I still love the series and I will continue to love it. But since then I refuse to watch any anime episodes. I would prefer to see fan-made gore over official ones anytime. Dragon Ball Koneho. Legend has it that Koneho was a short film that Toei Animation created during the early days of Dragon Ball's production, which only aired once during Toei's film festival in the late 80s. The short was said to test other animation styles, similar to shows like Chowder or The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack, in an attempt to appeal to older audiences. In this short, Goku's voice is not provided by Masako Nozawa, but instead a sound-alike. The plot of the short reportedly centered around Kid Goku, who asked Bulma if they could visit Funland, a mysterious location that he had heard rumors about. This led them to a bizarre and warped world that resembled a Virtual Boy game, filled with strange and otherworldly creatures. In this strange world, they came across a group of beings known as Koneho, hence the title of the short. These creatures had the bodies of cartoon characters from the Rubber Hose era, with heads that resembled the popular character Doraemon. The only clothing they wore were long-sleeve shirts with their names, strangely in English, on them. The Koneho also had strange and unsettling voices, provided by Ryusei Nakao. As Bulma and Goku delved deeper into this mysterious world, they encountered more and more Koneho creatures. Some of the Koneho were friendly and curious, while others were aggressive and menacing. The 2 protagonists soon realized that they were not the only ones in this world, and that there were other visitors who had stumbled upon Funland before them. One such visitor was a young girl named Miki, who had been trapped in this world for quite some time. Miki is a girl that seems to be around Bulma's age, and she has purple pigtails that fall just below her shoulders. Her hair is straight and neatly styled, with a few strands framing her face. She often wears glasses which accentuate her round, almond-shaped eyes. Her glasses have a thin black frame that matches her neatly trimmed eyebrows. Miki's face is dotted with small, scattered freckles that give her a youthful and playful appearance. Her skin is fair and smooth with a hint of pink in her cheeks, and she wears a typical sailor uniform. Her voice was reportedly provided by Nobuyo Oyama, who is best known for voicing Doraemon in the 1979 version of the anime series of the same name, and Monokuma from Danganronpa. Miki told Goku and Bulma about the Koneho creatures and how they seemed to have some kind of leader who was orchestrating their actions. She also mentioned that the Koneho had captured and taken away several other visitors before her. Determined to find a way out of this world and help Miki and other trapped visitors, Goku and Bulma decided to follow the trail of the Koneho's leader. This trail led them through a series of increasingly dangerous and terrifying obstacles, including a giant spiderweb that seemed to have no end. Finally, they arrived at the Koneho's leader's lair, a dark and ominous castle looming in the distance. As they approached the castle, they noticed that the Koneho had become increasingly agitated and hostile, as if they were protecting something precious. Undeterred, Goku and Bulma pressed on, determined to uncover the truth about this strange world and rescue the trapped visitors. However, this bravery was short-lived, as they were suddenly ambushed and captured by the Koneho creatures. Trapped and cornered, they could feel the Koneho creatures closing in on them, and their fate seemed bleak. The screen faded to black, leaving the viewers to imagine what horrors awaited Goku and Bulma. Were they going to be rescued? Would they find a way out of this world, or were they doomed to spend the rest of their lives trapped in Funland, just like the other visitors before them? Although Koneho was only screened once, the Japanese Dragon Ball fandom rapidly made legends out of it, and frequently made assumptions about what the short film might have been about. The whole short was allegedly put on the few Japanese video websites in the early 2000s, but has since been removed. Some people have even claimed to have seen the film themselves. However, there are rumors that bootleg versions of the short have been circulating on the black market for years. The true story behind Koneho, however, is still a mystery, and the short is still kept in the vault at Toei Animation, never to be viewed by anybody again. Ed, Edd n Eddy Lost Episode. As you may know, the popular show Ed, Edd n Eddy has been running for a long time. However, between October 7th, 2003 and October 21st, 2003, episode 34 was accidentally released 1 week before it was scheduled to. It was also known to some around the office the primary writer had been sick with the flu, and instead of going on to make episode 34, the show was supposed to replay episode 1. At 5 a.m. Eastern, people reported a very disturbing new episode premiering on Cartoon Network. Some children were unfortunate enough to see it. Apparently the quality of the episode was mediocre when held to the regular standards. Animation was choppy, sound was constricted and very muffled. Reports of a line running up and down similar to a crappy VHS tape were received. Scenery was described as overwhelmingly dark and depressing without changing props and other background objects, stormy looking. Characters also behaved oddly. Instead of the normal goofy hijinks-inspired personalities, viewers complained that they seemed extremely agitated, gratuitously hateful towards each other, and constantly about to begin sobbing after their lines. The protagonist also had a very bad lisp. No one knows why, but he spoke with a sexual tone, and that further bothered the viewers. I was one of those viewers. The episode began with Eddie walking down the street with Ed. I noted that Ed was missing. There was an angular shot coming from in front of the two to show them walking towards the viewer. He, Eddie, was wearing the angry look he does when something goes wrong. His eyes were red around the iris. Ed looked absolutely forlorn and practically dragged behind Eddie, tears in his eyes, which were both lazy and looking in opposite outward directions. Kevin, the series antagonist, was riding his bike opposite the Eds, toward them. The shot became blurry and low moans were heard coming from Eddie before Kevin hit him, which never happened because the screen went to black. The screen then snapped back and Kevin was again headed towards Eddie. The view was so blurry this time, all I saw was a green blob headed towards the yellow one. Again, the low moan, only this time it sounded like the microphone was broken, and loud static came, greatly overshadowing the moan. A claymation sequence of Double D sleeping in Eddie's bed came up. Honestly, it may have just been the abruptness, but I jumped and shivered. Waking up and getting out of bed, he moved oddly around the circular room, the fast pitter-patter of footsteps being the only audio. The step sounds were very clear as I was shown a bird's eye view of him scampering around the room. There were no visible doors. Ed began screeching, sounded like a Fisher cat, as he moved wildly around the cell of a room, faster and faster, until the screen began blurring again. The purple room's color swallowing a now orange blur. An extreme close-up of Eddie's front door sat, in absolute silence for a maddeningly long time, at least 2 minutes of dead silence in a door. Next, we see Jimmy and Sarah at a doctor of some sort, probably oral. Jimmy, obstructed in view by a hanging lamp, is crying loudly with Sarah trying to comfort him in an unusually warm fashion. It hurts, Sarah. It hurts. Suddenly, the door of the room is smashed open by a new character, a dentist. His face wasn't shown because he was tall enough to be out of the shot. Sarah was escorted out of the room. Jimmy was shown. His headgear was mangled, the front bent upward, stretching his lip to very high tearing proportions. The front of his gums were trickling blood, and teeth were missing. The disturbing part was he had lost both arms and legs beforehand, apparently, and sat up paraplegic. I almost cried as I came to the conclusion the others had beaten him up and bent his headgear. The camera stayed on his mangled face for a few seconds, still as a picture, silent as ever. Commercials came on. We're instantly assaulted with a very hairy Rolf in the darkened shed fisting the cow repeatedly. The visual loops and gets blurry again as the scene pans out. Naz is reading a magazine on her couch. The quality is now perfect. Eddie is now alone, without Ed. The quality declines worse than before, and he is still walking, the sun now lightening the mood somewhat as he smiles and begins running. The door is shown again, and we see through Eddie's eyes as he reaches out and opens it. His house is nice and bright, but a very badly played violin is blaring, the only audio in this scene as he makes his way through the house. Eddie opens the door to his room. Johnny is shown under Naz's couch cushion as he crawls out on all fours in a comedic way and pops up behind her, still oblivious. I laughed because someone forgot to draw his eyes and I thought of a mole. Suddenly I stopped laughing as he started swallowing her head, still in a cartoonish fashion of course, but this was different. He and she stayed like this until she started kicking and struggling. Johnny held her like this until she went limp. A zoom in on his face revealed extremely small human eyes. Double D was laying on Eddie's floor, no longer in claymation. The camera showed Eddie's house for the remainder of the episode, about 3 minutes, and the next program began on the spot. The Mason. There's a story about a lost episode of Seinfeld floating around the internet. The episode was supposed to air around season 6, but it was mysteriously cut. The official story about the episode was that it featured Elaine purchasing a firearm after being mugged, but many elements about the episode were never revealed until recently. NBC executives refused to officially report on the episode until Seinfeld Season 6 DVD commentary. I have the tape, but as someone who works with NBC, unfortunately I can't reveal my sources. I work at the GE building in Rockefeller Plaza, and I have access to their digital archives. That's as much as I can divulge. We also have the entire original Seinfeld series in multiple formats, including original reels and VHS tapes. I noticed an episode with the production code 607 was missing from the tape set, and it was later relocated in a set of old newsreels. The replacement episode, The Mom and Pop Store, was filmed a season later to replace the missing episode. It is oddly titled The Mason. The episode starts out as normal with Jerry's apartment, but the camera is much more steady. Jerry walks out as though he's been drugged and remarks that all of his family and friends have been dying lately. His buzzer rings and it's George. George runs up, half crying, and tells Jerry he's seen something terrible. He's mumbling and stuttering for about 5 minutes until he can form a sentence. There are still pauses for humor, but there is no audience or laugh track. George informs Jerry that planes have crashed into the Twin Towers due to a terrorist attack on New York. Jerry turns on the news and you can see modern footage of the 9/11 attacks, all pre-filmed several years beforehand. George says that this isn't the worst part. Elaine and Kramer were in the towers at the time of the bombing. What precedes is a graphic and explicit phone call of screaming and crying, and Kramer saying that something terrible has happened and Elaine is dead. Kramer screams there is no air in the building, and he's burning to death and that he's going to jump. The camera cuts to live footage of a man falling from the Twin Towers. George genuinely looks upset and says, "I'm sorry, Larry, but I can't go through with this." And he tries to walk off the set, but people stop him and push him towards the stage. He walks out Jerry's prop window, and you can hear him calling his agent. There's a lot of mumbling, and you can see candles being lit behind the stage. Jerry goes over to the bookcase and pulls it aside, revealing a ceremonial black table with candles, a dinner plate, and a strange box. There's a Masonic symbol against black cloth just outside where the fake stage window would be. Jerry says some weird things in a foreign dialect, and one cut of the camera shows a poster of Barack Obama. This episode originally aired in 1995. The scene ends with Jerry waking up in bed as though it's all a nightmare. Kramer comes in and asks Jerry if he has seen a lizard. Jerry laughs and says, "We are the lizards," and the camera zooms slightly. His eyes become slivered, like almonds. The tape is only 7 minutes long, and what precedes is just 20 minutes of dead air. If you continue watching to the end, it seems there are 3 more news reports tacked on. The first is about an outbreak of swine flu, the second is about a train bombing, and the third... Stick Stickly. Stick Stickly may be one of the least creative characters ever made, but he still holds a very special place in the hearts of 90s children for his several years of hosting Nick in the Afternoon. Most information on Stick Stickly says he hosted Nickelodeon's Summer Afternoon block from 1995 to 1998, but I always swore that I remembered seeing him on TV earlier than that. I thought I was crazy for quite a while, but recently I found a small fan site for Stick Stickly that mentioned him hosting a 1993 afternoon block during the school year called Afternoon Snack with Stick Stickly. To my joy, the website even had videos of Stickly's segments. I watched one marked First Ever Stick Stickly Appearance. Stick Stickly was in front of a chalkboard with Afternoon Snack written on it in normal writing. His design was a little different, his eyes were smaller, and he had no nose, and his mouth was a straight line instead of being curved into a smile. He made a couple of corny jokes, then said Rugrats was coming up. The video ended at that point. I watched the next one. There were 6 of them and none had dates, but I could only assume they were in chronological order. The second was called Stick Gets Injured. Stick Stickly had the same face from the first video, but his body seemed a little worn. There were a few splinters sticking out of his side. His full dialogue was, "Well, the dog next door buried me, but I managed to get it. The show you all voted to see. Hey Dude is up next. And don't forget to send in your postcards to vote for the special guest show you want to see. And remember, that address is..." He sang the classic song about writing to him, but the tune was different than in later versions, much slower. After he was finished, he just stood motionless for a few minutes before the video ended. The third was called Hang Stick. Stick Stickly was hanging in the air by a piece of string tied around his waist. A little boy who looked about 5 was also there, and the chalkboard had 6 dashes on it, representing a 6-letter hangman word. The kid was guessing letters. Each time he got one wrong, the string around Stick's waist would move higher. The game would be over when it reached Stick's neck. The kid kept guessing letters. When the rope was one incorrect guess from Stick's neck, the letters filled in were C blank NDLE. It was obvious what the word was, but the kid wasn't taking the game very seriously. Giggling, he guessed X. The rope tightened on Stick's neck, and his eyes flashed out of existence and were replaced by 2 X's. There was no sound for about 30 seconds. The kid just stared at Stick's body. Then Stick's eyes flashed back to normal, and he laughed. Said he was fine and that the Wild and Crazy Kids was on next. The fourth video was Stick Quits. Stick was ranting about something that presumably happened in a segment the website didn't have a video of, saying no one respected him, that he was treated like a toothpick, how his father was a mighty ship, and that the dog kept burying him. The complaints seemed like jokes, but his tone was more serious than you'd expect. A little kid then appeared, not the same as in video 3, and told Stick that all the children loved him. Stick was silent for quite a while, then sighed and said he would stay. He reminded us to vote in the guest show contest again, and said it was time for Rugrats. The 5th video was marked, Stick Gets Mad, No Sound. Like the description said, it was silent. Stick was moving very quickly, with body language indicating he was yelling. A little girl was cowering from him, clearly afraid. The girl eventually left, and Stick just faced the screen. His animation was so simple that I couldn't tell if he was talking. The 6th video was called The Winner Revealed. Stick had a dark red stain on the top of his head, and one of his eyes was an X. He made no mention of his appearance and announced that the votes were in. It was time for the special guest show to air. His last bit of dialogue: "It's been a long contest and the vote was close, but you kids have decided. Coming right now, the classic you voted for, Candle Cove." Sunlit Nightmare. John Weldon isn't one of the better-known names in animation, but those who saw his rather dark animated shorts tended to remember them. A Canadian, Weldon is best known in the United States for his cartoons that aired on Cartoon Network's compilation show, Oh Canada. His best-known short is the disturbing To Be, a cartoon dealing with the ethics of cloning and individual existence. Other examples of his work are The Lump, a bizarre story about a growth deformity changing a man's life for the better, and Special Delivery, which includes murder, adultery, and even full frontal nudity. Despite what he got away with, there was one short Weldon made that only a few people have seen or heard of, Sunlit Nightmare. The exact year it was made isn't known, but indications point to the early or mid-1980s. Weldon had started to show signs of narcolepsy, falling asleep suddenly at work. He would wake up screaming and refuse to say anything of what he had been dreaming about. When he wasn't asleep, he worked with feverish devotion on a new animated short, the aforementioned Sunlit Nightmare. Skilled at nearly every aspect of animation, Weldon made the entire thing himself, or at least seemed to. He said his newest creation was for children, something to air in between shows on kids' networks. He showed it to some executives at his company, who were terrified and couldn't believe Weldon wanted to show it to a younger audience. Weldon didn't seem to care and went to work on another project, as his narcolepsy had disappeared. It isn't clear what happened to the original copy of the short, but Oh Canada somehow got a copy and aired it once, one night in the summer of 1999. Recently, someone who apparently recorded the sole airing uploaded it online, and the short was finally seen. It began with a pure black screen. There was no title. What sounded like a young boy was singing. "The shadows at night don't scare me. The sounds in the dark I can let be. I close my eyes and let the darkness come, but the fear isn't there until I feel the sun. I can't tell which one is real. I can't tell apart the feel. Of the nightmares in my head, I don't understand how I'm not dead." After the song, the short transitioned to a small boy in a living room. The animation was very simple. The boy and the furniture were drawn in a squiggly style by a black pen. The background and non-outlined parts of the objects were paper white. The boy was nervously glancing around the room and was very jittery. While he looked, there was a voiceover. "I used to be afraid of the dark. I would stay up all night, scared of the monsters that were hiding in the shadows. One day I was tired from not sleeping the night before. I lay down on the couch and thought I could sleep when it was sunny out. I had the scariest dream ever. I couldn't even remember it all. All I could recall was that a beam of sun was shining on me when I woke up. Ever since then, I haven't been afraid of the dark. The boy kept looking, and the view changed to behind the couch. A glob of black clay was behind it. Real clay. It started to grow and turn into some kind of insect or spider. When it was taller than the couch, it jumped out from behind it and started chasing the boy. They ran through several rooms of the house. The drawing quality of the rooms improved with each one, until they were in a bedroom against a live-action, completely frozen backdrop. The monster cornered the boy, grew a gigantic mouth, and swallowed him. The next part is hard to describe. It was all claymation. Clay insects, people, and transforming shapes dancing, warping, and morphing. It was very fast-paced, but the music was slow and made entirely of high-pitched bells. The boy eventually fell out of one of the shapes. He was curled up in fear, sobbing. The view shifted back to the room from the beginning of the short, and the boy was lying on the floor, a yellow beam of sunlight shining on him. The singing started again. Every day it's the exact same thing. The monsters roar and bite and sting. No one is home, no one can help me. I wish I could leave, but outside I see the burning, dry glare, the brightness in the air. I used to fear the dark, but now I'm the only one who had to deal with an endless, hopeless fear of the sun. Bluey, the death of Mackenzie. I've always been a Bluey fan in my entire life. One of my favorite characters is Mackenzie. So I was going down the basement and found a rare Bluey DVD, and it has a title that says "Watch Me," but there's no sign of the healers. And I dismissed this as an insensitive joke because Bluey is a TV show with a bunch of humor. However, I was wrong when I watched it. The introduction looks normal, but it had a horrific blood red background color, like if it was some sort of Halloween special. When it ended, Mackenzie and Bluey were playing shops, but until Mackenzie looks a bit sad and started quitting. Then Mackenzie began to cry. He cried and cried, but it didn't sound like the actual cartoon crying. It sounded realistic and absolutely miserable. When Mackenzie stopped crying and wiped his tears away, a hooded person that resembled John Luke came and punched him, causing him to get unconscious, and put him in a bag, and there was a title card that said, "Lose a Friend," and the narration said, "The episode of Bluey is called Lose a Friend." There was a POV of Mackenzie on a grassy place without sidewalks or roads, and the grass looked so realistic. The man says to go to sleep in a Russian accent, and started cutting open Mackenzie's stomach and leaving his guts hanging out of his body, and I got really sick when I saw that because of how realistic it was. Until it cuts to the gruesome looking carcass of Mackenzie. His eyes were rolled into his sockets, his tongue was sticking out, and he was all covered in blood and guts, while the music box plays "It's a Small World." I began to cry because Mackenzie was my favorite character. The episode ended with the man revealing to be John Luke, and then grabbing the same knife and cutting his wrists, and then static, and then I had nightmares after whatever this monstrosity was. SpongeBob: Hope is Lost. As the title card flashed, I could immediately see my first assumption was wrong. It wasn't a cheery or slightly edited build. They never had title cards. This was either finished or just ready to leave production. The title card seemed odd. I had never seen anything like it. Instead of the usual fun font they used that popped and seemed colorful, of course to appeal more to children, it seemed more gothic, something you would see in a horror film. The words and the title card made my heart sink further. It had to be a joke, right? Why would someone try to scare me this terribly though? The words read, "You nosy intern, you shouldn't have come in here." And the usual happy bubble transition that we were all used to was gone. The text just melted down the screen, almost like blood running down a wall, and it slowly faded into the show from a couple of seconds of utter silence. It transitioned into one of the familiar openings, with SpongeBob slowly snoring in bed and Gary sleeping beside him on his newspaper. The blowhole of an alarm clock was there, even the bed was. I began to feel relieved. I remembered all this from when I was a kid. It seemed normal, but was it? Oh dear God, was I wrong. Forgive me, you must forgive me. I'm choked up just writing this. I wanted to forget this, but something compels me to share my story. I was expecting the blowhole to go off and SpongeBob to start his typical routine. Oh, how bad that thing annoyed me as a kid. But it didn't come. There must have been at least 3+ minutes of just SpongeBob snoring. Then something finally happened. It started to slowly pan into his face. Oh, so slowly. Waiting in anticipation, just dying for something to finally happen. I would later greatly regret this decision. Oh, what I would give if I had just ended right then and there. As it finally reached deep into his face, you could clearly see his expression. It was one of horror, malice, one someone in a terrible nightmare would have. His eyes almost seemed as if they had been stitched shut. It had a transition, not the usual fade to black, or the joyful bubbles, but something altogether much more sinister. It was a fiery transition, almost like the previous screen had just burned up. By all the appearances, we were now in SpongeBob's mind, in his dream, his nightmare. It appeared to be Bikini Bottom. Oh, but there was something very, very wrong. The whole city seemed in shambles, the horizon blood red, the buildings burning. SpongeBob was just walking down the road. It seemed the typical path he would normally take to the Krusty Krab. The people around him, oh dear God, I still remember it, the blood-curdling screams. At this moment I realized there was something very wrong. This had no appeal to children. Hell, most adults would find this a bit morbid at this point. The scream, oh the scream. It was one of someone in great pain, being tortured or slowly dying. A blood-curdling, ah! At this point I couldn't see who it was coming from. Just SpongeBob walking, slowly, silently, as the screaming slowly continued, getting louder and louder. Oh God, I almost wanted to claw my eyes out when he turned the corner. I saw the source of the screams. It was terrifying, horrible, inhuman. It was Patrick hammered into a stake, almost like the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, but also his stomach. Oh God, it had been torn open, his entrails slowly leaking out. The look on his face, seeing SpongeBob, he seemed relieved for a moment, almost as if his salvation had come. His eyes began to water, just staring at SpongeBob, almost beckoning. His eyes spoke for him. They screamed, "Please, oh God, please help me." We then transitioned over to SpongeBob, and he now just stood there, staring back at Patrick, watching his friend slowly suffer and die. Patrick then began to weep slowly, almost as if he understood something that the viewer did not. SpongeBob then began to open his mouth, slowly in a low, almost satanic, demonic voice. He whispered, "Suffer, fat one. You, this whole town brought this upon themselves." And then he turned and slowly walked away. At this moment I screamed out in horror, almost praying that someone would hear me. Someone would walk in, it would cost me my internship, but anything to end this. Now you may find yourself thinking, why don't you just stand up and attempt once more to escape? I couldn't. Something deep down inside me told me if I moved I would regret it. I had to finish watching. I just had to. SpongeBob then continued down the road, slowly approaching the Krusty Krab. In the background you could hear more screams. Some were horrible, blood-curdling ones. You could tell they came from one in great agony. But there had been one new sound thrown in, a horrible twisted laugh, one of great malice, almost as if someone had been hunting an animal and thoroughly enjoying himself all too much. You could hear them very distinctly fading away into the background, as if they were chasing someone, something in the other direction. You could hear them, oh, even faded, it was still heart-stopping. Gah. SpongeBob seemed unfazed, as if he was almost used to it. You now could slowly hear clattering behind him, slowly breaking the mind-numbing silence. It sounded almost as if something was crawling slowly toward him. SpongeBob then slowly turned, as if he expected this. And as he slowly turned, his face slowly came into view. His eyes, they changed. They no longer seemed to be his normal, happy, joyful-looking eyes. They were blood red and full of malice, hate, and anger. One would expect this face from a demon. Hell, even the devil himself would find this look fitting. I myself now slowly began to weep with no end to this horror in sight. His eyes now fixed onto something. It slowly transitioned over. It was Patrick. Dear God, oh my God, forgive me. No human should be forced to see that. His entire lower body was now missing, with his intestines slowly trailing behind him, the trail of blood behind him. What was left of his arms had huge holes in them, almost as if something had been torn out of them. The nails. Had he ripped himself off the stake? His face slowly came up. His eyes beckoned once more to SpongeBob, but this time they said something different. He slowly began to speak, and I'll never forget those words. "Kill me. Please. I'm sorry. We're all sorry. Just end it. Please. I can't take the pain." SpongeBob responded with a hellish tone, even worse than before. "You ask for forgiveness from me? Do you take me as your god? You will receive no divine forgiveness from me. You see, it's my job to make you suffer. Burn, fat one." And with a flick of her wrist, arms, hellish arms, seemed to sprout out from the ground and grabbed a hold of him, and tore him down into what seemed an endless, hellish abyss. All the way down you could hear the blood-curdling scream from before. "Ah, oh God, no, no." Then SpongeBob slowly turned as if nothing had happened. He even let out a small evil giggle. By this point I had almost been wishing for the same thing to happen to me, just so I wouldn't have to see this anymore. At this point I was crying so hard I almost felt like a little girl. I felt weak, empty, as if I was about to throw up. As much as I wanted to, I just couldn't choke anything out. Spongebob then slowly approached, finally, the doors of the Krusty Krab. The path behind him, oh god, the usual cheery path to the entrance had stakes along it. Into them were hammered in the corpses of our familiar favorite characters. Sandy, Mr. Krabs, Larry the Lobster, Pearl, Squidward, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, Mrs. Puff, and so on. And on their faces, they all too wore the expression of utter sorrow and horror, as if they had died crying in fear of what stood before them. We then transitioned back to Spongebob, who now reached for the door. Now something happened out of this horrible, nightmarish thing I was witnessing. The whole building began to shake, almost as if during an earthquake. The only light in the room blew out, and the power went out. I was now in the dark, alone, in this shaking building. I could hear my fellow interns flee, and the developers run out. Without even a second thought of where I was, you could hear their car wheels squeal as they raced away. Why had they been in such a hurry to escape? I then turned back to the show, almost as if I was being forced to watch. He now stood alone in the Krusty Krab. All lights were out, and there was utter silence, except for a small red glow coming from the door that usually led to the kitchen. That oh-so-familiar kitchen where SpongeBob usually stood making his delicacies. He began to slowly approach it, slowly in silence. As he reached it, he stood in front of the door, almost as if he himself didn't want to go in. Reproachfully, he slowly turned the knob and the door swung open. Oh god, how I wish I could unsee what I saw and heard. SpongeBob faced a hellish demon of indescribable horror, burning in a portal to what seemed to be hell itself. Was this the devil? Oh god, the fear that came over me in that moment as its mouth slowly opened. Did you make them suffer, son? It asked in the most hellish tone imaginable, one of extreme anger, malice, hatred. SpongeBob replied, saying slowly, almost afraid to reply, Yes, father. They cried, suffered, and burned. A feast of souls waits for you below. It replies simply, Good, son. Now go back to your cage, and be gone with you. And at that moment, I finally threw up all over my lap. Something began to emerge from SpongeBob, and his body almost slowly deflated. It almost seemed to be human. A dog. Something. Oh god, I can't even find the words. It crawled toward the portal, and with a swift kick, its father kicked it into what appeared to be hell itself. Then it turned slowly and looked at me, the viewer, and slowly it mouthed something. So subtle, so quiet, but chilling to the very core. It seemed as if it was speaking to me. It said, Oh, don't worry, your world will be next. It'll suffer at your hands, as this one did at his. It slowly transitioned over to SpongeBob, or what was left of his corpse. Just skin. Oh, you'll all atone for what you have done. All of you. You're next. And with that, the computer itself slammed shut and burst into flames. As it slowly burned, I could only weep at this horror. This couldn't be real. Nick, wake up. My eyes slowly flashed open. I was in the break room on the floor. Above me stood my friend Tina, who said, Oh, thank God you're okay. You just collapsed. You've been out for about 5 minutes. My whole body was rattled, broken almost. Turning to her, I had this uncontrollable urge. Turning to Tina, I said, Don't thank God on this day. He won't save us. He has abandoned us. His abominations, his failed creations. Tina looked aghast, horrified. She ran out screaming. I quickly got up and quietly left, and here I sit, writing my story of the day, calmly. Maybe now I accept my place. And oh, I've work to do. Isn't that right, Tina? Slowly turning to her dismembered body. You're next. I end with this. I am coming. I am his chosen slayer for this world, a messenger of hell itself. And oh, I'm coming for you, each and every one of you, and you'll never stop me. Don't try to run or hide. I'll find you. Never, never. It was a cold night here in Ohio, and I and my best friend were watching TV. I turned on the regular show recording I took the night before, and we watched it. It started with the usual theme and credits. When the title card came up, it read, Never, never, which I found odd. The info bar said it was Death Punchies. Not only that, but I had seen every episode of regular show, and I was positive Never, never was not a real episode. But instead of being creeped out, I was ecstatic, as was my friend. We thought it was a new episode and that the info bar was just suffering from a glitch again like it does every now and then. We excitedly sat down to watch it. It starts off with Mordecai and Rigby in the woods, just walking around. It was raining. After a few minutes of this, Rigby randomly points out a large rock and says to his friend, I bet you can't climb that. Mordecai argues, of course I can, followed by their classic, humps. Mordecai attempts to climb it and slips, then falls back on his butt. Rigby shines the flashlight in his eyes, asking, "Mordecai, are you okay?" he shouts. "You're with my eyes, dude." Rigby turns it away and helps him up. Right there, I thought, whoa, what the hell? Did Mordecai just swear? I mean, I know that the show was aimed at a more adult audience and for more mature viewers, but it's on Cartoon Network for God's sake. I'm pretty sure they shouldn't be swearing, especially not the F word. I looked at my guy friend and he looked at me as well. He was just as confused as me. The episode continued. All of a sudden, someone in the bushes pops out with an M9 pistol and starts firing bullets into the air. It's a young human woman around her 20s. Rigby, out of fright and self-defense, goes up and starts attacking the woman. She manages to shoot him in the leg while they struggle. Mordecai gets up and tackles her as Rigby goes down. He starts maliciously banging her head into the ground. I could very clearly see animosity and hatred in his actions instead of his normal cartoon brawling. He's screaming, "Nobody shoots my best friend." She starts kicking him and lands a harsh kick to his balls. I was mortified. What was this? Guns, bullets, blood, violence, swearing, and human women? This isn't my favorite show. I mentally screamed, "What is this crap?" But despite my body's and mind's protests, I could not stop watching, and neither could my friend. We looked at each other again, then returned our gazes to the TV. The mysterious woman and Mordecai are still rolling around and fighting. Eventually Mordecai manages to knock the handgun out of her hand, making it skitter across the ground towards Rigby, who grabs her gun without hesitation and aims it at the pair. The two instantly stop as they notice him holding out, hands shaking, and stop, putting their hands up. Rigby exclaims to the woman, "I'll shoot you if you don't leave. I swear to God, I'll shoot." She starts laughing maniacally as though unafraid, and Rigby tries to steady his hands, shuts his eyes, and turns his head away, then fires. All you heard was the rain hitting the trees. The two stopped moving, both the woman and Mordecai. Rigby pulls Mordecai off the dead woman and begins to shake him. "Dude, come on, stop faking." He pleaded with him, but after a while it turns out Mordecai wasn't. Rigby, with tears in his eyes, falls to the ground and cries over his friend's dead body, and then it fades to black. I was scared, so scared. My friend, Stuart, looks at me like I've said or done something wrong. "Everything alright, Catherine?" he said. "Hell the hella no," I screamed. It started again. Let's say this is 2 years after that and Rigby is at a dance club. He was dancing with a girl. They were talking and Rigby just finished a funny story. The girl says, "That's nothing. A couple of years ago I was in the woods and there were these two guys there, a bluebird and a raccoon. I was an assassin and I was just doing what I was told to do." Rigby stops dancing and quivers. It was you?" he asked, figuring it out. She says something. "I'm a changed woman now, Rigby. I don't like killing anymore." Rigby ignores her, shoves her away, and jumps on top of a table. He screams at the top of his lungs, "You bitch! You made me kill my best friend by accident. I'll kill you." Grabbing an overhead pipe, he tackles her and hits her in the head with it. She gets hurt badly, but before he can finish the job, he is grabbed by two burly guards and restrained. But he fights them and tries to beat them off with the pipe. Soon police sirens and ambulance sirens are heard, and red and blue lights flash from the windows. Rigby struggles and shouts and curses as policemen and paramedics rush in to assist. The whole time Rigby is screaming, "She's a killer! She's a killer! Kill her! Let me kill her, god damn it!" The scene fades out as Rigby is dragged away and the paramedics rush the woman to a hospital. 10 years later reads the time card as it fades back in. Rigby is at his home and his little raccoon children are running around and playing. He's holding a picture of Mordecai and him while sitting at a table. His son grabs a stool and sits near him. "Who's that, Daddy?" Rigby grabs his son in a baby cradle. "That was my best friend, Mordecai," he says a bit solemnly. "What happened to him, Daddy?" his son asks. Rigby stops and thinks for a moment. "He passed away. If he was alive, he would have loved you like an uncle," he tells him. There's a sudden knock at the front door and his son jumps up and answers it. A boy who looks like Mordecai is outside and his son goes out and plays with him. Rigby looks outside the window to look at them and says, "Well, Mordecai, it looks like you sent one down, huh?" he chuckled. "I'll miss you, best friend. I'll miss you." And with that, it just faded away to the kids playing in the front yard. I wasn't afraid anymore. I was more like sad. I had tears rolling down my face. I was glad there was a happy ending. I just wiped my eyes and promised myself to never delete that recording. To this day, I still have it. 44 Cats, Meatball's Wrath. Have you heard of the kids show called 44 Cats? It's a kids show that centers around 4 cats called Lampo, Pilo, Meatball, and Milady. I will tell you the story about the completely cursed episode that was never on TV. It was a rainy day. I was playing Smash Ultimate on my Nintendo Switch until I saw a DVD falling off from my roof. I got out the window and looked at the DVD. It was saying 44 cats with a poorly drawn image of a cat. That was pretty weird for me. Most DVDs I own have original drawings over it. Maybe it's a burned off DVD from a TV episode. Well, who cares? I turned off the Nintendo Switch and put the DVD into my Xbox 360. My console booted up and the intro for 44 Cats started, but something was different. The background was just a dark red color, and there was nothing in it, only Meatball. He was just doing the animation he does in the introduction, but it was so strange to see him without the rest of the cast. The title of the episode appeared. It was just called Meatball's Wrath, which was very weird. It started with Meatball crying in the corner of the garage. I was a bit confused, but I didn't question anything, until Lampo, the protagonist, came out of the scene and said, "What's wrong, Meatball?" Meatball responded, You're my victim." After slowly looking at Lambo with a psycho smile, Lampo said, "What?" with a shocked face. He takes one step back, but Meatball grabbed his arm and revealed a knife, saying, "Any last words, Lampo?" And I thought it was a morbid joke about the knife and Meatball being hungry all the time. Suddenly, Meatball stabbed Lampo. I was shocked, but I just shook it off. Then the camera reveals that Meatball had slashed Fibra's chest, and he ate her organs before Lambo came to comfort him. Then Meatball began walking in the house with the knife. He entered a dark room in which there was Pilo, the baby cat. The room had some creepy and uncomfortable clown pictures over the walls, with Pilo looking with shock. The lights started illuminating, and Meatball was there holding the knife. Meatball said, "What have you done to me?" in a low-pitched voice, and he attacked Pilo, cutting off Pilo's head and body, leaving a huge pile of organs over the floor. He begins to eat the organs, and then he went to where a female cat is. Meatball grabbed a gun that looked like an AK-47 and said to her, "You can't mess with Meatball, time to die," with the same low-pitched voice, but louder. He pulled the trigger and shot her, as she screamed for help and said, "I was just trying to help you, Meatball," and went into a slow and painful death. After this, Meatball went over and started eating the cat. Then the scene cut to a realistic place, in a tall building in a giant city. Meatball got outside to murder the ninja cat from the abandoned building. Meatball pushed him and the ninja cat fell and died. But the blood looked real. The scene cuts to Meatball going over to the place where Wilson's cats are, and he said, "You did this to me," in Hebrew. He grabbed the machete with blood on it and slices all their heads. I was convinced and tried to turn the Xbox off, but it didn't work. His eyes turned black and he said, "Time to die, you wimmy wick." And Meatball grabbed an RPG rocket launcher and shot it to the cat who built everything. He went on a rampage and killed all cats. Then after that, he said in a demonic voice, "You're next." Looking at the screen, then Meatball uses the knife and stabs it into his stomach. It ended normally. I was horrified after this, and I tried taking out the disc, but there was no disc. It was all part of my imagination. The death of Carl Carlson. They made a lost episode of The Simpsons. Keep in mind that this is one of my favorite shows besides Adventure Time, Steven Universe, The Walking Dead, and so on. I found the VHS on the sidewalk walking home from school one day. I decided to take it home and watch it. When I got home, I took the tape out of the box. It was labeled The Death of Carl Carlson. I was shocked, but I watched it anyway. Big mistake. It started off with the usual theme title. It then cut to static, and then the episode started. Homer was at Moe's drinking beer. Carl explained that he was going on a plane trip to Canada to see his folks. It phased into the next scene. Homer was watching football when an extremely loud knock at the door was heard. So loud that I had to turn the volume down a little. A woman, probably Carl's wife, told him that Carl's plane crashed and he was dead. "No," Homer said sadly. He wanted to cry, but not in his usual way. It was more pained and sad. It then transitioned to the next scene. It was a funeral for Carl. All of his friends were there. Even Homer brought his family. Lenny literally bursted into tears. Soon everyone was crying, including little Maggie. The scene faded into black and white text came up. It said, "Rip Carl Carlson." A faded picture of Carl's mangled body faded into black. Then the episode ended. I took the tape out and smashed it with a hammer. I looked up some info on the episode. Apparently one of the animators' mothers died and they wanted to make an episode about Carl dying. It was never supposed to air and it never did, but the animator made 2 copies. I found the first and they have the second. If you happen to somehow find the second tape, do not watch it. Trust me, it's for your own good. Evil Zooter. Hello, I used to work for Disney until something really disturbing happened. I'll tell you what happened in this story. There was this one episode of this kids show called Jungle Junction. It involves animals on wheels that was supposed to air after Dozer's Magic Kettle. After reviewing it, I immediately knew this was never going to be aired due to its content, but nobody from the department seemed to know where it came from. This immediately caused me to gain suspicion. How did the department of this show not know where this episode had come from? On the front of the box it came in, there was a DVD, and there was red text that wrote, "Jungle Junction, Evil Zooter." I thought this was some kind of morbid joke, but I decided to take it home anyway. When I got home, I popped it into the DVD player, hooked up to my TV, and sat back on my chair. I played it and carefully observed it. The intro played fine, but the audio was in a bit of a lower pitch. I saw the characters, but something was off. The eyes looked hyper-realistic, similar to Squidward's, and the characters looked sad. The intro lasted about a minute, then the screen cut to black, and there was Bungo with a cart holding up a sign saying, "Evil Zooter." To be honest, that title was a little dark, and another odd thing about him was that he had a sad look on his face. The episode started, but instead of happy music, there was like sad piano music. The scene zoomed in to show Zooter in her house, crying for about a minute. "Oh, why would they do this to me?" Zooter said. After she stopped crying, she turned to the camera, and what I saw was disturbing. Zooter had blood and scars around her body. Her eyes were pitch black with red pupils, and she had razor-sharp teeth. She then spoke in a demonic voice, "It's time," as she then picked up an axe. The next scene then showed Crocker watering his garden as Zooter appears. "Hello, Zooter. Want to help me with my flowers?" Crocker said. Zooter then replied with, "Sure. I don't see what..." A voice can then be heard whispering, "Kill him." Zooter pulls out a flamethrower and sets Crocker's garden on fire. "Oh my god, what are you doing to my garden?" Crocker said as he tried to turn on the emergency light, but unfortunately it popped, causing shards to go everywhere. Crocker then said, "This is a serious emergency," but Zooter turns towards Crocker and starts burning him to a crisp. Help! It burns!" Crocker said in Bungo's voice. Zooter then laughs like a maniac and goes out to kill another wheeler. The next scene shows Taxi Crab at the juice bar. Zooter then zips up to the juice bar and Taxi Crab greets her, saying, "Hello, Zooter. What smoothie do you want today?" But Zooter picks up some hedge clippers and says, "Blood." Before Taxi Crab can respond, Zooter rolls towards him with the clippers, and the screen goes black for a few seconds. When it turns back on, it shows Zooter's shadow holding the clippers with blood dripping onto the ground. It slowly pans over to Taxi Crab lying on the ground with his eyes cut out. Zooter slowly turns her head to the side and wheels away, most likely in search of her next victim. I stared at the screen in shock. I had no words to express how disturbing this was, and the worst part was I had no clue who created this and why it was even made. The screen turned from black to a landscape scenery of what looked like their town. It then zoomed in to show Zooter dragging a noose behind and slowly wheeling around. It then cuts to Bungo putting up what looked like a sign saying "Keep out." "This should do the trick," Bungo said. "Guess who's behind you, Bungo?" a voice said that sounded like Zooter. Bungo looked back and said, "What the? Zooter, what are you..." Zooter then holds up the noose and chokes Bungo to death with it. The scene then cut to the hospital where Toadhog was having a checkup. "So Toadhog, what seems to be the problem?" Lance asked him. Toadhog's line was cut off when Zooter busted through the hospital door. "Oh, hello, Zooter," Lance said. "Oh, great, it's Zooter. What do you want from me this time?" Toadhog said. "You're talking to the wrong wheeler, bitch," Zooter said. And so Zooter starts destroying the hospital, and she then picks up a glass of what looked like pink liquid and throws it onto Toadhog's eyes, which then shows that they are extremely bloodshot. Zooter then grabs Toadhog's tongue and starts ripping it off with her wheels, while realistic blood gushed everywhere and he started screaming in pain until he died. "Oh, I just remembered, I need to get out of here," Lance said, but as he tried to escape, Zooter picked up a hammer and threw it onto Lance's horn. Lance then starts screaming in agony, but to be honest, the funny part was that his screaming sounded like Plankton from SpongeBob SquarePants. "Hey, Zooter, why did you..." Lance died before he could even finish. Zooter then rolls over to the school where the Beetlebugs go to. "Hey, where's Goldie?" the blue Beetlebug asked. "Oh, I don't know," Miss Jolly answered. All of a sudden, Zooter then bursts through the door, and then she holds up the knife and slits Miss Jolly's throat and... Oh my god, I can't read this. This is too much. Zooter then picks up a flamethrower and sets the Beetlebugs on fire. After they burn to death, Zooter races to Elevin's home. "Oh, hello, Zooter," Elevin said, but Zooter picks up a knife and stabs her best friend on the trunk. "Zooter, why? Why? You know I'm your best friend, right?" Elevin said as she sheds a tear of insanity at one point. "You're talking to the wrong wheeler, bitch," Zooter said in a demonic voice as Elevin dies. Zooter then went into Bobby's police station and picks up a taser. "I heard what you've done, Zooter. You've killed so many wheelers that..." Bobby started. Zooter then starts tasing Bobby and he said, "Stop it, Zooter, you're hurting me." But Zooter started stabbing him as well, killing him instantly. Dozer then rolls up to Zooter and says, "Hey Zooter, what are you doing?" Zooter picks up a sledgehammer and whacks Dozer with it. "Ah, Zooter," Dozer screams. Zooter then picks up a jar of gasoline and throws it onto Dozer, causing him to be engulfed in flames. Zooter then stares at the camera and says in a demonic voice, "I love bloodlust and massacres. You could try it too." Zooter then points a gun to her mouth and shoots herself. It then went to the end credits, but the music played backwards and the sky was pitch black. At one point there was text saying, "Created by Satan." I was so scared that I ejected the DVD and threw it out my window. And that's the story of why I banned Disney Jr. from my house. Na Mira do Canal 15. 25 years old. That was my age in 1998 when I participated in this operation in Weston, a quiet little town located in Florida. It was a September afternoon. The police station phone rang repeatedly, a barrage of complaints about a TV channel with inappropriate programs being shown in the middle of the morning when the children were at home, entertaining themselves in front of the television. It took exactly 3 months for all this hell to end, simply because we couldn't understand the situation well. Come on, this channel just appeared out of nowhere. We don't know when or at what point the strange program started. Talking to one of the callers in those days, she said the channel was just weird, but the events of that day were the cause of all the confusion and the huge amounts of angry parents wanting an explanation. I was a newbie on the police force. Someone had to watch the programs while others tried to locate where the signal was coming from. I had to take notes, listen to people, bring information, record what was going on, that kind of thing. I wrote down the entire channel's programming from 5 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. When it was exactly midnight, the famous colored bars appeared. Maybe they were undergoing maintenance, and remained like that until normal programming returned at 5 in the morning. At first I thought they were exaggerating, that they didn't need the fuss and scandal they caused. I changed my opinion when I started watching everything. I understood why. I'll first leave a small summary about the program so you understand what was going on. 5 o'clock, Celebrities. Celebrities was a type of gossip show where they talked about the lives of celebrities, curiosities about famous people, and all that nonsense. There was nothing wrong with the program, except I didn't remember any celebrities who appeared on it. The presenters treated them as if they were superstars known throughout the world, but I swear I had never heard of any of these stars of music and cinema. A certain Edward Drum was the most talked about actor. I did some research on him, however, and I didn't find any great actor with that name. 6:30, Mark's Friends. A children's cartoon about an innocent boy and his friends? Nothing very new. It was a cliche, typical educational animation to entertain children. However, the animation bothered me. It looked like those Russian cartoons that were shown in the Soviet Union. One moment everything seemed normal, then it became an explosion of colors, as if the characters had taken LSD out of nowhere. It was annoying though, nothing major. 7:20, GM. Good Morning, GM was your typical morning news show. News, accidents, etc. What was strange about it? All reported accidents did not happen. The local police would know if a crazy city guy had lost control while drunk driving, running over a bunch of people on the sidewalk. We never heard from these incidents, much less from the people who caused them. I searched about this again without any success. 9:30, Cooking with Mary. Cooking program led by a woman named Mary. She was in her 40s with black hair and a penetrating gaze that bothered me. However, what disturbed me most was her smile. I had the impression that her teeth were pointy and she always cooked with a smile, making everything more difficult for me. She used ingredients that were exotic, to say the least, some of which I didn't even know existed. 11:50, Masked House. This is where I started to realize things were going too far. This series told the story of a family living normal, everyday lives. However, there was one detail. Everyone was without clothes and wore Greek masks. This also includes the children who participated in the show. It wasn't possible. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing. It couldn't happen at the time, and even if it happened in the early hours of the morning, children shouldn't participate in that, nor interact with those adults completely naked. I immediately asked for the signal to be found so we could find out who was behind the strange Channel 15. 13:40, more strange drawings. Once again, a wave of dubious drawings passed by again, one after the other. One was from a boy who ran through the forest and seemed to be getting nowhere. Another from a man who, tired of being alone, kidnaps a little girl and forces her to be his friend. And there was one from another guy who lost both his hands when working in a weird factory. In addition to the animations, now the stories also bothered me. Great. 15:20, afternoon movies. An afternoon film session. It was where I watched, for the first and last time, a film about two children who lived with their uncles. Then one day they decided to summon a strange being in the basement of the house to ask for protection. The creature kills their uncles, and the boys decide to go out into the streets, looking for more people they don't like for the demon to kill. I've never seen this film anywhere again. 1715, the novice comedy of John Locke. A normal stand-up show. However, the presenter wore a type of burqa. I confess that I didn't expect anything else from this TV channel. Then the comedian enters. He wore a blue plastic bag on his head with 2 holes for his eyes and 1 for his mouth. Soon the camera changes, focusing on the audience. It was just balls with faces drawn on them, and I could see one of the cameras, but there was no one operating it. The jokes had no connection, they had no end, and he wasn't excited to tell them. 18 o'clock. Charlie, the Tales. An old man sitting in a chair telling stories. I guess he was 60 years old. He gave a relaxed expression. He had a beard, was slender, and wore very loose clothes, a long-sleeved checkered shirt and trousers characteristic of the 60s or 70s. I couldn't see the scene as there was no backlight, just a candle on a wooden table. The camera got closer, getting closer to his face. At this point I could already see some scars and wounds on his face. He starts telling stories, but this was the one that caught my attention the most. It was about a blind girl who people passed by. She couldn't see or find who it was. He would sometimes interrupt with a dry cough or clear his throat, but following the story this time, the man said that she felt a bite on her left thigh. However, she had not left the house that day. She also didn't have just 1 or 2 hands touching her, but several. Along with this, the blind girl heard sounds, voices, and laughter. At the end, the old man smiles and says to the camera, "It's sad to be blind and crazy, isn't it?" End of program. 1840 Genesis, the world's new church. Program religious? It was boring as it seemed like it would never end, but it still scared me. Those religious services where a pastor calls someone possessed or in trouble onto the stage, only this time it was the other way around. They didn't take the demons out, they put them in. People went on stage to be possessed by an entity that the man who called himself a pastor said would help them. Everyone should worship the entity and allow it to enter. That's what he said. 20 o'clock. Hid or consequence. A game show where a contestant would have to answer correctly the questions asked by the host. Another time I had to find out about events that never happened, such as the fact that the Northerners lost the Vietnam War, although they won, and were being used as food. One of the best ways to get rid of so many bodies, according to the host. I also discovered that the Ku Klux Klan was an example to follow, as it purged a good part of the world of useless and dangerous races, one madness after another, leaving me disturbed. 21:30, sleeping. I don't know what to say about this one, if it's one of the strangest or not. I wasn't scared, nothing really scary happened, it was just uncomfortable. He was just a man in pajamas in an old, messy room. The room only had a bed, nothing else. The stranger sang a song about sleeping, and when he finished, he laid down on the bed. The camera got closer, showing him sleeping. This lasted until 11:59 p.m. Then it was midnight and the colored bars appeared. I felt like an idiot watching a guy sleep all this time. Now that I've explained the entire schedule, I want to talk a little about the channel's investigation and other events, with Cooking Mary being one of the main ones that caused discomfort for parents and with me as well. Firstly, we didn't have a starting point. We didn't know who to investigate or how to contact certain people. We tried to contact one of the winners of Hit or Consequence, but as always, this person didn't exist, looking like he disappeared from the face of the earth. I don't know how to explain it. Our only hope was to find out where the signal was coming from. What seemed just like a small problem turned into something beyond our control. We started calling everything, in the sights of Channel 15. The name came about because of the time we spent watching, taking turns trying to find clues in some of the shows. We couldn't do anything. We advised parents not to let their children watch any of the programs, and that it would be better for everyone's mental health if adults didn't watch either. Of course, the teenagers didn't obey, and that was a huge problem. Many have been traumatized by one of Charlie the Tale's stories. I don't know what the strange old man said that day. It was one of my colleagues' turns to watch the channel, and he was also extremely disturbed. No matter how many times I asked, he wouldn't tell me what it was about. Neither him nor the people who watched it. To this day, I don't know the content of the story. That doesn't mean I escaped seeing something even more disturbing than I'd already seen. My day had come again to spend from 5 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. watching that taking breaks to go to the bathroom or to eat something. I wasn't in the mood. I'd spent the entire night having strange nightmares about old men sitting on chairs in a dark room, and about grown men wearing Greek masks, performing rituals, using children as sacrifices. My dark circles gave away how tired I was and waiting for this to all end. Everything went normally until 9:30, when Cooking with Mary started. I must have already said how uncomfortable I feel with this woman cooking, without removing that macabre smile from her lips. However, this time she decided to cross the line. Viewers sent in more of the exotic ingredients that Mary said she had ordered that day before. A medium-sized white box sat on the counter she used to cook. According to her, a gift sent by a viewer who had asked her to cook one of his specialties. The black-haired woman opened the box, taking out the ingredient carefully wrapped in plastic onto a styrofoam tray. They were slices of meat, making her hideous smile widen even more, making me wonder if a normal person could do such a thing. She decided to tell what type of meat it was. Let me tell you, that's when I asked my superior for a few days off. I was lucky that he was such an understanding person, so I did get a few days off, taking me away from the operation. You must wonder what kind of meat it was, right? Deep down, I know you already have an idea. Of course, you already know that it is human flesh, but let me tell you something that you didn't think about, or maybe you thought about. They were about people from Africa. At least that's what Mary commented as she cooked normally without feeling any pity. Remember my summary of hit or consequence? The best way to dispose of bodies, or how the Ku Klux Klan helped clean up the world? I know you already understand well. Weeks passed by before I returned to the case. I got some good news when I went to work about signal tracking. They discovered where it was coming from. Finally, it would end. That's what we thought at the time, when several vehicles wasted no time in heading to the location. It was a 2-hour trip, only to come across a vacant lot. More hours passed by. We investigated everything in every way possible. We found absolutely nothing, no connections or anything that was once there. We could only sigh and return without anything in hand. The FBI got involved shortly after our visit to the field, making it clear that this was no longer our problem, that we should just go back to business as usual in the city. That didn't stop many of us from investigating at our own risk, even if we didn't find anything very relevant. As I said, it took 3 months for everything to come to an end, not because we managed to find a way to stop Channel 15, but because it, just as it arrived out of nowhere, disappeared into nowhere. But what do I think of all this? Just that somehow we managed, for a while, to receive the signal from a strange parallel world. It was the only thing I could think of after all these years. I feel like my obsession with Channel 15 hasn't diminished. It's only increased as time has gone on. It's strange how no one seems to remember this incident, or at least pretends it didn't happen. I have an idea that there were orders from superiors asking to erase any trace of this event. I left the police a long time ago. I'm on my own now. Even though I haven't found anything yet, I can continue my obsessive search for answers. Maybe one day I will bring more news and great discoveries to the world about this strange event that marked a 25-year-old me. Alpha and Omega Haunted A&O DVD. Well, I better get down to business, get this thing off my chest. I must warn you that this happened to the 4 of us. It changed us in ways you will never imagine. It was our anniversary soon, and I wanted to do something special for Katie, something she will never forget. She loved Alpha and Omega and was upset when the disc got scratched, so I decided to go buy a special version and invite Kate and John over. So I went on eBay to find a cheap factory-sealed copy. I did not find a factory-sealed, but I found one that was on bid for $1. I saw that no one bid on it and immediately placed $5. I instantly won the item, and the user even covered next day shipping. That was either extremely nice of him, or something made him want to get rid of it. The next morning, a yellow envelope was in my mailbox. I opened it, and it was the movie. I was then a little creeped out that there was no return address. This guy was wanting to get rid of the movie, but why? Today was the day we would watch one of the most f***ed-up, disturbing things we would ever see. I called John and Kate and made popcorn. Katie walked in and kissed me. "Happy anniversary, baby," she said. "You too. We're gonna party tonight," I said. She then handed me a piece of paper. "What is this?" I asked. "Your present. That's the only thing I could really do," Katie said. I opened it, and it was a really good drawing of Pyramid Head. It also said red_pyramid 206, my fan pop name. "Oh my god, did you draw this?" I said. "Yeah, it took me 5 hours," Katie said. "Oh, I love it," I said. That's when the doorbell rang. I answered it, and there was John and Kate. "Hey, happy anniversary," they said. Katie was jumped back. "OMG, Kate," she squealed, and the two did the girly hug crap. John and I hugged. He's like a brother to me. "So you got it?" John asked. "Yeah, I did." I pulled out the envelope and took the DVD out. A note slid out. I handed the DVD to Katie. "Oh my god, are we watching it?" Katie asked. "Hell yes. Why did I make popcorn then?" I laughed. I picked up the note and read it. It said, "The sights of hell brings us back in." "Okay, creepy message," I said, throwing it away. What did it say? Kate asked. Oh, nothing, I said. Baby, Katie said. What? Look at the box. It looks odd, Katie said, handing me the box. I took a look and noticed it was weird. Salty, Shaky, and Mooch were missing, as well as Garth were all missing. Lily's face could hardly be made out, but it looks like a spike or something was jabbed into her chest, and she was in a pool of blood. Kate looked like she had not slept in days and was not smiling, and Humphrey's eyes and mouth were missing. The sky was darker, and the actors' names were missing. And what creeped me out, no, scared me, was the red in the background. It looked like blood. I noticed a little blood under Kate and on the mountain she and Humphrey were sitting on. I turned to the back and jumped. It was an eerie pic of Kate staring at the viewer. No wonder this guy sold it so quickly. I handed the box to John and he was puzzled. That's just odd, he told me. Well, it's most likely Photoshop. I hear some people like to do that, I said. The discs were in perfect condition too. They at least looked normal. We all decided to ignore the creepy box and watch the movie. There was static, and then it cut to where Kate and Humphrey are catching up after Kate gets home from Alpha School. It was just Kate and Humphrey. Humphrey was looking at Kate in a lustful way. Kate backed up as the camera zoomed in on her face. Humphrey approached her slowly. Kate began to cry. No, please Humphrey, Kate begged. Humphrey ignored her, and as he leaped at her, the screen cut to black. It then cuts to outside of a random den. It could have been Kate and Humphrey's, but we never found out. The den stood still in the night. Only nighttime sounds could be heard like crickets. Slowly, after about 2 minutes, you could see a pool of blood slowly oozing out of the cave, and for a brief second, a pair of eyes appeared at the entrance. Then it cut to black. I paused the movie and looked at the girls. They were as pale as ghosts. I've never seen Kate that scared in her life. Katie was on the verge of having a mental breakdown. Katie? Sweetie, are you alright? I asked, stroking her back. Where did you get this? She muttered. On eBay. It was on bid for $1, I said. I went and got my laptop and logged into eBay. I tried searching the username, but I could not find him. He must have deleted his account, I said. Chris, let's just finish this. This must have been like a Halloween prank they did, John added. Yeah, a cruel joke, Kate added. It's up to Katie if she does not want to watch it, we'll burn it. Watch it, she said. Okay, but afterwards we destroy it, I said. With that, I pressed play. I now cut to Humphrey sitting in the corner of his den and with his back facing the camera. We could not see his face at all, but we could tell he was crying. That pool of blood began to ooze on the floor, and its source was off screen. The camera panned away from Humphrey, and it showed the source of the blood. Kate and Katie were both now shaking with fear. I noticed John was looking a little disturbed too. Hell, we all were. It was the body of Kate, or at least we thought it was. She had been horribly mutilated beyond recognition, which made it hard to tell. Humphrey's crying off screen grew louder and more realistic. We panned back to where Humphrey was to find him facing the camera. His eyes, oh god, his eyes, they were hyper-realistic and bloodshot. He just stared at the camera for 2 minutes. Then his eyes began to get wide, pupils and everything. His face began to get all messed up, and his smile, no, his grin was getting wider, and he had more sharp teeth that Katie and Kate put together. What? Kate began to have a panic attack, and she started crying and saying names of people she knew. Mom, Dad, Lily, John, Chris, Katie. They're all gone. They're all gone, she screamed. I paused the tape and turned off the TV. Katie hugged her friend tightly and shushed her and hummed some song that her mother apparently sang to her when she was a pup. Kate immediately calmed down. Kate, we're right here, John said. John, that was not me. Something made me say it, Kate cried. Something's here, she said. Kate, you're having a huge panic attack, I said. Nothing's here, but I can feel it. It wants to kill us. It wants Katie, she cried. What? Katie said. Maybe we should go, Kate, John said. No. We need to stay here and finish the thing. If we do and destroy it, it may go away, Kate said. Kate, you're scaring me, Katie said. I'm sorry, I'm scared too. Just trust me on this, Katie. Can you not feel it, she cried. No, Katie replied. After Kate calmed down, I turned on the TV and we all dropped our mouths open in shock. The movie was still paused, but Humphrey was gone. Oh god, Kate said. Kate, I'm actually starting to believe you, John said. See, it's in the house too, Kate cried. Let's just finish this, Katie said. I pressed play and it immediately cut to Lily sitting at the lakeside at nighttime. There was no sign of any other wolves, not even Garth. Both of Lily's eyes were covered, but what disturbed us was the tears of blood falling. I guess it was a good thing her eyes were covered. She stared at the water, dead silent, not smiling. It was then we see those eyes of Humphrey appear behind her. He leaps onto Lily and a blood-curdling scream is heard. As he attacks Lily, the screaming continues and the forest begins to decay. For a split second, a single frame shows a bloody Jasper Park, and all the pack members and animals lie dead on the floor, forming a huge pool of blood. Too disturbed, we pressed play. Kate was crying again as she sees the gruesome murder of her sister. Kate, it's not real. Lily is safe and sound with Brandon, I said. I know, it's just that Kate could not even finish her sentence. After Lily was dead, Humphrey broke down and started crying again. She's gone and she's never coming back. She's gone and she's never coming back. She's gone and she's never coming back. While he did this, pictures of slaughtered pack members flashed on screen. They all had their throats cut, their eyes ripped out, and some were skinned. All of this was joined by many screams. Screams that were too painful to hear. After 3 minutes, it all stopped. Screaming and everything. A voice suddenly yelled, "Do it now!" and the camera zoomed out to see Humphrey holding a shotgun, and all of the corpses surrounded him with angry expressions. Kate's was the one closest to Humphrey put the barrel to his face and said in a demonic voice, "I'm coming for you, Katie," and pulled the trigger. Brain matter and blood splashed everywhere. The video ended with Humphrey, just Humphrey lying dead on the abandoned forest floor. No blood, no life, nothing. It slowly faded to black. The number 666 appeared on the screen for a brief second. It then took us to static. Kate stood up, expressionless, and said she would be back. It was almost as if she was in some sort of trance. She walked down the hall towards my bedroom. I heard the door shut. We waited for her for about 5 minutes, and just when John and I would go check on her, we heard her scream and there was a loud gunshot. Katie, John, and I ran into the bedroom. John broke down, completely afraid now. Kate had committed. "Kate, no!" John cried. "Kate, Kate!" Katie screamed. I was silent. Could that clip have done this to her? She had an amazing life. How could she end it like that? We decided to bury Kate in John's backyard. The gun had a silencer on it, so nobody heard a gunshot. We kept this quiet. Katie and I hugged John as he went weeping into his house. That thing, it was not Humphrey. That's the devil. Over the next few days, Katie and I spent our time trying to get over what happened to our dear friends, but it was hard to do. Ever since that night, we've been plagued by nightmares. Sometimes I feel that there is something besides Katie with me in bed at night. I can smell its foul breath and feel warmth. I knew we were dealing with the devil when I found Humphrey completely removed from the cover. I tried destroying it, but it would not work. Every time I threw it away, it would be at my bedside every day. I knew it was the end when one day I found that John had been murdered. My best friend, dead. They found him dead on his sofa with multiple bite and claw marks. Not that of a wolf or a bear, but that of a demon. I prayed to God every night and bought Casey a crucifix. She always told me she had a hard time believing in God, but after her friend's death, she realized she needed God to protect her, as well as me. Well, it has come down to this. Katie and I are at the brink of insanity. We may as well join our friends. Scream is heard. Turns to Katie on a noose in the closet, swaying back and forth. Well, there goes Katie. Now I must be joining them too. Remember, if you find this DVD, please, whether you believe in the paranormal or not, don't watch it. Pulls out gun and starts crying. Mom, Dad, Uriah, Humphrey, Brandon, Lily, Colby, Scar, Alpha Kate, Kate number 2, Garth, John, Kate, and Katie. Forgive me. I love you guys, and John, Kate, Katie, I will see you soon. Pulls trigger and falls down dead. Camera sits still and a pair of wide eyes appear. End of log. This was the last anyone has heard from John, Kate, Chris, and Katie. Kate, Chris, and Katie committed in fear that something was following them. John was found murdered and bite and claw marks. As of now, Lily has disappeared without a trace along with Humphrey. No one has seen them since last week after the bodies were found. Police have investigated said tape. Results? DVD was normal. Played the movie like it should. No blood, no screaming, no demons. Police never figured out why the descriptions of the log matched the DVD they viewed, or how it contributed to the disappearances of Humphrey and Lily, or what attacked John. Okay, wow. And that is finally the end of this insanely long collection and video. Hope you guys enjoyed. I doubt most of you are even still awake by this point in the video, but if you are, why don't you leave a sleeping face emoji down below. Also, let me know your favorite of these lost episode creepypastas. I think the worst one was honestly that last one I just read. That one was borderline nonsensical, but also hilarious. The best one might have been Appy, honestly. A 2-hour-long epic where at some point about halfway through I just sort of blacked out while reading, and I just had no idea what I was even saying anymore. That one was also pretty hilarious. Were any of them genuinely scary? No, not really. They're just kind of fun. Anyways, though, hope you guys have a great one. Shout out to those who actually made it through the whole video, because I definitely would have been asleep by now. But yeah, I'll catch you guys next time. Peace out.